Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 5660 to Chapter 5754. Are you the one who killed the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor? The quasi-surpassing realm expert of the Qinhua people stared coldly at Lin Feng. He had received news that a young cultivator had suddenly appeared and killed the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor, as well as all the experts he had brought with him. In fact, Lin Feng had deliberately spread the news. Lin Feng had been hiding in the dark, acting as the mastermind behind the scenes. He had wanted these people to come quickly so that he could kill them all in one fell swoop. Lin Feng did not have a good impression of these people at all. Lin Feng especially hated the Qinhua people. No matter what, the Qinhua people were still living beings of this epoch. Now, they had actually joined forces with the mastermind behind the scenes. It was really detestable. If he did not kill them, he would not be able to quell the anger in his heart. Lin Feng sneered. That's right. I killed the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. Soon, all of you will go to hell to accompany the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of people's faces became extremely gloomy. When they looked at Lin Feng, their eyes were filled with killing intent. They could not wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Kid, you are really too arrogant. Even if you have some ability, do you think you can deal with so many of us? Don't forget that we have 3 quasi-surpassing realm experts on our side. Experts of this level are not something you can imagine. They can kill you like a dog. The quasi-surpassing realm expert of the epic remnant race said coldly. His ice-cold eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Lin Feng. Obviously, this person did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. However, Lin Feng could understand this person. After all, his cultivation level was not high in their eyes. Said Lin Feng. Then let's see who's stronger. After saying that, Lin Feng activated all the restrictive formations in the area. All kinds of formation runes intertwined in the void. All the restrictive formations and the killing formation set up by Lin Feng all emitted an extremely terrifying aura. After sensing the might of those restrictions and formations, their expressions finally changed. Because the restrictions in this place were scattered, it was difficult for them to pose much of a threat to powerful cultivators like them. However, if the restrictions were to be combined, then the power of the restrictions would be terrifying. At that moment, they could clearly sense that not only had the power of the barriers fused together, but there was also a new power pouring in. In other words, not only had the other party fused the barriers together, but they had also set up a new killing formation on top of the barriers. This was something they had not expected at all. According to their understanding, the Great Mystery Ancient Emperor definitely did not have this ability. If the Great Mystery Ancient Emperor did not have this ability, then it meant that the young human cultivator in front of them had done it. It sounded very unbelievable because these methods were really too heaven-defying. How could a young human cultivator do something so heaven-defying? But this was the truth. Even if they did not believe it. The truth was right in front of them. They had to believe it. The cultivators of the 3 great powers were already a little chaotic. In the face of such a terrifying restrictive formation, they did not have the confidence to do anything. At that moment, the quasi-transcendence realm expert from the ancient demon race said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't panic. With the 3 of us here, no formation can hurt you." As soon as he finished speaking, all kinds of attacks were released. Those terrifying attacks were all aimed at the cultivators of the 3 great powers. When those attacks came, many people died on the spot. The quasi-transcendence realm expert from the ancient demon race had just said that with the 3 of them here, everyone would be fine. Then, so many people were killed by the restrictive formation activated by Lin Feng. It was really a slap in the face. The quasi-transcendence realm expert from the ancient demon race had an extremely ugly expression on his face. This was just a greeting gift from Lin Feng. The power of these restrictive formations had not been fully released yet. This was because Lin Feng and the others had not increased the power of these restrictive formations yet. Lin Feng looked at the Great Mystery Ancient Emperor and said, "Senior, go to the Extremine Formation Core and guard it." The Great Mystery Ancient Emperor nodded and quickly flew to the Extremine Formation Core that Lin Feng had set up. This time, Lin Feng had set up 2 main array cores. These 2 array cores were divided into Yin and Yang. Lin Feng guarded the Yang array core while the Great Mystery Ancient Emperor guarded the Yin array core. The division of labor between the two of them was very clear. After the Great Mystery Ancient Emperor entered the Extreme Formation Core, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. All 56 Sage Realm undead flew out and quickly flew to the array cores they were guarding. On the other hand, Lin Feng entered the Extreme Yang Array Core. Everyone entered the formation cores that they were guarding. Then, they activated the Death Trap Grand Formation and all kinds of restrictions. Instantly, the power of the Death Trap Grand Formation and all kinds of restrictions increased crazily. This kind of increase was simply shocking. Even the 3 quasi-transcendence realm experts felt the power of these restrictive formations. They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air because these attacks were really too powerful. Anyone who faced such a powerful restrictive formation would feel their scalp go numb. As for the others, their faces turned pale at this moment. Of course, although the attacks released by the restrictive formations were very terrifying, the cultivation of the 3 quasi-transcendence realm experts was too strong. Therefore, these restrictive formations could not hurt them in a short time. However, the others found it difficult to resist these attacks. The 3 quasi-transcendence realm experts had brought a total of more than 5,000 experts this time. Under the attack of these restrictive formations, more than half of these experts died in a short time. The sea was dyed red with blood. Seeing their experts dying one after another, the 3 quasi-transcendents trembled in anger. So many experts had been killed in such a short period of time. These people were the experts of their clans. Losing so many experts was a huge blow to their clans. More importantly, they had no way to stop this. The situation would only get more troublesome. Soon, their losses would be even more severe. The cultivators of the 3 major powers were extremely pale. The true immortals were in a better situation. The pseudo-immortals could not survive the terrifying attacks at all. They could only resist for a while if they had a powerful defensive treasure. If they did not have a powerful defensive treasure, they would not be able to resist for long. The experts of the 3 major powers were still dying rapidly. Not long after, more than 1,000 of the remaining 2,000 people died. In the end, only a few hundred people were left. These few hundred people were basically true immortals or cultivators with powerful defensive treasures. At this moment, the power of the formation was still increasing. Obviously, the formation's power had not reached its peak yet. The 3 quasi-transcendents were furious. Kinwa people's quasi-transcendents roared angrily, "Little bastard, I'm going to cut you into pieces. I'm going to send your soul into purgatory so that you can never be reincarnated. Otherwise, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." He had already locked onto Lin Feng's position. After cursing Lin Feng, he flew towards Lin Feng. The quasi-transcendents of the Ancient Demons clan and the Epic Lost clan also flew towards Lin Feng. They were also extremely angry and wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent their anger. However, Lin Feng did not give them the chance to do so. The array formation here was so powerful that all kinds of attacks were directed at the 3 quasi-transcendents. In the face of so many terrifying attacks, the 3 quasi-transcendents had no choice but to resist them. While they were resisting these attacks, they were immediately held back. Therefore, it was extremely unrealistic for them to get close to Lin Feng in a short period of time. At this moment, many of the remaining few hundred people were beginning to be unable to hold on. For example, there were many cultivators who used their defensive magic treasures to resist the attacks of the formation. Their defensive magic treasures were destroyed one after another, and as their defensive magic treasures were destroyed, those cultivators soon died under the attacks of the formation. Even though the true celestial cultivators were extremely strong, the deployment spells were too powerful. Lin Feng and the others were also there to activate the deployment spells. All of them added together were equivalent to 58 Saint Realm experts. With so many Saint Realm experts activating the restriction formation here, it was impossible for them to escape. How frightening was that, therefore, the true immortals were gradually unable to hold on. More and more people were dying. More than 5,000 people died in less than an hour. There were only a dozen or so people left. And by the true immortals. Although there was still a huge gap between these Sage Realm experts and the 3 transcendents, there was still a large gap between them and the 3 transcendents. But that didn't mean that they weren't strong. On the contrary, they were very powerful. It was not easy to kill them with the formation in a short period of time. However, Lin Feng took out his 5 ancient weapons-grade treasures. When the true immortals were suppressed, Lin Feng activated the 5 ancient weapons-grade treasures to kill them. Every time, he focused all his strength on one person. The first true immortal was quickly killed. Then, the 5 ancient weapons-grade treasures attacked the second true immortal. The second true immortal was also killed. Lin Feng's method was very direct and violent. However, the true immortals had no way to resolve the dangerous situation they were in. The 3 true immortals were extremely angry. They wanted to help, but they were held back. Naturally, they had no way to help the true immortals. Mercy, mercy, we are willing to submit. Some of the true immortals began to beg for mercy. However, Lin Feng did not care about them at all. Lin Feng wanted to kill them. If he could kill them, Lin Feng could collect their origins and refine them. When the time came, his cultivation would be greatly improved. If he could successfully kill the 3 transcendent level experts, he would be able to kill them. After collecting their origins, Lin Feng felt that he might be able to break through to the true immortal realm. If he could break through to the true immortal realm, then he would break through to the true immortal realm. Once Lin Feng broke through to the true immortal realm, with Lin Feng's powerful accumulation, how powerful would his battle strength be after breaking through to the true immortal realm? Lin Feng was looking forward to this day. Lin Feng used the same method to kill more than a dozen true immortals. Then, he collected their origins. The origins of more than a dozen true immortals were extremely precious. The only pity was that there were no true immortals at the peak of the true immortal realm. The strongest true immortal realm cultivator was only at the 7th heaven of the true immortal realm. Although their origins were very powerful, there was still a big gap between them and a true immortal realm cultivator. But there were 3 strong cultivators who had almost surpassed the cultivation level, so Lin Feng's main goal was to obtain their original strengths. Ha 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 ha. The profound ancient emperor could not help but laugh. Previously, countless people from the profound ancient emperor's bloodline had died tragically. The profound ancient emperor felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was extremely painful. Now that he saw so many experts from the 3 major powers being killed, the profound ancient emperor naturally felt very happy. Lin Feng looked coldly at the 3 quasi-transcendents and said, "Now, only the 3 of you are left. Are you ready to die?" The 3 quasi-transcendents had ugly expressions on their faces. They didn't know what to do because Lin Feng's deployment spells were too terrifying. If it were just the formations and restrictions, they would not be able to withstand the attacks. The 3 quasi-transcendents were not so worried. More importantly, Lin Feng, the ancient emperor of Taishan, and the 56 saint-level undead were working together to activate the formations and restrictions. That was the scariest thing. With so many of them activating the formations and restrictions, the power of the formations and restrictions increased by dozens of times. It was too difficult to defend against them. Moreover, Lin Feng still had 5 ancient weapon-grade artifacts. The 3 quasi-transcendents had seen how terrifying Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapon-grade artifacts were. Even if they were to face Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapon-grade artifacts, they would still find it difficult to deal with them. "You're strong, but if you want to kill us, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Besides, if the 3 of us fight with our lives on the line, even if we die, we'll drag you down with us. Since that's the case, why don't we start a negotiation? What do you think?" In fact, the words of the ancient demon clan's quasi-transcendent powerhouse made some sense. After all, at their level, it was easy for them to drag others down with them when they were about to die. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of such a threat because the formations and restrictions here were powerful enough. Even if they wanted to use some desperate methods, it was impossible for them to succeed. Of course, the reason why Lin Feng was so confident wasn't just because of the powerful deployment spells. There was another important reason. Lin Feng already had 4 heaven-shaking steels, and he had yet to take them out. If he took out the 4 heaven-shaking steels, they would be able to support the formations and restrictions. In addition, he also had 5 ancient weapon-grade artifacts. Besides, and Lin Feng's 14 stone swords. The stone sword countered the epic remnant race. Among the 3 quasi-transcendent experts, the expert from the epic lost race was a creature that had transcended epics. Therefore, Lin Feng's 14 stone swords were very effective against this person. The first target that Lin Feng locked onto was the quasi-surpassing expert of the epic lost race. Lin Feng took out the 14 stone swords and the 4 stone steels. With the help of the ancient Emperor of Mystery and the 56 dead spirits, he activated all of these powerful treasures. Then, he charged towards the quasi-transcendent level expert of the lost race of the epic. Since the 3 quasi-transcendents were separated by these formations, they were fighting alone at this moment. Then, all kinds of formations and restrictions attacked the lost epic race expert. In this way, the experts of the surviving clans didn't just have to resist the attacks of the restrictions, they had to resist the attacks of the 5 ancient weapons, 14 stone swords, and 4 heaven-shaking stone steels. How could he resist so many attacks by himself, although his cultivation was incomparably tyrannical? Facing so many attacks, he couldn't hold on any longer. Many bone-deep wounds appeared on his body. Those wounds were caused by the stone swords when he was suppressed by the formations, 4 heaven-shaking stone steels, and the 5 ancient weapons. The stone swords had caused too much damage to him. It couldn't be helped. Everything had a counter. Who asked the lost race of the epic to be countered by the stone swords? If it were other treasures, even if they hit him, they might not be able to break through his defense. However, it was too easy for the stone swords to break through his defense. Seeing the quasi-transcendent level expert of the lost race of the epic suffering such serious injuries, the other 2 quasi-transcendent level experts looked extremely gloomy. If the quasi-transcendent level expert of the lost race of the epic was killed, only the 2 of them would be left. At that time, they would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Therefore, the 2 quasi-transcendent level experts wanted to meet up with the quasi-transcendent level expert of the lost race of the epic. Lin Feng knew what they were thinking. Therefore, Lin Feng had been paying attention to the other 2 quasi-transcendent level experts. Although the 2 of them wanted to go over, they were stopped by the powerful restrictions. They couldn't go over at all. At this time, the quasi-transcendent level expert of the lost race of the epic was getting more and more injured. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I'm a transcendent level existence. How can I die? I can't die. I don't want to die. The quasi-transcendent level expert was already speaking incoherently. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. However, at this time, no one could save him. Lin Feng's gaze was extremely cold. All kinds of powerful attacks continued to bombard the quasi-transcendent level expert of the lost race of the epic. The quasi-transcendent level expert of the lost race of the epic couldn't withstand the attacks. In the end, his body exploded and he died on the spot. Lin Feng directly collected his source energy. Lin Feng finally obtained the source energy of a quasi-transcendent level expert. This was the first quasi-transcendent level expert that Lin Feng had obtained. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel extremely happy. Although the source energy of those Sage Realm experts was very powerful, to be honest, it didn't have a significant effect on Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had a very high requirement for the source energy. However, the source energy of quasi-transcendent level experts was very useful to Lin Feng. The key to whether or not Lin Feng could break through to the Sage Immortal realm depended on how much the source energy of the 3 quasi-transcendent level experts could increase his cultivation base. After the quasi-transcendent level expert of the lost race of the epic was killed, there were only 2 quasi-transcendent level experts left. Lin Feng immediately locked onto the quasi-transcendent level expert of the Qinwu people. This person had colluded with the lost race of the epic and the ancient demon race. It was really detestable. It wouldn't be enough even if he died 1,000 or 10,000 times. Therefore, compared to the quasi-transcendent level expert of the ancient demon race, Lin Feng wanted to kill the quasi-transcendent level expert of the Qinwu people first. Lin Feng, the ancient emperor of Taixin, and the 56 departed spirits controlled the 4 heaven-shaking stone steels, 14 stone swords, and 5 ancient weapon-level supreme treasures to attack the quasi-transcendent level expert of the Qinwu people. End of chapter. The Qinwu people, who were quasi-transcendents, naturally couldn't withstand so many attacks. They quickly fell into a very troublesome situation. When he saw the quasi-transcendence die, he knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Feng and the others' attacks. He wanted to beg for mercy, but Lin Feng had no intention of letting him go. Therefore, he didn't beg Lin Feng for mercy. He tried to escape, but Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. When Lin Feng sensed that the quasi-transcendence of the Qinwu people wanted to escape, Lin Feng immediately used the Great Fate technique. The power of destiny surged into the body of this quasi-transcendent powerhouse and dissolved the secret technique that he was about to use to escape. That cultivator wanted to use a secret technique to escape, but it was useless. His face turned deathly pale. After a short time, Lin Feng and the others killed the cultivator of the Golden Crow clan who had broken through to the next cultivation level. Lin Feng then collected the quasi-transcendence source energy. Lin Feng and the others then attacked the quasi-transcendence of the ancient devil clan. The quasi-transcendence body exploded. Their bodies turned into billions of strands of devil chi. The strands of devil chi flew out. It was an extremely powerful escape technique, but it was very strange. As long as one strand of devil chi escaped, the quasi-transcendence would be able to regenerate their flesh and blood. Therefore, it was very difficult to dissolve this strange technique. After all, it was very difficult to block all the strands of devil chi. Lin Feng still used the Great Fate technique. He used the Great Fate technique to break the quasi-transcendence escape technique. The strands of devil chi once again condensed into the quasi-transcendence original body. Why is this happening? The quasi-transcendence of the ancient devil clan roared unwillingly. Die. Lin Feng said coldly. Then, all kinds of attacks bombarded the quasi-transcendence. After an hour, the quasi-transcendence of the ancient devil clan finally couldn't hold on any longer. They were killed by Lin Feng and the others' attacks. Lin Feng collected the quasi-transcendence source energy. The mysterious ancient emperor went to refine the origin source of the true immortal realm cultivators. Although he couldn't use the origin source of the true immortal realm cultivators, many of his people could still use it. In the distance, many people risked their lives to come and watch the battle. They saw everything that happened here from afar. More than 5,000 experts, 3 transcendents, and more than a dozen Sage Realm experts had all been killed. What a shocking thing this was, everyone's faces were filled with shock and horror. They all looked at Lin Feng. They knew the ancient emperor of supreme mystery wasn't the one who had done all this. It was Lin Feng. Who the hell is he? Many people couldn't help but discuss. They were very curious about Lin Feng's identity. Many beautiful female cultivators looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. They wanted nothing more than to throw themselves at Lin Feng. Such a handsome young man, and so strong, was a prince on a white horse. If Lin Feng curled his finger at these female cultivators, many of them would be willing to give themselves to him. But Lin Feng didn't have such thoughts right now. His mind was now focused on cultivating in seclusion. He wanted to refine the source energy to improve his cultivation. Lin Feng was very curious. He didn't know how much the source energy could improve his cultivation. As for the Qinwu people, the epic lost races, and the ancient devil clan, they were no longer a threat. Although they might have some saints, they probably didn't have any quasi-transcendence. If they weren't stupid, they would have fled the grading world as soon as they heard the news. If they didn't, Lin Feng wouldn't mind exterminating them after he came out of seclusion. Lin Feng then returned to the island. The people on the island also knew the result of the battle. They cheered loudly. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng was really too heaven-defying. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, the result wouldn't have been like this. After that, Lin Feng started meditating in seclusion. He entered time and space to meditate. Lin Feng devoured and refined all the source energy. After devouring all the source energy, Lin Feng broke through from the 3rd level of the Golden Immortal Realm to the 10th level of the Golden Immortal Realm. He didn't break through to the Saint Immortal Realm as Lin Feng had expected. However, although he didn't break through to the Saint Immortal Realm, Lin Feng was actually very satisfied with this seclusion. After all, Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong. It was indeed difficult for him to break through. This time, Lin Feng broke through 7 levels in one go. This kind of breakthrough was actually extremely heaven-defying. If he settled down for a while, he should be able to break through to the Saint Immortal Realm. Of course, breaking through to the Saint's celestial layer was extremely difficult. Therefore, Lin Feng had to find some extremely strong opportunities to help him break through to the Saint's celestial layer. That way, his chances of breaking through to the Saint's celestial layer would increase. If he only relied on himself without the help of opportunities, it would be too difficult for him to break through. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he learned from the profound ancient emperor that the cultivators of the Qinwu people, the ancient demon clan, and the epic lost race had all fled the Greydene world. The three clans had suffered such heavy losses that they shouldn't be much of a threat anymore. The profound ancient emperor intended to make this island the new ancestral land of the Greydene ancient emperor. Because the array formations outside the island were terrifying enough, the profound ancient emperor also knew how to control these array formations. This place was the safest place. Even if they encountered any danger in the future, they could still reap the benefits of these array formations. They could also calmly deal with all kinds of dangers that appeared. Lin Feng rested for a few days after coming out of seclusion. He planned to leave the Greydene world because Lin Feng still had to go to the buried God Star region. Therefore, he couldn't stay in this place for too long. Princess Xiaoyao wanted to follow Lin Feng to the buried God Star region. However, because it was too dangerous, Lin Feng didn't let her follow him to the buried God Star region. After accompanying Princess Xiaoyao for a few days, Lin Feng set off again. The ancient starship Xianyuan followed the starry sky route map and quickly flew in the direction of the buried God Star region. End of chapter. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. What followed was another long journey. Lin Feng had inquired about it before and found that if they wanted to reach the buried God Star field, they would have to pass through at least 4 areas covered by magnetic fields, each more dangerous than the previous one. From this, one could imagine how dangerous the areas covered by magnetic fields were. About 2 years later, they arrived at the second area covered by the magnetic field. Outside the area covered by the second magnetic field, a large number of cultivators had gathered. These cultivators were pacing back and forth. They wanted to cross over, but it wasn't easy to do so. In fact, it wasn't impossible to cross over. Just like the epic lost race, some of the masterminds behind the scenes, or some alien life forms, had mastered the method to cross the magnetic field. However, ordinary cultivators couldn't master these methods. If they wanted to cross over, they would have to risk their lives to cross the area covered by the magnetic field. Over the past 2 years, Lin Feng had thoroughly stabilized his cultivation. Just like before, Lin Feng hadn't found a powerful opportunity yet. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he still had to wait patiently. Lin Feng's trio flew down from the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng then put away the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Then, they entered the area covered by the magnetic field. Lin Feng took out the heart compass. With the heart compass, they wouldn't get lost in the area covered by the magnetic field. The area covered by the second magnetic field was very dangerous. For example, one day, Lin Feng and the others saw a group of cultivators flying in front of them. Suddenly, those cultivators turned into ashes. After Lin Feng's trio saw this scene, their faces turned pale with fright. They hadn't noticed anything unusual at all. Those people had turned into ashes. They had died a miserable death. However, since they died in this place, it meant that there must be some unknown dangers in the area ahead. Therefore, Lin Feng's trio quickly took a detour and didn't dare to continue along the ancient road. A few days later, Lin Feng and the others saw auroras flying in the distance. Those auroras streaked across the sky. The world seemed to be on the verge of extinction. The power of those auroras was too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly took Du Zhu and Heretic Venerable Holy and quickly left through the void. However, there were still some cultivators in that area who hadn't left in time. When the aurora shone on them, their flesh and blood instantly disappeared. Only bloodstained skeletons were left. Those auroras not only were they extremely strange, but they were also extremely terrifying. Gave people a creepy venerable feeling. The skeletons were quickly devoured by the dark starry sky world. And the others? They became even more careful. Because the region. Where? But since Lin Feng and the others had entered the second magnetic field, they hadn't seen anything like that. Even if they hadn't seen anything, they still had to be careful. Although that terrifying existence didn't appear, the level of danger here had already exceeded the region covered by the first magnetic field. If they let their guard down a little here, it was very likely that he would die without a burial ground. Therefore, in the region covered by the second magnetic field, Lin Feng and the others had been extremely nervous. Sometimes, you had to be nervous. If you weren't nervous, it would be easy to let your guard down. Once you let your guard down, your perception of the outside world and your prediction of danger would be greatly reduced. Once one's perception of the outside world and their ability to predict danger were greatly reduced, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. It was very likely that they would lose their lives here. Lin Feng was very clear about this situation. On this day, Lin Feng and the others felt violent fluctuations coming from the left. There was a great battle on the left. Originally, Lin Feng didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. However, Lin Feng sensed a rather familiar aura. After sensing that familiar aura, Lin Feng decided to take a look at the place where the battle was taking place. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator wholly flew towards the direction of the battle. When they arrived, Lin Feng was shocked. One side of the battle was actually the Emperor Brush. When Lin Feng rescued the Emperor Brush said that he had an extremely important matter to attend to. Then, the Emperor Brush left the undying world. Lin Feng didn't see the Emperor Brush again after that. He didn't expect to see it here. The ones fighting the Emperor Brush were more than a dozen evil spirit warriors. The evil spirit warriors were creatures from the world of the mastermind. Lin Feng had seen them a few times before. These evil spirit warriors were considered low-level creatures in the world of the mastermind. However, even so, their strength was extremely terrifying. Although the Emperor Brush didn't show any signs of defeat, he was still outnumbered. If the battle dragged on, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the battlefield. Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. 56 specters flew out. The specters began to attack the evil spirit warriors. The group of evil spirit warriors' faces turned extremely ugly. The leader of the evil spirit warriors stared coldly at Lin Feng and roared furiously. "Who are you, brat? How dare you meddle in our business? Do you know who we are?" Lin Feng sneered. "Aren't you just a bunch of lowly creatures from the mastermind's world?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, the evil spirit warriors were almost angered to death. Although they were low-level creatures in the world of the mastermind, they were high and mighty existences in the outside world. They looked down on other races. But now, someone actually dared to call them lowly creatures. How could these evil spirit warriors accept this? The group of evil spirit warriors looked at Lin Feng with murderous gazes. These evil spirit warriors wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, they were attacked by 56 specters. Although these evil spirit warriors were very powerful, they couldn't withstand the attacks of 56 specters. Soon, more than a dozen evil spirit warriors were killed. Lin Feng still had some questions to ask the leader of the evil spirit warriors. Therefore, the leader of the evil spirit warriors wasn't killed. Instead, he was suppressed and became Lin Feng's prisoner. I didn't expect to see you here, senior." Lin Feng looked at the Emperor Brush and said. When the Emperor Brush saw Lin Feng, he was surprised and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng replied. "I'm planning to go to the buried god Starfield." "Why are you here, senior?" The Emperor Brush replied, "I'm here to find something that can restore my divine power." "Oh? There's something here that can restore your divine power." Lin Feng was surprised. The Emperor Brush had been sealed for many years, so his cultivation was far from his peak. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for him to restore his divine power quickly. He needed to find something that could restore his divine power, but Lin Feng didn't know what it was. However, the Emperor Brush shouldn't have left the undying world in a hurry because of this. Lin Feng was interested in the conflict between the Emperor Brush and the evil spirit warriors. Lin Feng asked, "Why did Senior get into a conflict with these evil spirit warriors?" The Emperor Brush replied, "These evil spirit warriors sensed the aura of the human emperor in my body, so they wanted to capture me," said Lin Feng, nodding. Immediately after, he arrived in front of the evil spirit warrior. The evil spirit warrior looked at Lin Feng with hatred. If they joined hands, how strong would they be? If it wasn't for Lin Feng, the evil spirit warriors would have been able to capture the Emperor Brush. They wouldn't have ended up like this. Now, he was Lin Feng's prisoner. He might die in Lin Feng's hands later. Of course, he hated Lin Feng to the core. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Lin Feng didn't say much to the evil spirit warrior. He directly used a soul-searching technique on the evil spirit warrior. Lin Feng wanted to find some useful information from the evil spirit warrior's mind, such as information about the mastermind's world or other secrets. However, when Lin Feng used the soul-searching technique on the evil spirit warrior's soul was instantly destroyed. This was because there was a powerful restriction in the evil spirit warrior's soul. If others tried to search for the secrets in its soul, or if the evil spirit warrior wanted to reveal some secrets, he would be attacked by the restriction. Only death awaited him then. The evil spirit warrior died tragically. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had wanted to get some secrets from the evil spirit warrior, but it seemed like his wish had come to naught. The evil spirit warrior's corpse fell into the darkness. Lin Feng looked at the Emperor Brush and asked, "Senior, where are you going?" The Emperor Brush replied, "I'm going to look for the ruler of this place." The ruler of this magnetic field should be an extremely terrifying existence, right? Lin Feng asked. Yes, the ruler here is extremely terrifying. But back in the days, that ruler had some connections with the human emperor, and he's an old friend of mine. He has some things I need, so I want to go and have a look, said Lin Feng. The Emperor Brush explained. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll go with you to take a look. If there are any unforeseen circumstances, we can take care of each other." The Emperor Brush nodded. They didn't stay there for long. They quickly left. 3 days later, they passed through an extremely terrifying magnetic field. Then, in the depths of the magnetic field, they saw a huge palace floating in the void. The palace was actually a palace made of white bones. Is the palace where the ruler lives? Lin Feng asked. The Emperor Brush nodded and said, "That's right. This is where he lives. That palace of bones is actually a terrifying treasure. That strong cultivator has spent his entire life refining it." Lin Feng asked, "Is he an expert from the netherworld?" The Emperor Brush nodded and said, "He is indeed an expert from the netherworld. He came from the netherworld to the Yang realm and occupied this starry sky world. He became the ruler of this starry sky world. This was because the ruler wasn't a cultivation realm, but a title. Therefore, there was a huge difference in the strength of these rulers. For example, the ruler of the Deathly Zone, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, the ruler of this starry sky world, the ruler of the Wasteland world, and so on. The cultivation bases of these rulers were clearly different. However, those who dared to call themselves rulers were usually extremely powerful existences. Lin Feng's group of 4 arrived outside the palace. The Emperor Brush said, "An old friend has come to visit. I didn't expect you to still be alive." A voice came from the palace. The Emperor Brush said, "Unless the Emperor Brush is destroyed, I will never die. Since you were able to find me, this is the will of the heavens. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, then, the door of the palace opened. Then, they flew towards the Great Hall of Bones. Then, they entered the Great Hall of Bones. Lin Feng saw that there was a throne of bones in the depths of the palace. On top of it sat a skeleton wearing a yellow robe and a crown. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive when he saw the skeleton's attire. This guy was actually wearing a yellow robe and a crown. It seemed like he was quite particular. He must be a very powerful person. "Skeleton Sovereign, I think you should know why I'm here, right?" the Emperor Brush said. The Skeleton Sovereign said, "Of course I know why you're here. The 9th Emperor left something for me. I've been keeping it for you." The Skeleton Sovereign took out an item that was surrounded by holy light. Lin Feng didn't know what it was exactly, but it should be a treasure that could help the Emperor Brush recover its godly energy. The item flew towards the Emperor Brush, and the Emperor Brush kept it. The Skeleton Sovereign said, "The bloodline of the brat beside you is really strong. How about we make a deal? If you let him stay, I can give you some good stuff." Lin Feng was speechless when he heard the skeleton sovereign's words. This guy was actually targeting him. However, Lin Feng had many tricks up his sleeve, and he had the Emperor Brush with him. He had nothing to fear. The Emperor Brush said, I can't agree to that. The skeleton sovereign said, what if I insist on letting him stay? The Emperor Brush said, then we can only fight. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking with you. The skeleton sovereign said with a smile. Then, he said seriously, however, this brat seems a little similar to someone I knew in the past. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, what's the name of the person you knew? The skeleton sovereign said, he's called Lin Baidian. Lin Feng was surprised that the skeletal monarch had seen his father before. However, Lin Feng remembered that his father had tried to rescue his mother. Therefore, if Lin Li's father really came over, he should have taken this ancient starry sky path. It seemed to be quite normal for the skeletal monarch to have seen his father. The skeletal monarch continued, your bloodline is very similar to Lin Baitian's. You must be his relative, right? He's my father. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng asked, how did you meet him back then? Back then, when he passed by here, I saw him fighting with a group of masters from the Mastermind's world. Then, he killed all the masters from the Mastermind's world. But at that time, there was something wrong with him. He seemed to have been planted by someone. He was in a half-conscious, half-lost state. Then, I brought him to my white bone palace. I wanted to devour him to improve my cultivation, but I failed. Instead, I was injured by his domineering aura. I still feel very depressed when I think about it. Later, he woke up in my palace. After chatting with him, I learned that his name was Lin Baidian. He was a cultivator from the 9 continents world. Actually, I've never heard of that name before. But even though I've never heard of him, he's killed so many strong cultivators from the Mastermind's world. Such a person can compete with the strongest cultivators of this epoch. Lin Feng asked, what happened after that? Where did my father go? Your father left along the ancient path of stars. The skeletal monarch said. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts. He wondered if his father had reached the buried god starfield. Lin Feng asked, how many years ago was that? The skeleton sovereign replied, it's been about 200 years. 200 years was a very, very long time ago. Lin Feng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He wondered what happened to his father after that. Did he manage to rescue his mother? Lin Feng had lost contact with his father long ago. Now, he could only wait until he reached the buried god starfield. Only then would he be able to find out more information. Lin Feng looked at the Emperor Brush and said, Senior, let's leave now. The Emperor Brush nodded. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay there. They left the palace because they were friends with the skeleton monarch. Therefore, they were able to leave the star field that was enveloped by the magnetic field without any hindrance. After leaving, Lin Feng summoned the ancient ship Xianyuan. They boarded the ancient ship Xianyuan. They continued to travel through the star field. The Emperor Brush went to refine the mysterious item that could recover his godly power. The brush was an extremely terrifying existence in the past. If he could recover his divine power, his cultivation would definitely increase by a large margin. This was something Lin Feng wanted. After all, he and the Emperor's relationship. Naturally, Lin Feng hoped that his friend's cultivation increase. After 3 months, the Emperor Brush came out of seclusion. Lin Feng felt that the Emperor Brush was different from before. It was a very special feeling. Lin Feng didn't know what was different about the Emperor Brush. However, this feeling was very strong. Lin Feng guessed that it was because the Emperor Brush's cultivation had recovered. Was that why he had such a feeling? He wondered how much of the Emperor Brush's cultivation had recovered. Lin Feng hoped that the Emperor Brush would follow him to the buried god Starfield to rescue his mother. However, Lin Feng didn't know if the Emperor Brush had other matters to attend to. Therefore, Lin Feng asked, Senior, do you have other matters to attend to? If not, why don't you follow me to the buried god Starfield? The Emperor Brush nodded and said, I have already settled my matters. I can follow you to the buried god Starfield. Lin Feng was overjoyed to hear the Emperor Brush's words. With the help of the Emperor Brush, it would be a great help to Lin Feng. In the next few years, the Xuanwu starfield continued to explore the starfield. The Xianyuan ancient spaceship continued to sail through the starry sky world. 5 years later, they arrived at the periphery of the third magnetic field. The third magnetic field was much more terrifying than the first and second magnetic fields. They hadn't entered the magnetic field yet. Lin Feng could already feel the terrifying aura within the magnetic field. Lin Feng and the rest flew down from the Xianyuan starfield. Then, Lin Feng kept the Xianyuan starfield. There were many cultivators gathered outside the third magnetic field, but those cultivators didn't dare to enter the starry sky world enveloped by the third magnetic field. At this moment, the Emperor Brush said, "This magnetic field isn't simple. Back then, I came here with the 9th Emperor. However, this place was too terrifying. We couldn't pass through it and had to retreat." "Senior, what dangers did you encounter in this magnetic field?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The Emperor Brush continued, "At that time, we encountered an unknown existence. He appeared silently, and many people died tragically. However, no one was able to find him. His methods were too terrifying. That's why we retreated. The unknown was often the scariest." The terrifying existence that the Emperor Brush mentioned had killed so many people, but no one was able to find him. If someone could find him, no matter how powerful he was, they wouldn't be so afraid of him. After all, if they could find him, they could join forces to deal with him. They might even be able to defeat him. However, they couldn't find him at all. They didn't know what kind of existence he was. This existence had always been hiding in the dark, like a venomous snake hiding in the darkness. He could unleash a sure-kill attack on any cultivator standing in the open at any time. This was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. What if he bumped into such a strong cultivator? That would be too terrifying. However, no matter how dangerous this magnetic field was, Lin Feng had to pass through it. Lin Feng could only hope that they wouldn't encounter this terrifying existence. It would be troublesome if they were to encounter such a terrifying existence. End of chapter. The Emperor Brush continued, "I know you have a complete map of the starry sky, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy if we want to rely on our own methods. There should be some cultivators in this place who have some special methods. They might be able to bring us there. We can follow them." After hearing the Emperor Brush's words, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It would be great if there were such people. Lin Feng said, "Then let's look around and see if there are such people." The Emperor Brush continued, "Even if there really is such a person, we have to be on guard against them. This is because people like them will often secretly kill those people after receiving their commission. Then, they will steal all the treasures of those people." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly after hearing the Emperor Brush's words. Lin Feng said, "Is it worth working with such people?" The Emperor Brush replied, "Not everyone is in this line of work. Sometimes, there are people who follow the rules. As for whether we can meet these people, it depends on our luck. If we're lucky, we'll meet these well-behaved people. If we follow these well-behaved people into the magnetic field, we might be able to pass through smoothly. If we follow those ill-behaved people, they'll definitely think of ways to deal with us on the way. If we really meet such a situation, we will capture them and force them to bring us along." Lin Feng nodded. This method was very feasible. After all, Lin Feng and the rest were very strong. It wouldn't be easy to plot against them. Lin Feng asked Du Zhu and a heretical sovereign saint to scout for information. They wanted to see if there were such people as the Emperor Brush said. However, Du Zhu and the heretical sovereign saint didn't manage to find out anything. The Emperor Brush frowned and said, "There were people in this business in the past. Could it be that no one is doing this anymore?" said Lin Feng. "Maybe. After all, the situation back then is completely different now," said Lin Feng. The Emperor Brush said, "If no one is doing this business, then we can only pass through on our own." Although the first and second magnetic fields were more dangerous, it wasn't a problem to pass through if one was strong enough. However, the third magnetic field had one or more mysterious existences. It was indeed too dangerous to pass through. Either you have some special means and you can use these special means to travel to the past. Or you could pray that you wouldn't meet any terrifying existences in the dark. However, if you met any terrifying existences in the dark, there was a high chance that you would die here. However, Lin Feng's way of doing things. He liked to take everything into consideration, including the dangerous situations he might encounter. Only in this way could he control everything in his own hands. Only in this way could he control his own fate. Alright, let's take a break and enter the third magnetic field, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. At this moment, a young man flew over with a fan in his hand. He arrived beside Lin Feng and the others. He cupped his fists and asked, "Were the few of you trying to find out about the cultivator who does that kind of special business?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. We were looking for them." "Do you know anything about them?" The young man said, "I do know someone who can bring others through this magnetic field." Lin Feng and the others' eyes lit up. Obviously, not everyone could come into contact with people who did this kind of business. That was why it was difficult to obtain information about them. Lin Feng guessed that the other party would be secretly observing the people here to see if they had enough money to bring them through. If they brought people with ordinary wealth over, they would take such a huge risk. Even if they killed them halfway, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. They wouldn't be able to obtain many treasures. That was why they had to choose a group of people from this group to scout for information. These people were usually people with extraordinary backgrounds and had many treasures on them. It was best if they weren't particularly strong. Lin Feng was very strong. However, Lin Feng was only at the Golden Immortal realm. Du Zhu and the Heretic Sovereign Sage were even worse. They were only at the Tao Immortal realm. As for the Emperor Brush, it was a special life form. Even Lin Feng couldn't sense its cultivation level. Perhaps special life forms like them couldn't be measured by the cultivation level of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, in other people's eyes, even though Lin Feng and the others were strong, they weren't at the top of the world. Lin Feng and the others didn't seem ordinary. They should have some good stuff on them. That was the reason why the young man had come looking for Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, "Brother, can you introduce us?" The young man suddenly hesitated, as if he had something he couldn't say. He had been rather enthusiastic just a moment ago. Yet, at this very moment, he actually had such a troubled look on his face. Lin Feng immediately knew what he was planning. This person obviously wanted some benefits. Lin Feng didn't say much. He took out 1,000,000 immortal stones and gave them to the young man. He said, "This is a small token of my appreciation." The young man put the immortal stones away and said enthusiastically, "Sir, come with me, I'll take you there." Lin Feng nodded. Then, the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the Heretic Sovereign Sage followed the young man and flew into the distance. Half an hour later, they saw a huge ancient starry sky ship. The ancient ship was rather special. This was because the ancient starry sky ship was already very dilapidated. It even had a decaying feeling. A gust of wind blew over, as if it could blow the ancient ship apart. The young man said, "That senior is in this ancient ship." Lin Feng asked curiously, "How should I address that senior?" The young man said, "Everyone calls him Old Blind." Old Blind? When Lin Feng heard that name, he couldn't help but frown. End of chapter. When they arrived at the cabin, they saw 4 people sitting inside. One of them was an old man. The old man's body was extremely thin. His hair was white, and his eyes were blind. There were no black pupils in his eyes, only white. He looked very strange. The old man was clearly the blind old man that the young man had mentioned. Apart from the old man, there were 3 other people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was middle-aged, while the other looked rather young. However, when they sensed it, they didn't seem particularly young either. They had cultivated for more than 100,000 years. As for the woman, she was a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them should have come here for the same reason as Lin Feng's group. The young man said, "Rest here for a bit. When it's time to depart, the blind old man will tell you." Lin Feng's group nodded, then found a place to rest. The young master left the dilapidated ancient ship. He was probably going out to do business. After Lin Feng's group arrived, the other people narrowed their eyes and observed Lin Feng's group. When they saw that Lin Feng's group didn't seem to be very strong, they lost interest and withdrew their gazes. For the next few days, Lin Feng's group stayed in the dilapidated ship. Then, more than 10 cultivators arrived one after another. There were men and women, young and old. At this time, the blind old man stood up and said, "I only bring 20 people with me every time I go on a mission. Everyone is here now." Someone asked, "How many immortal stones do we have to pay for you to bring us through this magnetic field?" The blind old man said, "I don't want low-grade or mid-grade immortal stones. I want high-grade immortal stones. 50 million per person." After hearing this price, many people couldn't help but be shocked. 50 million per person? This price was too high. After all, these were high-grade immortal stones. They weren't mid-grade or low-grade immortal stones. 50 million high-grade immortal stones were equivalent to 500 billion low-grade immortal stones if they were exchanged for low-grade immortal stones. Therefore, this price was indeed a bit too high. At this time, the blind old man continued, "I'm sure that with your connections, you should know that other than me, there are a few other people who have special maps that can bring you through. However, you should know that some people have ulterior motives. Perhaps you only need to pay them 20 or 30 million high-grade immortal stones for them to bring you through this magnetic field. However, have you considered one thing? If those people want to kill you on the way and rob you of all your treasures, will you be able to resist? My price might be a bit high, but I can guarantee that I won't cheat you along the way." After hearing Old Blind's words, someone immediately said, "How can we believe you? Unless you swear that you won't do anything to us along the way. Only then will we trust you." The blind old man said, "People who do business like us never swear, so if you want me to swear, it's absolutely impossible. If you trust me, you can stay here and give me the immortal stones. If you don't, you can leave now." The cultivator slightly frowned. However, he didn't leave. At this time, someone said, "Can we pay a portion first? After you successfully bring us through this magnetic field, we'll pay the other portion." The blind old man said, "I don't have such a rule here. My rule is to pay in one go. If you can't pay in one go, then you can only leave the ship." Lin Feng said, "All right, we'll pay in one go then." Lin Feng took out 200 million high-grade immortal stones and gave them to the blind old man. The blind old man said, "Young man, you're a straightforward person." Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. To others, 200 million high-grade immortal stones might be an unimaginable amount, but to Lin Feng, it was just a hair from 9 oxen. After all, Lin Feng had obtained several hundred billion high-grade immortal stones in the time reversal world. Therefore, 200 million high-grade immortal stones were naturally nothing to him. After seeing Lin Feng pay the 200 million high-grade immortal stones, the blind old man nodded. After hesitating for a bit, the others also gave their high-grade immortal stones to the blind old man. The blind old man said, "Rest for a day, we'll leave tomorrow. If you have anything else you want to do, you can do it now. However, you must come back before noon tomorrow. Because we'll leave on an auspicious day, we won't miss it because we're waiting for someone." Some people left the ship to do something, perhaps to say goodbye to their relatives or friends. There were also many people who didn't leave, waiting for the ship to depart. Lin Feng and the others didn't leave the ship either. On the second day, the people who left returned one after another. When noon arrived, the blind old man said, "Everyone, the exciting space voyage is about to begin. Get ready, we'll set off immediately." As soon as the blind old man finished speaking, the dilapidated starry sky ancient ship started and flew towards the starry sky world covered by the magnetic field. At this moment, a cultivator said, "Blind old man, if we take the ancient ship into the magnetic field, won't we be too big of a target? If that's the case, won't we become living targets for the terrifying existences inside?" The blind old man laughed strangely and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." The cultivator frowned slightly. He wasn't satisfied with the blind old man's answer, but he could only suppress the worry in his heart for now. At this time, the dilapidated starry sky ancient ship entered the starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field. When this dilapidated starry sky ancient ship entered the starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field, something shocking suddenly happened. This was because some of the array formations on the ancient starry sky ship had been activated. This array formation was actually an invisibility array formation. When this array formation was activated, the ancient starry sky ship became invisible. This was truly a powerful technique. Lin Feng was extremely shocked, because this invisibility array wasn't recorded in the stone scripture. However, Lin Feng knew that a long, long time ago, someone had indeed researched this invisibility array. However, it had been lost a long time ago. Now, the invisibility array had reappeared on this dilapidated ancient ship. Lin Feng wondered if he could make a deal with the blind old man and use some treasures to exchange for the invisibility array. End of chapter. The ancient ship quickly flew through the starry sky world enveloped by the magnetic field. Since the ship was invisible, they did not encounter any dangers along the way. One had to admit that the ancient ship was very powerful. Although it was impossible to shield them from all dangers, it could at least shield them from 80% of the dangers. The remaining 20% was something they might not necessarily encounter. Therefore, if they were lucky, they might be able to silently pass through the starry sky world enveloped by the magnetic field. Of course, this was something Lin Feng and the others hoped to see. Being able to pass through safely was the most practical thing. They did not want to experience anything shocking here. If he were to experience those soul-stirring events, who knew if he would be buried here? Some people wanted to go out and take a look at the scenery outside. After all, looking out through the small window in the cabin was completely different from looking out from the deck. Seeing that some people wanted to go out, old Blindy said, "I advise everyone to stay in the cabin and not go out." Although the entire ancient ship is enveloped by a great formation, there are some unimaginably terrifying existences in this place. They have terrifying senses. The moment you leave the ancient ship and reach the deck, your auras might leak out. If your information is leaked, you might implicate everyone here and die here. After hearing old Blindy's words, the few cultivators who wanted to go out paled. They naturally did not want to die here, so they sat back down. Lin Feng walked toward old Blindy. Lin Feng said, "Old Blindy, how about we make a deal?" The blind old man replied, "I've never made any deals with anyone." Lin Feng said, "Look at what you're saying. You haven't even heard my conditions. How do you know you won't make a deal with me?" The others looked at Lin Feng curiously, wondering what kind of deal Lin Feng wanted to make with old Blindy. They pricked up their ears and listened to the conversation between Lin Feng and old Blindy. Old Blindy could not help but ponder. In fact, although old Blind was blind, he was still able to see. But he was very capable. He could sense that among these people, Lin Feng and the others were the most extraordinary ones. Since Lin Feng wanted to make a deal, old Blind wanted to see what Lin Feng wanted to do. Old Blind stood up and walked towards the second floor. The ancient ship had a total of 3 floors. Now that everyone was on the first floor, there was no one on the second floor. Lin Feng also followed old Blind to the second floor. Old Blind asked, "May I know what kind of deal you wish to make with me, young friend?" Lin Feng said, "I'm very interested in the invisibility formation here. I want to obtain it." The blind old man laughed strangely and said, "The invisibility formation is my unique technique. I dare say that I'm the only one in the entire universe who can use it. The reason I was able to pass through the magnetic field is all thanks to this invisibility grand array. If I tell you about this invisibility grand array, wouldn't I be ruining my own business?" Clearly, old Blind had no intention of making a deal with Lin Feng. It was understandable that old Blind was worried about these things. After all, old Blind did not know Lin Feng's background. If Lin Feng obtained the method to set up the invisibility formation from old Blind, Lin Feng could sell it to someone else. At that time, Lin Feng would make a fortune, and old Blind's unique technique would be leaked. If his competitors found out about it, he would no longer be able to do business. If that was the case, he would not be able to do any business in the future. All of his businesses would be snatched away by others. Lin Feng knew what old Blind was worried about. He said, "Senior, don't worry. I won't teach this invisibility formation to anyone else. I'll only be using it for myself." Old Blind said, "Whether you use it for yourself or teach it to someone else, it has nothing to do with me. I have no intention of teaching it to anyone else." After saying that, the old blind man walked up to the first floor. Lin Feng said, "Everyone has their own destiny, especially at the end of the epic. Destiny seemed to be death. Who could break this destiny? Senior, do you think you can break the destiny of death?" Old Blind stopped and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Feng said, "What I'm trying to say is that after the end of the epic will be destroyed. The destinies of countless living beings have long been determined. Breaking this destiny is extremely difficult. It just so happens that I have a divine ability here. It's called the Grand Fate Art. If you can comprehend the Grand Fate Art, you'll be able to change your destiny." Old Blind, are you interested in this divine ability? The Grand Fate Art, ranked second among the 3,000 great Daos? You actually cultivated such a divine ability? Old Blind said in shock. The Grand Fate Art wasn't the Great Fate Art, nor was it as powerful as the Great Fate Art. However, the Grand Fate Art was related to certain things related to destiny. Sometimes, destiny and destiny seem to be intertwined. If one could cultivate the Grand Fate Art, the benefits one would receive would be unimaginable. The Grand Fate Art was already attractive enough. And now, it was the end of the epic. Who knew when the epic would be destroyed? Perhaps it would be destroyed next year, or the year after that. No matter how long the epic was, it wouldn't take thousands or tens of thousands of years for it to be destroyed. No matter how long it took. In other words, the epic might be destroyed in the next few decades or even a century. How many people would die during the epic's destruction? Old Blind didn't know if he would be able to survive. But Old Blind still wanted to try his luck. Even if the chances of success were slim. However, if he could obtain Lin Feng's Grand Fate Art, in that case, the probability of survival would be greatly increased. As such, at this very moment, when Lin Feng mentioned the Grand Fate Art, Old Blind was tempted. Old Blind said, "Are you sure you won't impart the invisibility formation that I taught you to others?" Lin Feng said, "Of course not. Since we're making a deal, let's follow the rules. Whether it's the Grand Fate Art that I taught you or the invisibility formation that you taught me, we need to keep it a secret. We can't impart these things to others." Old Blind said, "I'm an old-fashioned person, and I like to abide by these rules. That's why I'm naturally able to abide by them. What I'm most afraid of is that youngsters like you won't be able to abide by them." Lin Feng said, "You don't have to worry about that. I've always kept my word." Old Blind nodded, then took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also took out a jade tube and handed it to Old Blind. End of chapter. Lin Feng and Old Blind Man each took a jade tube and used their spiritual will to scan the contents. Lin Feng found that there was no problem with the array recorded inside and a smile appeared on his face. Of course, there was no problem with the Great Fate technique that Lin Feng gave Old Blind Man. Old Blind Man should be able to tell. Soon, Old Blind Man smiled as well. The cooperation this time was quite pleasant. The two of them chatted and laughed as they reached the first floor. Seeing the two of them coming down, everyone wanted to know what kind of transaction they had completed. As for what kind of transaction they had completed, no one knew. They could only guess in their hearts. In the following period of time, the ancient ship continued to travel in an invisible state. However, the starry sky world enveloped by the third magnetic field was not peaceful. There were dangers everywhere. The ancient ship they were on was always in an invisible state. That was why they were able to successfully avoid these dangers. About a month had passed. He did not see the other ancient ships in front of him. The blind old man said, "Those ancient ships are controlled by another power. Riding on their ancient ships, it would be impossible for us to escape. You only need to pay 20 million high-grade immortal stones." After hearing this, the corners of many people's mouths twitched slightly. Old Blind Man continued, "You must feel uncomfortable because you spent too much immortal stones on this old man's ship, right? But there's no other way. Before we set off, I told you about the stakes. You didn't leave this old man's ship, right?" Now, everyone was starting to doubt Old Blind Man's claim that the people on the ancient ships would kill the customers and steal their treasures was true. But since they had already paid, there was no point in saying anything. At this moment, the ancient ships in front of them emitted intense waves of energy. Clearly, there was a huge battle on the ancient ships. Next, they saw some cultivators rushing out from the dolls on the ancient ships to the deck. Then, more cultivators rushed out and started fighting with them. The first to rush out were the cultivators who wanted to escape. Those cultivators who wanted to escape were quickly killed. It didn't take long for the several starry skies ancient ships to calm down. After seeing this, many people's faces turned pale. Not long ago, they were still doubting old blind man's words. For example, killing customers and stealing their treasures. Now that they saw it, they felt that spending 50 million high-grade immortal stones was a waste. But now, they were rejoicing. What were immortal stones compared to one's life? It was nothing at all. At the very least, it was safer to follow old blind man. If they followed those people, they might even lose their lives here. After another month, Lin Feng and the others saw the fleet again. However, the situation seemed a little strange this time. Those ancient ships were floating in the void, motionless. Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. One of the cultivators said, "There's something wrong with those ships. Should we go up there and check them?" The blind old man's voice trembled as he said, "Don't say anything, let's quickly leave this place." When they heard blind man's trembling voice, they felt that the situation's blind man. Old blind man had always been very calm, but at this moment, his voice was trembling. Compared to the usually calm and composed old blind man, it was as if he was a completely different person. Clearly, the situation before them was not good. Even old blind man was afraid. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the strange existence that Emperor Brush had mentioned. Could it be that the strange existence had appeared here? Did the cultivators on those ancient ships die because of it? Thinking about that, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This situation was extremely bad. However, the only thing worth rejoicing about was that the ancient ship they were on could turn invisible. If this ancient ship could deceive the heavens and the sea, and those strange existences, then they would be able to leave this place quietly. No one dared to speak anymore. They were all praying that the ancient ship could leave quietly. The ancient ship left the region at an extremely fast speed. After flying for more than 1,000 miles, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had flown for such a long distance without any special movements. Did that mean that those strange and terrifying existences hadn't discovered them? Now that everyone had relaxed, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Old Blind's ancient ship that could turn invisible was indeed very powerful. "I was almost scared to death just now," one of the cultivators said. "I wonder what kind of attack they suffered," another cultivator said. A third cultivator said, "This place is too dangerous. We didn't see what happened to the ships with our own eyes, so we can't be sure what kind of terrifying existence attacked them. However, I feel that they suffered because there were more ships, making them a bigger target. In addition, when they fought a life and death battle, there were some places that weren't cleaned up. It might have attracted some terrifying existence." Everyone was talking at the same time. Many people were very curious about the unknown existence that attacked the ships. They kept talking about it. Old Blind Man said in a deep voice, "In this place, don't ever think about exploring the unknown and terrifying existence because nobody knows what they are. The only thing we need to do is to leave this place as soon as possible." Everyone nodded. However, at that moment, the ancient ship shook violently. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed. The ancient ship was supposed to be very stable. Why had it suddenly started shaking? Old Blind Man stood up abruptly. His expression was uncertain. At that moment, the ancient ship shook again. It seemed like something was shaking the ancient ship. This situation, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Could we have been discovered by some strange existence? Suddenly, a cultivator said with a quavering voice. The faces of the others turned pale. If they were discovered by some terrifying existence, then they would be in trouble. Perhaps what they had to face was death. Old Blind Man said, "Don't speak nonsense." The others turned pale and didn't dare to say anything else. The ancient ship shook more and more violently. Not long after, Lin Feng felt a gloomy and cold aura fill the air. His expression changed drastically. It seemed like some kind of power had penetrated the ancient ship's defensive restrictions and was entering the ship. The Emperor Brush also sensed the strange energy seeping into the ancient ship. "Be careful, a strange energy is seeping in," the Emperor Brush said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Blind Man. Lin Feng believed that Blind Man had experienced something similar before. After all, Blind Man had been running this business for a long time. He should have encountered something similar before. Lin Feng wanted to see if Blind Man had a way to solve this problem. If he couldn't, he would think of something else. If worst came to worst, they would have to escape. If they escaped, they would have to rely on their own methods. If they died here, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. Lin Feng looked at Blind Man and asked, "Blind Man, a strange energy is seeping in. It seems like an unknown existence will enter the ship soon. Do you have a way to deal with it?" Blind Man didn't answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, he continued, "I can sense this energy as well." Could it be the legendary? Blind Man thought of something, but he didn't say it out loud. "What is it?" someone asked. Blind Man said, "It's an existence that I can't tell you. If I do, it will be even more troublesome." "What should we do now?" someone asked. Many people's faces were extremely pale because the unknown in the third magnetic field was too terrifying. This made everyone feel helpless. Now, everyone could only place their hopes on Old Blind. They hoped that Blind Man would be able to think of a way to solve this crisis. Blind Man said, "Don't worry, I still have some tricks up my sleeve." With that, Old Blind took out an ancient bronze lamp and lit it up. Bursts of black light gushed out from the ancient bronze lamp, enveloping the entire ancient city. Lin Feng had seen Buddha resin before. Some people used it to expel evil, but the material in Blind Man's lamp wasn't Buddha resin. Lin Feng wasn't too sure what it was. When the dark energy enveloped the entire ancient ship was completely enveloped by the dark energy. Everyone realized that the unknown existence that was shaking the ancient ship had stopped moving. The ancient ship became stable again. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, and then someone asked, "Senior, what is inside this ancient bronze lamp? It can actually scare off an unknown existence?" Old Blind replied, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." The cultivator who asked this question smiled awkwardly. The ancient starship continued to sail through the starry sky world. About 2 months later, the blind old man said, "We're almost out." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. This magnetic field was too large. Who knows how it formed in the past to cover such a large area? Fortunately, they were about to leave. If they continued to stay in this starry sky world for a while, everyone felt that they might go crazy. The next part of the journey seemed to be easier. As they were about to leave the starry sky world, the dangers were gradually decreasing. In fact, the most dangerous area was the central region. Lin Feng's group was quite lucky. The real danger they encountered was when the ancient ship was shaken by an unknown existence. Fortunately, they managed to resolve that danger. However, Blind Man's expression didn't relax. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Logically speaking, they should be in the outer region of the magnetic field. Why did Blind Man have such an expression? Lin Feng asked curiously. "Blind Man, do you feel that something is wrong?" Old Blind said, "Although we're not too far away from the exit, we're still here. We've been sailing here for several months, and we don't know if there's something watching us. Some terrifying existences like to attack people when they let their guard down. If we're targeted by such existences, the situation will be very bad." After hearing Blind Man's words, many people's expressions turned unsightly. Someone asked, "We can't be that unlucky, right?" Blind Man replied, "I hope not." Blind Man's hope didn't come true, because they ran into trouble the next day. This time, in the darkness outside the ancient ship, sinister laughter could be heard from time to time. However, no one knew what it was that was laughing at. The most frightening thing was that these unknown existences were constantly shaking the ancient starry sky ship. Blind Man took out the ancient bronze lamp again. This time, however, the lamp failed. Clearly, not all creatures were afraid of Old Blind's bronze lamp. The situation before them had become extremely dangerous. This was especially true after the repeated attacks from the unknown existences had caused many cracks to appear on the ancient ship's defenses. However, if they were to leave, it would take them at least 10 days. Such a long time was enough for the unknown existences to destroy the ancient ship's defenses. If they were to encounter such a situation, many people would die at the hands of those unknown existences. Many people were trembling in fear. "Blind Man, you must have some other way, right? We don't want to die, Blind Man. Hurry up and use all your methods." Many people looked at Blind Man. They hoped that Blind Man could continue to display his might and scare off those unknown existences. Blind Man sighed and said, "This time, I really have no other way. I can only hope that the defenses can last a little longer." After hearing Blind Man's words, many people's pupils shrank. If even Blind Man had no other way, what could they do? They could only pray that the defenses wouldn't be broken. Once they were broken, it would be over for them. However, the situation kept developing in a direction that was even worse than before. That was because the defenses could only last for about 3 days. The destruction of the restrictions was already very serious. It was like a piece of porcelain with dense cracks on it. Those defensive restrictions could shatter at any time. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? The restrictions outside are about to break. Are we really going to die here? I'm not willing to die here. I really don't want to die. I don't want to die here either. I still have a lot of youth ahead of me. My family has a way to transcend epochs. How can I die here? The cabin was in complete chaos. Many people were terrified. They weren't willing to die in this place. But now that they were faced with such a dangerous situation, they had no way to resolve it. Everyone's face was pale. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. The situation was terrible. At that moment, the Emperor Brush said, "Maybe I can strengthen the seals on the ancient ship. That way, the seals will last for a few more days." Everyone's eyes lit up. If they could hold on for a few more days, there might be a chance. Someone said, "Senior, please use your divine ability quickly." The Emperor Brush nodded. Then, it formed a series of mysterious seals with its hands and shot them into the ancient ship. Powerful holy light gushed out from the seals. The holy light started to repair the broken restrictions. The power of the human emperor. Lin Feng was shocked. The holy light was the power of the human emperor. The power of the human emperor was one of the most terrifying powers in this epoch. After all, the human emperor was the supreme being of the human race. It represented the supreme glory of the human race. The power of the human emperor had an extremely powerful restraining effect on many evil creatures. If it was an ordinary evil creature, it would have fled long ago. However, the unknown creatures outside were too terrifying. Therefore, they didn't leave even when faced with the power of the human emperor. They continued to attack the restrictions on the ancient ship. However, the power of the human emperor was extraordinary. Even if the unknown creatures outside were attacking the restrictions on the ancient ship, they still couldn't stop the restrictions from being repaired. Many people were excited to see the restrictions being repaired. Many people became extremely excited. The power of a Renhuang was indeed extraordinary. It could actually repair the broken restrictions so quickly. If the restrictions could be repaired completely, they would definitely be able to last a little longer. However, the power of the human emperor wasn't able to repair the restrictions to 100%. About 60 to 70% of it had been repaired. However, even if he could repair about 60 to 70%, it would still be pretty good. The ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions once again blocked the attacks of those unknown existences. "Old Blind Man, please increase the speed of the ship to the maximum." Everyone looked at Old Blind. The Old Blind Man nodded and tried to increase the speed of the ancient ship. Because this ancient ship was quite dilapidated, it couldn't travel at its peak speed for a long time. It could easily destroy this ancient ship. However, if it was just traveling at top speed for a few days, there shouldn't be any problems. The ancient ship's speed became faster and faster. In the end, he reached the peak. But those unknown existences outside were still bombarding the ancient starship's defensive spells. The ancient starry sky ship lasted for about 6 days before it couldn't hold on any longer. Although he had held on for 6 more days. However, they were still unable to charge out. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering rang out one after another. Many of the restrictive spells outside the ancient starship were finally severely damaged. Then, a large amount of strange energy poured in. That strange energy made many people's bodies go limp and fall to the ground. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The situation was very dangerous. Now, they could only try to break out. Apart from this method, there seemed to be no other way. However, at that moment, Lin Feng saw 3 figures flying in the distance. When he looked carefully, he saw that the one in front was a woman. She was wearing a long white dress and looked very young. She was beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. She was like a peerless fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. 2 white skeletons followed behind the woman. After seeing this strange combination, Lin Feng's expression became extremely shocked. Who exactly was that woman? Why were there 2 skeletons behind her? Wasn't this scene a little too strange? The others clearly saw the woman as well. Some people couldn't help but show a trace of expectation. If those unknown existences went to kill that woman, would they be able to escape from danger? Every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost. It was normal for them to have such thoughts. Soon, everyone discovered something that made them extremely happy. Because when that woman appeared, those unknown existences seemed to have stopped attacking. Moreover, those unknown existences' auras were quickly moving away. They left. Someone said in disbelief. Lin Feng was also very surprised. Those unknown existences had actually left. For some unknown reason, could it be because of that woman and her 2 companions? After thinking about this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who was that woman? That woman and the 2 skeletons behind her seemed to have glanced in the direction of the ancient starry sky ship, then retracted their gaze. In fact, the ancient starry sky ship was still in an invisible state and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, that woman and her companions seemed to be able to see it. Thinking of their terrifying cultivation, seeing the invisible ancient starry sky ship didn't seem inconceivable. End of chapter. The woman and the 2 white skeletons behind her were very fast. It didn't take long for them to disappear from everyone's sight. After the woman completely disappeared, everyone retracted their gazes. One of the cultivators said, "That woman and those 2 skeletons can't be thinking of passing through the starry sky world, right? They actually swaggered through the starry sky world. It seems like they aren't worried about their own safety at all. I'm really curious as to what realm they are at. Are they not afraid of the dangers here at all? They don't even put the ruler of this place in their eyes?" Another cultivator said, "Since they dared to swagger through the starry sky, it means that they aren't afraid of the ruler of this place. Although I don't know what level they are at, I feel that they are unimaginably strong. They must have some terrifying means. Even the unknown existences that besieged us were forced to retreat. With such a cultivation level, no matter where they go, they can do whatever they want. I wonder if we will be able to have such strength in the future." This was also the thought in everyone's mind. Of course, everyone wanted to have such terrifying strength. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. That woman's cultivation level was terrifying. In the future, Lin Feng would definitely become a strong cultivator like her. Lin Feng was very confident about that. The ancient starry sky ship quickly flew forward. Finally, they successfully left the area covered by the 3rd magnetic field. After leaving this place, everyone's faces showed an expression of relief. They were finally out of danger. Their tense expressions could finally relax a little. The cultivators on the ancient starry sky ship left one after another. It didn't take long for them to leave. Lin Feng bid farewell to old Blindi and left with the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign Holy Emperor. After leaving the starry sky world, Lin Feng summoned the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. The 4 of them boarded the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Although the starry sky world was also extremely dangerous, compared to the area covered by the 3rd magnetic field, it was simply a drop in the ocean. While the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan was flying in the starry sky world, Lin Feng began to set up an invisibility array formation for the ancient starry sky ship. Before this, Lin Feng had been studying the invisibility array formation. Therefore, he had long memorized the method of setting up this kind of array formation. However, setting up such a large-scale invisibility array formation wasn't an easy task. It required a lot of precious materials. Fortunately, Lin Feng had been collecting all kinds of precious materials over the years. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to collect all these extremely precious materials. Lin Feng spent a month before he finally succeeded in setting up the invisibility array formation. Lin Feng. The invisibility array formation was activated. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan disappeared without a trace. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan, in fact, the ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan actually had the ability to turn invisible. This ability was really terrifying. From now on, the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan would become even more mysterious. Lin Feng and the others had been tense for a while. Plus, they were also very tired from traveling in the starry sky world. They needed a good rest. When they passed by a life planet, Lin Feng decided to go to the life planet to take a rest. Naturally, no one had any objections. Therefore, they arrived at the life planet. The life planet wasn't particularly big. It could only be regarded as a medium-sized life planet. However, this life planet was very lively because it was the only life planet in this starfield. Therefore, many cultivators in this starfield would come to this life planet to take a rest. Lin Feng's group of 4 came to an ancient city and found a good place to stay. Then, they rested for a few days. During these few days, Lin Feng carefully studied the roadmap. There was still a magnetic field ahead. This magnetic field was the most terrifying one. After passing through this magnetic field, they would reach the buried god starfield. Back then, the Emperor Brush hadn't been able to reach the 4th magnetic field. Therefore, the Emperor Brush wasn't particularly clear about the dangers in the 4th magnetic field. After resting for 5 days, Lin Feng and the others' mental and physical states had recovered to their peak. They didn't continue to stay here. The 4 of them left the life planet. Then, they continued to fly in the direction of the 4th magnetic field. After more than a month, they arrived outside the 4th magnetic field. There were very few people gathered outside the 4th magnetic field. This was because everyone knew that once they passed through the 4th magnetic field, they would reach the area where the epic lost race and some living beings from the Mastermind's world were active. They weren't particularly interested in that area. Unless they wanted to join the epic lost race, some cultivators from the Mastermind's world would want to pass through the 4th magnetic field. There weren't any cultivators who made a living like the old blind man. Therefore, if they wanted to pass through the 4th magnetic field, they could only rely on Lin Feng and the others. End of chapter. After Lin Feng and the others entered the 4th magnetic field, they became very cautious. They quickly sailed along the ancient starry sky path in the 4th magnetic field. Previously, whether it was the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd magnetic field, they could always see some cultivators while sailing along the ancient starry sky path. But after entering the 4th magnetic field, they didn't see any cultivators. It seemed that only Lin Feng and the other 3 were sailing along the ancient starry sky path. Although they didn't encounter any danger along the way, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, the 4th magnetic field had a reputation. Although they didn't encounter any danger for the time being, it didn't mean that there was no danger. In this place, if they were careless, they might lose their lives. Lin Feng and the others naturally understood this point. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had always been in a stealthy state. After sailing for about a month, Lin Feng and the others encountered a crisis. The existence attacking the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was a dense swarm of blood-red insects. Those blood-red insects could discover the invisible Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng was astonished by this ability. Those blood-red insects directly shrouded the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and then began to gnaw at the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were very powerful, but those blood-red insects were extremely strange. They could devour any array formation restrictions. Lin Feng also knew that he couldn't sit still and watch those blood-red insects devour the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. At that time, those defensive restrictions would be completely devoured. Lin Feng brought out the heaven fire, and all 8 heaven fires flew out. Then, they swept across the world. The destructive power formed by the heaven fire was too terrifying. After the heaven fire wrapped around those blood-red insects, it started to burn fiercely. A large number of blood-red insects were burned to ashes. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others showed a smile on their faces. However, this smile didn't last long. The faces of Lin Feng and the others suddenly turned ugly. Because after a large number of ordinary blood-red insects were burned to death, many mutant insects flew over. These mutated insects were the size of a palm and were blood-red in color. However, there were many golden spots on their bodies. The mutant insect withstood the burning of the heavenly fire. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that there seemed to be too many of them. Generally speaking, mutated breeds were relatively rare. The proportion of mutated breeds in a race was very small. Even if there were mutated species in the race, due to various reasons, mutated species could not appear on a large scale. However, this wasn't the case for the mutated blood-colored insects. These mutated blood-colored insects had formed a large group. With the addition of these mutant insects, it was a terrible thing for Lin Feng and the rest. After all, the mutant insect had withstood the attack of the heavenly fire. Even with the defensive restrictions of the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship, it was unable to resist the devouring of these mutated insects. Damn it, why are there so many mutated insects? How did they reproduce? Duzu could not help but curse. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He also wanted to curse out loud. If they couldn't think of a way to break through, Lin Feng estimated that the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship would only be able to last for 6 to 8 hours. By then, the defensive restrictions would no longer be able to hold on. The Emperor Brush said, "There must be a bug king in the swarm. If we can find this bug king and kill it, we will be able to escape," said Lin Feng. "But those insects are terrifying. If we rashly go out and look for the king of the insects, we won't even be able to find the king of the insects, and we'll be surrounded by them." What Lin Feng said was indeed something that required careful consideration. This was because some things were easier said than done. For example, rushing out to find the bug king and then killing it. This method was easier said than done. The Emperor Brush had already considered this point. He nodded and said, "Yes, so now we are in a bit of a dilemma." Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the 4 great insect swarms that he had cultivated. Perhaps he could let the 4 great insect swarms fight against the mutated and blood-colored insects, then he could hold back the mutated and blood-colored insects. This was the only method that Lin Feng could think of. Lin Feng summoned all 4 great insect swarms. In fact, the number of insects that Lin Feng had cultivated was 4 to 5 times more than the mutated and blood-colored insects in front of them. The 4 great insect swarms quickly fought against the mutated and blood-colored insects. However, what made Lin Feng a little depressed was that the 4 great insect swarms he had cultivated were obviously at a disadvantage against the mutated and blood-colored insects in front of him. Many of the spiritual insects were swallowed up, and the casualties were extremely heavy. The only thing that made Lin Feng feel gratified was that the 4 great insect swarms he had cultivated were holding back the mutated and blood-colored insects for the time being. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the other 3's faces lit up. Now they could go and find the bug king. This was their only chance. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have another one. Lin Feng and the other 3 quickly flew out and searched for the bug king in the swarm. Lin Feng also summoned the devil king insect. The devil king insect was extremely sensitive to other insects. In order to find the bug king, they would need to use the devil king insect. Under the devil king insect's lead, Lin Feng and the other 3 finally saw the bug king hidden in the swarm. Ordinary blood-colored insects and mutated insects were only the size of a palm. The bug king's body was actually as big as a small mountain. The bug king had 18 eyes, and each of them emitted an extremely evil aura. End of chapter. Lin Feng's face was filled with murderous intent. The situation was urgent and there was no time to waste. The 4 of them joined forces and flew towards the bug king. Lin Feng took out all 5 of his ancient weapons. The armor of Dominion, the magic lotus, Pangu's mark, stone man avatar, golden dwarf, and the power of the holy bone were all injected into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's cultivation level reached the pinnacle in an instant. The 5 ancient weapons quickly arrived in front of the bug king. They attacked the bug king fiercely. However, at this moment, all 18 eyes of the bug king shot out a beam of light, each beam containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. 5 of the beams collided with Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapons. They actually sent Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapons flying. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. The Bug King's attack was terrifying. The rest of the lights were moving towards Lin Feng and the others at full speed. Lin Feng quickly took out the Phoenix Shield. He wore the armor of Dominion and held the Phoenix Shield to block the beams of light. The Poison Ancestor also took out a powerful defensive magic treasure. His magic treasure was a treasure umbrella. It was unknown when he obtained this magic treasure, but the treasure mountain floated above him. After the treasure umbrella opened, hundreds of millions of beams of divine light rained down. It protected the Poison Ancestor within. Runes appeared on the surface of the Evil Dominator Saint's body. The Evil Dominator Saint's body was special because he was transformed from a zombie. In addition, he cultivated some special mystiques. The runes on the surface of his body combined with his physical body was the most powerful magic treasure. Needless to say, the Emperor Brush itself was a powerful Dharma treasure. The Emperor Brush's body emitted boundless holy light. The holy light was the best protection. The beams of light collided with Lin Feng and the rest. There was a clanging sound and the force of the collision cracked the void. Lin Feng and the rest were forced to retreat. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the rest weren't injured. The Bug King was too powerful. It was difficult to kill it through direct combat. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and said in a low voice, "Use your poison to attack him." Du Zhu's poison was unparalleled. Now that Du Zhu's cultivation level had increased, the poison in his body was even more powerful. Du Zhu's poison would definitely play an important role in the battle. Although the Insect King's body also contained poison, it was clearly incomparable to the poison in the Poison Ancestor's body. After all, Du Zhu was a living being born from poison. Any living being that wanted to compete with Du Zhu's poison, they would only be humiliating themselves. Large amounts of poison surged out of Du Zhu's body. The venom flew towards the Bug King and instantly enveloped the Bug King. Then, the poison surged into the Bug King's body. The poison entered the Bug King's body. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the Bug King's reaction speed, strength, and so on had decreased. Both of them had dropped by quite a bit. Du Zhu's poison obviously had a great effect on the Bug King. The Bug King was too powerful. Du Zhu's poison couldn't kill it. However, there was no need to kill the Bug King. Its strength had decreased significantly. This was already an excellent situation for Lin Feng and the rest. This was the best opportunity to kill the Bug King. Therefore, Lin Feng and the rest attacked the Bug King once again. This time, the Emperor Brush wrote the word "bind" in the void. When the word was written, rays of divine light intertwined in the void. The divine light transformed into a large net. It was like the net of the heavenly Tao. As the saying went, the net of the heavenly Tao was wide, but not wide. The net of the heavenly Tao enveloped the Bug King within. The Bug King struggled violently. The net of the heavenly Tao seemed to be on the verge of shattering. However, it didn't. Clearly, the net of the heavenly Tao could hold out for a while. Lin Feng and the rest's eyes lit up. Lin Feng activated the 5 ancient weapons and attacked the Bug King. The Bug King waved its huge claws at Lin Feng's ancient weapons. Those claws were the Bug King's strongest weapon. Clang 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 clang, a series of violent collisions sounded. The Chong King's claws clashed with Lin Feng's ancient weapons. Those claws weren't destroyed. The Bug King's claws were truly terrifying. However, the Evil Dominator Saint had already arrived beside the Bug King. He jumped onto the Bug King's head. Then, he punched the Bug King's head. Bam, along with a loud sound, a loud noise was heard. The Bug King's head exploded. Dark green liquid splattered out. It was unknown whether it was the Bug King's blood or brain matter. The Bug King went berserk and swept its thick claws at the Evil Dominator Saint. The Evil Dominator Saint quickly retreated and dodged the Bug King's attack. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Evil Dominator Saint's attack had caused great damage to the Bug King. Lin Feng seized this rare opportunity and controlled the 5 ancient weapons to attack the Bug King. 5 ancient weapon-grade true treasure slammed into the Bug King's body, causing it to explode. However, after the Bug King's body exploded, a cloud of black gas quickly flew into the distance. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the black gas had wrapped around a 10-centimeter long bug. Upon seeing that bug, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That bug was a bug queen. The bug king and bug queen were actually using the same body. This was extremely rare. Lin Feng knew how powerful this bug colony was. The reason why it could give birth to so many mutant bugs must have a lot to do with the bug queen. Perhaps it was because the bug queen had mutated. Therefore, how could Lin Feng let the bug queen escape, as long as he could catch the bug queen? By then, Lin Feng would be able to cultivate this kind of mutant bug colony. Lin Feng was extremely interested in cultivating bugs. This was because the swarm that was cultivated could play a crucial role in many situations. For example, this time, the 4 bug colonies had played a crucial role. Otherwise, Lin Feng and the rest wouldn't have been able to find and kill the bug king. Lin Feng quickly chased after it. His speed was simply too fast. He quickly caught up with the bug queen. Lin Feng suppressed the bug queen and kept it in the time-space. End of chapter. Lin Feng was in an extremely good mood after suppressing the queen insect. The mutated and blood-colored insects had lost the command of their insect king. Chaos ensued immediately. Lin Feng ordered the 4 insect swarms to counterattack. The 4 insect swarms fought back crazily and the mutated and blood-colored insects were defeated. In the end, they dispersed. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Lin Feng kept the 5 ancient weapons and the 4 insect swarms. Then, he boarded the Xianyuan ancient starship with the Emperor Brush. The Xianyuan ancient starship was still in an invisible state. Lin Feng and the rest didn't stop and flew forward quickly. Another month passed. During that month, even though they had encountered some dangers, they hadn't been able to pose a threat to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng studied the ancient starry sky map carefully. In about a month, they would be able to leave the 4th magnetic field successfully. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. They were finally about to reach the buried god starfield. He didn't know what the situation was like in the buried god starfield and the 9 heavens god burying coffin. 10 days later. There was a magnetic field storm in the 4th magnetic field. The magnetic field storm was the most terrifying storm among the many storms. This kind of storm would form a magnetic field, and the destructive power of this magnetic field was extremely terrifying. Once one was enveloped by the magnetic field, it would be a devastating thing. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He didn't know what would happen next. The Emperor Brush said gloomily, normally, a magnetic field storm wouldn't occur easily in a world enveloped by a magnetic field. However, such a powerful magnetic field storm has occurred. Something unknown must have happened in the 4th magnetic field. Lin Feng and the rest's expressions changed slightly. What kind of unknown change had occurred in the 4th magnetic field? In fact, Lin Feng wasn't very interested in this change. He just wanted to leave the starry sky world enveloped by the 4th magnetic field smoothly. However, things didn't go as planned. Now that they had encountered a magnetic storm, Lin Feng was extremely depressed. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was simply too big of a target. After being shrouded by the magnetic storm, it found it very difficult to move forward. Therefore, Lin Feng's group of 4 left the ancient starship Xianyuan. Lin Feng put away the ancient starship Xianyuan and then took out the hurricane bead. Magnetic storms were also a type of storm, and the hurricane bead should be able to suppress them. Of course. Due to the strange nature of the magnetic storm, the hurricane pearl might not be able to completely neutralize the magnetic storm, but even if it could neutralize a part of the power of the magnetic storm, this was already a great help to Lin Feng and the others. The hurricane pearl was activated by Lin Feng. Immediately, Lin Feng's body surged with powerful magic power. The magical power enveloped everyone. Under the protection of the hurricane pearl, the effect of the magnetic storm on Lin Feng's group of 4 had indeed decreased by 40 to 50%. They struggled to pass through the magnetic storm, but the magnetic storm raged more and more fiercely. This made the faces of Lin Feng and the others become more and more ugly. They felt that they had really encountered a big problem. As the magnetic storm's power grew stronger and stronger, it became more and more difficult for them to resist. After holding on for about 5 days in the magnetic storm, Lin Feng and the others finally couldn't hold on any longer. The magnetic storm raged between heaven and earth. It directly engulfed Lin Feng's group of four. Then, they saw a huge black hole appear in the center of the magnetic storm, just like a space-time black hole. No one knew where that black hole was connected to. The interior of that black hole exuded an incomparably cold aura, as if it was connected to the world of hell. Once swallowed by the black hole, they would probably face death. Lin Feng and the others tried their best to get rid of the black hole's devouring, but they couldn't get rid of it. In the end, the four of them were swallowed by the black hole. The sky and earth spun. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a mysterious space. Was this the space contained inside the black hole? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Before they could stand firm, a cultivator came from afar. That cultivator was shrouded in darkness, and no one knew what kind of existence he was. When he saw that cultivator, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Because that cultivator was very likely to be related to this black hole. Then, was he the master of the fourth magnetic field? Lowly ants, you dare to enter the fourth magnetic field world. All of you deserve to die. The terrifying existence said coldly, and then he opened his big hand and slapped towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others felt an invisible force fiercely bombarding them. The four of them were all sent flying, and their faces became pale. The power of this existence was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng felt that even someone who had surpassed his cultivation level was far too weak in front of this existence. Could it be that this existence was an expert who had surpassed his cultivation level? When he thought of this, Lin Feng's face became extremely ugly. Obviously, the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil revered sage had roughly guessed that this existence's cultivation level was very likely to be an existence who had surpassed his cultivation level. Their faces were also incomparably ugly. No matter how strong Lin Feng and the others were, it was impossible for them to resist an existence who had surpassed their cultivation level. You guys actually survived my attack. It seems like you guys are barely enough for me to devour, said the existence. The terrifying existence said. After he finished speaking, he opened his big hand, and a distorted black vortex appeared in the void. That black vortex seemed to be able to devour everything in the world. Then, a powerful devouring force tried to devour Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others tried their best to resist the devouring force of the vortex, but they couldn't resist it. Their bodies involuntarily flew towards the vortex. That terrifying existence watched all of this with an indifferent expression. To him, devouring Lin Feng and the others was like devouring a few ants. This was the pride of a terrifying existence who had surpassed his cultivation level. Seeing that Lin Feng and the others were about to be devoured. Right at that moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from afar. When the sound of footsteps could be heard, the distorted vortex in the void instantly collapsed. End of chapter. Lin Feng and the others finally took a deep breath. They had been scared to death a moment before. They had almost been swallowed by the black vortex. If they were really swallowed by the black whirlpool, they would definitely die. Fortunately, the black whirlpool had already collapsed. Lin Feng and the rest looked behind them. When they saw the existence behind them, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. After seeing the cultivator, Lin Feng knew that they wouldn't die this time. This was because the existence that appeared here was none other than the mummified elder. Lin Feng didn't expect the mummified elder to appear in this place. All these years, the mummified elder had been searching for something special. However, Lin Feng didn't know what he was looking for. Lin Feng felt that the thing he was looking for might be related to recovering his strength. Other than that, he might be looking for some lost memories. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure if this was the case. Although Lin Feng and the mummified elder weren't particularly close, at the very least, the mummified elder treated Lin Feng quite well. When Lin Feng was in danger, he would help Lin Feng resolve some of the dangers. After all, the mummified elder was saved by Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, the mummified elder's physical body might have been destroyed by the people in the underworld. If his body was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to escape the calamity no matter how powerful his methods were. Senior, Lin Feng shouted. Then, he ran to the mummified elder's side with the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy. The Emperor Brush seemed to be deep in thought after seeing the mummified elder. He seemed to have thought of something and his pupils constricted slightly. However, the emperor brush quickly returned to normal. Lin Feng's attention was on the mummified elder. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't notice the change in the emperor brush's expression. Who are you? This terrifying existence looked at the mummified elder with a gloomy expression. He could feel the terrifying power in the mummified elder's body. It was a power that even he was afraid of. Therefore, he didn't attack the mummified elder immediately. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart wasn't calm at all. Back then, when the mummified old man had just escaped, his strength was also very strong. However, it was obvious that there was no way it could be compared to now. His current strength was truly terrifying. Lin Feng was shocked. This terrifying existence should be an existence that surpassed the transcendence realm. Since the mummified elder was able to break his attack, it meant that they were at the same level. There weren't many transcendence realm experts in this era. He wondered if this mummified old man was an expert from this era. I want the origin energy, the mummified elder said. His voice was extremely hoarse. After hearing the mummified elder's words, the terrifying existence's gaze turned cold. When he saw the mummified elder coming here, he felt that the mummified elder was probably here for the origin energy. Now that the mummified elder had revealed his purpose, he guessed correctly. Naturally, he couldn't give the origin energy to the mummified elder. Those special origins were the epic origins of the previous epoch. It was a kind of origin energy that surpassed the Tao. One could imagine how powerful the origin energy was for a cultivator's cultivation. Even someone as powerful as this terrifying existence and the mummified old man still needed such an origin source. Furthermore, the origin energy wasn't much. How could this terrifying existence give it to the mummified elder? The terrifying being said coldly, "Those origins belong to me, so you'd better leave. If you don't give it to me, I'll have to take it," the mummified elder said coldly. Then, he sent a palm strike at the terrifying existence. The mummified elder's palm strike didn't fluctuate at all. It was like an old man who was about to die. However, no one dared to underestimate the mummified elder's palm strike. At the mummified elder's level, his attacks had already returned to their original state. He didn't need any powerful divine abilities because each of his attacks contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. His attacks had even surpassed the Tao. The reason he said this was because the most powerful living being born from the Tao of this era was the Saint Realm. Existences that had surpassed the Saint Realm. Naturally, they had surpassed the Tao. After sensing the mummified elder's terrifying attack, the terrifying existence's expression turned gloomy. He was a top expert, so he could naturally sense how terrifying the mummified elder's attack was. Although the mummified elder's attack was quite terrifying, he didn't retreat. Because this terrifying existence was also powerful enough to face the palm of the mummified old man. He also sent a palm strike at the mummified elder. Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. He and the mummified elder collided fiercely. This terrifying existence was indeed strong. The mummified elder wasn't able to gain any advantage. They were evenly matched. At this moment, the mummified elder looked at Lin Feng and said, "Go inside and take that thing out." When he heard the mummified elder's words, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Although he didn't know what kind of origin energy was inside, it was something that the mummified elder and this terrifying existence treated with such caution. One could imagine how precious that origin energy was. Perhaps, if he could refine some of that origin energy, he would be able to break through to the Saint Immortal realm. P.S. Brothers who are out of books can check out Old Mantu's new book, Devouring the Heavens. It's a very good book. End of chapter. If he could break through to the Sage Immortal realm, Lin Feng's combat power would increase tremendously. Although Lin Feng had been searching for the opportunity to break through to the Sage Immortal realm, he hadn't been able to find it. Now, Lin Feng saw hope. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the depths of the space with the Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the evil Dominator Saint. The terrifying existence's face turned extremely gloomy. However, he was held back by the mummified elder. Therefore, he had no way of dealing with Lin Feng and the rest. Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the depths of the space very quickly. There was a huge altar in the depths of the space. At this moment, the altar was shattering continuously. There seemed to be something sealed under the altar. That thing should be the special origin that the mummified elder had mentioned. In the past, the Emperor Brush said that a magnetic field wouldn't cause a magnetic field storm in the starry sky world. However, if a magnetic field storm happened, it must be because of some changes. Now it seems that the changes that happened in the area covered by the fourth magnetic field were caused by the birth of these origins. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the altar began to shatter. It didn't take long for the altar to shatter completely. Then, a ball of origin flew out from it. The ball of origin wasn't big. It was only the size of a fist. The eyes of Lin Feng and the rest lit up. Lin Feng kept the ball of origin. Ha 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 ha, I finally got this ball of origin. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. When he got this ball of origin, he felt that his realm was ready to move. This meant that this ball of origin could indeed allow Lin Feng to break through. The Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the evil Dominator Saint were all excited. The Emperor Brush was an extremely terrifying existence in the past. However, his cultivation had declined over the years. Although he had regained most of his strength, he was still a distance away from his peak. Lin Feng guessed that the peak of the Emperor Brush was equivalent to an expert who had surpassed his realm. If the Emperor Brush obtained this ball of origin, he might be able to use the power of this ball of origin to raise his cultivation to the quasi-transcendence realm again. As for the Poison Ancestor and the Evil Dominator Saint, they also urgently needed this source. If they could obtain it, they would be able to obtain it. If they could obtain it, their cultivation would be greatly improved. After collecting the ball of origin, Lin Feng, Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the Evil Dominator Saint quickly returned. However, at this moment, a ball of demonic chi flew out. The ball of demonic chi transformed into the terrifying existence. That ball of demonic chi should be an incarnation condensed by the existence. The clone said coldly, "All of you deserve to die. Die." Then, the Emperor Brush's lips attacked, and the Emperor's Dao. That clone wanted to kill Lin Feng and the others, but it wouldn't be easy. After all, it was only an incarnation. So what if the Dominator Saint was an expert who had surpassed his realm? No matter how strong the incarnation was, there was still a huge gap between it and the Dominator Saint. Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao were also relatively strong. Facing the attack of the incarnation, Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao didn't hold back at all. All of them unleashed their strongest techniques. They engaged in a fierce battle with the incarnation. After dozens of rounds of battle, Lin Feng, Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the Evil Dominator Saint worked together to destroy the incarnation. Then, they quickly returned to the mummified elder. This terrifying existence was furious when he saw Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Return the ball of origin to me. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you no matter where you go." Lin Feng sneered. After obtaining the ball of origin, the mummified elder's cultivation increased tremendously. That terrifying existence would definitely flee without a trace. Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao didn't have to worry about this fellow's threat at all. Even if this fellow wanted to find Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao, how difficult would it be to find a single person in this vast world? Moreover, both sides had already formed a grudge. Even if they gave him the ball of origin, would he let Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao go? This was simply nonsense. Lin Feng looked at the mummified elder and said, "Senior, we've succeeded." The mummified old man nodded and exchanged a palm strike with the terrifying being. That terrifying existence was sent flying by the shockwave. The mummified elder waved his hand and a ball of powerful dermic powers surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao. Then, they quickly disappeared without a trace. This terrifying existence chased after them quickly. However, he couldn't catch up to Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao. Finally, Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao flew out of the area covered by the fourth magnetic field. The mummified elder looked at Lin Feng and said, "Origin." Lin Feng knew that it was mainly because of the mummified elder that they were able to obtain these origins this time. Otherwise, they would have died without a burial ground. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't take these origins for himself. Of course, even if he wanted to take them for himself, he didn't have the ability to do so. He took out the origins and handed them to the mummified elder. The mummified old man took out the 4 origins. These 4 origins were given to Lin Feng, the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Holy respectively. Then, the mummified elder disappeared. After obtaining the origins, Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao were extremely excited. Lin Feng said, "Let's go and find a place to refine these origins." The Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Holy nodded hurriedly. Lin Feng and the Emperor's Dao left the place and found a desolate planet. There were no living creatures on this planet, nor was there any vegetation. It was a dead planet floating in the void world. They entered the interior of this planet and began to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng swallowed that origin and spent a month to completely refine it. Then, an extremely powerful tribulation light surged out from between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Obviously, Lin Feng was about to break through to the Sage Immortal Realm. End of chapter. Lin Feng flew out from his seclusion. When Lin Feng came out, he saw that Du Zhu and the rest were still in seclusion. It seemed like Du Zhu and the other 2 would still need some time to come out of seclusion. Lin Feng came to the starry sky world outside. The starry sky world was already filled with lightning. In the next half a year, Lin Feng began his tribulation journey. Lin Feng's tribulation was very powerful. However, Lin Feng's accumulation was very strong. Therefore, this tribulation didn't pose too much of a threat to Lin Feng. All kinds of lightning tribulations came down, but they couldn't destroy Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng calmly passed through the lightning tribulation. Lin Feng broke through to the Sage Immortal Realm. Although he was only at the first level of the Sage Immortal Realm, he was still very happy. As long as he could break through to the Sage Immortal Realm, Lin Feng was very happy. Next, the advancement of a few small realms in the Sage Immortal Realm. Although it wasn't too simple, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. The most difficult part was the advancement of a large realm. This was because the advancement of a large realm required an extremely powerful opportunity to break through. Without an extremely powerful opportunity, it was basically impossible to break through. If he hadn't met the mummified old man who went to the 4th magnetic field to snatch the special world origin, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to seize this opportunity to break through to the Sage Immortal Realm. After breaking through to the Sage Immortal Realm, Lin Feng sensed his own combat strength. He felt that his combat strength had indeed increased greatly. In addition, his lifespan had also increased greatly. Lin Feng's lifespan had increased to about 180 million years. This was a very long lifespan. Although he wasn't immortal, such a long lifespan was shocking enough. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Feng could survive the end of an era. Many powerful cultivators with long lifespan would eventually die during the end of an era. If he couldn't survive the end of an era, so what if he had a long lifespan? At this moment, the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint flew out as well. The aura of the Emperor Brush had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even though it had concealed it well, Lin Feng could still sense the massive changes that had taken place within the Emperor Brush. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy for the Emperor Brush after sensing its changes. He wondered if the Emperor Brush had recovered to its peak state. Lin Feng felt that it should be about the same. Even if it hadn't recovered to its peak state, it was at least extremely close to its peak state back then. As for Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint, they were about to break through to the golden immortal realm. In the next few months, Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint broke through their tribulations. Lin Feng, on the other hand, went into seclusion to adapt to the power he controlled after his breakthrough. Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint completed their breakthrough smoothly. However, they hadn't completely refined the power of the origin source after their breakthroughs. Therefore, they took advantage of the opportunity to refine all the origin source. After refining all the origin source, Du Zhu's realm stopped at the 6th heaven of the golden immortal realm. The evil Dominator Saint's realm stopped at the 7th heaven of the golden immortal realm. The benefits that both of them had gained this time were simply too great. At this moment, Lin Feng also came out of seclusion. Lin Feng had completely stabilized his realm after a few months of seclusion. He met up with the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint. Then, they didn't stop and flew towards the depths. At this moment, they were already in the buried God's star region. However, Lin Feng still didn't know where the 9 heavens God mourning coffin was. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to find out more about the specific situation here first. Lin Feng felt that this place was where the lost epic race was active. In addition, there were beings from the mastermind's world. He was moving around as a human. If he encountered the lost epic race or beings from the mastermind's world, he might be discovered by those beings. In that case, he might expose himself in advance. Therefore, Lin Feng used the Great Fate technique to change the aura of the four of them. Lin Feng changed the aura of the four of them to that of the otherworldly beings because there were also some otherworldly beings here. It was just that there were fewer of them. The otherworldly beings had some connections with the lost epic race and the mastermind's world. Therefore, they wouldn't suspect the otherworldly beings. Lin Feng didn't change their aura to that of the lost epic race cultivators because if they pretended to be from the lost epic race, there might be people from the lost epic race who would recognize the race they pretended to be from. Then, they would be exposed. However, if Lin Feng and the others pretended to be otherworldly beings, due to the four universes, there were too many kinds of otherworldly beings. Therefore, they wouldn't know whether they were imposters or not. As long as they imitated the otherworldly being's aura, they could pass off as genuine. After a month, Lin Feng and the others finally saw a life planet. They landed on that life planet. The life planet was full of lost epic race cultivators. In addition to the lost epic race cultivators, Lin Feng also saw many evil spirit warriors. They were a relatively low-level life form in the mastermind's world. In fact, the higher-level life forms in the mastermind's world basically didn't come out to move around. After arriving at an ancient city, Lin Feng and the others saw a group of otherworldly beings. Along the way, this was the first time Lin Feng and the others saw otherworldly beings. From the looks of it, otherworldly beings were indeed relatively rare. The otherworldly beings also saw Lin Feng and the others. After seeing Lin Feng and the others, the otherworldly beings became more amiable. Then, more than a dozen otherworldly beings walked towards Lin Feng, the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint. The leading otherworldly being cupped his fists and said, "May I know which universe you are from?" Lin Feng said, "We are from Kunlun." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the otherworldly beings were surprised. The Kunlun universe was the #1 universe. Therefore, the otherworldly beings from the Kunlun universe seemed to have a higher status than other otherworldly beings. Lin Feng asked, "May I know which universe you are from?" The leading otherworldly being replied, "We are from the Aurora universe." After introducing themselves, the otherworldly being invited Lin Feng and the others to have a drink together. Coincidentally, Lin Feng wanted to obtain some information from them, so he casually agreed to the otherworldly being's invitation. They found a restaurant and booked a private room. The group entered the private room and ordered some food and wine. Before long, the food and wine were served. The foreign creature in the lead introduced himself. This person was called Zhang Yuan. He was quite talkative. He looked at Lin Feng and asked for Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng still used the alias Ji to introduce himself. "Brother Ji, you're so young. Did you only come to this universe recently?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, I was born here," said Lin Feng. "I see." Zhang Yuan nodded. In fact, there were many otherworldly creatures who were born in the 9 continents universe. They made up 90% of the total otherworldly creatures. There were very few otherworldly creatures who passed through the universe's crystal walls, but their strength was terrifying. Therefore, most of the otherworldly creatures had been living in the 9 continents universe for many years. There were more and more of them, and the strength of their races was also increasing. Of course, overall, there weren't many of them because the otherworldly creatures were stronger. This was common knowledge. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to give birth to children. Therefore, the number of otherworldly creatures had always been relatively small. This was the case even now. Zhang Yuan said, "Brother Ji, you don't look familiar. You're not an otherworldly creature from this region, right?" Lin Feng said, "I'm not an otherworldly creature from this star field. We came from another star field. I heard that there are many treasures left behind in this star field from the previous epoch. We wanted to find some great opportunities before the great calamity arrived. So, we took the risk and passed through the magnetic field to come to this star field. Big brother Zhang, what about you? Did you come from another place as well? Zhang Yuan said, actually, we've been here for many years. If we calculate the time, it should be around 30 to 40,000 years. Lin Feng said in surprise, it's been so long. You must have obtained a lot of benefits here, right? Were there really many ancient ruins from the previous era and some ancient inheritances here? Even though that's what the outside world is saying, to be honest, we really don't have any confidence. Zhang Yuan said, there are indeed many ancient ruins and inheritances, but they're relatively hidden, and it's not easy for us to find them. Most of the time, it's extremely difficult to find them. Most of the time, we can only slowly gather information. In addition, the lost races of the epoch are incomparably hateful. They've sealed off all information, so our chances of finding out information are greatly reduced. Look, we've been here for tens of thousands of years, but we've only been to 3 ancient historical remains. Lin Feng said, how could this be? Could it be that the lost races of the epoch have sealed off this information so well? Another otherworldly being said, that's right, these damned fellows are quite sinister. They eat meat, but we don't even want to drink a bit of soup. If it wasn't for the fact that we were so weak, we would have killed them long ago. Obviously, the relationship between these foreign beings and the lost races of the epoch was rather subtle. However, there hadn't been too great of a conflict during these years. Small conflicts, however, were unavoidable. The lost races of the epoch didn't go too far. After all, most of the time, the foreign beings and the lost races of the epoch were in a cooperative relationship. It was very normal for allies to have conflicts. Therefore, these small conflicts were tolerable. The reason for these small conflicts was because of the competition for resources and benefits. Both sides tried their best to avoid large-scale conflicts. Lin Feng said, then they're really hateful. Zhang Yuan said, these lost races of the epoch have always been greedy, and they're never good people. Unfortunately, we have too few otherworldly beings on our side. Even if they're sullen, what can they do? We can't beat them, so we can only keep this sullen feeling in our hearts. Lin Feng said, we'll endure it for now. We'll definitely have a chance to turn things around. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then said, I heard that there's a 9-heaven god mourning coffin here. Have you heard of it? I also heard that there are many fortuitous opportunities inside. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, of course we've heard of it. There are indeed many fortuitous opportunities inside, but it's currently used by the lost races of the epoch to suppress some experts. However, it's said that there are many places inside the coffin that even the lost races of the epoch haven't been able to explore. Let's not have any extravagant hopes of exploring the 9-heaven god mourning coffin. Those things have no fate with us. Lin Feng asked, then do you know where the 9-heaven god mourning coffin is? It's in the depths of this starry sky world. It's a forbidden area. Many experts of the lost races of the epoch patrol that area. If you approach that area, you'll be driven away. If anyone dares to enter that area, they'll be killed without mercy. Lin Feng asked, have you seen the 9-heaven god mourning coffin? Zhang Yuan said, of course. Back then, we saw the 9-heaven god mourning coffin from afar. It's indeed an unimaginably huge treasure. According to rumors, it's a mysterious treasure that can surpass epochs. Even the lost races of the epoch don't know where it came from. Right now, the 9-heaven god mourning coffin is lying in the sky, as if it can suppress everything. It's majestic and magnificent. The Black Fog clan and the Black Robe clan are the main ones in control of the 9-heaven god mourning coffin. Apart from them, there are also some experts from the world of the manipulators who control the 9-heaven god mourning coffin together with them. They're the 3 strongest groups. Apart from them, there are also many smaller groups that have submitted to them. Many people are stationed there. Lin Feng said, in that case, the 9-heaven god mourning coffin is extremely powerful. It's basically impossible to find fortuitous opportunities inside the 9-heaven god mourning coffin. Zhang Yuan said, brother, I advise you to stop having such thoughts. Trying to find fortuitous opportunities inside the 9-heaven god mourning coffin is suicide. It's completely impossible. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't continue talking about the 9-heaven god mourning coffin. After all, if he kept talking about it, it might arouse their suspicion. End of chapter. After parting ways with Zhang Yuan and the rest, Lin Feng and the rest went to find a place to stay. They planned to rest for a while and think of a plan during this time because they definitely couldn't go to the Nine Heavens God mourning coffin rashly. If they barged into the Nine Heavens God mourning coffin, they would be courting death. Therefore, they had to think of a feasible plan now. Lin Feng and the rest found a place to stay. The environment of the place was pretty good. After setting up a few soundproof restrictions, they didn't have to worry about the contents of their conversation leaking out. The Emperor Brush said, "Perhaps we can sow discord between the foreign realm creatures and the lost race of the epic. Then we can benefit from it." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I also thought of this method. However, it's a bit tricky to sow discord between the two sides. After all, the foreign realm creatures are relatively few in number. When they encounter something, they usually choose to bear with it. Even if there are some conflicts, it's difficult for a large-scale battle to break out." The Emperor Brush couldn't help but nod. It wasn't an easy thing to cause a large-scale battle between the foreign realm creatures and the lost race of the epic. Perhaps they had to think about it at length. However, something unexpected happened on the second day. Lin Feng and the rest didn't expect it to happen. On this day, a few blood-stained cultivators rushed into the ancient city. Those cultivators were actually the foreign realm creatures. They were severely injured. As soon as they entered the ancient city, a few spiritual arrows pierced through the air and shot into their bodies. Then, those spiritual arrows exploded. The bodies of the foreign realm creatures exploded and they died tragically on the spot. The news of the foreign realm creatures being killed on the street naturally spread like wildfire. Many people were paying attention to this matter. Lin Feng and the rest also heard about this matter. After hearing the news, Lin Feng and the rest quickly went to the place where the foreign realm creatures were killed. When they arrived, they saw that there were already hundreds of foreign realm creatures gathered there. Lin Feng guessed that most of the foreign creatures in this ancient city had already arrived. This ancient city had at least a few million people, but there were only a few hundred foreign creatures. There really weren't that many of them. When he saw Lin Feng and the others arrive, Zhang Yuan said, "Brother Ji, you're here too." Lin Feng nodded. He saw some corpses scattered on the ground, as well as some fragments left behind after the arrows exploded. Lin Feng asked, "I heard that a few of our brothers were killed. Who did it?" Yuan replied, "There are some things that we can't talk about here. Let's talk about it when we get back." Zhang Yuan was the leader of all the foreign creatures in this ancient city. Everyone obeyed his orders. Lin Feng nodded. Someone collected the corpses of the foreign creatures and the fragments of the magical arrows. Then, he quickly left the place. After they left, many people were still discussing this matter. Many of the cultivators from the epic lost races were also discussing this matter. On the way back, these foreign creatures' faces were all extremely gloomy. There were fewer foreign creatures to begin with, which was why they were often extremely united. Meanwhile now, several foreign creatures were shot down on the streets, so these foreign creatures were naturally extremely angry. Moreover, these foreign creatures all had vengeful personalities. If they offended the foreign creatures, they would definitely not leave the matter at that. Lin Feng knew this very well. After all, Lin Feng had interacted with them many times, so he was quite familiar with them. Lin Feng and the others followed Zhang Yuan and the others to their residence. They had a huge courtyard here. After arriving, Zhang Yuan asked in a deep voice, "Did you find any clues from the broken arrows?" The reason why Zhang Yuan asked this was because the arrows forged by different forces were often different. These factions usually had some special methods that other factions couldn't imitate. For example, some special formations or special materials could be used to identify these arrows. One of the otherworldly beings replied, "Sir, we've already carefully examined those broken magic arrows. They were all ordinary magic arrows, so we couldn't find any clues." Zhang Yuan's expression became even more gloomy after hearing this. He said, "If that's the case, the enemy also knows that we will investigate the origin of the arrows to find out who the murderer is. That's why they used these ordinary arrows to kill our brothers." Another alien said, "They went out to look for clues about the ancient historical remains, and now they've been killed. Doesn't this mean that they've found some clues?" However, those clues were also known by others, so they were attacked. Then, they were injured and fled back to the ancient city. However, they still couldn't escape this calamity and were killed by those people in the ancient city. This possibility was extremely high, and Zhang Yuan couldn't help but nod in agreement with this foreign being's words. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said coldly, "Who do you think did this?" One of the foreign creatures said, "It's hard to say. After all, the factions in this region are very complicated. Anyone could be the culprit." Even though they spoke like this, they actually had some speculations in their hearts. It was because these foreign creatures were relatively powerful, and together with their vengeful nature, ordinary powers definitely didn't dare provoke them. In that case, there were only two powers that dared to provoke these foreign creatures. One was the epic lost race. The other was the experts from the mastermind's world. However, they didn't have any clues. Without any clues, even if the mastermind's world or the epic lost clan were the culprits, they wouldn't admit it. There was a saying, "To catch a thief, take the dirty." If you rashly went to find them without any evidence, they could say that you were slandering them. Even if they killed you, you only had yourself to blame. "Are we just going to watch our brothers die?" Zhang Yuan said with a gloomy expression. Of course, he didn't want to let this matter go, but without any clues, there was nothing he could do. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuan felt very sullen. Adding on the fact that his brothers had died today, he felt even more sullen. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded. "I might have a way to find out who the murderer is." End of chapter. The one who spoke was Lin Feng. In fact, when Lin Feng saw the deaths of the foreign creatures, Lin Feng had already guessed who the culprit could be. If it wasn't the epic lost race, then it had to be someone from the mastermind's world. The foreign creatures were also suspicious of these two powers. However, they had no evidence, so they had no way to deal with these people. Now, Lin Feng had to help them find evidence. When the time came, Lin Feng would sow discord between them. As for the foreign creatures, because of the deaths of a few cultivators, they were very united. Together with the fact that the foreign creatures were extremely united, they definitely wouldn't watch their own kind die in vain. If a fight really broke out, Lin Feng would think of a way to lead the foreign creatures to attack the Nine Heavens God mourning coffin. He would take advantage of the chaos to rescue his mother. Of course. Before doing that, Lin Feng would ask his father if he had come to save his mother. If his father had come to save his mother, then he would have been able to instigate a war between the lost clans of the epic and the alien world. In any case, the lost clans of the epic weren't good people. If his mother hadn't been saved, then he would go and rescue her. At that moment, Lin Feng was rejoicing in other people's misfortune, but on his face, he looked extremely sad. Of course, he couldn't show it on his face. Otherwise, he would become the enemy of these foreign creatures. Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Feng in shock. After all, so many of them couldn't do anything, but Lin Feng actually had a way. Indeed, Zhang Yuan was extremely surprised. "Brother Ji, do you really have a way?" Zhang Yuan asked anxiously. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. I do have a way to find out who did this." After saying that, Lin Feng summoned the present mirror. This is. When he saw the present mirror, Zhang Yuan's face was filled with shock. He could naturally see that the mirror Lin Feng summoned was extraordinary, but he didn't know where it came from. The other foreign creatures were also trying to guess the origin of Lin Feng's mirror. At that moment, Lin Feng said, "I'm sure you've all heard that 3 extremely powerful mirrors have appeared in this epic. The 3 mirrors are the past mirror, the present mirror, and the future mirror. The past mirror can see what happened in the past. The future mirror can predict what will happen in the future. Of the 3 mirrors, the present mirror is the most extraordinary one. The present mirror can see what happened in the past and predict what will happen in the future. This mirror of mine is the mirror of the present. By using the mirror of the present, we'll be able to see what happened back then." When they heard Lin Feng, they were pleasantly surprised. If what Lin Feng said was true, then they would be happy to see him. They would be able to find clues. Zhang Yuan said excitedly, "That's great. Brother Ji, let's activate the present mirror and see what happened in the past." Lin Feng said, if we want to know what happened to these cultivators, we'll need some of their flesh and blood essence. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, come, give some flesh and blood essence to Brother Ji. Then, one of the cultivators gave some flesh and blood essence to Lin Feng. Lin Feng refined the flesh and blood essence into pure energy, which was all absorbed by the present mirror. After the present mirror absorbed the pure energy, many patterns appeared on the surface of the present mirror. When they saw the patterns on the present mirror, these foreign creatures all gathered in front of the mirror of present time. Then, they looked at the mirror. However, the surface of the present mirror was still covered in patterns, so they couldn't see anything. After waiting for about 15 minutes, some images appeared on the surface of the present mirror. It was a mountain forest. More than 10 cultivators shrouded in darkness were chasing after a few foreign creatures. The foreign creatures who were being chased were precisely the ones who were shot to death before. The foreign creatures were caught, and a great battle broke out between the two sides. They were severely injured, and they had to use a secret technique to escape. When they finally made it back to the ancient city, they thought they were safe. However, at that moment, a group of cultivators hiding in the forest outside, he used extremely powerful magical arrows to kill them. Then, the cultivators shrouded in darkness quickly left, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The Black Fog Tribe. They're cultivators from the Black Fog Tribe. Zhang Yuan roared angrily. Zhang Yuan was very experienced and knowledgeable, so he could naturally tell that those people were cultivators from the Black Fog Tribe. The other foreign creatures could also tell that those people were cultivators from the Black Fog Tribe. Lin Feng could also tell that those people were cultivators from the Black Fog Tribe. The tribe's characteristics were too obvious. In fact, Lin Feng hadn't thought that it was the Black Fog Tribe. The cultivators who killed the foreign creatures were cultivators from the Black Fog Tribe. That was exactly what he wanted. However, it was easier said than done to deal with the Black Fog Tribe. The Black Fog Tribe was the most powerful lost epic tribe in the buried god Starfield. Moreover, the Black Fog Tribe was the first force to control the Nine Heavens god Morning Coffin. The main star field controlled by the Black-Robed clan wasn't in this place, but they also had a very powerful force in this place. Needless to say, the cultivators from the behind-the-scenes world were even more powerful. Although their forces here weren't bad, this place wasn't dominated by them. This place was dominated by the Black Fog clan. However, these foreign creatures were vengeful people, so they naturally wouldn't give up on revenge. Sir, the Black Fog tribe's force here is too great. We can't fight against them, said one of the foreign creatures. The other foreign creatures nodded. Although they were very powerful, they were too few in number compared to the Black Fog tribe cultivators. They were at a great disadvantage. After all, they only had 100 or so people here. How could they fight against so many cultivators from the Black Fog tribe? Moreover, the Black Fog tribe was on the same side as the Black Robe tribe and the cultivators from the world of the Black Hand. Zhang Yuan said, we are indeed weak, but don't forget that we can go to the Starry Sky world and contact the foreign creatures on other planets. If we unite all the foreign creatures, our force can't be underestimated. P.S. Today's update. Tomorrow's update, end of chapter. Everyone thought about it and felt that Zhang Yuan's idea was a good one. Although the number of otherworldly creatures was small, if all of them gathered together, their numbers would still be considerable. In addition, Zhang Yuan belonged to the king clan of the otherworldly creatures. Therefore, Zhang Yuan's status among the otherworldly creatures was relatively high. If Zhang Yuan personally contacted the otherworldly creatures, they would definitely be able to unite when the time came. Therefore, this matter was quickly reached a consensus. Lin Feng said, this time, we can't just take revenge because the otherworldly creatures snatched away a great opportunity that belonged to us. Originally, they sealed off all kinds of information to prevent us from obtaining these opportunities. We finally obtained these opportunities with great difficulty, but a few of our brothers died because of this matter. This is really too much. Think about all the grievances we've suffered over the years. If we don't take revenge now, when will we? Therefore, not only do we have to take revenge, but we also have to make them pay 10 times the price. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the otherworldly creatures hurriedly nodded. They had indeed been too sullen over the years. Now, Lin Feng's words resonated with everyone. Moreover, these otherworldly creatures had extremely greedy personalities. If there were benefits to be gained, they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Zhang Yuan said, Brother Ji's suggestion is very good. However, we still need to wait for everyone to gather before we discuss this matter at length. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He only wanted to take the lead and let the otherworldly creatures deal with the rest. Lin Feng believed that once these otherworldly creatures decided to take action, they wouldn't give up until they had obtained enough benefits. Zhang Yuan brought a few people and left to find the other otherworldly creatures' leaders to discuss this matter. Lin Feng and the other three bid farewell and left. After returning to their residence, Du Zhu said excitedly, It seems like there will be a battle soon. Lin Feng nodded. The Emperor Brush couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng was really an intelligent person. He was able to play these otherworldly creatures in the palm of his hand. The Emperor Brush naturally didn't have a good impression of these otherworldly creatures. This was because these otherworldly creatures had started countless wars. Because of them, countless people had died tragically. It would be strange if the Emperor Brush had a good impression of them. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been trying to find out some information about his father. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to find out anything about his father. He also tried to find out some information about the Nine Heavens God's coffin. Over these years, the Nine Heavens God's coffin had been relatively peaceful. It was reasonable to say that his father's cultivation was so powerful. If he really came here to rescue his mother, it would definitely cause a big commotion. However, this place had been very peaceful all these years. This meant that his father hadn't been here before. Lin Feng was in a bad mood because he had already learned that his father was going to the buried God's star region. What did this mean? Heavens and earth could be in trouble come up. Lin Feng knew that his father was sometimes clear-headed and sometimes muddle-headed because of the seed demon. Could it be that the seed demon had caused his body to be in a terrible condition? Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but worry. Lin Feng couldn't find out anything about his father. Now, Lin Feng could only take one step at a time. The most important thing now was to rescue his mother before thinking about finding his father. Then, he would find a way to help his father resolve the seed demon technique. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the seed demon technique was a technique that the royal family of the mastermind world possessed. It was extremely strange and it wouldn't be easy to resolve the seed demon technique. Lin Feng felt that he might have to capture a few of the royal family of the mastermind world and interrogate them. Perhaps, he might be able to find some countermeasures. Lin Feng and the rest remained in seclusion for the rest of the time. They waited for about half a month. Zhang Yuan and the rest returned to the planet. Then, Zhang Yuan had people gather all of the foreign creatures. Sir, how did the discussion go? One of the otherworldly beings asked. Zhang Yuan said, I've already contacted the 13 leaders. In a few days, we'll hold an alliance meeting to elect a leader. At the same time, we'll discuss specific countermeasures. I'll give everyone 2 hours to prepare. After 2 hours, we'll set off for the Sirius star. Everyone could understand why an alliance leader would be chosen. After all, even though they were all otherworldly beings, they belonged to different factions. Since they were working together, they naturally had to choose an alliance leader. Everyone dispersed. Some of them went back to pack some things, while others didn't need to pack anything and stayed behind. 2 hours later, everyone set off. 5 days later, they arrived at the Sirius star. The Sirius star was a relatively large planet in the buried God star field. It was very lively, and there were many otherworldly beings on it. There were about 500 or 600 otherworldly beings on the planet. The leader of these otherworldly beings was called Xianxia. He had 18 pairs of wings, and his entire body was covered in black scales. His body emitted an extremely evil aura, especially his eyes. They were extremely evil, sinister, and terrifying. Xianxia was an otherworldly being who had surpassed his cultivation level. It was said that he was an otherworldly being who had arrived in the 9-state universe during the beginning of the new era, which was the era of creation. Back then, he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend and fled. In the 9-states universe, he gradually became an extremely heaven-defying existence. Xianxia had practically surpassed an entire era. His lifespan was extremely long. Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Actually, the lifespan of foreign cultivators was extremely long. The lifespan of the otherworldly beings was much longer than that of the cultivators of other races. Besides Yanchang, there were two otherworldly beings who had surpassed their cultivation level. One of them was a demon snake. The foreign creature that the demonic snake turned into was called Lady Thousand Charm. She was charming and alluring, forming a great contrast with the other foreign creatures. This was because most of the otherworldly beings were very ugly. There were some who were quite good-looking, but they were relatively rare. Lady Thousand Charms, on the other hand, was so charming and beautiful that she became the goddess in the hearts of many otherworldly beings. The other otherworldly being who had surpassed his cultivation level was called the Heavenly Ghost Demon King. He was an extremely ugly existence with 72 pairs of evil ghost eyes. No one dared to look him in the eye. It was said that if one looked him in the eye, they would be instantly pulled into hell, never to be reincarnated. Consort Qianmei said, "Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting." There were around 3,000 foreign cultivators gathered there. These foreign cultivators were extremely strong. Lin Feng guessed that there were also some foreign cultivators, such as those who hadn't received the news, or those who were old, weak, sick, or disabled. However, those foreign creatures could not help much for the time being. Of course, there were more than 3,000 foreign creatures, this was already not a small number. After all, the foreign creatures' individual combat ability was too strong. However, compared to the Black Fog race, these foreign creatures were still not strong enough. The main reason was that the difference in numbers was too great. This was something that the foreign creatures probably knew as well. Lin Feng and the other three were keeping a low profile right now. However, Lin Feng did not have to worry about their identities being exposed by these foreign creatures, because Lin Feng's Great Destiny technique was already extremely powerful. After Lin Feng's Great Destiny technique changed their life auras, these foreign creatures would find it difficult to discover anything unusual. Even the three foreign creatures who were about to surpass their realms would not be able to discover the true identities of Lin Feng and the others, so any worries were unnecessary. In this meeting, we first need to elect an alliance leader. This time, there will be 3 candidates competing for the position of alliance leader, Yanchang said. Hearing Yanchang's words, everyone knew who the 3 candidates were. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, there were 3 experts who were about to surpass their realms here. Even if they were chosen to be the alliance leader, they would not dare to be the alliance leader. As for Lady Qianmei, Heavenly Ghost Demon King, and Yanchang, they were all very powerful. The Heavenly Ghost Demon King said, "Everyone can vote for me, Yanchang, and Lady Qianmei. Whoever has the most votes will be the alliance leader." Thus, more than 3,000 people began to vote. Not long after, the results of the vote came out. About 70% of the people chose Lady Qianmei. Actually, the strongest among the 3 of them was not Lady Qianmei. She could only be ranked 3rd among the 3 of them. However, she was simply too beautiful. Thus, many people treated Lady Qianmei as a goddess. When it came to voting, the first choice was naturally Lady Qianmei. Thus, Lady Qianmei defeated the other 2 with a crushing advantage. The other 2 were more depressed, but this was the plan they had already worked out. There was no turning back now. Moreover, experts at their level wouldn't give up their reputation to do such a thing. Empress Qianmei smiled and said, "Thank you for choosing me as the alliance leader. I'll definitely serve everyone well." Empress Qianmei's voice could cause one's bones to go soft. This woman was truly enchanting. Many of the foreign creatures looked at Lady Qianmei with burning gazes. Lin Feng guessed that if Lady Qianmei wanted others to die for her, there might be people who were willing to do so. Now that we've decided on the leader, we should think about how to deal with this matter. Dame Qianmei said. She looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Zhang Yuan, tell me more about what happened." This was because only these leaders knew about this matter. The rest of the people didn't know about the whole process. Of course, they had more or less heard about what had happened. Therefore, they still needed Zhang Yuan to tell them the whole story so that they could understand the whole process. Zhang Yuan said, "Some time ago, I sent a few brothers to search for information about an ancient ruin, and they really did manage to find some specific information. That ancient ruin should be extremely extraordinary. After they received the information, they wanted to come back and report it to me. Then, we'll go there together and take out the treasures in that ancient ruin. But at that moment, their whereabouts were discovered by the cultivators of the Black Fog race. Then, the cultivators of the Black Fog race joined forces to attack my brothers in order to take all the treasures in the ancient ruin for themselves. Then, my brothers were seriously injured and managed to escape. But just as they were about to escape, they were killed by the cultivators of the Black Fog race. When have we, the foreign creatures, ever been so sullen? These years, we've been suppressed too much by them. These people have gone too far. So, we really can't tolerate it anymore. So many of our brothers have died. If we continue to tolerate it, they'll definitely think that we're easy to bully. So, I went to find a few leaders and told them about this matter. They gathered all the leaders here in hopes of finding a solution. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, these foreign creatures were also extremely angry. After all, they had been oppressed too much these years. Now that they thought about it, they were gnashing their teeth. Lady Qianmei said, "Brothers, you've probably heard Zhang Yuan's heartfelt words. These years, we've indeed been suppressed too badly. Do these people really think that we, the foreign creatures, are pushovers? That they can do whatever they want with us? We really can't tolerate it anymore. We don't have many brothers to begin with. If we continue to tolerate it, perhaps even more of our brothers will be killed. That's right, we can't tolerate it anymore. We must get justice. We must kill those people. We must avenge our brothers who died. Not only must we avenge our brothers who died, but we must also make them compensate us. We must make them compensate us tenfold, 100-fold. Otherwise, we won't let this matter rest." Many foreign creatures were filled with righteous indignation and started cursing. The otherworldly creatures had a fiery temper. They were easily angered. It was naturally easier to arouse their emotions. Lin Feng didn't find it strange at all when he saw the otherworldly creatures roaring and cursing. Now that the otherworldly creatures had gathered together, their battle prowess was obviously terrifying. In the world of cultivators, there was a saying that the number of otherworldly creatures couldn't exceed 10,000. Once there were more than 10,000 of them, they would be invincible. In other words, it was very difficult for the otherworldly creatures to exceed 10,000. If there were more than 10,000 of them, they would be extremely powerful. They would basically be invincible. But Lin Feng and the others only had 3,000 people. There was still a big gap between them and 10,000 people. Even if there were only 3,000 people, it was still unimaginably terrifying. Therefore, even though there weren't that many people, because these creatures were relatively strong, their vitality was relatively tenacious, and they were ferocious, they were a force to be reckoned with. Even if they couldn't defeat the Black Fog race, they would still be able to cause them great losses. Lady Qianmei waved her hand, and the surroundings quieted down. That's right, this time, we have to avenge our dead brothers. At the same time, we have to make them compensate us. Let's send a few representatives to negotiate. If they cooperate with us honestly, we can forget about this matter. If they don't, we'll make them pay with their blood. At worst, we'll just leave this place. The world is big, we don't have to stay here. Everyone agreed with Qian Mainyang's words. If they really fell out with the Black Fog tribe, they naturally couldn't continue to stay in this place. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be killed by the Black Fog race. Therefore, the higher-ups decided to leave this place as soon as possible. And this point was unanimously acknowledged by everyone. Who should we send to negotiate with them? Yan Chang asked. I'll go. Zhang Yuan said. Zhang Yuan had lost a few of his brothers, so of course, he wanted to go and negotiate. However, Empress Qianmei said, Zhang Yuan, you can't go because your brothers have died tragically. You have too much hatred in your heart, and it's easy for you to become emotional. Once you become emotional, it's possible that something unpleasant will happen, which isn't good for negotiations. As such, we need to send some other people to negotiate. Zhang Yuan also knew that they would not send him. His suggestion to go over was a little too idealistic. Zhang Yuan replied, I don't have to go, but I have to send a few of my brothers. Sure. Lady Qianmei nodded. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lin Feng had heard that the cultivators of the Black Fog race were all gathered around the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin. In other words, if they went to negotiate, they would definitely enter the Nine-Heaven soul mourning coffin. If he went to negotiate, he could enter the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin to observe the situation inside. After thinking about this, Lin Feng whispered into Zhang Yuan's ear, "Lord Zhang, you can send me over. I have the mirror present here. I can use it to observe the situation inside the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin. If a fight breaks out in the future, we'll be prepared." "All right." Zhang Yuan nodded. Other than Lin Feng, there was another cultivator called Zhou Jing who was also sent by Zhang Yuan to go with Lin Feng. As for the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign, and the holy sage, they stayed behind. Apart from Lin Feng and Zhou Jing, Empress Qianmei also sent 8 cultivators, making a total of 10 people. After that, Lin Feng and the others did not stop. They quickly left and flew towards the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin. A month later, they saw the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin in the distance. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin. In the void, endless black fog rolled and surged. In the middle of the black fog was an incomparably huge coffin. The coffin was tens of thousands of miles tall, long, and wide. It was as black as ink. The coffin was simply too huge. It was the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin. After seeing the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin, Lin Feng couldn't help but be amazed. It didn't seem to be inferior even when compared to the Supreme Celestial Court. That kind of terrifying pressure, the shock to the soul, was really too shocking. He didn't know the origin of the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin that it was so extraordinary. After seeing Lin Feng's shocked expression, Zhou Jing said, "Brother Ji, this must be your first time seeing the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. This is my first time seeing the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin, but I didn't expect it to be so extraordinary." Zhou Jing said, "When I first saw the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin, I was just as shocked as Brother Ji. I don't know who created the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin. It's hard to imagine how powerful the creator was. Are there really no clues about the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin's origin?" Lin Feng asked. "There really aren't any clues. The only thing we know is that the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin is a treasure left behind from many epochs ago. As for who created it, it's an unsolved mystery," Zhou Jing said. Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, many cultivators flew over from afar. They were all cultivators from the epic lost races. However, they weren't cultivators from the Black Fog race or the Black Robe race. They were cultivators from the Black Fog race and the Black Robe race. They were cultivators from the Black Hand world, and they were responsible for guarding the perimeter. When they saw a group of alien cultivators flying over, they naturally had to stop them from advancing. Dozens of alien cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and the others. One of the leaders said coldly, "This is the place where the Nine-Heaven God mourning coffin is located. Halt and leave this place immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you without mercy." The group of foreign creatures immediately became furious. They felt restraining fear towards Black Mist Clan, Black-Robed Clan, creatures from the world of those behind the scenes. However, they weren't afraid of the other epic lost races. The other epic lost races were much weaker than the 3 great powers. But now, these ordinary cultivators from the epic lost races were actually able to strut around in front of them. They even dared to berate them. These alien cultivators were all high and mighty existences. Naturally, they were incomparably sullen and infuriated. The eyes of many alien cultivators turned gloomy. They looked at the cultivators from the epic lost races with killing intent. The cultivators from the lost races of the epic could naturally sense the killing intent radiating from the eyes of the foreign beings. However, their faces were full of sneers. They had the absolute advantage in numbers, how could they be afraid of the foreign creatures? Moreover, this was the place where the Nine Heavens God mourning coffin was located. Not far behind them was the Nine Heavens God mourning coffin. As long as they shouted, they would be able to attract the attention of many experts. When the time came, if the foreign creatures dared to act rashly, at that time, they would all die without a burial ground. The leader of the epical race said coldly, "What are you looking at? Do you want to die?" Don't think that we won't dare to touch you just because you're a foreign creature. Even if you're a foreign creature, you'll still die if you dare to trespass here. We didn't do anything to you out of respect for the foreign creatures. That's why we're telling you not to lose sight of the severity of the situation. The foreign creatures trembled with anger. They gritted their teeth and wanted to attack, but Lin Feng stopped them. Lin Feng said, "We're here to negotiate with the Black Mist tribe on behalf of the foreign creatures. Right now, the foreign creatures have formed an alliance under the leadership of 3 quasi-transcendents. More than 8,000 of them have gathered together. If the Black Mist tribe is serious about this, they'll negotiate with us. If they don't, we won't hesitate to start a war with them." Of course, Lin Feng was exaggerating the number of cultivators. In fact, there were only 3,000 of them. Lin Feng mainly wanted to intimidate them. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivators from the epical race were startled. Even though they were acting high and mighty right now, they would be scared out of their wits when they actually faced the foreign army. They knew that if a war really broke out, they would be cannon fodder. Moreover, they heard that the foreign creatures didn't exceed 10,000. Once there were more than 10,000, invincible in the world. Even if the other side didn't have more than 10,000 people, they still had more than 8,000 people. 8,000 and 10,000, the difference wasn't that great. Just how great was the destructive power of such a powerful army of foreign cultivators working together? They didn't know why these foreign creatures had gathered together to attack the Black Fog tribe. However, these people weren't stupid either. They guessed that something they didn't know about definitely happened, which was why these foreign creatures were so angry, to the extent where they didn't hesitate to fight. The leader of the epic lost race said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go in and report this matter." "Alright, go ahead." Lin Feng nodded and said. Next, the cultivator from the epical clan swiftly flew inside while the others stayed behind. They cast wary looks at Lin Feng's group. At this moment, Zhou Jing spoke up. "Brother Ji, you're calm in the face of danger. How about we let Brother Ji take the lead later?" The others nodded as well. They could tell that Brother Ji had an extraordinary bearing despite his young age. It was indeed the most reasonable thing to let Brother Ji handle this matter. Moreover, they didn't want to take on too much responsibility, so they were willing to let Lin Feng handle the negotiations. Therefore, the others all nodded in agreement. Not long after, the cultivator who left returned. He looked at Lin Feng's group and said, "Come with me." Then, that person took Lin Feng and the others towards the 9 Heavens coffin. They got closer and closer. As they got closer, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. They were finally going to enter the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin. This time, they were only going in to check out the situation. However, this was already enough to make Lin Feng extremely excited. The next time they entered the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin, it was time for them to make their move. Soon, they arrived at the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin. Under the guidance of the cultivator, Lin Feng's group entered the coffin. The first level of the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin was a huge space. This space seemed to be boundless and contained powerful space-time laws. Apart from that, he couldn't see anything special. Lin Feng couldn't help but think that the place where the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin suppressed the cultivators wasn't on the first level. It should be on a higher level. "Are you the ones who want to negotiate with the Black Fog tribe?" At that moment, a voice was heard. Lin Feng's group turned around and saw a dozen cultivators from the Black Fog tribe walking over. Apart from them, there were also a few black-robed cultivators and a few evil spirit warriors from the world of the Black Hand. They were probably here to watch the show. No one said anything. Instead, they looked at Lin Feng. Clearly, it was as they'd said. They'd let Lin Feng handle the negotiations. Lin Feng said, "That's right. We want to talk with you. This time, your Black Fog tribe has gone too far. Even if you want to steal the treasures in the ancient ruins, you shouldn't have killed so many of our people. Moreover, we've been allies with the Lost Epic tribe for many times. You killed your allies for the sake of those ancient ruins. What's the meaning of this? Do you really think we're easy to bully?" The leader of the Black Fog tribe sneered. "We didn't kill your people. Don't slander us. Perhaps some other race's forces are pretending to be our Black Fog tribe and trying to frame us. said Lin Feng, smiling icily. Things have already come to this, and you still want to deny it? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out a crystal ball. It was a ball of memory. Many images were imprinted in the ball of memory. These images were of the Black Fog tribe's cultivators besieging the otherworldly creatures and killing them with arrows. When the otherworldly creatures beside Lin Feng saw these images, their faces turned ashen. They more or less grieved for the loss of their kind. As for the Black Fog tribe's cultivators, their faces turned extremely unsightly. They'd thought that their plan was flawless, but they hadn't expected Lin Feng and the others to find evidence. Even if they wanted to deny it, they had no way to do so. Lin Feng said, "The evidence is conclusive. Do you still want to deny it?" The Black Fog tribe's cultivator sneered. "So what if you found evidence? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. I still have many things to deal with. Get out now, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well." Lin Feng was overjoyed when he saw the Black Fog tribe cultivator's unyielding attitude. The tougher the Black Fog tribe cultivator was, the better. If the Black Fog tribe cultivator's attitude softened too quickly, it would be detrimental to Lin Feng's plans. Lin Feng didn't really want to negotiate with them. If Lin Feng negotiated with them, how could they continue fighting? The tougher the Black Fog tribe cultivator's attitude was, the lower the chances of negotiation and the higher the chances of fighting. At that time, Lin Feng would be more likely to fish in troubled waters. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Black Fog tribe cultivator's unyielding attitude. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't show his thoughts on his face. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. He said, "Good, very good. Our 8,000 allied troops are ready to go. Just wait for our arrival." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Black Fog tribe cultivator's expression turned slightly gloomy. He knew that these otherworldly beings were extremely difficult to deal with. With so many of them gathered together, they could pose a huge threat to them. At that moment, one of the black-robed cultivators said, "I think there's still a chance for negotiation. There's no need to make things so tense." The black-robed cultivator's words gave the Black Fog tribe cultivator a way out. The Black Fog tribe cultivator asked, "What do you want?" Lin Feng said, "It's very simple. Hand over the murderers of our brothers. That's our first condition." "That's impossible," the Black Fog tribe cultivator said coldly. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "We can compensate you in other ways." Lin Feng sneered. "A life for a life, and a debt must be repaid. This is a matter of course. Not only must you hand over the murderers, but you must also repay our losses tenfold." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Black Fog cultivator immediately sneered. He said, "You foreign creatures are far too full of yourselves. Don't you know who controls the Starry Sky World? The master of this Starry Sky World is our Black Fog tribe, not your foreign creatures. The reason why the Black Fog clan is willing to negotiate with you is not because we fear you, but because we are giving face to the Black Cloak clan. Therefore, don't fail to appreciate our kindness," said the Black Fog clan. This guy's words were tough and he felt good about himself. However, after thinking about it carefully, what he said was quite reasonable. After all, the Black Fog tribe was very powerful in this Starry Sky World. Ordinary forces did not dare to provoke the Black Fog tribe. Moreover, the Black Fog tribe, the Black Cloak clan, the people from the Black Hand world, and many other lost races had formed an alliance. No matter how powerful the foreign creatures were, they were few in number. Therefore, the Black Fog tribe cultivator really believed that the foreign creatures would not dare to make a move and that they were just bluffing. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. "Does that mean there's no way to continue this negotiation?" At that moment, the Black Cloak clan cultivator said, "How about this? Let's each take a step back. What do you think?" Lin Feng said, "Ask the brothers beside me." "What do you think?" The foreign cultivators next to Lin Feng were all extremely sullen. Of course, they would not agree to take a step back. Moreover, Lin Feng had asked them to repay their losses tenfold. In fact, they felt that this request was too low. 100-fold repayment was still acceptable, but why did he ask for tenfold? If they really asked for tenfold repayment, how would they split the loot when there were so many of them here? many of them would not be able to reap any benefits. However, the foreign creatures were not willing to accept tenfold repayment, let alone 100-fold repayment. There's no need to continue this negotiation, a foreign creature said. The Black Fog tribe cultivator sneered. If there's no need to continue this negotiation, then let's end it here. All of you, leave quickly. Don't stay here any longer. Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything else. He then left the Nine Heavens coffin with the other foreign creatures. After leaving the area, Zhou Jing said with a gloomy face, "These people are going too far. They really don't put us foreign creatures in their eyes. How hateful." Another foreign creature said, "There's nothing we can do about it. Who told us to be so weak here? This isn't our territory, it's the Black Fog tribe's territory. It's natural for them to act like they have everything under control. What should we do now?" Another foreign creature asked. Lin Feng said, "They're too stubborn. It's too difficult to negotiate, and even if we succeed, they won't give us too many benefits. This is something we can't tolerate. So many of our brothers have died tragically, and we've been oppressed by them for so many years. If they don't want to pay the price, aren't they just toying with us? I think we should return to the Sirius Star and report this matter to the masters. Let the masters decide on this matter." The others all nodded. Then, Lin Feng and the others quickly flew back to the Sirius Star. When she saw Lin Feng and the others return, Lady Qianmei asked, "How did things go?" Lin Feng said, "Lady Qianmei, they're very stubborn. They clearly told us that they definitely won't hand over the Black Fog tribe cultivators who killed our brothers. In addition, they gave us very little compensation. When I asked them to pay us 10 times the compensation, they refused. We couldn't make a decision on this matter, so we quickly returned to report this matter to the masters," Zhang Yuan said. Zhang Yuan cursed, "The Black Fog race's cultivators think too highly of themselves. Since they don't place us outlanders in their eyes, there's no need for us to be polite with them. Sirs, let's kill our way over and let them know that we outlanders aren't to be trifled with." "That's right. Let's kill them now. Then, we'll make them pay a terrible price. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all those bastards. Show us the might of the otherworldly creatures." The surroundings immediately became noisy. The foreign creatures all felt very aggrieved, which was why they were all filled with murderous intent. They wanted nothing more than to kill their way to the Nine Heavens God Morning Coffin and fight the Black Mist race to the death. End of chapter. Lady Qianmei said, "If we go there rashly, they might be prepared. It's obviously not a good choice. We need to think of a more reliable method before we kill our way over." Although Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to kill his way over to get his revenge, he had no choice but to endure for now after hearing Lady Qianmei's words. However, even after thinking for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a good plan. "I have an idea, but I wonder if it'll work." At this time, a foreign creature spoke. "What idea?" asked Lady Qianmei. Everyone looked at the alien creature who had just spoken. "It's like this," said the alien creature. "A few years ago, I obtained a mysterious minor world. Then, I refined it. Now, everyone can enter the minor world. I'll lead a few people and pretend to be the second batch of negotiators. Then, we'll go to their location and enter the Nine Heavens God Morning Coffin. When the time comes, we'll suddenly attack and catch them off guard. What do you think of this idea, Lord?" said Lady Qianmei. "It sounds like a good idea, but they definitely have a way to detect cultivators hiding in minor worlds or spaces. If we go there like this, we'll definitely be discovered. That's why it'll be very difficult to implement. I don't think it'll work." The others nodded as well. They all agreed with Lady Qianmei. At that moment, Lin Feng said, "I have a stone of destiny with me. It contains a powerful destiny energy. If we use destiny energy to seal this minor world, we'll be able to cut off all senses." Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Destiny energy was one of the most mysterious types of energy, and it could even change one's destiny. Therefore, when Lin Feng said this idea, everyone felt that it was very feasible. Said Zhang Yuan, "I think it'll work. What do you think, lords?" The others also turned to look at the three transcendents. Said Yan Chang, If we use other powers to seal this minor world, it won't work. However, if we use destiny energy to seal this minor world, we should be able to cut off all auras. I think it'll work. I think so too. Lady Thousand Charm and Heavenly Ghost Demon King agreed. Lin Feng said, since that's the case, let's all enter the miniature world. We'll leave some people outside and pretend to be the ones going to negotiate with the Black Fog race. Once everyone enters the miniature world, I'll immediately use the Stone of Destiny to seal it. Alright, we'll do it this way. However, after the small world is sealed, you people outside try to sense it and see if you can sense our auras. If you can, we'll have to think of another way, said Lady Qian Mei. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. The cultivator summoned out his little world. Next, Lady Qian Mei and the others quickly flew towards the little world. After the leaders flew into the miniature world, the rest of the otherworldly creatures also flew in. There were still a dozen or so otherworldly creatures outside. Once everyone had entered, Lin Feng took out the Stone of Destiny. In truth, the Stone of Destiny was originally a very ordinary stone. Lin Feng had secretly injected destiny energy into it, and it became the Stone of Destiny that Lin Feng had mentioned. Lin Feng had done this because he didn't want to expose the secret of his great destiny technique. If this secret was exposed, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Lin Feng summoned a powerful destiny energy, which enveloped the entire miniature world. Then, the destiny energy sealed the entire miniature world. Lin Feng said, brothers, can you sense the auras of the people inside? Everyone tried to sense it, but they all shook their heads and said, I can't sense anything. I can't sense anything either. I can't sense anything either. Lin Feng said, looks like this method will work. That's great. With so many cultivators attacking together, we'll definitely be able to crush them. However, we can't show any signs of abnormality because the Black Mist race is extremely cunning. If we show any signs of abnormality, they might discover us. If that happens, our plan will fail completely. After hearing Lin Feng, everyone nodded and said, don't worry, we'll hide our emotions. Lin Feng's group quickly flew towards the Nine Heavens coffin. Half a month later, they arrived at the miniature world. Seeing Lin Feng's group coming back, the patrolling cultivators sneered. One of them said, these guys are like ghosts that won't go away. The leader said, Your Excellency already guessed that these guys would come back. Their departure earlier was only a means of negotiation. What do you mean, Your Excellency? Asked a cultivator. Your Excellency wants to leave them hanging for a while. The leader said. That's a good idea. The others nodded. The leader sneered and said, why don't these guys look at themselves in the mirror? Do they really think this is a place where otherworldly creatures like them can behave atrociously? Having said that, he led the others towards Lin Feng's group. After they arrived, Lin Feng said, we want to negotiate with Your Excellency. Take us there now. The cultivators sneered. The leader said, Our Excellency is dealing with some urgent matters. When he's done, he'll let you know. Lin Feng's group nodded and waited outside. This wait lasted for more than 10 days. During this time, they kept urging the other party, but they didn't receive an audience. Clearly, the other party was doing this on purpose. Lin Feng was secretly happy. The otherworldly creatures in the miniature world were probably about to die from anger. The angrier they were, the better. The angrier they were, the greater their hatred for the Black Mist race would be. The war would be even more tragic. He would be able to fish in troubled waters and have a greater chance of saving his mother. P.S. 6 chapters, please subscribe, end of chapter. After waiting for an entire month, Lin Feng and the others were finally brought into the Nine Heaven Spirit Mourning coffin. There were more than 10 cultivators from the other side. Some of them were from the Black Fog tribe, some were from the Black Robe tribe, and some were from the world of the Black Hand. The Black Fog tribe cultivators were the ones in charge. After all, this matter was related to the Black Fog tribe. As for the Black Robe tribe and the cultivators from the world of the Black Hand, they were just there to watch the show. Although they said they were not helping either side, everyone knew that they were definitely on the Black Fog tribe's side. I heard that you want to negotiate with my tribe? After seeing Lin Feng and the others, the Black Fog tribe cultivator showed a mocking expression. Didn't the negotiation fail last time? why are you here again? Now that you've come back, don't you feel ashamed? Lin Feng smiled and said, last time, the negotiation failed, but this time, we're not here to negotiate. Not to negotiate? Then what is it for? The Black Fog Tribe cultivator asked with a frown. Lin Feng said, we're here to kill you guys. After saying that, Lin Feng's body flashed and appeared next to the Black Fog Tribe cultivator. Then, he grabbed the Black Fog Tribe cultivator's neck. The Black Fog Tribe cultivator's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong. The Black Fog Tribe cultivator said loudly, this is the Nine Heaven Spirit Mourning Coffin. If you dare to behave atrociously here, you'll all die without a burial place. Lin Feng smiled and said, is that so? Then we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see what happens next. After saying that, Lin Feng directly broke the Black Fog Tribe cultivator's neck. Brat! You're courting death. Seeing that the Black Fog Tribe cultivator had been killed by Lin Feng, the cultivators from the three great powers were furious. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng and the others to pieces. Meanwhile, these foreign creatures were extremely excited. They had been given the cold shoulder for such a long time, feeling incomparably sullen. Now that they saw this fellow being killed by Lin Feng, they were obviously incomparably happy. Kill them. A Black Fog race cultivator said in a deep voice. The cultivators from the three great forces wanted to kill off Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng said, why aren't you letting them out? The foreign being quickly nodded and summoned his small world. All of the foreign creatures in the small world flew out. Run! When the cultivators of the three great powers saw so many foreign creatures flying out, they were scared out of their wits. Their faces were as pale as paper. How could they dare to stay any longer? They hurriedly fled into the depths. Ha 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 ha. Where do you think you're going? Yan Chang laughed and sent out a palm strike. A huge energy palm was condensed in the void. Then, the huge energy palm ruthlessly slapped towards those people who were trying to escape. A group of cultivators was instantly annihilated. Madame Thousand Charms said, send 500 people to deal with those people outside. The rest of you, kill them together. After killing them, don't forget to take their storage rings. These people are extremely rich. Even if we can't obtain any opportunities here, as long as we can get the storage rings of the experts of the three great powers, it'll be the same as obtaining many great opportunities. Madame Thousand Charms' words were very reasonable. After all, the three great powers had basically obtained all the opportunities in the buried god's starfield. Therefore, killing these people and taking their storage rings was indeed the same as obtaining many great opportunities. However, if they could obtain some other opportunities here, it would be even better. Yes. The two leader-level foreign creatures led the 500 foreign creatures and flew out. They were going to clean up the remnants of the epics outside. If there were too many remnants of the epics outside when they retreated, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Therefore, they had to clean up the remnants of the epics outside to ensure that they could leave without any obstructions. Although the remnants of the epics outside had relatively high cultivation bases. Compared to these foreign creatures, you are still far too lacking. It shouldn't be a problem for the foreign creatures to get rid of the remnants of the epics outside. At this moment, the large group gathered together and charged towards the depths. The foreign creatures charged at the front while Lin Feng's group of four stayed behind. Lin Feng's group's main goal was to save people. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to conserve his strength first. Moreover, Lin Feng still didn't know where his mother was sealed. Lin Feng still wanted to find someone to ask. He planned to capture a few cultivators of the three great powers and ask them. Soon, they reached the depths of the first layer of the Nine Heavens God Mourning Coffin. There was a huge light pillar in the depths of the first layer. This light pillar contained extremely terrifying energy. This light pillar seemed to be a teleportation light pillar. Clearly, there were no stairs here. If one wanted to go up, they had to take the teleportation light pillar. A large number of foreign creatures entered the teleportation light pillars. Lin Feng's group of four was mixed in with the crowd. Soon, they arrived at the second layer. The second layer of the Nine Heavens God Mourning Coffin was extremely large. There were many areas shrouded in primal chaos, Aside from these areas, there were also many huge mountain ranges. Within these mountains, there were many caves. And those caves were actually equivalent to prison cells. Heavens, those mountain ranges are all made of forbidden law stones. Many foreign creatures roared out in disbelief. Forbidden law stones were extremely precious. Some top powers might find some forbidden law stones and forge them into materials to create a cage. No matter how strong someone was, once they were imprisoned, it would be very difficult for them to escape. After all, once one's magic power was sealed, one's battle prowess would drop drastically. Such precious forbidden magic stones had actually formed one huge mountain range after another in this place. It was too inconceivable. We're rich. We're rich. If we collect those forbidden law stones, how many immortal stones can we sell them for? Many foreign creatures roared out in excitement. Xianxia said, the most important thing right now is to release the prisoners, then collect those forbidden law stones. Yes. These foreign creatures roared out loudly. Then, they quickly flew towards those mountain ranges. At this time, many experts who were stationed in the second layer of the Nine Heavens God Morning Coffin rushed over. You foreign creatures dare to attack the Nine Heavens God Morning Coffin? You're simply seeking death. You will all die here. The experts of the three great powers roared furiously. Bastards, you should be the ones dying. Many foreign creatures cursed, unwilling to be outdone. Then, the two sides engaged in a great battle. Blood splashed and flesh flew. Many foreign creatures and cultivators of the three great powers died on the spot. Of course, even though both sides suffered heavy casualties, if one really had to make a comparison, the number of casualties of the foreign creatures was far less than that of the three great powers. After all, the three great powers only had about 2,000 cultivators stationed on the second floor. These 2,000 cultivators couldn't be compared to the foreign creatures in terms of individual combat ability. Moreover, the foreign creatures had 3 half-cultivation surpassing experts overseeing them. That was why if one truly compared the two sides, the difference between the two sides really was a bit too great. The three great power sides suffering a bit more losses was also to be expected. Quite a few foreign creatures slaughtered their way towards the various mountain ranges. The cultivators in the cages shouted loudly, "Let us out! Hurry up and let us out! We'll kill the enemy together with you." Then, the foreign creatures released the people inside. They didn't necessarily want to release the people inside. The main thing was that releasing them now was extremely beneficial for them. The cultivators who were imprisoned were quite strong. After being released, they quickly joined the battle. When the cultivators of the three great powers saw that they couldn't stop these people, they all fled towards the depths. In the process of fleeing, many people were killed. At the same time, many of the foreign creatures wanted to collect the mountains formed by the forbidden magic stones. They even fantasized about selling the mountains formed by the forbidden magic stones. When the time came, they would be able to make a fortune. This kind of thinking was quite good. If they really succeeded, they would be able to make a fortune. However, when they tried to collect the forbidden magic stones, the mountains didn't move at all. Those mountain ranges actually didn't move at all. When they saw this scene, the expressions of those foreign creatures immediately became ugly. The mountain ranges actually couldn't be collected. This completely destroyed the beautiful dreams they had in their hearts. These foreign creatures guessed that the mountains had already merged with the Nine Heaven God Morning Coffin, which was why they failed to collect them. Therefore, many of the foreign creatures began to curse loudly. Don't let them escape. Kill these bastards. The cultivators who were released roared angrily. Then, they quickly chased after the escaping cultivators. Together with the foreign creatures, they attacked the escaping cultivators. In the end, only a small number of people managed to escape. Most of them were killed. Then, the foreign creatures and the cultivators who were released all entered the teleportation light pillar. They arrived at the third level of the Nine Heavens God Morning Coffin. The third layer's cultivators had already received news of the foreign creatures' invasion. That was why as soon as the foreign creatures and the cultivators who were released arrived at the third layer, they suffered a powerful attack from the third layer's garrison. The two sides immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. Some were busy fighting against the cultivators from the three great forces while some were busy saving the other cultivators. Lin Feng planned to capture a few cultivators and search their memories to see where his mother was imprisoned. If he couldn't find them, he would capture a few more people and bring them to a hidden place to interrogate them. Lin Feng locked onto an extremely powerful Black Fog tribe cultivator. Then, he quickly flew towards the Black Fog tribe cultivator. The Black Fog tribe cultivator also saw Lin Feng flying towards him. When he saw how young Lin Feng was, his expression immediately became extremely cold. He had cultivated for a long time while Lin Feng was so young. Naturally, he didn't think that he couldn't beat Lin Feng. Therefore, the Black Fog tribe cultivator slapped towards Lin Feng. He could almost see the scene of Lin Feng being killed by his slap. However, when their attacks collided, the Black Fog tribe cultivator was sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. The Black Fog tribe cultivator's face immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. Even with his powerful cultivation, he couldn't block the attack of such a young cultivator. This made him pale with fright. Only now did he realize that the young human cultivator in front of him couldn't be described with common sense. This person's cultivation was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Feng quickly charged towards the Black Fog tribe cultivator. When the Black Fog tribe cultivator saw Lin Feng charging towards him, his expression became extremely gloomy. He wanted to quickly escape, but Lin Feng didn't give him the chance. Lin Feng directly suppressed the Black Fog tribe cultivator. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the Black Fog tribe cultivator's head and directly searched his soul. However, at this moment, the Black Fog tribe cultivator's soul directly shattered. This Black Fog tribe cultivator's soul was set up with a powerful restriction, so it was impossible to search. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he was already mentally prepared for this situation. Therefore, even if something like this happened, there was nothing to be surprised about. Lin Feng then suppressed a few more cultivators. There were Black Fog tribe cultivators, Black Robe tribe cultivators, and also cultivators from the Mastermind's world. After failing 4 times in a row, Lin Feng planned to capture someone and find a hidden place to interrogate them if he failed again. However, when he searched the cultivator's soul for the 5th time, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Because this cultivator's mind didn't have any soul restriction, Lin Feng obtained a lot of important information from this cultivator's mind. For example, this cultivator's mind contained a lot of information about the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin. Some experts with extremely special identities were suppressed in the 9th level of the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin. However, he hadn't been to the 9th level of the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin. Therefore, he didn't know the specific identities of the people suppressed there. After obtaining this information, Lin Feng's face showed a hint of joy. His mother was from the Sovereign Emperor clan, so her identity was very sensitive. It was very likely that she was suppressed in the 9th level of the 9 Heavens God mourning coffin. Lin Feng was thinking about how to enter the 9th level of the 9 Heavens Spirit mourning coffin. This was because he was only on the 3rd level. It would be too difficult for him to enter the 9th level. Lin Feng felt that it was impossible for them to fight their way to the 9th level. Therefore, it was basically impossible for them to enter the 9th level. However, Lin Feng wanted to go to the 9th level to save people. Lin Feng quickly thought of an idea. Could he disguise himself as a Black Fog tribe cultivator and pretend to call for reinforcements? This way, he would be able to ascend to a higher level. If all went well, he should be able to reach the 9th level. Lin Feng felt that this was a feasible method. Therefore, Lin Feng gathered the Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the evil Dominator Holy. Lin Feng told the 3 of them about his idea. The 3 of them felt that Lin Feng's idea was feasible. Therefore, the 4 of them flew towards the depths. It didn't take long for the 4 of them to reach the depths of the 3rd level. Lin Feng and the 3 of them became Black Fog tribe cultivators. Lin Feng then used the Great Destiny technique. He used the Great Destiny power to change their auras. Now, they were basically no different from the Black Fog tribe cultivators. The Black Fog tribe cultivators couldn't tell that Lin Feng and the others were impersonators. The cultivators on the 4th level had already discovered the battle below. When Lin Feng and the others entered, these people were already planning to enter the space below. Said Lin Feng hastily. Masters, I don't know why, but thousands of foreign cultivators joined hands to attack the 9th celestial coffin. They released many prisoners. Hurry up and go and help the cultivators down there. Otherwise, those foreign cultivators and the prisoners who were released will come back to attack us, said Lin Feng hastily. The cultivators of the three major powers knew about the battle below, but they hadn't expected it to be so tragic. For countless years, such a thing had never happened before. Therefore, these people were gnashing their teeth in hatred towards these foreign creatures. Moreover, they could imagine that many people had already died below. Thinking of their dead compatriots, these people became even more furious. Therefore, the cultivators of the three great powers quickly flew down. At this time, Lin Feng revealed a trace of a smile. It seemed that the implementation of his method was very successful. The Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the heretical revered saint were also delighted. Lin Feng's group of 4 arrived at the teleportation light pillar in the depths of the 4th layer. They had successfully entered the 5th layer of space. After arriving at the 5th level, Lin Feng shouted, "The foreign creatures have gathered thousands of people and are attacking the 9 heaven god mourning coffin. They have released many prisoners, and the foreign creatures and the prisoners are working together. It's too terrifying. Our people have suffered heavy casualties, and we can't hold on much longer. Everyone, quickly go down and help." The cultivators on the 5th level were all extremely shocked. Someone actually dared to attack the 9 heavens god mourning coffin. This was too unbelievable, but they naturally didn't think that Lin Feng was lying. The cultivators on this floor hastily gathered together and quickly flew down. Lin Feng followed suit. He, the Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the heretical revered saint led the cultivators on the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels to the battlefield below. Then, the 4 of them arrived at the 9th level. As soon as they arrived at the 9th level, someone flew over and looked coldly at Lin Feng's group. He said, "The 9th level is the forbidden area of the 9 heaven god mourning coffin. No one is allowed to enter without permission. You should know that by now. Since you know that, why are you still trespassing on the 9th level?" said Lin Feng hastily. "Master, a large number of foreign cultivators gathered together and attacked the 9 heavens coffin. We've suffered many casualties. The 4 of us came to inform you that we can't resist the attacks of the foreign cultivators and the prisoners. We hope that the master of the 9th floor can come and help us," said Lin Feng hastily. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivators on the 9th level were extremely shocked. Clearly, they hadn't expected this to happen. "Are you telling the truth?" the leading cultivator asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng nodded. "Of course it's true. How could I joke about something like that? Let's go. Let's go down and take a look," the leading cultivator said in a deep voice. After that, the cultivators on the 9th level gathered together. There were about 3,000 people in total. This was the strongest force in the 9 heavens god mourning coffin. These people flew down, but there were still a few hundred people guarding the 9th level. After seeing these people, Lin Feng frowned slightly. There were so many of them, and they were so strong. On the other hand, he only had 4 people on his side. It would be very difficult for him to deal with them. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely helpless. The 4 insect swarms could be of use at this time. Therefore, Lin Feng summoned the 4 insect swarms. An endless swarm of insects flew out and swiftly flew towards the surrounding cultivators from the 3 great forces. "Duzu, go and help them," Lin Feng said. Duzu nodded and quickly flew over. He released his poison and cooperated with the insect swarms to deal with the cultivators of the 3 great powers. What's the meaning of this? The cultivators of the 3 great powers were shocked. Although they didn't know why Lin Feng and the others had suddenly attacked them, since Lin Feng and the others had attacked them, they were enemies and not friends. They had to suppress Lin Feng and the others first. Lin Feng didn't say much to them. The 4 insect swarms joined forces with Duzu to fight the cultivators. The insect swarms were constantly dying. They weren't a match for the cultivators at all. However, it shouldn't be a problem to hold them back for a while. Therefore, the cultivators' hopes of suppressing Lin Feng and the others were dashed. At this moment, Lin Feng, the Emperor Brush, and the heretic sovereign sage flew towards the first mountain. There were only 2 mountain ranges in the 9th level. There weren't too many cages either. The first mountain range only had a dozen or so cages, and some of the cages didn't have any prisoners. Lin Feng saw a few prisoners. The prisoners also saw Lin Feng's group. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They didn't expect a few cultivators to sneak into the 9th level. These cultivators were obviously extremely powerful, and now they saw hope of escaping. Save us. They looked at Lin Feng's group with hopeful eyes. Lin Feng, the Emperor Brush, and the heretic sovereign saint quickly flew over and shattered the cages. The few cultivators walked out. When they came out, their dermic powers were rapidly recovering, and a world-destroying aura surged out. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed when he sensed the strong cultivator's qi. These people's auras were simply too powerful. Even if they were unable to display their peak combat strength for the time being, as long as they could display a portion of their combat strength, it was already terrifying enough. When they saw Lin Feng's group release the prisoners, the expressions of the cultivators from the 3 major powers became extremely ugly. Lin Feng asked, "Seniors, is there a female prisoner called Ji Longer here?" "Yes. She's been suppressed in the depths of the mountain range." "You can go there to find her," said a cultivator. "Many thanks." Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly flew towards the mountain range. At this moment, dozens of cultivators exterminated the swarm of insects that surrounded them and charged towards Lin Feng's group. The Emperor Brush and the heretic sovereign saint helped Lin Feng delay these people. Lin Feng continued to fly deeper into the mountain range. Lin Feng arrived at the 2nd mountain range. There were 3 people imprisoned here. There was a demon race cultivator, a sea race cultivator, and a woman. The woman looked to be about 30 years old. She was extremely beautiful. When Lin Feng saw her, his body trembled slightly. The feeling of being connected by blood made Lin Feng's eyes burst into tears. The woman's eyes were originally closed, but at this moment, she seemed to have sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng had changed back to his original appearance, the woman saw Lin Feng's original appearance when she saw Lin Feng. She stood up, as if she couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. "Oh, damn it. Who is this kid? He's so powerful? He actually came here. Kid, quickly open the prison and let us out." The marine cultivator said. The devil cultivator also said, "Kid, quickly let us out. I want to start a massacre and kill all those bastards from the 3 great powers." Lin Feng directly destroyed the 3 cages. The sea race cultivator and the devil race cultivator quickly rushed out and joined the battle. The woman also walked out. "You're Feng-er?" the woman asked with a trembling voice. Lin Feng nodded heavily, "Mother. It's me. He let his mother suffer here. Feng-er is unfilial. Feng-er came to save mother." Ji Long-er's tears suddenly flowed out. Now, Ji Long-er's heart was extremely complicated. She didn't expect her son to be able to come here. She also didn't expect her son to be so powerful. But now was not the time for mother and son to reminisce. Because the situation was still very dangerous, they had to leave quickly. Lin Feng said, "Mother, let's go out quickly. We'll talk after we get out." Ji Longer nodded and quickly flew out with Lin Feng. At this moment, the battle on the 9th level had reached a climax. Other than Lin Feng, Ji Long-er, Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Saint, Marine Cultivator, and Devil Cultivator, there were 5 other cultivators who were previously imprisoned in the 1st mountain range. In total, there were 12 people. The 12 people were very strong, but the cultivators from the 3 great powers were also very strong. Lin Feng's 4 insect swarms were more or less eliminated, so the cultivators were now free. Hundreds of experts surrounded Lin Feng and the rest. Lin Feng and the rest wanted to rush out, but they were all forced back. The leader of the group was an expert who surpassed his realm, and his strength was very terrifying. Then, under his lead, hundreds of strong cultivators attacked together. Lin Feng and the others couldn't break out of the encirclement easily. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that at this moment, a terrifying wave of energy came from the depths of the 9th level. Then, 3 experts who surpassed their realm flew out from the depths of the 9th level. Obviously, there were 4 experts who surpassed their realm in this place. And then there were the other hundreds of top experts. So many experts, how powerful was that? How could Lin Feng and the rest be a match for so many people, if they waited for the other 3 experts who surpassed their realm to kill them? It would be even worse for Lin Feng and the rest. The oceanic race cultivator cursed loudly, Mother ****. After being imprisoned here for so many years, my cultivation has dropped tremendously. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of these bastards? The devil cultivator said, let's break out with all our strength. We won't be able to break through. They have too many strong cultivators, and if the 4 transcendents work together, we'll definitely die. An expert from the human clan said. What do we do now? Another person said in a deep voice. Everyone's expression was unsightly. Lin Feng looked at the primal chaos in the distance. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Then, he said, how about we go into that primal chaos world? The others frowned. No one knew what was inside the primal chaos world formed by the 9 heavens god mourning coffin. That was because the primal chaos worlds were very mysterious. Even the cultivators of the 3 great factions could not explore the secrets of those primal chaos worlds. If they rashly entered those primal chaos worlds, they would risk their lives. In the past, the 3 great factions had lost many experts to explore those primal chaos worlds. And that was the primal chaos world below. This was the 9th level. The number 9 was very ominous. No one knew how dangerous the primal chaos world on the 9th level was. If Lin Feng and the rest took the risk to enter, it would be too dangerous. But now, they seem to have no other choice. P.S. Today's update will be 4, tomorrow's update will be 6, and today's update will be made up for today's update, end of chapter. Everyone knew that it was extremely dangerous to enter the primal chaos world, but Lin Feng and the others couldn't think of any other way. Lin Feng said, everyone, let's enter the primal chaos world now. It's better than staying outside. The rest of the people looked uncertain. They were also wondering if there was any other way. Lin Feng didn't care about what they thought. He, his mother, the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint quickly flew towards the primal chaos world. The marine race cultivator cursed, what are you waiting for? We'll definitely die if we're surrounded. Let's hurry over. The marine race cultivator quickly followed by the devil race cultivator. The other experts also knew that this was their only choice. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and quickly flew over. The 4 quasi-transcendents and hundreds of experts all chased after Lin Feng and the others. However, they weren't able to stop Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others quickly entered the primal chaos world. When they entered, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. A huge black hole appeared and swallowed everyone. Everything was too sudden. They didn't even have time to react. ****CK, what's going on? Are we going to die here as soon as we enter? The marine race cultivator wailed. Said the cultivator. Lin Feng and the others sensed a powerful strength surround them. In the next moment, they felt themselves being flung out. When they reappeared, they were in a forest. This forest was also shrouded in chaos chi. It was extremely strange. Everyone stood up and sized up their surroundings. However, they didn't find anything. There wasn't even the sound of insects or birds. The marine race cultivator asked, what do you think this place is? The human race cultivator said, the area covered by primal chaos chi is very strange. It's hard to guess what this place is, but I think it's a special small world formed inside the 9 heaven god mourning coffin. At that moment, a cultivator with wings on his back said, the universe is created and destroyed. The 9 heavens god burying coffin once buried a universe, so it's possible that some unknown small worlds, such as spaces, are formed inside. After hearing this, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The 9 heaven god mourning coffin buried a universe? Didn't that sound too unbelievable? One had to know that even if an era was destroyed, the universe would still exist. For example, the 9 continents universe had existed for 3,000 eras. Every time an epoch was destroyed, the universe would still exist. Then, new life forms, new races, and new hope would appear in the universe. Thus, a new epoch would begin. If the nine-heaven god mourning coffin really did bury a universe, this was too inconceivable. The origins of these people were not ordinary. They might know a lot of secrets. Therefore, some things might sound unbelievable, but they weren't necessarily false. Therefore, Lin Feng asked, "Seniors, do you know the specific origin of the nine-heaven god mourning coffin?" The cultivator with wings said, "I heard that the nine-heaven god mourning coffin was created by countless experts, one after another. It took them countless years and years to create it. It's said that the nine-heaven god mourning coffin was created to bury a universe." "What do you mean by burying a universe?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "I don't know about that," the cultivator with wings said. At this time, another creature with blood-red scales said, "Actually, the current nine-heaven god mourning coffin isn't as powerful as it used to be. The old nine-heaven god mourning coffin was truly terrifying." He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Do you know why the nine-heaven god mourning coffin chose the Black Fog tribe?" Lin Feng shook his head. He really didn't know about this. Because the nine-heaven god mourning coffin's weapon spirit was severely injured. If it wanted to recover, it needed to continuously devour cultivators' fates, flesh, and blood. This was an extremely long process. Therefore, many experts were captured and devoured over the long years. This method was extremely cruel. Ordinary factions wouldn't do something like this. Of course, even if they wanted to, they didn't have the ability to do so. However, the Black Fog tribe was different. They were strong and evil enough. They were a perfect match for the nine-heaven god mourning coffin's weapon spirit. Lin Feng said, "So, you were captured like this too?" The cultivator nodded. "That's right." Then, he sighed and said, "Over the long years, we've seen too many people die. I never thought that we'd have a chance to fight." The others couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Lin Feng said, "Then let's rest here first. You have to quickly recover your strength. That way, you'll have a better chance of getting out alive." Everyone nodded. They had just escaped and experienced an intense battle. Therefore, they were quite tired and needed to rest. Lin Feng knew that they had been trapped here for so long that they definitely didn't have any cultivation resources. Therefore, Lin Feng took out many high-grade immortal stones. Each person received 100 million high-grade immortal stones. They could refine the stones and recover their strength. At the same time, Lin Feng gave them some healing pills. He let them use the pills to recover. These people didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Feng. They put away the things that Lin Feng gave them and scattered. They began to consume the pills and refine the immortal stones. They used the pills to quickly recover their strength. The Emperor Brush and the others also scattered to recover. Ji Longer wasn't in a hurry to recover her strength. She had too many things to say to Lin Feng. Of course, she was most concerned about Lin Beidian because he was her beloved husband. "Feng how's your father now?" Ji Longer asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed and said, "My father was infected with a seed demon. He came here a few years before me to find my mother, but when I arrived at the buried god's starfield, he didn't come here. I suspect that his body has some problems because of the seed demon. That's why he couldn't come here." Seed demon, Ji Longer's heart trembled. She naturally knew what that word meant. Once a cultivator was infected with a seed demon, they would completely lose themselves and become a slave of the imperial family behind the scenes. They would even forget their family, children, and lovers. Right now, his mother was very worried about his father's safety. Of course, Lin Feng was also aware of this. In fact, Lin Feng was also very worried about his father's safety. But now, he didn't know where his father was, nor did he know the specific situation. Even if he wanted to find his father, he would have to wait until he was free. Obviously, there was no way to find him now. Lin Feng said, "Mother, you don't have to worry too much. Father's cultivation is so strong, even if he was planted with the devil, there won't be a problem. I believe that father will be able to suppress the devil in his body." If Ji Longer said that she wasn't worried, of course it was impossible. Ji Longer sighed and said, "I hope so." Next, the mother and son talked about a lot of things, such as the many things that happened to Lin Feng over the years. Ji Longer listened silently from the side. Lin Feng skipped a lot of dangerous things and talked about more interesting things. But how could Ji Longer not know how many dangers Lin Feng had experienced over the years? Otherwise, how could his cultivation be so strong? The mother and son talked for a few hours. Ji Longer went into seclusion to recover. Lin Feng also sat cross-legged and swallowed a lot of immortal stones to recover his magic power. Time slowly passed. These imprisoned experts were recovering bit by bit. However, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time if they wanted to restore their strength to their peak. So, after they woke up, although their strength had recovered a lot, there was still a big gap between their peak. However, their strength had temporarily reached the peak value that they could reach at present. This was already quite good. Then the group planned to explore this place to see if there was a way out. This place was the small world inside the 9th layer. It was definitely not simple. Then they carefully walked into the depths. They saw a huge black energy ball in the depths of this chaotic world. That huge black energy ball was suspended in midair, distorting the void. Lin Feng didn't know what that black energy ball was, but he could feel the aura it contained. It made his hair stand on end. At this moment, a chilling aura surged out from the huge ball of black energy. Then, a sinister voice rang out, "You outsiders are quite capable. You actually managed to come to the 9th floor and even released everyone. If I'm not mistaken, everything was planned by that human brat, right?" When they heard this voice, Lin Feng and the others' faces couldn't help but sink slightly. Whose voice is that? Lin Feng and the others frowned. Very soon. Lin Feng and the others thought of the same person at the same time. That was the weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin. Because, from beginning to end, the weapon spirit of the 9th heaven god mourning coffin hadn't shown up yet. The winged cultivator had told him how powerful the weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin was. After all, the 9 heavens god mourning coffin was a terrifying existence that had devoured the universe. As for how powerful the weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin was, it was even harder to guess. Even though the weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin might be in a weak state right now, it was still impossible to guess. But that was only relatively speaking. Compared to when it was at its peak, its current strength might not be as strong as it was at that time. However, it was still terrifying compared to others. "Are you the weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right. I'm the weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin." The voice from the black ball of light rang out again. After hearing the confirmation, Lin Feng and the others' faces turned ugly. This guy was really the weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin. This was going to be troublesome. However, when they thought about how their combined strength wasn't weak, everyone calmed down a little after a short period of shock. If they really fought, it might not be completely hopeless. There's no need for us to fight to the death, right? It's already the end of the epic. Why don't we form a good relationship and you let us go? If you want us to do anything for you in the future, we can agree. If I want others to work for me, there are naturally countless clans that are willing to work for me. For example, the Black Fog clan, the Black Robe clan, and even many creatures from the world of the Black Hand are willing to work for me. I don't need you at all. The weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin was not lying. There were indeed many clans and forces that were willing to work for the 9 heavens god mourning coffin. After all, the 9 heavens god mourning coffin's origin was too extraordinary. Working for it should be able to gain a lot of benefits. It was basically impossible for Lin Feng and the others to work with it and let them go. However, Lin Feng still wanted to know the origin of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin. Legend had it that the 9 heavens god mourning coffin had buried an entire universe. Was this legend true? It sounded too inconceivable. Therefore, Lin Feng did have a lot of questions to ask the weapon spirit of the 9 heavens god mourning coffin. Lin Feng asked, "Rumor has it that the 9 heaven god mourning coffin buried an entire universe. Is that rumor true?" The spirit of the coffin said, "Of course the rumor is true." Lin Feng and the others were mentally prepared after hearing the 9 heavens god mourning coffin's confession. But he was still shocked. Burying an entire universe was truly inconceivable. One should know that this universe had already experienced 3,000 eras and had yet to be destroyed. However, the nine-heaven god mourning coffin had buried an entire universe. Which universe did it bury? Lin Feng actually had some understanding of the history of the universe. For example, the current 4 universes were originally one universe. The 4 universes were not separated by the laws of heaven and earth. Instead, it was artificially divided. Although the cultivators of the 4 great cosmoses were talking about the 4 great cosmoses now, they were still talking about the 4 great cosmoses. But in reality, in essence, there were no longer 4 universes. They were still one universe. The so-called 4 universes were just 4 different parts of the universe. Lin Feng was naturally very curious about the universe that the nine-heaven god mourning coffin had buried. Lin Feng asked, which universe did the nine-heaven god mourning coffin bury? Why should I tell you? The weapon spirit sneered and said, don't try to get anything out of me. I won't tell you anything. Besides, you don't have the right to know those secrets. Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was really full of himself. But who asked him to be so awesome, said Lin Feng. Back then, you were extremely strong, but now you can't be compared to back then. I've heard that back then, you were as strong as the door of everlasting life and the supreme divine court, but now it seems like you're much weaker than the door of everlasting life and the supreme divine court, said Lin Feng. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the weapon spirit's face turned gloomy. He said coldly, boy, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to anger me? I think you're dying too slowly, so you want to die faster, right? If that's what you want, I don't mind fulfilling your wish right now. Lin Feng said, I just said something that everyone knows, and you're already flustered and exasperated? Your temperament is too bad. It's not surprising that you're like this. The spirit of the coffin sneered and said, you don't know what's good for you. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. I'll kill all of you right now and devour your flesh and blood to increase my cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, the nine heavens god mourning coffin started attacking Lin Feng and the others. Claws of destruction condensed in the void and attacked Lin Feng and the others fiercely. Do it. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. Then, they started to attack one after another. All kinds of attacks were formed and blasted towards the incoming world-destroying claw. Lin Feng took out the sky-splitting axe, a powerful ancient weapon. Lin Feng swung the axe and shattered the claw of destruction. The others also had extraordinary skills. They destroyed the claw of destruction that was attacking them. The weapon spirit of the nine heavens god mourning coffin said, you guys are quite capable. Take another attack from me. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge whirlpool condensed in the void and distorted the surrounding void. It seemed to be able to freeze everything in the world, even time. After Lin Feng and the others were enveloped by the whirlpool, their bodies were greatly restricted. Lin Feng's face immediately turned ugly. The others' faces also turned ugly. The oceanic race cultivator said in a serious voice, what a powerful skill. No wonder you're the weapon spirit of the nine heavens god mourning coffin. Of course, in the past, you people wouldn't even be able to withstand one of my attacks. This time, the end of the epic is a great reincarnation cycle. Logically speaking, the universe should also be destroyed and a new universe should be born. At that time, I can devour the destroyed universe and my cultivation will return to its peak. However, you won't have the chance to look up at my supreme godly appearance. The weapon spirit of the nine heavens god mourning coffin sneered. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, back then, those people forged the nine heavens god mourning coffin to devour the universe. They did it with good intentions, didn't they? That's right. They did forge the nine heavens god mourning coffin with good intentions. Back then, they wanted to destroy those undying existences. So, they had to bury that universe and create a new one. So, generation after generation of experts joined the ranks of those forging the nine heavens god mourning coffin. Finally, they forged the nine heavens god mourning coffin. Then, that universe and those terrifying existences were buried by the nine heavens god mourning coffin, and a new universe was born. Have all the imprints of that universe been erased? Lin Feng asked. Not really. For example, the door of everlasting life and the godly court. Aren't they still there? Lin Feng was very surprised when he heard that. Actually, Lin Feng had always been curious about the door of everlasting life and the godly court. Lin Feng only knew that the door of everlasting life and the godly court were extremely terrifying. There were countless fortunes inside, so they must have had an incredible origin. However, Lin Feng hadn't thought that their origin might be even more extraordinary than he had imagined. In your universe, how many universes have changed since then? Lin Feng asked. The spirit of the nine heavens god Morning Coffin sneered. It didn't want to tell Lin Feng that. You're asking too many questions. I should send you to hell. The spirit of the nine heavens god Morning Coffin sneered. Have you forgotten your original intention? Those people wanted to create a harmonious world, but you killed the innocent. You're obviously going against their wishes, Lin Feng said. The spirit of the nine heavens god Morning Coffin sneered. They're already dead. What do they have to do with me? I still have to live. Then, its tone became even colder. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. I'm going to devour you now. After that, the spirit of the nine heavens god Morning Coffin started controlling the whirlpool to attack Lin Feng and the others. The huge whirlpool kept closing. Lin Feng and the others tried to rush out of the whirlpool, but they failed no matter how many times they tried. The whirlpool was too terrifying. It wanted to devour Lin Feng and the others. Of course, the main reason was that the spirit of the nine heavens god Morning Coffin was too terrifying. Now, Lin Feng and the others didn't seem to have any way to resist the spirit of the coffin. This was troublesome. At that critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed that the mysterious box was shaking violently. When Lin Feng sensed the mysterious box's movements, he was astonished. Lin Feng thought it was Yimo's body inside the box, but then he realized it wasn't Yimo's body because Yimo had returned from divine damnation. Lin Feng didn't know who the body inside the box belonged to. However, the mysterious metal box was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng knew this very well. Now that the mysterious metal box emitted such violent waves, what did this mean? Could the mysterious metal box deal with the nine heavens god Morning Coffin? Thinking about this, Lin Feng quickly summoned the mysterious metal box. When the mysterious metal box was summoned by Lin Feng, it floated above the mysterious metal box. The mysterious box floated above Lin Feng and a terrifying blood-red strength emerged from it. The blood-red energy directly shattered the huge whirlpool formed by the ninth heaven god Morning Coffin's artifact spirit. End of chapter. Everyone was shocked to see Lin Feng's mysterious iron box shatter the twisting black vortex. They knew how powerful the twisting black vortex was, but Lin Feng's black iron box could shatter it in an instant. It was like a dream. The experts stared at Lin Feng's mysterious iron box carefully. Many of them were extremely shocked. They might have some understanding of the mysterious iron box's origin. Therefore, they couldn't calm down when they saw the mysterious iron box. The weapon spirit of the nine heavens god Morning Coffin also showed an expression of disbelief. It should have recognized the mysterious iron box's origin. Only those who truly knew the origin of the mysterious iron box knew how terrifying it was. Lin Feng knew that the mysterious iron box was terrifying. But to be honest, Lin Feng didn't have a deep understanding of the mysterious iron box. So, how terrifying was the mysterious iron box? Lin Feng really didn't know. You actually got this thing? The weapon spirit of the nine heavens god Morning Coffin shouted in disbelief. At this moment, his expression was unsettled as he thought of something. He originally thought that the corpse fragments in the mysterious iron box couldn't have survived until now, but they did. What did this mean? His heart trembled slightly. He thought of the origin of the corpse fragments. Even at his peak, he didn't dare to talk about it. Now, after so many years, it still existed in the world. This kind of shock was indescribable with words. The only fortunate thing was that the power of the corpse fragments in the mysterious iron box couldn't be fully released. If the power of the corpse fragments could be fully released, it was not something he could contend against. He also thought of some things that the corpse fragments had experienced before they died. Of course, he only heard about them from others. Those top experts back then were also very secretive when they talked about the corpse fragments before they died. At this moment, the mysterious iron box was floating above Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to open it. because Lin Feng felt that there was still a chance for things to turn around. Lin Feng looked at the weapon spirit of the ninth heaven god mourning coffin and said, "Do you think it's necessary for us to keep fighting? If you continue fighting, I'll open the mysterious box, and you should know what will happen." "Are you threatening me?" the weapon spirit of the ninth heaven god mourning coffin asked with a gloomy look. Lin Feng replied, "Of course, I'm not threatening you, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. I believe that you're a smart person and know what to do." At that moment, the weapon spirit of the ninth heaven god mourning coffin was in a terrible mood. He didn't want to let Lin Feng and the others go. He wanted to devour Lin Feng and the others. This would allow him to recover a lot of his strength. Furthermore, now that he had a grudge against Lin Feng and the others, he didn't know what would happen in the future. Therefore, after taking on such a grudge, he should kill the other party. If he let the tiger go back to the mountain, it might leave behind future troubles. However, it seemed to be more difficult to make Lin Feng and the others stay because Lin Feng had the mysterious iron box. Because he knew too much about the corpse in the mysterious iron box, he didn't dare to risk his life against Lin Feng. If Lin Feng really opened the mysterious iron box, when the time came, even if it was him, he might be destroyed. The weapon spirit of the ninth heaven god mourning coffin knew this very well. The weapon spirit of the ninth heaven god mourning coffin said with a gloomy look, "All right. I'll let you go." After hearing what the weapon spirit of the ninth heaven god mourning coffin said, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath. Finally, he could leave. The weapon spirit of the ninth heaven god mourning coffin condensed a void door and said, "Go through the void door and you can leave this place." Lin Feng and the others nodded and didn't continue to stay there. They went through the void door and when they reappeared, they were already in the starry sky world outside. They saw the ninth heaven god mourning coffin floating in the void world from afar. The ninth heaven god mourning coffin was so huge, so ancient, and so terrifying. At that moment, the battle over there was still not over. Earth-shattering shouts resounded through the clouds. Many cultivators in the distance were watching the battle. Those cultivators had come to watch the show after hearing some news. However, this kind of show wasn't very enjoyable. If they got too close, they might be affected and die without a burial place. Therefore, they only dared to watch the battle from afar. The battle over there had nothing to do with Lin Feng and the others. After they came out, Lin Feng and the others wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The Oceanic Race cultivator said, "Little brother, thank you so much for this time. If it wasn't for you, we might have died." The others also thanked Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng was very polite. He was actually very happy to be able to meet so many experts. The group of cultivators separated from Lin Feng and the others and quickly left this place. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay either. They quickly left. Lin Feng and the others left the buried god's starfield and arrived on a planet with life in another starfield. They planned to rest for a while. The changes in the buried god's starfield had spread to the other starfields. Later, Lin Feng heard about some of the things that happened over there. It was said that the foreign creatures were locked in a fierce battle with the Black Fog race, the Black Robe race, and the cultivators from the Mastermind's world. Both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, the battle ended with both sides suffering heavy losses. The foreign creatures who survived obtained many benefits and quickly left the buried god's starfield. Many cultivators who escaped from the ninth heaven god mourning coffin also left the buried god's starfield. There were many cultivators who escaped from the ninth heaven god mourning coffin, and they were very powerful. These cultivators were very active now. It seemed like they had formed a new alliance. Lin Feng didn't know what this alliance was called. He didn't pay attention to this matter either. End of chapter. Because Lin Feng's mother's condition was not particularly good, Lin Feng and the others had been cultivating in seclusion on this life planet for the next few years. After spending about 5 years, Lin Feng's mother, Ji Long finally recovered about 70 to 60%. Next, she would need to slowly recuperate. Lin Feng and his mother talked about the news of the Sovereign Emperor clan's ancestral land, because Lin Feng had always wanted to go to the Sovereign Emperor clan's ancestral land to awaken his bloodline. If he could awaken his bloodline several times in a row, it would be an extremely important matter for him. At that time, his bloodline would awaken even more powerful abilities. Now that the world extermination battle was about to arrive, the more powerful methods he grasped, the greater his chances of survival. Ji said, originally, there were 2 ancestral lands, one in the heaven realm, but it's probably abandoned now and can't baptize your bloodline. The other ancestral land is the first ancestral land. In the primal chaos mysterious yellow world, the first ancestral land should be able to undergo a bloodline baptism. Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. He didn't care too much about the abandoned ancestral land in the heaven realm. What he cared about was the ancestral land in the primal chaos mysterious yellow world. Because Lin Feng remembered the ancestral land of the Undying clan. It was also in the primal chaos mysterious yellow world. Lin Feng nodded. If he wanted to go to the primal chaos mysterious yellow world now, it would not be an easy thing, because he would need to go to the heaven realm first. Lin Feng was still unable to go to the heaven realm. Lin Feng had 3 important things to do next. The first was to inquire about his father's news. The second was to go to the dragon world. The third was to go to the devil world. Lin Feng planned to subdue the dragon world and the devil world as soon as possible. But Lin Feng knew that this matter would be difficult, but no matter how difficult it was, he still had to do it. Because whether it was the dragon world or the devil world, they were extremely terrifying, the power they controlled was unimaginable. If he could control these 2 worlds, then for Lin Feng, it would be an extremely important matter. Lin Feng now planned to return to the Undying world. After returning to the Undying realm, he would set out to do these 3 things. Lin Feng and the others didn't continue to stay here. They set off to return to the Undying world. 15 years later, Lin Feng and the others finally returned to the Undying world. The Undying realm was currently in a peaceful period, and its development was quite good. Moreover, the origin of the Undying realm had also recovered well in recent years. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. After Lin Feng and the others returned to the Undying realm, Lin Feng's women knew that their mother-in-law had also come. All of them were nervous and perturbed. They were afraid that their mother-in-law would not like them. Seeing Lin Feng having so many women, Ji Longer was not surprised. She had asked Lin Feng about his relationship before. Then, Lin Feng told his mother about the many women he had. Regarding the matter of Lin Feng finding a lot of daughters-in-law for her, Ji Longer did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. From a wife's point of view, she naturally hoped that her husband would be loyal to her, as long as she was the only one. But from a mother's point of view, finding a few more daughters-in-law and having children as soon as possible was a very urgent matter. After all, Lin Feng's bloodline was so powerful, it was really not easy for him to have children. With more women, the chances of having children would be greater. After returning, Lin Feng sent people to find the whereabouts of his father. He didn't know when he would be able to find clues. Then, Lin Feng planned to head to the dragon realm. But Lin Feng did not know how to get to the dragon realm. Because the dragon realm was too mysterious. The location was indeed difficult to find. Fortunately, Lin Feng's mother knew the location of the dragon realm. Not only the dragon realm. The ancient star map to the devil realm, demon realm, heaven realm and other places, Lin Feng's mother knew all about it. She told Lin Feng these methods. Lin Feng, the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign holy sage rushed to the dragon realm. The dragon realm was one of the top 10 greater realms among the 3,000 greater realms. At its peak, it once ruled the myriad realms. Even the 3 paramount realms respected the dragon realm. Even the wasteland world was filled with reverence for the dragon realm. But the current dragon realm was far from the dragon realm of that time. The main reason was that the ancestral dragon was missing. In addition, no new true dragon emperor was born. Therefore, the current dragon realm was in a more severe state of decline. But as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the current dragon realm was far from the dragon realm of the past, it was still very powerful. Lin Feng felt that perhaps the dragon realm was not that different from the undead realm. After all, the composition of the living beings in the dragon realm was not the same as the undead realm. The dragon realm mainly consisted of the dragon race, and the dragon race's talent was simply too heaven-defying. The racial composition of the undead realm was more complicated. Some races were more talented than the dragon race, but these races were too rare. The talents of most races could not be compared to the dragon race. Therefore, the dragon race and the dragon realm must be very terrifying. The journey to the dragon realm was still relatively long. Lin Feng's mother estimated the time for Lin Feng before Lin Feng set off. If everything went well, it would take at least 7 to 8 years to reach the dragon realm. If they stopped on the way, or if something happened, it might take more than a decade to reach the dragon realm. But fortunately, there weren't many terrifying magnetic fields on the way to the dragon realm. If there were so many terrifying magnetic fields, the situation would have been even worse. Without those magnetic fields, the situation would be much better. The Xianyuan Starry Sky ancient ship quickly flew through the void. Lin Feng spent most of his time in seclusion. Sometimes, they would land on some live planets to rest for a while. After all, Lin Feng and the others couldn't always sail through the cold and dry starry sky world. This kind of environment was a torture to the cultivator's mind. Sometimes, they needed to relax. P.S. I originally wanted to make up for yesterday's chapter, but the new storyline is about to start. I haven't thought about how to write the Dragon Realm chapter yet. Therefore, I won't make up this chapter today. I'll leave it for tomorrow. Today, I have to think about the content of the Dragon Realm chapter. End of this chapter, the ancient starship Xianyuan arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Star area. The Heavenly Dragon Star area was adjacent to the star area where the Dragon Realm was located. If they crossed the Heavenly Dragon Star area, they would arrive at the Dragon Realm. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Star, the main star of the Heavenly Dragon Star area. It was said that this star was a barren star in the beginning. Later, a heavenly dragon came. That heavenly dragon founded many ancient cities and moved many races and creatures from other places. As a result, the Heavenly Dragon Star slowly developed. Now, the Heavenly Dragon Star had become an extremely prosperous planet of life. Although it was not a macro world, it was much more prosperous than many macro worlds. The Heavenly Dragon Star was bustling with people coming and going. After arriving at the Heavenly Dragon Star, Lin Feng and the others saw dragons flying in the void from time to time. Those dragons did not transform into human bodies. Their huge bodies gave people a shocking feeling. Because this place was relatively close to the Dragon Realm, there were indeed more dragons here. Lin Feng and the others planned to rest here for a few days and then inquire about some things in the Dragon Realm. Lin Feng and the others did not know much about the specific situation of the Dragon Realm. They did not know how the Dragon Realm was doing now. The only thing Lin Feng knew was that since the fall of the 9th true Dragon Great Emperor, the Dragon Realm seemed to have become extremely chaotic. Because the Dragon Realm was in an era where dragons had no leader. Therefore, many top dragons in the Dragon Realm wanted to rule the Dragon Realm. To become the Lord of the Dragon Realm. But because they did not have the true dragon token, they could not convince the public. Because only the person who had the true dragon token could become the real Lord of the Dragon Realm. This was also the origin of the disputes. Then, the major forces fought fiercely. But presumably, after so many years, they should have been divided into some different factions. This was the information Lin Feng wanted to inquire about. Lin Feng wanted to inquire about the specific division of the forces in the Dragon Realm. He had a good idea. Some preparatory work still had to be done. This was called knowing yourself and your enemy, and you would never be defeated. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this trip would definitely not go smoothly. Even if he was indeed the master of the Dragon Realm in name, there would still be many forces that would not recognize Lin Feng as their master. In fact, this kind of thing was very normal when he thought about it. They were originally a high and mighty race. Suddenly, a human cultivator came and wanted to become the master of the Dragon Realm. Of course, these dragons would not be willing. Lin Feng and the others went to look for ancient cities. If they wanted to gather information, they naturally had to go to those ancient cities. There was a huge battle ahead. Demonic energy churned as dozens of heavenly demons besieged 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators being besieged were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were extremely tall and burly, almost 3 meters in height. Their blood and chi surged. It was obvious that they were cultivators with extremely powerful bloodlines. As for that woman, she was also very tall. Lin Feng estimated that the woman was about 1.9 meters tall. Moreover, her figure belonged to the kind of woman who was rather voluptuous. Her face was absolutely beautiful. She was simply a foreigner. It was rare to see a woman of such height, but she was really sexy. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. The Emperor Brush said they should be from the Dragon Clan. Lin Feng nodded. He did sense the Dragon Clan's bloodline, but he didn't know which clan they belonged to. The heavenly demons were extremely powerful. The leader of the heavenly demons said coldly, "Hand over the true dragon ancient scroll. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place." The woman sneered and said, "You want us to hand over the true dragon ancient scroll with just the few of you? How laughable." The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Although the heavenly demons were very powerful, the 3 cultivators from the Dragon Clan were also very powerful. Therefore, it was too difficult for the heavenly demons to defeat the 3 cultivators from the Dragon Clan. The two sides were evenly matched. Neither side could do anything to the other. Therefore, the heavenly demons took out many forbidden weapons. These forbidden weapons were very terrifying. They wanted to use these forbidden weapons to kill the 3 cultivators from the Dragon Clan. The 3 cultivators from the Dragon Clan were suppressed very badly. Their faces became gloomy. They didn't hold back anymore and transformed into their true forms. Then, they turned into 3 golden dragons. The Golden Dragon Clan was one of the top clans in the Dragon Clan. They were very powerful. When they transformed into their true forms, their battle strength increased greatly. The 3 golden colossal dragons immediately began their massacre. Many heavenly demons were killed by the golden dragons. Only 4 or 5 heavenly demons escaped. The 3 golden dragons didn't chase after the heavenly demons. They transformed back into their human forms. Then, they looked at Lin Feng and the other 3 who were watching the battle not far away. Those fellows seemed to have overheard the heavenly demons talking about the ancient scroll of true dragons. "Should I kill them?" one of the cultivators from the Dragon Clan said, his eyes flashing coldly. The female cultivator from the Dragon Clan was clearly the leader of the 3 cultivators. She frowned slightly, as if she was considering the matter. In the end, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. Let's leave quickly." The 3 cultivators from the Dragon Clan quickly left. Lin Feng and the others waited for them to leave before leaving as well. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others saw a huge ancient city. This ancient city was the number 1 ancient city on the Heavenly Dragon planet, Heavenly Dragon City. Heavenly Dragon City emitted an ancient aura. A large number of dragons were active in Heavenly Dragon City. Moreover, it was said that the current city lord of Heavenly Dragon City was a pure-blooded heavenly dragon. It should be known that pure-blooded heavenly dragons were extremely rare. Moreover, pure-blooded heavenly dragons were ancient dragons second only to the true Dragon Clan. This clan's bloodline was extremely terrifying. Moreover, their bloodline had passed down many top-notch Dragon Clan divine abilities. Once these top-notch Dragon Clan divine abilities were used, they could definitely turn the heavens upside down. For a long time, the Heavenly Dragon Clan had been ruling the Heavenly Dragon Star region. Moreover, it was said that the Heavenly Dragon Clan here had a very close relationship with the Heavenly Dragon Clan of the Dragon World. It was estimated that they originally belonged to the same bloodline. However, later on, some cultivators from the Heavenly Dragon Clan came out to develop and then founded the Heavenly Dragon Star. Lin Feng and the others found a place to stay. After tidying up and eating, they went to scout for information. There were many large trading companies on the Heavenly Dragon Star. These trading companies often sold all kinds of information. Lin Feng and the others went to a trading company to scout for information. The one who received Lin Feng and the others was a female cultivator. What surprised Lin Feng was that this female cultivator was also a cultivator from the Dragon Clan. However, this female cultivator's dragon bloodline was not particularly strong. This female cultivator was not a pure-blooded dragon. In fact, even in the dragon world, pure-blooded dragons were relatively rare. After all, it was very difficult to maintain a pure bloodline. Most of the dragons were mixed-blood dragons. The female dragon cultivator smiled and asked, "May I know what information you have come here to inquire about?" Lin Feng replied, "We're here to inquire about the dragon world." The female dragon cultivator was surprised and asked, "Are you planning to go to the dragon world?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, we're planning to go there." The female dragon cultivator said, "If you want to go to the dragon world, I'd advise you to give up on that idea. The dragon world is in a state of chaos right now, and many factions have left to avoid this conflict." Lin Feng knew about the chaos in the dragon world, and it seemed that the dragon world had become even more chaotic. Lin Feng asked, "Is the war in the dragon world reaching its climax?" The dragon woman nodded and said, "Ever since the world changed, and the dragon world's self-sealed ancestor came out, the experts of the dragon world began to fight for the position of master of the dragon world. This is because only the master of the dragon world can communicate with the world origin of the dragon world. You should know that the dragon world is one of the top 10 great worlds among the 3,000 great worlds. Its power is unimaginable, and the world origin of the dragon world is also unimaginable. Being able to communicate with the world origin of the dragon world is an extremely important matter for a cultivator or the power behind them. The dragon world is now divided into 5 major factions. The first is the Dragon Clan led by the Golden Dragon Clan. The second is the Dragon Clan led by the Winged Dragon Clan. The third is the Dragon Clan led by the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The fourth is the Dragon Clan led by the Evil Dragon Clan. The fifth is the Dragon Clan led by the Ancient Dragon Clan. These 5 factions have formed their own alliances and have been fighting against each other for the past few years. That's why the dragon world has fallen into a period of great turmoil. If you rashly go to the dragon world now, you might get involved in this war. When the time comes, you might die. That's why I'd advise you to think twice if you want to go to the dragon world." When Lin Feng heard that, he nodded and said, "Thank you for your advice." After a pause, Lin Feng asked, "Do you know anything about the true dragon race? In addition, wasn't the Eastern Divine Dragon race also very powerful? Why didn't you establish your own faction in the dragon world? Ever since the 9th True Dragon Emperor died, there has been no news of him at all. I don't know if there are still any members of the True Dragon race. In fact, in the early years, many forces were looking for the whereabouts of the True Dragon race. They wanted to use the True Dragon race's power to unify the dragon world, but they couldn't find any True Dragon race cultivators. That's why it's possible that there are no living creatures left in the True Dragon race. Of course, it's hard to say. Maybe some cultivators with the true dragon bloodline are in other places and don't want to get involved in this conflict. As for the Eastern Divine Dragon race, there are too few of them. Right now, there are only a few Eastern Divine Dragons. They are very powerful, but because there are too few of them, it's very difficult for them to establish a powerful faction. In that case, aside from the 5 great factions, there shouldn't be any other powerful factions in the dragon world, right? Lin Feng asked. The female dragon race cultivator replied, "It's hard to say because some factions might be hiding in the dark and have yet to appear. They might be waiting to reap the benefits. After all, there are many top-notch races in the dragon realm, and some top-notch races might appear at crucial times." Lin Feng nodded. He then thought of the True Dragon Scroll that he had heard about. He wondered what the True Dragon Ancient Scroll that the heavenly demons were talking about. Lin Feng was very curious about the Ancient Scroll of Truth. Thus, Lin Feng asked, "Have you heard of the True Dragon Scroll?" When she heard Lin Feng mention the True Dragon Scroll, a shocked expression appeared on her face. She stood up and asked, "How do you know about the True Dragon Scroll?" Lin Feng said, "I saw it in a Taoist scripture." The dragon girl nodded and said, "The True Dragon Scroll is a top-notch legacy passed down by the True Dragon race. It said that there are 9 immortal scriptures in it. Apart from the 9 immortal scriptures, there are also many powerful divine abilities recorded in the True Dragon Scroll. If we can find the True Dragon Scroll, we'll be able to obtain these ancient legacies. Moreover, I've heard that the True Dragon Scroll is related to the 3 ancestral dragons' legacies. If we can find the True Dragon Scroll, we might be able to find the legacies of the 3 ancestral dragons. After all, the 3 ancestral dragons are very likely to be experts who surpass their realms." When Lin Feng heard that, he was astonished. Could it be that the Devamara had besieged the Dragon Clan to steal the True Dragon Scroll? Had they really obtained the True Dragon Scroll? Lin Feng wasn't sure. Even if they hadn't obtained the True Dragon Scroll, However, he must have obtained some information about the true dragon ancient scroll. That was why the heavenly demons had attacked them. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in the legacies of the true dragons. After all, the legacies of the true dragons were very powerful. 9 immortal scriptures. If he could obtain these immortal scriptures, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. Not to mention, there was also the opportunity of the ancestral dragons. The opportunities passed down by the ancestral dragons were even more terrifying. It was hard to imagine how powerful the ancestral dragons' legacies would be. After that, Lin Feng asked about the female cultivators of the dragon clan. After more than 2 hours, Lin Feng and the others left the trading house. They had obtained a lot of information from the trading house. Lin Feng and the others were in a very good mood. Lin Feng and the others rested in the Heavenly Dragon Star area for a few days. Then, they rushed to the Dragon Realm. The ancient starship Xianxia flew quickly in the starry sky world. When they were in the Heavenly Dragon Star area, Lin Feng made some inquiries. If everything went well, it would take more than a year to travel from the Heavenly Dragon Star area to the Dragon Realm. Half a year later, a cultivator entered the ancient starship Xianxia. This cultivator had suffered serious injuries. It was a female cultivator. After seeing this cultivator, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed an extremely surprised expression. This female cultivator was the one they saw on the Heavenly Dragon Star half a year ago. She was the one who was besieged by the heavenly demons. Lin Feng really did not expect to see this woman in this place. Lin Feng remembered that she had 2 other companions, who were also cultivators of the Golden Dragon race. However, they did not come with her. Lin Feng guessed that her 2 companions were most likely dead. After seeing Lin Feng, the dragon race female cultivator showed a shocked expression. She should have remembered Lin Feng. "Let me hide for a while, I beg you," the dragon race female cultivator begged. She looked at Lin Feng with pitiful eyes. If Lin Feng chased her out now, it would be a terrible thing for her. She might even die in the starry sky world. Lin Feng said, "Go inside and rest." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the dragon race female cultivator immediately felt grateful. The dragon female cultivator immediately showed a grateful expression. Then, she quickly went into the cabin to rest. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship continued to fly in the starry sky world. Not long after, endless black gas appeared and covered the sky. The black gas quickly flew towards the Xianxia ancient starry sky city and surrounded the ancient starry sky ship. The cultivators inside the black gas were cultivators of the heavenly devil race. This was because the cultivators of the heavenly devil race had once invaded the 9 continents great world. They had caused great harm to the living beings of the 9 continents great world. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have a good impression of the cultivators of the heavenly devil race. The reason why he had saved the female cultivator was not just because he had met her once. It was also not because she was a top-grade Atlantic horse. It was mainly because Lin Feng remembered that the heavenly devil race cultivators had mentioned the true dragon ancient scroll when they had besieged the female cultivator and her 2 companions. Lin Feng did not know if the dragon race female cultivator and her companions had really obtained the true dragon ancient scroll. Since these heavenly devil clan cultivators were chasing after them, it could be said that there was a problem. Perhaps the ancient true dragon scroll had really been obtained by them. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted the real dragon scroll. After the black fog wrapped around the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship, powerful magic weapons quickly flew out of the black fog and bombarded the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Following a series of violent collisions, the powerful magic treasures slammed into the defensive restrictions of the ancient starship Xianxia. The defensive restrictions of the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship repelled those magic weapons. The defensive restrictions on the Xianxia starry sky ancient ship were no longer the same as before. This was because after Lin Feng obtained the stone scripture, he had strengthened many of the restrictions on the Xianxia starry sky ancient ship. Naturally, its power had been greatly increased. However, what surprised Lin Feng the most was that the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was clearly in a stealthy state. How could the female dragon cultivator and these heavenly devil clan cultivators discover the ancient starry sky ship? Perhaps these people had mastered some special methods. After all, they were from an extremely powerful race. Therefore, it was not inconceivable for them to discover the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. One of the heavenly devil race cultivators said coldly, "The people inside, listen up. Hand that woman over to us, and we can spare your lives. If you don't cooperate with us honestly, you will die without a burial place." After hearing the other party's arrogant threat, Du Zhu cursed, "This group of bastards, do they think we are easy to bully? Did they find the wrong target to show off to?" Lin Feng said, "Don't get angry with them." Then, Lin Feng directly activated the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. All the array formations and restrictions on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were activated. Many of the offensive grand arrays were also activated. Then, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship rushed forward. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was a behemoth. If such a behemoth rushed forward, its power would be extremely terrifying. Moreover, all the array formations and restrictions on the ship had been activated. Therefore, when the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship rushed forward, it was like a falling star in the void. The collision force was unimaginably powerful. If they were hit by the ship, they would most likely die. The heavenly devil race cultivators obviously did not expect the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship to suddenly rush towards them. The heavenly devil race cultivators shouted, "Dodge! Hurry up and dodge!" They tried to dodge the oncoming Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Many of the heavenly devils did not succeed in dodging the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's collision. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship ruthlessly slammed into those cultivators. Then, those heavenly devils were sent flying. Some of the stronger heavenly devils were not killed by the collision. They were only seriously injured. However, the weaker heavenly devils were directly smashed into pieces and died on the spot. Then, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship rushed out of the encirclement of those heavenly devils. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew forward. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's speed was too fast. Although the heavenly devils were also very fast, there was still a big gap between them and the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. It did not take long for the distance between the two sides to be pulled apart. One day later, the female dragon race cultivator walked out of the room. Her complexion had recovered a lot. It seemed that her injuries had recovered quite well. Lin Feng looked at the female dragon race cultivator and asked, "Where are your two companions?" The female dragon race cultivator's eyes suddenly flashed with hatred. She said in a low voice, "They were killed by the heavenly devil race cultivators." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Are those heavenly devil race cultivators chasing you because of the true dragon ancient scroll?" The female dragon race cultivator remained silent. Lin Feng said, "What's wrong? You don't want to talk about this with me? I will repay you, but I can't give you the true dragon ancient scroll. The true dragon ancient scroll belongs to the dragon race, and you are a human. I hope you can understand." Lin Feng nodded. He did not want to force people to do things. Since the female dragon race cultivator did not want to talk about it, Lin Feng would not force her to talk about it. Lin Feng said, "You have recovered a lot from your injuries. You can leave now." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the female dragon clan cultivator's expression suddenly became a little uncertain. Lin Feng had already asked her to leave. However, the female dragon race cultivator did not leave. Instead, she put on a pitiful look and said, "You should be going to the dragon realm, right? We are going the same way. Let me stay here for a while. If you let me leave, I will definitely die at the hands of those heavenly devils." Although Lin Feng wasn't a cold-hearted person, Lin Feng wasn't a saint either. This woman was under his protection and survived. He wanted the true dragon ancient scroll but she didn't give it to him. This made Lin Feng a little angry. Moreover, this woman kept saying that the true dragon ancient scroll belonged to the dragon race, but it belonged to the true dragon race. It didn't belong to the golden dragon race. Do you think I'm a fool? Why are you still using these excuses to brush me off? When Lin Feng saw her pitiful face, he smiled icily and said, "You offended the Devamara clan. How could the Devamara clan let you off so easily? Do you think there will be more heavenly devil race cultivators waiting for you on the way? If I allow you to continue staying on my ancient ship, my relationship with the cultivators from the heavenly demon clan will only worsen. However, if you leave now, the grudge between me and the cultivators from the heavenly demon clan will come to an end." Bringing along a burden like you will not benefit me in the slightest. Do you think I will do something like that? Lin Feng had always been a straightforward person, so he didn't hide some things. This was because Lin Feng didn't want to attack this woman. This wasn't Lin Feng's style. After all, this woman didn't have any enmity with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng couldn't keep helping her for no reason. Lin Feng couldn't do it. Many times, one had to pay attention to benefits when doing things. Helping her this time was already extremely benevolent. The dragon female cultivator's expression was extremely ugly as she said, "Are you really so unreasonable? No matter what, we are old acquaintances. Just because we met once, we are old acquaintances?" Lin Feng looked at the dragon race female cultivator with a mocking gaze. He realized that this woman's skin was really thick. The dragon race female cultivator said, "I already said that I will give you benefits. Once we reach the dragon world, I will definitely give you many benefits. Once we reach the dragon world, the golden dragon race will protect you. If you want to do anything in the dragon world, it will be much more convenient with the golden dragon race's protection." Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "There is no need for that. We don't need anyone's protection." The dragon race female cultivator angrily stomped her foot and said, "Are you really going to be so unreasonable?" Lin Feng said, "You speak as if I am an evil person. Don't forget that you are the one who brought me a lot of trouble. I saved you before, so you should be thanking me. Don't be so arrogant and say that I am unreasonable. Your words make me feel very funny. Do you know that? There is one more thing that you need to remember. The true dragon ancient scroll belongs to the true dragon race, not the golden dragon race. Don't think that the true dragon race's item belongs to the entire dragon race. That's just nonsense. You have the nerve to say such a thing. Do you think that everyone else is stupid? Or do you not know that you are stupid?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the dragon race female cultivator was infuriated. However, she still did not leave Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient ship. That was because Lin Feng's ancient ship was indeed extraordinary. She felt that if she took Lin Feng's ancient ship, she would be able to reach the dragon world smoothly. If he were to leave now and get surrounded by those heavenly demons, he would definitely die. Said Lin Feng. "I'll give you 15 minutes to think about it," said Lin Feng. The dragon race female cultivator's expression changed. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "I agree." Next, the female dragon cultivator took out an extremely ancient scroll. It was a sheepskin scroll with an ancient aura. She handed it over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the scroll. There were many dragon race characters on it. Lin Feng did not recognize these characters, but the Emperor Brush did. The Emperor Brush glanced at the scroll and said, "This scroll contains dozens of dragon race sacred arts. In addition, there are 2 immortal scriptures." Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretical sovereign sage's eyes lit up. Actually, Lin Feng wanted immortal scriptures the most right now. Lin Feng was currently collecting all kinds of immortal scriptures to increase his Dao foundation. Therefore, immortal scriptures were extremely important to Lin Feng. The sacred arts of the dragon race were not that attractive to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng had many top-notch sacred arts. However, Lin Feng remembered that there were 9 immortal scriptures in the true dragon ancient scroll. Lin Feng asked, "Didn't you say that there were 9 immortal scriptures in the true dragon ancient scroll? Why are there only 2 immortal scriptures here? Where are the rest of the scriptures?" "Because the ancient scroll of the true dragon I obtained is only a part of it. The rest of the celestial sutras should be recorded in another part, but I don't know where the other parts of the ancient scroll of the true dragon are." Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that it would be difficult to find the other parts of the true dragon ancient scroll. However, Lin Feng was already very satisfied to be able to obtain the immortal scriptures and sacred arts recorded in this part of the scroll. Lin Feng imprinted the contents on the scroll and got the Emperor Brush to translate the ancient characters of the dragon race into human characters. This way, they could cultivate. Lin Feng returned the true dragon ancient scroll to the female dragon race cultivator. The female dragon race cultivator glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Obviously, she was very angry about being extorted by Lin Feng. However, she had no choice. In order to return to the dragon world with Lin Feng and the rest, she could only compromise. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He looked at the female dragon race cultivator and asked, "What's your name?" The female dragon race cultivator looked at Lin Feng coldly and asked, "What's your name?" The female dragon race cultivator looked like she had eaten gunpowder. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, "My name is Lin Feng." The female dragon race cultivator said, "My name is Xianxia." After a pause, she continued, "Why did a human cultivator like you come to the dragon world? Right now, the dragon world is extremely chaotic. Moreover, it is extremely hostile towards other races. Therefore, the cultivators of other races who were originally stationed in the dragon world have already left one after another. However, you just had to run to the dragon world at this sensitive time. Are you going to the dragon world to die? There are many dragons who want to devour cultivators with stronger bloodlines like you to increase their cultivation." Lin Feng asked. "Is that so? Is that so? I happen to be thinking of devouring some powerful dragons to increase my cultivation. Hopefully, many powerful dragons will come to me to seek death. I welcome them." When Jin Ziyan heard Lin Feng, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was speechless. When you see the cultivators of the dragon clan, you'll understand how strong they are, especially now. Many strong cultivators of the dragon clan who have been in seclusion for many years have reappeared. Many strong cultivators of the dragon clan have appeared, and those strong cultivators are terrifying. Lin Feng asked, "Are there any surpassing experts in the dragon race?" Jin Ziyan said, "Surpassing? I don't think so. The 3 ancestral dragons might have been, but they have disappeared for countless years. As for the top experts of the other races, they should be quasi-surpassing experts. However, they aren't ordinary quasi-surpassing experts. Dragons are naturally talented, and their physical bodies are tyrannical. They also have many powerful divine abilities that have been passed down from generation to generation. Thus, quasi-surpassing experts of the dragon race are extremely terrifying. A dragon quasi-surpassing expert can beat several cultivators of the same level from other races. That's why quasi-surpassing experts are so terrifying." Lin Feng asked, "Are there many quasi-surpassing experts in the dragon race?" Jin Ziyan said, "How can there be many of them? For example, in our golden dragon race, there are only 3 quasi-surpassing experts." "Your golden dragon clan actually has 3 quasi-transcendents?" Lin Feng was extremely astonished. After all, it was only one race. Yet, there were 3 quasi-surpassing experts in their race. It was indeed a shocking thing. After all, there were still some powerful dragon races in the dragon world. For example, the ancient dragons, the heavenly dragons, the evil dragons, and so on. These races were extremely powerful, and they were even stronger than the golden dragon race. Thus, these races should have quasi-surpassing experts as well. Jin Ziyan said, "There should be 3 of them, but I can't say for sure. This is all from what I've heard. These are all experts who sealed themselves in godstones a long time ago. None of them managed to break through recently?" Lin Feng asked. Jin Ziyan said, "As far as I know, they were all sealed in godstones a long time ago. None of them broke through recently. In fact, even though the world has changed, it's extremely difficult to break through to the quasi-surpassing realm within 1 or 200 years. Even in the entire universe, there aren't many who can do it. No one in the dragon world has been able to do it yet. However, some extremely heaven-defying existences have appeared in the dragon world. They broke through to the true saint realm after the world changed. According to what I know, some of them have already broken through to the high-level true saint realm. If they're lucky enough, they might be able to break through to the quasi-surpassing realm in a few more years." Lin Feng nodded. In fact, there was one thing that Lin Feng knew. Breaking through to the surpassing realm was extremely difficult. Thus, it was possible that quasi-surpassing experts existed in the world, but they were extremely rare. For example, in this era, there weren't many quasi-surpassing experts. Whether it was in the past, present, or future, breaking through to the surpassing realm was extremely difficult. Lin Feng asked, "What's the current situation between the 5 major powers in the dragon world?" Jin Ziyan looked at Lin Feng warily because Lin Feng had been asking about the dragon world. Lin Feng was a human, so why was he asking about the dragon world? "Why are you asking about this?" Jin Ziyan asked. Lin Feng said, aren't I going to the dragon world right now? I'm more interested in the mystic dragon world. Xianxia thought about it. She also felt that Lin Feng was a human cultivator, so he shouldn't be a threat to the major powers in the dragon world. He was probably just asking about the dragon world out of curiosity. Xianxia said, I'm sure you already know a lot about the dragon world. Let me tell you some of the things that happened recently. The 5 major powers have officially divided the dragon world's original 108 regions into 5 major regions. Then, the 5 major powers divided the 5 regions. They're all recuperating for the time being, but you can imagine that there's an even bigger war to come. Besides, the 5 forces all have some strong cultivators behind them. For example, our Golden Dragon clan has some connections with some strong cultivators from the Xianxia world of primordial chaos. The other dragon clans also have connections with some strong cultivators from other supreme worlds. In the upcoming war, the dragon clan won't be the only ones to participate. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that the dragon world was really complicated. The foreign cultivators also wanted to participate in the war of the dragon world. Obviously, it was for the dragon world's origin. The Celestial Emperor had done something similar in the past. The dragon world was a top-level great world. Although it couldn't be compared to the undying world, it wasn't too far off. If the experts of the dragon world were strong enough and accumulated enough strength, they might really be able to break through to a higher realm after devouring the dragon world's origin. Of course, if they devoured the dragon world's origin, the dragon world would be destroyed, and countless creatures would die tragically. However, they didn't care about this at all. They only wanted to break through, so why would they care about the lives of others? Xianxia sighed and said, I wonder what the dragon world will become in the future. Xianxia looked confused and worried. The ancient starship Xianxia continued to fly in the starry sky world. About half a year passed. In the distance, Lin Feng saw a huge world. The gigantic world was in the shape of an oval. In the center of the huge world, there seemed to be a vague shape of a dragon. We've arrived at the dragon world. Xianxia said excitedly. After seeing the dragon world, Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of a smile. He had finally arrived at the dragon world. Now, Lin Feng also had a general idea of conquering the dragon world. The 5 major forces of the dragon world were very powerful. In addition, the 5 major forces had the support of other powerhouses behind them. It was simply impossible to subdue them directly. Everything depended on strength. Since this was the case, he could only think of a way to establish his own force first. Then, he could subdue some of the dragons that did not join the 5 major forces. Then, he would continue to nibble away at other dragons. Once he had enough strength, he could deal with the 5 major forces. As long as he could subdue one of the 5 major forces, then it would be easier to subdue the other forces. Of course, this was just Lin Feng's initial plan. He would have to wait until he reached the dragon world to make a decision. Moreover, some things were easier said than done. However, no matter how difficult it was, Lin Feng would persevere. The ancient starship Xianxia continued to fly in the direction of the dragon world. At this moment, a sky full of demonic qi flew over from afar. The demonic qi covered the sky and covered the sun. It directly surrounded the ancient starship Xianxia. After seeing the demonic qi, Xianxia's face suddenly became extremely unsightly. The demonic qi was filled with heavenly demons. Obviously, these heavenly demons should be guarding the void outside the dragon world, waiting for her to come over. Now, she had indeed been blocked. The number of heavenly demons that appeared here was many times more than before. Moreover, these heavenly demons were overseen by top-notch powerhouses. They were not comparable to the heavenly demons from before. In the face of so many heavenly demons, Xianxia was naturally very worried. A cold voice came from the demonic qi, your ability is not small. You actually managed to rescue someone from the hands of our heavenly demon clan. However, it was useless. Aren't you still surrounded by us now? Today, all of you will die. After the heavenly demon's voice fell, a large amount of demonic qi quickly rushed over. Within the demonic qi, countless heavenly demons flew over. These heavenly demons began to attack the ancient starship Xianxia. They wanted to destroy the restrictions on the ancient starship Xianyuan. However, the ancient starship Xianyuan was too powerful. All kinds of powerful offensive restrictions were activated and unleashed devastating attacks. Many Skyfiends were hit by the attacks. Their bodies exploded. He died on the spot. Seeing the might of the ancient starship's attack restriction, Xianxia was shocked. The Heavenly Fiend leader's expression turned extremely ugly. "Leave!" the Heavenly Fiend leader shouted. The other Skyfiends retreated. The leader of the Heaven Fiend race had personally taken action. His body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Xianxia's face turned extremely pale when she sensed the terrifying aura emitted from the Heavenly Fiend's body. Because this Heavenly Devil clan expert was actually a Saint Realm expert. Heavenly Devils were already very powerful, and a Saint Realm Heavenly Devil was even more powerful. Therefore, facing a Saint-level Heavenly Demon, Xianxia felt despair. Xianxia didn't know the cultivation of Lin Feng and the others, but in her opinion, even if Lin Feng and the others' cultivation was quite good, there was still a huge gap between them and the heavenly demons of the Sage Realm. The Saint-level Heavenly Demon sent a palm strike towards the ancient starship Xianyuan. At the same time, the ancient starship Xuanyuan's attack restriction also released an extremely terrifying attack. It blasted towards the Saint-level Heavenly Demon. Bang. The attacks of the two sides fiercely collided. The Saint-level Heavenly Demon was indeed terrifying. It directly destroyed the various attacks launched by the ancient starship Xianyuan. Then, he quickly arrived outside the defensive restriction of the ancient starship Xianyuan. One palm strike after another bombarded the defensive restriction of the ancient starship Xianyuan. Bang, bang, bang. Along with a series of violent collisions, the defensive restriction of the ancient starship Xianyuan shook violently. Fortunately, the defensive restriction of the ancient starship Xianyuan was very powerful. Although the Saint-level Heavenly Demon's attack was very powerful. However, his attack couldn't break the defensive restriction of the ancient starship Xianyuan in a short time. If he wanted to break the defensive restriction of the ancient starship Xianyuan, he would need to spend a lot of time. The Saint-level Heavenly Demon said with a gloomy expression, "I didn't expect the defense of your ancient starship Xianyuan to be so powerful. But so what? In the end, I'll still break through the restrictions, and then I'll kill all of you. Then, I'll devour your flesh, blood, and soul. My cultivation will definitely increase by quite a bit." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Shameless boasting." After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Xianxia's face was filled with disbelief. She didn't know where Lin Feng got the courage to use the word shameless boasting to describe the Saint-level Heavenly Demon. "Brat, you're courting death." The Saint-level Heavenly Demon was clearly angered by Lin Feng's words. His attacks grew stronger and stronger. Under the attacks of this Saint-level Heavenly Demon, the ancient starship Xuanyuan's defense started to crack. Duzu said, "Young master, I'll go out and deal with him." Although the poison ancestor's cultivation had improved tremendously, and he was now able to contend with some beginner Sage Realm cultivators, there was still a large gap between him and the Heavenly Fiend clan powerhouse. This was because this Heavenly Demon was at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm. Naturally, Duzu couldn't contend with such a powerhouse. Lin Feng said, "I'll go." Then, Lin Feng walked outside. Xianxia said, "What are you doing? Are you trying to throw your life away?" Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He didn't answer Xianxia. Instead, he walked out of the ancient starship Xianyuan. When he saw Lin Feng walk out, the Heavenly Demon was very surprised. However, he immediately sneered and said, "Brat, are you in such a hurry to throw your life away?" As soon as he finished speaking, the saint from the Devamara clan threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Lin Feng leaped out. Then, his body turned into a yin-yang diagram. Lin Feng's yin and yang symbol flew through the air at high speed. It was too fast. It was so fast that the Heavenly Demon couldn't dodge in time. Slash. The sound of something being torn apart was heard. The Heavenly Demon's body was cut in half by Lin Feng's yin-yang diagram. How is this possible? She saw that the Sage Realm Heavenly Demon was split into two by Lin Feng's yin-yang diagram. Xianxia's face suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief. How terrifying was a Sage Realm expert? Moreover, this was a Sage Realm expert of the Heavenly Devil clan. A Sage Realm expert from the Heavenly Demon clan was even more terrifying. However, he couldn't even withstand one move from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was only a young cultivator. It was simply unbelievable that he possessed such heaven-defying combat strength at such a young age. Although Xianxia had seen many geniuses, she had never seen an existence as heaven-defying as Lin Feng. Therefore, she couldn't calm down for a long time. She even felt like she was dreaming. However, she knew that all of this was real. Lin Feng had indeed split the Heavenly Demon clan expert's body into two with one move. I am an immortal existence. The Heavenly Demon clan expert roared furiously. His body was rapidly reassembling as if he wanted to reform his body. However, Lin Feng's yin-yang diagram transformed into Lin Feng's original appearance. Lin Feng's palm landed on the Heavenly Demon clan expert's body. The Heavenly Demon clan expert's body directly exploded. The surrounding Heavenly Demon clan cultivators were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Although they had the advantage in numbers, a Sage Realm expert couldn't even last one round against Lin Feng. What about them? No matter how many of them they had, they couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack. The Heavenly Demon clan cultivators quickly fled into the distance. Lin Feng didn't chase after them. They were just a bunch of insignificant people. Lin Feng began to search the Sage Realm Heavenly Demon's soul. Lin Feng felt that there should be a lot of important information in his soul. Lin Feng was worried that someone had placed a powerful restriction on the mind of this Sage Realm expert. If there was a restriction, then Lin Feng wouldn't be able to search his soul. When Lin Feng tried to use soul search on him, he was stunned. A smile suddenly appeared on Lin Feng's face because he realized that there was no restriction in the soul of the Sky Fiend race member. Since that was the case, he could use the soul search on him without any worries. Lin Feng began to search the soul memories of the Saint Realm demon. Very quickly, Lin Feng found a lot of useful information. What made Lin Feng surprised was that the Heavenly Demon race was planning to invade the Dragon Realm. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon race and the higher-ups of the Dragon race were discussing about cooperation. However, from this person's memories, Lin Feng could not find any memory of the celestial demons discussing this matter with any dragon clan. It should be some other powerhouse of the Heavenly Demon race discussing cooperation with the dragon race. It just so happened that this Heavenly Demon was out on a mission, so he didn't know much about this matter. Even if he didn't know which dragon clan was discussing cooperation with the Heavenly Demon, he could still make some speculations. The Heavenly Demon had killed the Golden Dragon race cultivators, so he could rule out this race. It was most likely one of the other 4 races, but it was still unknown which race it was. Cooperating with the Heavenly Demon was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. He didn't know what the dragon race that cooperated with the Heavenly Demon was thinking. After Lin Feng finished searching all the memories, he refined the flesh and soul of this Heavenly Demon into an origin source. Although he couldn't use this level of origin source, he could give it to Du Zhu and the evil Venerable Saint. If they could refine the origin source of this Sage Realm Heavenly Demon, the strength of Du Zhu and the evil Venerable Saint would definitely increase by a lot. Lin Feng immediately returned to the ancient starship Xianxia. Xianxia's face still had that extremely shocked expression. Xianxia's red lips were slightly opened, and her appearance was really alluring. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How can you be so powerful? If you want to know, perhaps we can discuss it in private." Lin Feng said with a smile. After feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, Xianxia's delicate body trembled slightly. She then rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Actually, she wasn't a casual person, but when facing a man like Lin Feng, she still felt a little flustered. The ancient starship Xianxia successfully entered the Dragon Realm. Then, it landed on top of a mountain forest in the Dragon Realm. This was an area covered by an ancient forest. It was unknown where this place was. Lin Feng put away the ancient starship Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and said, "Are you interested in joining our Golden Dragon clan? If you join us, you will definitely be able to hold a high position in our clan. We will definitely give you a lot of benefits, and we definitely won't treat you badly." Lin Feng was speechless. This woman actually wanted to recruit him. In the future, your Golden Dragon clan will be under this young master's command, okay? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He narrowed his eyes at Xianxia and said, if you accompany me for 3 days, I might consider this matter. Xianxia had never experienced the feelings of a man and a woman before. However, she also knew what Lin Feng's words meant. She snorted softly and cursed him for being a pervert. Then, she quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and the others observed the dragon realm for a while and immediately realized something. The dragon realm was indeed very different from other worlds. This was because whether it was trees, mountains, or other things, they were all very large. For example, an ordinary ancient tree in the dragon realm would be several thousand meters tall. Especially tall ancient trees would be over 10,000 meters tall. This was very rare in other realms. Another example was the mountain peaks. Those ordinary mountains were tens of thousands of meters tall. The taller ones were hundreds of thousands of meters tall. At a glance, one couldn't even see the end of it. Where was this place? The things in the dragon realm were so huge. Naturally, there was a reason. The main reason was that the laws of the dragon realm were very special. The laws of the dragon realm seemed to magnify the size of various things. Let's go. Lin Feng said. The Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint nodded. They quickly left. Lin Feng now planned to find an ancient city. They would rest in the ancient city for a while. Then, they would consider their next move. Thus, Lin Feng and the others began to look for an ancient city that was relatively close to them. Half a month later, Lin Feng and the others saw an incomparably huge ancient city lying between heaven and earth. That ancient city emitted a suffocating aura. It was as if they were facing an ancient giant beast. After seeing the ancient city of the dragon clan, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. They finally found an ancient city of the dragon clan. This ancient city of the dragon clan was big enough, but it was quite in line with the characteristics of the surrounding environment. Many dragons flew towards the ancient city from all directions. After entering the ancient city, those dragons all turned into human forms. Lin Feng and the others quickly entered the ancient city. The ancient city was very lively. People came and went in an endless stream. In fact, the number of dragons here was not particularly large, but there were many living beings here. This had something to do with the composition of the dragon realm. The rulers of the dragon realm were of course those pure-blood dragons. But because the dragon bloodline was particularly powerful, it was more difficult for the pure-blood dragons to give birth to living beings. Therefore, many dragon cultivators and other race cultivators gave birth to life together. Over the long years, after the dragon race and some other races combined, many living beings with the dragon bloodline were born. After their kind of living beings passed down, although the dragon bloodline became thinner and thinner, their fertility continued to increase. Because of the thin dragon bloodline in their bodies, although they could not be considered true dragon cultivators, they were more or less descendants of the dragon race. So, now, 80% of the living beings in the dragon realm were descendants of the dragon race. There were also some cultivators of other races, such as the demon race and other races in the dragon realm. In addition, there were also some foreign cultivators. Although most of the foreign cultivators had already left, there were still some cultivators who had not left the dragon realm. After Lin Feng and the others arrived at the ancient city, they attracted the attention of many people. The main reason was that humans were indeed rare in the dragon realm. They might not see a human cultivator for a long time. Lin Feng and the others found a place to stay and then went to inquire about the news. Lin Feng and the others received a lot of information. For example, this ancient city of the dragon realm was an ancient city ruled by the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon clan was not considered a particularly powerful race among the dragon clan. They could only be considered an ordinary race. However, they also had some powerful foundations that could not be underestimated. It was said that the Black Dragon clan only had about 3,000 people. This number was naturally considered a very small number. After gathering a lot of information, Lin Feng gradually came up with a plan. Lin Feng planned to first subdue the Black Dragon race, then slowly expand from here and subdue more dragons. If the plan went smoothly, he should be able to establish a decent force in a relatively short period of time. Of course, they planned to find a place to eat first. During this period of time, they had been sailing in the starry sky world and had not been able to have a good meal. Although food was no longer a necessity for cultivators at Lin Feng's level, Lin Feng and the others were gluttons. Every time they arrived at a new place, they would try all kinds of delicacies. Presumably, there must be many special delicacies in the dragon world. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others planned to go and have a taste. Lin Feng and the others arrived at a very luxurious restaurant. Then, he ordered a lot of delicious dishes and enjoyed the meal. Lin Feng and the others paid the bill and left. Just as they were returning to their residence, one after another, flood dragons flew over from the distance. On each flood dragon, there was a cultivator sitting cross-legged. After seeing those cultivators, many people exclaimed, "It's the cultivators of the black dragon race." Those cultivators of the black dragon race did not transform into the appearance of a black dragon. Most of the time, these dragons would also transform into the appearance of a human. In fact, it was not only the dragon race. Many races would transform into the appearance of a human. Because the human form was the most suitable form for comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was something that many races knew. Therefore, they would often transform into the appearance of a human to cultivate. Seeing the cultivators of the black dragon race, the surrounding people showed a look of awe. At this time, a female cultivator of the black dragon race saw Lin Feng in the crowd. The female cultivator from the black dragon tribe was extremely tall and slender. She wore a long black dress that wrapped around her enchanting body. She had a delicate and beautiful face, and when she saw Lin Feng in the crowd, she showed a look of surprise. Humans were relatively rare, and powerful ones were even rarer. She could sense an extremely powerful bloodline power from Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally noticed that the female cultivator of the black dragon race was looking at him. Lin Feng could not help but wonder why she was looking at him like that. The female cultivator of the black dragon race withdrew her gaze. After they left, she waved her hand. A cultivator of the black dragon race quickly flew towards the female cultivator of the black dragon race. After arriving beside the female cultivator of the black dragon race, he asked, "Young miss, what are your orders?" The female cultivator of the black dragon race asked, "You noticed that human cultivator from before, right?" The cultivator of the black dragon race nodded and said, "I noticed him." "Young miss, do you want to capture him and refine him into a human blood treasure pill?" In fact, this kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. Many living beings liked to capture human cultivators with powerful bloodlines and refine them into human blood treasure pills. This was because humans were the kind of living beings that had the best affinity with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, their flesh and blood were the catalysts for refining all kinds of top-grade pills. When refining pills, if top-grade human flesh and blood were fused into them, they would be able to refine top-grade pills. Therefore, in the world of cultivators, there were often top-grade experts who would capture human cultivators with powerful bloodlines and refine them into human blood treasure pills. The dragon female cultivator said, "Find out where he lives." "Yes, young mistress." The dragon race cultivator hurriedly replied. He was curious as to why the young mistress wanted to find out where the human race cultivator lived. If she wanted to capture the human race cultivator, she could have just sent someone to capture him. Of course, he didn't dare to ask why the young mistress wanted to do this. Lin Feng and the other three didn't continue to stay outside. The four of them returned to their residence. Then, Lin Feng told the Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the evil supremacy sage about some of his plans. After hearing Lin Feng's plan, the Emperor Brush, Duzu, and the evil supremacy sage agreed wholeheartedly with Lin Feng's plan. The black dragon race wasn't considered a particularly powerful race. However, they were quite powerful. Therefore, it was very important for Lin Feng to subdue the black dragon race. This was the first step for him to take root in the dragon world. In fact, as long as Lin Feng could subdue the dragon world, it would be much easier for him to subdue the devil world. This was because the dragon world wasn't very far from the devil world. There was a reason why Lin Feng didn't bring the cultivator army from the undying world over. Firstly, it was because the journey was long. A large-scale migration of the cultivator army was likely to be plotted against along the way. For example, the lost race of the epic or the mastermind's world. By then, they would suffer heavy losses. Secondly, the Undying World was too important. That was Lin Feng's headquarters. If a large-scale cultivator army left the Undying World, other powers might take advantage of the situation and invade. However, Lin Feng didn't have to worry so much if he mobilized the cultivators from the dragon race. This was because the dragon world was a special place. There were too many experts and it was difficult for other powers to occupy the dragon world. Even if he transferred a portion of the cultivators from the dragon world to the devil world, the dragon world was closer to the devil world. If someone really invaded the dragon world, they could quickly come back to reinforce. They could even catch the other party off guard. That night, someone came to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked Du Zhu to bring him in. What surprised Lin Feng was that the person who came to visit him was actually the Black Dragon Clan female cultivator he saw during the day. Said the female cultivator of the Black Dragon Clan to Lin Feng. "I need to talk to you alone." "Tell the others to leave," said the female cultivator to Lin Feng. She said in an unquestionable tone. Because this was an ancient city ruled by the Black Dragon race, the cultivators of the Black Dragon race were naturally lofty existences. They were the rulers and could do whatever they wanted. And this female dragon cultivator was the daughter of the Black Dragon tribe's patriarch. With such an extraordinary status, she was even more lofty. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He wanted to see what this dragon clan female cultivator wanted to do. Therefore, Lin Feng asked the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy to leave. After they left, the female dragon looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Where did you come from?" Lin Feng said, "I came from the Undying World." "Oh? The Undying World?" "The Undying World is very far from here, and the Dragon World is in chaos right now." "What are you doing here?" the female dragon clan cultivator asked doubtfully. Lin Feng said, "There are some important matters." The dragon clan female cultivator nodded. She didn't ask what Lin Feng was talking about. She said, "I'm giving you a chance now. I hope you can grasp it well." "What chance?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Become my human pet," the female dragon cultivator said. After hearing this, Lin Feng sneered. He finally knew why this dragon clan female cultivator was here. She actually wanted to take him as her human pet. The term human pet was very easy to understand. A human was a human. A pet was a pet. A human pet. It meant to treat a human as a pet. The dragon clan female cultivator looked at Lin Feng as if everything was under her control. Moreover, when she said this, it was as if she was talking about something ordinary. However, this made Lin Feng extremely angry. In the world of cultivators, there were too many people who thought too highly of themselves. They felt that just because they had some background and some strength, they were arrogant. They trampled on the dignity of others as they wished. This dragon clan female cultivator was clearly such a person. He sneered and said, "I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place." The dragon clan female cultivator said, "I see that you're handsome and your bloodline cultivation is quite good. That's why I want to take you as my human pet. If you know what's good for you, you should obediently be my pet. If you don't, then I'll refine you into a human blood treasure pill." Lin Feng's expression became more and more gloomy. He had naturally heard of the human blood treasure pill, and he also knew that in the world of cultivators, there were indeed many cultivators who used the flesh and soul of humans as medicinal ingredients to refine the human blood treasure pill. For the human race, this was a great humiliation. Lin Feng looked coldly at the dragon clan female cultivator and said, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. You actually dare to come to my place and behave so atrociously. I see that your figure is quite good, and you're also quite good-looking. You're already qualified to be my human pet. I've taken some female slaves, but I've never taken a female pet. I'm very interested in taking you as my female pet." "What did you say?" The dragon clan female cultivator's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Her eyes emitted a cold murderous intent. She had always been a high and mighty existence. Only he took others as pets. When had anyone dared to say that they wanted to take her as a pet in front of her? However, Lin Feng actually said such words, which naturally made her extremely angry. Therefore, when she looked at Lin Feng, her eyes were filled with a dense murderous intent. Lin Feng said, "What's wrong? You don't understand? I said I want to take you as my female pet. You're courting death." The Dragon Clan female cultivator's voice was cold as she slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. Clearly, she was very angry at Lin Feng's words just now. The attack contained within her palm was very tyrannical, but in Lin Feng's eyes, it was nothing. This was because the Dragon Clan female cultivator's cultivation was only at the virtual immortal realm, the first major realm of the true immortal realm. The gap between her and Lin Feng was simply too big. The attack of a cultivator at this level could not pose a threat to Lin Feng at all. When the Dragon Clan female cultivator's palm came towards him, Lin Feng did not even dodge. The Dragon Clan female cultivator's palm landed on Lin Feng's body. Her face was filled with a cold expression. She originally thought that Lin Feng would be killed by her palm, but in the next moment, a look of horror appeared on her face. This was because after her palm landed on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng did not move at all. He was not even injured at all. After seeing this scene, the dragon female cultivator naturally knew that she had kicked an iron plate today. She didn't think that a young human cultivator like Lin Feng would be so strong. She didn't even know how strong Lin Feng's cultivation was to be able to withstand her terrifying attack and be completely fine. Moreover, he was looking at her with a look of ridicule. The female cultivator of the Dragon Clan turned around and ran away, but at that moment, Lin Feng grabbed the female cultivator of the Dragon Clan. The dragon female cultivator turned around and slapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the slap and then grabbed the dragon female cultivator's wrist. Then, he pulled her towards him. Lin Feng hugged the Dragon Clan's female cultivator. The dragon female cultivator's expression changed greatly. She wanted to struggle, but her body was imprisoned by Lin Feng. She couldn't break free at all. "Let go of me." The dragon female cultivator looked at Lin Feng in horror. Lin Feng said, "My dragon female pet, the night is long. Don't waste this beautiful scenery." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the dragon female cultivator was so scared that her face turned pale. The rain in the Wu Mountain never stopped. Drops of red fell like plum blossoms. The next day, under the dragon female cultivator's service, Lin Feng dressed neatly. The dragon female cultivator had now become Lin Feng's female pet. After being taught by Lin Feng, she became extremely obedient. Lin Feng found that this dragon female cultivator seemed to have masochistic tendencies and especially worshipped the strong. Therefore, although Lin Feng didn't convert her, she was completely conquered by Lin Feng. After becoming Lin Feng's female pet, she seemed to be enjoying it very much. This made Lin Feng a little speechless. This woman's personality was really cheap. When the poison ancestor and the others saw the Dragon Clan's female cultivator next to Lin Feng, they understood what had happened the day before. Du Zhu and the evil dominator wholly knew that Lin Feng had such a flirtatious personality. Wherever he went, he would attract a few women. Therefore, they weren't surprised. As for the Emperor Brush, what hadn't it seen before? To him, this kind of thing wasn't surprising at all. Naturally, he wouldn't say much. Moreover, the dragon female cultivator had been successfully subdued by Lin Feng. This was very beneficial to their plan of subduing the black dragon race. Lin Feng introduced the dragon female cultivator to the Emperor Brush, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy Dan Ying. This name sounded quite nice. Of course, she was also very beautiful, and her figure was also quite hot and charming. Lin Feng then introduced the Emperor Brush, the poison ancestor, and the evil Zun Saint to the Dragon Clan. Both parties were considered acquaintances. After a simple breakfast, Xianxia took a deep breath. Lin Feng and the rest began to talk about serious matters. Lin Feng looked at the dragon female cultivator and asked, "What's the situation with the black dragon race now?" Dan Ying began to introduce the current situation of the black dragon race to Lin Feng. Currently, the strongest black dragon in the black dragon race was the black dragon patriarch. He was a fourth heaven sage. A cultivator of this level naturally posed no threat to Lin Feng and the rest. However, in all realms, Sage Realm experts were actually the top cultivators. A fourth heaven sage wasn't considered a powerful cultivator to someone like Lin Feng, but to other cultivators, he was definitely a godlike figure. The reason the Black Dragon race was able to occupy this ancient city and rule over a large area was because of the deterrence of this Sage Realm expert. In fact, even the top dragon clans, such as the Ancient Dragon Clan, the Heavenly Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon Clan, and so on, did not have many Saint Realm experts in their clans. In their clans, Saint Realm experts were definitely the upper echelons of their clans. Therefore, Fourth Heaven Sage Realm experts were extremely important figures in the eyes of many people. It was very normal for them to be able to intimidate a region. Duzu said, if it's only the Fourth Heaven Sage Realm, it won't be too difficult to subdue them. After hearing Duzu's words, Dan Yingying's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect Lin Feng to want to subdue the Black Dragon race. However, Dan Yingying was now Lin Feng's human pet. Therefore, no matter what Lin Feng did, she would always side with Lin Feng. In Dan Yingying's opinion, there was nothing wrong with the Black Dragon race relying on Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Dan Yingying and said, "Take us to the Black Dragon race now. I want to talk to your father about this matter. I hope we can resolve this matter peacefully." Dan Yingying quickly nodded. Then, they didn't continue to stay here. They set off for the Black Dragon race's encampment. The Black Dragon race's encampment was located in the depths of the ancient city. There was an incomparably huge house there. That house was the Black Dragon race's encampment. Most of the Black Dragon race's clansmen lived there. Of course, this place wasn't the ancestral land of the Black Dragon race. Where was the ancestral land of the Black Dragon race? Lin Feng didn't know. With Dan Yingying leading the way, Lin Feng and the others naturally arrived at the Black Dragon race's encampment without any obstructions. Then, Dan Yingying went to invite her father over. Not long after, Dan Yingying brought her father to the living room. Dan Yingying's father was a tall and sturdy middle-aged cultivator. This person was called Dan Guangqi. His cultivation was quite tyrannical. Lin Feng felt that this person had reached the peak of the true immortal realm. If he broke through again, he would be in the Sage realm. However, it wasn't easy to break through to the Sage realm. Even though the world had changed greatly, breaking through to the Sage realm required a great opportunity. If there wasn't a great opportunity, then one would need an extremely deep understanding of the Great Earth Tao to break through. Dan Yingying didn't say who Lin Feng was or why Lin Feng was here. She only told Dan Guangqi that an extremely powerful person had come to visit. Dan Guangqi didn't suspect anything. He quickly followed Dan Yingying. After seeing Lin Feng and the others, Dan Guangqi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He felt that Lin Feng and the others were indeed not simple. He couldn't help but guess the identity of Lin Feng and the others. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that these people were led by Lin Feng. Therefore, Dan Guangqi looked at Lin Feng, cupped his fists, and said, "I'm the patriarch of the Black Dragon race, Dan Guangqi. How should I address you, young master?" Dan Guangqi was quite smooth and slick. He didn't put on airs at all. Of course, it was also possible that he didn't put on a high and mighty attitude because he felt that Lin Feng and the others had an extraordinary background. Lin Feng said, "I am Lin Feng, and I came from the undying world to give Patriarch Dan a great opportunity." Dan Guangqi was puzzled by Lin Feng's words. He wondered what kind of opportunity Lin Feng was talking about. However, Dan Guangqi didn't think much of it. Dan Guangqi naturally felt that Lin Feng was exaggerating when he said that he was going to give a young cultivator like Lin Feng a great opportunity. However, Lin Feng and the others gave Dan Guangqi a very extraordinary feeling. Thus, he didn't show it on his face even though he had some doubts. He looked at Lin Feng with a smile and asked, "May I know what kind of opportunity Lin Gongzi is going to give me?" Lin Feng asked, "What level does the Black Dragon race belong to in the Dragon world?" Dan Guangqi said, "The strongest races in the Dragon world are the Heavenly Dragon race, Golden Dragon race, Evil Dragon race, Ancient Dragon race, Winged Dragon race, and the other leading forces of the 5 great alliances. The Dragon race of the first level is the second level of the Dragon race of the 5 great alliances. The Dragon race of the 5 great alliances is the third level of the Dragon race. Our clan should be at the 4th or 5th level," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, the Black Dragon race's ranking is really low. It's even lower than I thought. Dan Guangqi frowned slightly. Lin Feng's words made him extremely unhappy. He said, I admit that my race's position isn't high, but Lin Gongzi's words sounded a little mocking. Are you looking down on my race? Lin Feng said, no, I'm not. I'm here to give you an opportunity to make your Black Dragon race the strongest race in the dragon world. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Dan Guangqi was slightly stunned, and then he sneered in his heart. Of course, he didn't believe Lin Feng's words. It was like one day, a young man came to a millionaire's side, and then the young man suddenly said to the millionaire, I can make you the richest man in the world. No matter who it was, no one would believe it, right? Everyone would probably think that there was something wrong with this young man's head. It was as if Dan Guangqi was wondering if there was something wrong with Lin Feng's head. He actually dared to say such shameless words in front of him. Although Dan Guangqi was cursing in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He wanted to see what Lin Feng was planning. So, Dan Guangqi asked, I wonder how young master can make our Black Dragon race the top race in the dragon realm? Lin Feng said, submit to me, and I will naturally lead your Black Dragon race to become the top race in the dragon world. Dan Guangqi's face became cold. When Lin Feng said these words, he knew what Lin Feng's purpose for coming here was. Lin Feng actually wanted to subdue the Black Dragon race. Although the Black Dragon race wasn't considered a top race, they still had a saint stage expert overseeing it. Moreover, the Black Dragon race had more than 3,000 members, and they ruled Black Dragon City and a large territory. The Black Dragon race was quite tyrannical. How could they submit to someone else so casually? Not to mention, this person was a young human cultivator from another world. Dan Guangqi naturally couldn't agree to such a thing. He said in a deep voice, Lin Gongzi, your words are a bit too much. Lin Feng smiled and said, I don't think so. In my opinion, your Black Dragon race being able to submit to me is the merit of your Black Dragon race's ancestors. Lin Gongzi, the Black Dragon race doesn't welcome you. You can leave now. Dan Guangqi said coldly. Lin Feng said, take a look and see what this is. Lin Feng directly took out the True Dragon token. After seeing the token in Lin Feng's hand, Dan Guangqi's face immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. Although they hadn't seen the real True Dragon token, he had seen an image of it. Lin Feng had obviously taken out the True Dragon token. Moreover, he was sure that this was the real True Dragon token, not a fake one. This was because the True Dragon token emitted the True Dragon's might. The True Dragon's might couldn't be faked. This young human cultivator in front of him had actually brought the True Dragon token. This was really inconceivable. The appearance of the True Dragon token could cause a huge change in the dragon world. One had to know. Right now, the 5 major forces were locked in battle because none of them could take out a True Dragon token. If any of them could take out a True Dragon token, they would be able to use it to suppress the other 4 major forces. At that time, they could become the true masters of the dragon world. Without the True Dragon token, they couldn't suppress each other, so they could only fight each other. Dan Guangqi also knew how extraordinary the value of the True Dragon token was. If he could take the True Dragon token for himself now, then it would be a huge trump card. Although the Black Dragon Patriarch knew that even if the Black Dragon race had the True Dragon token, they couldn't become the master of the dragon world, but they could negotiate with the other 5 factions. Then, they could get as many benefits as possible. After thinking about this, Dan Guangqi's face couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. Dan Guangqi reached out to grab the True Dragon token in Lin Feng's hand, but Lin Feng took a step back and dodged Dan Guangqi. Dan Guangqi said in a cold voice, Lin Gongzi. This is the territory of the Black Dragon clan. If you know what's good for you, you'll give me the talisman. That way, I'll give you riches and honor. If you're stubborn, you'll die without a grave. Lin Feng sneered and said, have you heard of the saying a man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant? Now I see that you are doing this kind of thing. The True Dragon token is not something you can covet. If I give it to you, your Black Dragon race will be doomed eternally. Impudent, you dare to say such words in front of this patriarch. Today, this patriarch will kill you. With that, Dan Guangqi slapped towards Lin Feng. He was now determined to kill Lin Feng and snatch the true dragon token in Lin Feng's hands. In the face of Dan Guanqi's palm strike, Lin Feng sneered. Lin Feng waved his sleeve, and a powerful force surged out. That powerful force fiercely bombarded Dan Guanqi's body. Dan Guanqi was directly sent flying, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood in midair. Dan Guanqi fell to the ground. His face was pale as he looked at Lin Feng. He couldn't believe what had just happened. His cultivation was so tyrannical, but Lin Feng's attack had defeated him in an instant. It was too inconceivable. How strong was Lin Feng's cultivation? Who are you? Dan Guanqi asked with an unsightly expression. Facing an expert like Lin Feng, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even the ancestor of the Black Dragon race couldn't defeat him so easily. The key was that Lin Feng had really done it. Moreover, Lin Feng was so young. Such a heaven-defying character was rare even in the whole universe. Lin Feng said. I am the master of the dragon world. I have the true dragon token. Sooner or later, I will unify the dragon world. Let me ask you, will you submit to me? Dan Guanqi's expression kept changing. He was worried that Lin Feng would kill him if he didn't agree. Who knew what Lin Feng's temperament was like? Lin Feng might really do that, so he didn't dare to refuse. However, even if he agreed, he couldn't make the decision. The Black Dragon race still had a Saint Realm ancestor. The Saint Realm ancestor was the one who could make the final decision. Therefore, Dan Guanqi said, I really can't make a decision on this matter because our Black Dragon clan has a Saint Realm ancestor. Unless that Saint Realm ancestor agrees to this matter, even if I agree, it's useless. Lin Feng asked, where is the ancestor of the Black Dragon race? He's in seclusion in the spatial barrier of our race. Dan Guanqi said. Send me into the spatial barrier. Lin Feng said. Inside the spatial barrier of the Black Dragon race. An old man was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak, cultivating. Powerful energy was continuously gathering in his body. In his dantian, a black dragon was faintly discernible. This old man was the ancestor of the Black Dragon race. The only Saint Realm expert of the Black Dragon clan. The old ancestor of the Black Dragon clan was trying to break through to the 5th heavenly layer of Sage Realm. However, he hadn't been able to break through despite his efforts for many years. It was obvious that it was very difficult to break through to the 5th heavenly layer of Sage Realm just by relying on seclusion. He needed a great opportunity to break through. At this moment, the Black Dragon Patriarch seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes and frowned slightly. This was because a young human cultivator had arrived. However, he didn't recognize this young human cultivator. This young human cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. The Black Dragon Patriarch stood up and looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Who are you? Lin Feng said, I am the current ruler of the dragon world. The leader of the Black Dragon race has already submitted to me. Let me ask you, are you willing to submit to me? The Black Dragon Patriarch sneered, now that the dragon realm is without a leader, when did a dragon realm lord appear? Moreover, you are a human cultivator. Do you think anyone will believe you when you say that you are the ruler of the dragon realm? Lin Feng took out the real dragon talisman. When Ancestor He Long saw the real dragon talisman, he was astonished. He recognized the real dragon talisman. No wonder Lin Feng dared to say that he was the ruler of the dragon realm. He actually had the true dragon token. Logically speaking, a cultivator with the true dragon token was indeed the ruler of the dragon realm. However, this wasn't the case in reality. To become the ruler of the dragon realm, one needed to have the strength to convince the masses. If one couldn't convince the masses, they wouldn't be able to become the ruler of the dragon realm. It was just like the kingdoms of mortals in the secular world. If one wanted to be the emperor, would those powerful vassals submit to them? If they didn't submit to you and wanted to rebel, you wouldn't be able to become the emperor. The 5 forces have been looking for the true dragon token all these years, but they haven't been able to find it. Who would have thought that it would appear in the hands of a young human cultivator like you? If we can obtain this golden dragon token, how many benefits will our Black Dragon race obtain? Give me the true dragon token. The Black Dragon Patriarch had the same idea as Dan Guanqi. He wanted to snatch the true dragon token from Lin Feng's hands. He was a saint, and he had the strength of the fourth sky of the saint layer. He was extremely strong. He was confident that if he wanted to steal the real dragon talisman, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to stop him. Therefore, he directly attacked Lin Feng. He opened his palm and slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng coldly looked at the Black Dragon Patriarch and shouted, "Impudent!" A terrifying pressure spread out from Lin Feng's body. That terrifying pressure directly struck the Black Dragon Patriarch's body. The Black Dragon Patriarch was pushed back by such a powerful pressure. His face turned pale. His body was trembling. His eyes were filled with fear. He didn't dare to imagine that such a young human cultivator could release such a terrifying pressure. This kind of pressure should only be released by those at the peak of the Sage Realm. Could it be that this young human cultivator was already at the peak of the Sage Realm? "Spare me, young master, spare me." The Black Dragon Patriarch looked at Lin Feng in horror and begged for mercy. Just a moment ago, he wanted to snatch Lin Feng's true dragon token, but now he was scared out of his wits. He didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to the Sage Realm. He had a great chance of surviving this epic-ending calamity. Therefore, he cherished his life more than the average person. Lin Feng coldly said, "Why aren't you kneeling and submitting to me?" The Black Dragon Patriarch didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately knelt on the ground and swore his loyalty to Lin Feng. "I, Black Dragon Patriarch, Xianxia, am willing to pledge my loyalty to young master. If I dare to betray young master, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." After hearing the Black Dragon Patriarch's oath, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod and say, "All right, get up." "Yes, young master." The Black Dragon Patriarch got up. Then, Lin Feng and the Black Dragon Patriarch left the spatial barrier together. They went to the living room outside. Lin Feng asked Dan Guangqi to summon the upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan. Lin Feng had subdued the Black Dragon clan, so he naturally wanted to meet the upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan. This way, he could fully understand the cultivation of the upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan. This was very important for Lin Feng's next plan. Not long after, the upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan all arrived. Then, Dan Guangqi told them about the Black Dragon clan's surrender to Lin Feng. The upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan were very shocked. They didn't know why the Patriarch and Patriarch would surrender to this young master. However, when they remembered that the Patriarch was at the fourth heaven of the Sage Realm, they chose to submit. It was obvious. This young master of the human clan must have an extremely shocking background or extremely terrifying means. Otherwise, the ancestor and the clan leader would never submit to this young master. Lin Feng looked at the higher-ups of the Black Dragon race and said, "Since the Black Dragon race has pledged allegiance to me, I won't mistreat you in the future." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "Now, let's talk about the general situation of the Black Dragon race's territory." The Black Dragon ancestor said, "Reporting to young master, the territory we're in right now is under the control of the ancient dragon race. However, the Black Dragon race isn't particularly strong, so we aren't qualified to join the ancient dragon race's core circle. However, every year, the Black Dragon race pays a lot of taxes to the ancient dragon race." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. He then asked, "What are the surrounding factions?" The Black Dragon ancestor said, "The place we're in right now is quite chaotic. There are about 40 or 50 dragon clans, big and small. However, there aren't any particularly strong dragons. Most of them are relatively weak. Our Black Dragon race can be considered a fairly strong dragon clan. Although we can't rank in the top 10, we can still rank around 12th or 13th. The strongest ones are the Green Dragon race, the Fire Dragon race, and the Water Dragon race. These three dragon clans are roughly equivalent to third-grade dragon clans. The rest of the dragon clans that rank in the top 10 are fourth-grade dragon clans. Although they aren't weak, they aren't much stronger than our Black Dragon race." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. This was the situation he wanted to see. If there weren't any particularly strong dragons, it would be beneficial for Lin Feng. That way, Lin Feng would be able to gradually annex those dragons. Lin Feng asked, "How many Black Dragon race cultivators can be mobilized?" The Black Dragon ancestor said, there are about 1,300 cultivators from the Black Dragon race who can be mobilized. The rest are either too old, injured, or too young to participate in the battle. Lin Feng continued asking, there must be many cultivators who have pledged allegiance to the Black Dragon race, right? How many cultivators have pledged allegiance to the Black Dragon race? The Black Dragon ancestor said, there are about 300,000 to 400,000 cultivators in total, but that's including their families. There are about 10,000 cultivators who can participate in the battle. These 10,000 people are quite strong. They're all at the Hollow Immortal realm or higher. There are about 500 true immortals. After hearing this number, Lin Feng was very surprised. 500 true immortal realm cultivators was quite a number. Coupled with the cultivators from the Black Dragon clan, this was a considerably strong army of cultivators. Of course, Lin Feng still had 56 powerful undead here. These were the undead of the Sage realm. If the 56 undead were included, sweeping through this area was no problem at all. Lin Feng said, gather the army. We'll act in 5 days and slowly devour all of the dragons in the surroundings. Yes. Young master. The Black Dragon ancestor hurriedly said. In the following period of time, Lin Feng sent out 56 Sage Realm undead to coordinate with the cultivator army. They began to expand. With 56 Saint-level undead creatures, everything went smoothly. Although some of the clans were quite strong, Lin Feng had too many Sage Realm experts on his side. Therefore, even the third-rate dragons didn't have much power to resist. After about a year, the dozens of dragons in the surrounding area had been taken in by Lin Feng. Among these dragon clans, 15 dragon clans had Saint Stage experts. In total, there were 20 Saint Stage experts. This made Lin Feng very happy. This was just an ordinary dragon in a small area, but there were already 20 Sage Realm experts. These experts were basically experts who had sealed themselves in God stones. This showed how strong the dragon race's foundation was. Among some of the top dragons, there were cultivators who had just broken through to the Sage Realm. These cultivators were terrifying. They were even more terrifying than those with a foundation. Moreover, their potential was much greater than those with a foundation. However, among the dragons that Lin Feng had subdued, there was no such level of dragon race cultivator. After subduing these dozens of dragons, Lin Feng began to let them rest for a period of time. Because the dragons in this area had basically been subdued by Lin Feng. If he wanted to expand his forces, he would need to go to other areas to expand, and there were obviously many powerful dragons in other areas. If he wanted to subdue those dragons, it would be a little more difficult. After about 3 months of rest, Lin Feng began a new expansion. This time, Lin Feng planned to subdue some second-rate dragons. The Flying Dragon clan was a dragon clan that could be ranked as a second-rate force. This dragon clan was very powerful. Moreover, the ancient city's defensive restrictions controlled by the Flying Dragon clan were very terrifying. Lin Feng's army attacked for a long time but couldn't take down this clan. So Lin Feng came in person. He broke the ancient city's defensive restrictions. Only then could the army drive straight in. The battle was extremely intense. It wasn't until Lin Feng subdued the patriarch of this clan that the battle ended. The patriarch of this clan was an expert at the 8th level of the Saint Realm. It was very terrifying. Other than this person, there were also 3 dragons at the Saint Realm. After subduing the Flying Dragon clan, Lin Feng subdued 4 more third-rate dragon clans. As a result, he had already subdued 5 third-rate dragon clans. There were about 200 fourth-rate and fifth-rate dragon clans combined. These dragons were quite terrifying when they worked together. It was almost equivalent to some royal forces. Lin Feng's actions naturally didn't escape the attention of the ancient dragon clan cultivators. The ancient dragon clan sent an expert to visit Lin Feng. The cultivator sent by the ancient dragon clan was a female cultivator. This female cultivator's name was Gaia. Gaia was tall and charming. Although she wasn't as tall as Jean Xian, Gaia was about 1.8 meters tall. She had a gentle personality and was easy to get along with. When Gaia saw that the master behind the sudden rise of this force was actually just a young human cultivator, she was shocked. She was very shocked. Lin Feng was so young, and he had only been there for a few years. He had suddenly risen. He had established such a huge force. Naturally, Gaia felt that it was very unbelievable. Lin Gongzi. I'm here on behalf of the Ancient Dragon Clan. On behalf of the Ancient Dragon Clan, I'd like to extend an invitation to Lin Gongzi. I hope that Lin Gongzi will join our Ancient Dragon Alliance. When the time comes, with the power that Lin Gongzi has, he'll definitely be able to hold an important position in our Ancient Dragon Alliance. The Ancient Dragon Alliance will definitely treat Lin Gongzi well. Gaia said. Lin Feng knew that a power like his that was rising quickly would definitely be recruited by these top Dragon Clan powers. Lin Feng planned to join the Ancient Dragon Alliance for the time being and wait and see what would happen. Moreover, if Lin Feng did not agree, then the Ancient Dragon Alliance would attack the power that Lin Feng had built. Lin Feng had heard that the Ancient Dragon Alliance was formed by more than 100 dragon clans. Moreover, they were all second-tier dragon clans and above. Other than that, there were also quite a few dragon clans that were at the royal level. The Ancient Dragon Alliance was simply too powerful. The powers that Lin Feng had subdued were mainly third-tier, fourth-tier, and fifth-tier powers. There were only 5 second-tier dragon clans. The Ancient Dragon Alliance's power was much stronger than Lin Feng's. If a fight really broke out, Lin Feng's side would suffer heavy losses. The power that Lin Feng had built up would also be quickly disintegrated. Of course, Lin Feng was very clear about this. This was also the reason why Lin Feng had chosen to join the Ancient Dragon Alliance for the time being. Lin Feng's plan was to wait until he joined the Ancient Dragon Alliance before he went to find out more about the Ancient Dragon Alliance's situation. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Lin Feng needed to be patient. Lin Feng said, of course, that's not a problem. I'm more than happy to lead my subordinates to join the Ancient Dragon Alliance. Hearing that Lin Feng had agreed, Gaia was extremely happy. She said, when will Lin Gongzi be free? When Lin Gongzi is free, we'll head to the Ancient Dragon City. When the time comes, the Dragon Emperor will confer you a title. Lin Feng said, tomorrow then. Gaia nodded and said, okay. Then, Lin Feng sent someone to bring Gaia away to rest. The next day, Lin Feng left with the Poison Ancestor, the Evil Zun Saint, and the Emperor Brush stayed in Hei Long City to take care of things. Dragon City's Dragon City Alliance, Lin Feng was to be left. Because the Dragon Realm was really too big, it was even much bigger than the Undying Realm. Therefore, it took Lin Feng and the others 7 months to arrive in Ancient Dragon City. The Ancient Dragon City was much more majestic than the Black Dragon City. Countless dragons flew in from all directions and entered the Ancient Dragon City. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint followed Gaia into the city. The current structure of the Ancient Dragon Alliance was very similar to that of a dynasty in the secular world. The Dragon Emperor of the Ancient Dragon Tribe was equivalent to the Emperor. The higher-ups of the Dragon Tribe were equivalent to the nobles, ministers, and officials. Then, they were conferred the titles of Duke, Marquis, Count, Baron, Viscount, and so on. The specific titles were divided according to the strength of the faction behind them. After Lin Feng arrived, he was arranged to rest in the courtyard. The morning assembly would be held tomorrow and he would be summoned by the Dragon Emperor. Lin Feng had some understanding of the Dragon Emperor. He was an extraordinary figure. It was said that this Dragon Emperor had the blood of the ancestral dragon. This was too extraordinary. Moreover, this Dragon Emperor was a quasi-transcendence expert. It was said that he had touched the threshold of Transcendence Realm. However, it was not easy to break through to the Transcendence Realm. He needed some great opportunities. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor hadn't been able to complete the breakthrough. However, there were more opportunities at the end of the era. If the Dragon Emperor could grab hold of some great opportunities at the end of the era, when he had used up all these opportunities, he might be able to break through the realm-surpassing realm. If he couldn't grab hold of these opportunities, it would be extremely difficult to break through the realm-surpassing realm in the future. Or even, it was almost impossible. Even though many ancient experts had broken through the realm-surpassing realm in history, they had only managed to do so after grabbing hold of such great opportunities. In the afternoon, someone came to visit Lin Feng. It was the eldest princess of the ancient dragon clan. Lin Feng had heard that the great princess wasn't a simple person. She was extremely strong, even stronger than some of Lin Feng's brothers. She had a higher social status than them. This kind of thing was relatively rare. Generally speaking, men's status was usually higher than women's. This was even more so in the world of cultivators. And this eldest princess's status was so high. It could be seen that this eldest princess was indeed extraordinary. Generally, the dragon clan was taller. For example, Xianxia and Guya, who Lin Feng had seen before, were both very tall. Xianxia was 1.9 meters tall. Although Guya wasn't as tall as Xianxia. Guya wasn't as tall as Guya, but she was also about 1.8 meters tall. However, this eldest princess was completely different from them. The eldest princess was petite and exquisite. She was only about 1.6 meters tall. This was relatively rare in the dragon clan. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw the eldest princess, he was extremely surprised. Perhaps it was because of her petite figure. The eldest princess had a delicate and pitiful temperament. Of course, Lin Feng naturally didn't think that the eldest princess was a delicate and pitiful person. How could someone like her be simple? When she saw Lin Feng, the eldest princess smiled and said, "I presume this is Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's me." The eldest princess smiled and said, "I've long heard of your great name. I can finally meet you today." Lin Feng smiled but didn't say anything. He knew that the eldest princess had her own reasons for coming to see him. The eldest princess smiled and said, "There will be a gathering in a few days. I've personally come to invite you to this gathering. I wonder if you have the time to attend." What had Lin Feng not experienced? He naturally knew why the eldest princess had invited him to this gathering. He was a new member of the Ancient Dragon Alliance, and he had many experts under his command. The eldest princess inviting him was the same as sending a signal to others. Others would think that he was on the eldest princess's side. Lin Feng guessed that this was true even within the Ancient Dragon Alliance. There were all sorts of disputes within the Ancient Dragon Alliance. There might be fights for power, or something else. Thus, although the Ancient Dragon Alliance seemed peaceful, there were definitely many dark secrets that outsiders didn't know about. The Ancient Dragon Alliance would become his faction sooner or later, and the first princess would become his subordinate. However, Lin Feng could tell that the first princess was quite pretty, so he could consider taking her in as a concubine. Therefore, he accepted the first princess invitation. Lin Feng did not intend to refuse. Lin Feng smiled and asked, "May I know the exact date of the gathering?" When the first princess heard Lin Feng's words, she knew that Lin Feng had already made his choice. A smile appeared on her face. After all, the first princess believed that she had successfully subdued Lin Feng. However, the first princess did not know that Lin Feng was currently thinking about taking her in as a concubine in the future. The first princess said, "When the time comes, I will send someone to bring you over." Lin Feng said, "Thank you, first princess." The first princess smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, don't be so polite." After saying that, the first princess took out an item. Lin Feng discovered that it was actually a fruit. When Lin Feng saw the fruit, he could not help but reveal an astonished expression. This was because he could sense an extremely pure and surging energy from the fruit. It was definitely an extremely rare natural treasure. Lin Feng could feel his cultivation becoming restless, which shocked him greatly. After all, it was very difficult for him to break through. Moreover, Lin Feng had already broken through to the Immemorial realm. Breaking through now was even more difficult than breaking through in the past. It was very difficult for ordinary items to increase his cultivation, but the fruit that the first princess took out at this moment made Lin Feng feel a desire to break through. This was enough to show just how extraordinary this fruit was. The eldest princess said, "This is a dragon saliva fruit. I wonder if young master has heard of such a thing?" Lin Feng had never heard of such a thing. What exactly was a dragon saliva fruit? After all, he had only been in the dragon world for a short period of time. Moreover, he had been focusing on expanding his territory for the past few years. Therefore, Lin Feng was not clear about many things in the dragon world. Lin Feng guessed that something like the dragon saliva fruit should be a specialty of the dragon realm. Moreover, it was a very rare spirit fruit. Otherwise, the eldest princess wouldn't have taken it out for him at this time. Lin Feng replied, "I've never heard of such a thing." The eldest princess smiled and said, "This thing can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation, and it's one of the most precious treasures in the dragon realm. This fruit blooms once every 30,000 years, bears fruit once every 30,000 years, and ripens once every 30,000 years. From blooming to bearing fruit to ripening, it takes 90,000 years to complete a cycle. Moreover, it can only bear 100 fruits each time, so this dragon saliva fruit is very precious. I'll give this dragon saliva fruit to you, sir. I hope it can help you increase your cultivation." Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be courteous with the first princess. This kind of thing was indeed something he needed. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak, there was still a slight gap between him and the top experts. It was mainly because he was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Lin Feng hoped to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Only by increasing his cultivation would he be able to face anything with ease and face any expert with ease. Lin Feng was currently unable to do this. Lin Feng accepted the fruit and said, "Thank you for the dragon saliva fruit, eldest princess." The eldest princess smiled and said, "You're welcome, sir." The two of them chatted for a while before the eldest princess left. After the eldest princess left, Lin Feng took a bath and changed his clothes. At this time, a dozen or so beautiful maidservants came, and they wanted to serve Lin Feng together. This surprised Lin Feng. The other party was really well prepared. They even sent him so many beauties, and Lin Feng found that these beauties were all virgins. There were all kinds of beauties. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to spend the night with these beauties. He asked the beauties to leave. When they left, the group of beauties looked at Lin Feng with sad eyes. Lin Feng was young, handsome, strong, and had an extraordinary social status. It was rare to see someone like that. If they could spend a good night with Lin Feng, maybe Lin Feng would accept them as his wives. At that time, they would be able to make a name for themselves. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to do anything romantic with them. Of course, they were very disappointed. After the beauties left, Lin Feng ate the dragon saliva fruit and began to refine it. The energy contained in the dragon saliva fruit was very pure. Moreover, the energy it contained was very majestic. After all the energy was refined and absorbed by Lin Feng broke through from the first heaven of the Saint Immortal stage to the second heaven of the Saint Immortal stage. This made Lin Feng very happy. It was rare to see a treasure that could raise one's cultivation level, let alone raise his cultivation level. If a cultivator at the same cultivation level as him refined the dragon saliva fruit, that cultivator might be able to break through 6 or 7 cultivation levels. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. The dragon saliva fruit's ability to raise one's cultivation level was just too shocking. Lin Feng thought that the Dragon Emperor would definitely reward him with many things when he was conferring his title tomorrow morning. It would be even better if there were dragon saliva fruits at that time. If there weren't any, could he ask the Dragon Emperor for some dragon saliva fruits? Lin Feng believed that the Dragon Emperor would definitely have dragon saliva fruits. Although there might not be a lot, there would definitely be some. After Lin Feng made up his mind, he planned to take action tomorrow. After breaking through, Lin Feng did not continue cultivating. Instead, he had a good sleep. The next day, the eldest princess once again came to Lin Feng's place. She smiled at Lin Feng and asked, "Did you rest well, young master?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "I rested quite well." The eldest princess said, "In 2 hours, the morning court will begin. Someone will come to change young master's clothes, and there will also be a master of ceremonies who will teach young master some etiquette and rules that he needs to follow." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Okay." This was because the eldest princess had many things to deal with every day. Therefore, she did not stay at Lin Feng's place for long. Soon, the eldest princess left. Not long after the eldest princess left, someone came to change Lin Feng's clothes. The other party had prepared new clothes for Lin Feng. Under the service of a few beautiful maidservants, Lin Feng changed into new clothes. Then, a master of ceremonies explained to Lin Feng some of the rules of the morning court. 2 hours later, someone brought Lin Feng to the Supreme Harmony Palace for the morning court. Outside of the Supreme Harmony Palace, there were many guards from the Dragon Clan. The Supreme Harmony Palace looked majestic and dignified. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It really looked like a royal palace. Lin Feng was led by the guards to the hall. The eunuch outside saw Lin Feng and shouted, "Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi requests an audience." Then, Lin Feng entered the hall. After all, it was a force formed by cultivators. Although it was modeled after a mortal country, there weren't that many rules. For example, some etiquette such as kneeling and kowtowing were not present. After entering the Supreme Harmony Hall, they saw that there were about 100 cultivators inside. Most of these cultivators were from the dragon race. Aside from the dragon race, there were also some other races present. However, their numbers were relatively small. After seeing Lin Feng come in, these people couldn't help but talk. It was mainly because Lin Feng was too young. Such a young cultivator had managed to subdue so many dragons in such a short time. He had even managed to create such a powerful group. Many people were astonished. They asked themselves, if they were asked to do these things, they might not succeed. However, Lin Feng did it. This was what shocked them. Greetings to the Dragon Emperor. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Sitting on the dragon throne was the Dragon Emperor. He looked to be in his 40s. He was at the peak of his life and his blood energy was very powerful and majestic. After feeling the aura emitted from the Dragon Emperor, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Dragon Emperor's aura was too tyrannical. Even the quasi-transcendents were divided into different levels. For example, Lin Feng could fight against some weaker quasi-transcendents. However, if he met a powerful quasi-transcendence, he would be able to sense it. For example, the Dragon Emperor's cultivation was absolutely terrifying. He was at the top of the quasi-transcendence. If Lin Feng were to fight the Dragon Emperor, he definitely wouldn't be a match for him unless Lin Feng broke through to the Sage Realm. "Rise," the Dragon Emperor said. "Thank you, Dragon Emperor." Lin Feng thanked him and stood up straight. A eunuch beside the Dragon Emperor said, "By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that Lin Feng is the Count of the Ancient Dragon Alliance. He is rewarded with 30 million high-grade immortal stones, 1,000 immortal pills, 2,000 immortal herbs, 10 immortal tools, and 10 top-grade divine abilities." "Thank you." After hearing the Dragon Emperor's rewards, Lin Feng was quite surprised. The Dragon Emperor's rewards were quite good, but Lin Feng didn't get the dragon saliva fruit because Lin Feng wanted to use it to improve his cultivation. And now, the things that were being rewarded might be priceless treasures to others. However, he didn't lack those things. If the Dragon Emperor gave him an immortal scripture, Lin Feng would be happy. However, the Dragon Emperor obviously wouldn't give him an immortal scripture. After all, he was just a count. It wasn't an important title like a duke. Lin Feng said, "Thank you, Dragon Emperor, for your reward. However, I hope that the Dragon Emperor can give me something as well." "What is it?" The Dragon Emperor looked at Lin Feng and asked. The Dragon Emperor's expression was as unchanging as a rock. Therefore, no one knew what the Dragon Emperor was thinking. Lin Feng said, "I've been looking for an opportunity to break through recently. I heard that the Dragon Emperor has dragon saliva fruits, so I want to ask for a few to break through." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of the mouths of many people twitched violently. Dragon saliva fruits were extremely precious, and this guy actually wanted them. What an exorbitant demand! Only those who had made great contributions could be rewarded with dragon saliva fruits. However, Lin Feng hadn't made any contributions yet, and he was already asking for dragon saliva fruits. Naturally, many people were extremely dissatisfied with this. "Kid, you're just a count, and you want dragon saliva fruits? Who gave you the courage to do that? Kid, you should know your limits. Don't ask for things that don't belong to you." Many people sneered and looked at Lin Feng mockingly. He smiled faintly and said, "You can't get it because you don't have the ability. I'm different from you. It's natural for me to get dragon saliva fruits because I can accomplish things that many people can't." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of people was furious. This kid was so arrogant. He had just been made a count, and he dared to show off in front of them. Many people couldn't tolerate this. Then, someone laughed and said, "Kid, you're too arrogant. Is this a place for you to be arrogant? Kid, you think you can be so arrogant just because you have some ability? You found the wrong person to show off to. If this wasn't the Supreme Harmony Palace, I would have already taught you a lesson." One cultivator after another looked at Lin Feng coldly. "Quiet," the Dragon Emperor said at this moment. The Dragon Emperor said. Those cultivators who were originally angry at Lin Feng immediately shut up. The Dragon Emperor looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, "If you want dragon saliva fruits, of course, there's no problem. However, you have to complete some missions or make great contributions to the Ancient Dragon Alliance to be rewarded with dragon saliva fruits. I hope you can understand this." Lin Feng nodded when he heard the Dragon Emperor. After the morning assembly was over, everyone went outside. Many cultivators looked at Lin Feng coldly, but they had heard that Lin Feng seemed to be close to the first princess. Because Lin Feng was close to the first princess, these cultivators didn't rashly attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about those cultivators' attitudes. He didn't stay in the Supreme Harmony Palace. Lin Feng left the palace and went back to his residence. After returning, Lin Feng found that there were all sorts of things in the courtyard, all of which had been given to him by the Dragon Emperor. Lin Feng didn't really care about these things, but since they were given to him by the Dragon Emperor, Lin Feng wouldn't reject them. He put them away and rewarded the servants who had brought them over with some immortal stones. After thanking him profusely, the servants left. Not long after, the eldest princess came to Lin Feng's place. She looked at Lin Feng and bitterly smiled. "I heard that during the morning assembly, Lin Gongzi had a verbal conflict with some people?" Lin Feng nodded. "That's true. Those guys were looking for trouble, so I had a conflict with them. However, it wasn't a big problem." Although the eldest princess hadn't known Lin Feng for a long time, she more or less understood Lin Feng's personality. For example, Lin Feng was a casual person. Most of the time, he didn't care about the consequences of his actions. In fact, this kind of personality was both good and bad. It was good because people with this kind of personality had fewer crooked thoughts and were easier to control. Perhaps it was because people with this kind of personality would easily offend others. The eldest princess said, "There's no need to pay attention to those people." Lin Feng said, "I didn't take those people's words to heart. Moreover, they should know that my relationship with the eldest princess isn't ordinary, so they won't dare to rashly make a move." After that, Lin Feng added that if they dared to make a move, he would definitely beat them half to death. The eldest princess said, "Although that's the case, sometimes it's best to avoid conflicts. After all, we're all working together. If there's a conflict, it won't look good." The eldest princess continued, "I've also heard that Lin Gongzi wants the dragon saliva fruit. Unfortunately, I only have one dragon saliva fruit, and I've already given it to the young master. If Lin Gongzi really wants the dragon saliva fruit, there is an important matter. If Lin Gongzi can complete it, he will be rewarded with 2 dragon saliva fruits." Lin Feng's eyes could not help but light up slightly. If he really obtained 2 dragon saliva fruits, it should allow him to break through again. Lin Feng asked, "May I know what I need to do to obtain these 2 fruits?" "It's like this. The bloodline of the ancestral dragon runs through our ancient dragon clan. I believe that Lin Gongzi should have heard of this before, right?" Lin Feng had indeed heard of this matter. It was said that the Dragon Emperor had awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline. In fact, Lin Feng had been quite skeptical about this matter before. This was because no one in the ancient dragon tribe had awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline before the Dragon Emperor. Until the Dragon Emperor awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline. It was only then that everyone realized that the ancient dragon clan was the descendant of the ancestral dragon. As the dragon realm was currently in a special period, many people believed that the Dragon Emperor's claim of awakening the ancestral dragon bloodline was a ploy to win people over. Why was that? Because the ancestral dragon was the ancestor of the ancient dragon clan. It was the first ancient dragon clan to appear in this epoch. No other ancient dragon clan could compare to it, and the various major clans respected the ancestral dragon greatly. The ancestral dragon was worshipped like a god by the various ancient dragon clans. Therefore, when the Dragon Emperor suddenly claimed that he had awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, everyone believed that he was the ancestral dragon's successor. He was the true ruler of the dragon realm. The descendants of the ancestral dragon were even more qualified than the descendants of the true dragon clan to become the ruler of the dragon realm. However, from the eldest princess's words, Lin Feng could deduce that the dragon emperor really did possess the ancestral dragon bloodline. This greatly shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, "Eldest princess, have you awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline?" The eldest princess smiled bitterly and said, "No, only my father has awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline in our clan. In fact, before my father, even we didn't know that the ancestral dragon bloodline flowed in our bodies. Because before my father, all the ancestral dragon bloodlines had already fallen silent. It was no wonder that the ancient dragon clan's cultivators didn't know that the ancestral dragon bloodline flowed in their clan. If the ancestral dragon bloodline was completely silent, it was basically impossible to awaken it. Therefore, in the long years, no one in the ancient dragon clan had awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline. Only if they encountered a relatively great opportunity would they be able to rise again. The dragon emperor should have obtained an extremely heaven-defying opportunity. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of opportunity the dragon emperor had encountered. It actually allowed him to awaken the ancestral dragon bloodline. However, one could imagine that the dragon emperor's opportunity this time must be extremely extraordinary. Since the dragon emperor has already awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, I'm sure you all will awaken it soon, Lin Feng said. I hope so. The first princess revealed a hopeful look and continued, there is a place called the Broken Dragon Abyss. It is said that there are some things left behind by the ancestral dragon clan in the Broken Dragon Abyss. The Broken Dragon Abyss is extremely dangerous. Previously, our ancient dragon clan's cultivators wanted to enter and explore it, but in the end, they failed and suffered heavy losses. In addition, there were some dragons who wanted to enter the Broken Dragon Abyss, but in the end, they also failed. Many of them also died there. Entering that place without powerful means is basically no different from courting death. Later, my father issued a reward. If someone can enter that place to explore the situation inside and bring out the things inside, they will be rewarded with the dragon saliva fruit. Which ancestral dragon left behind this thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask doubtfully. It should be something left behind by the second-generation ancestral dragon. The first princess said. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but smile. The second-generation ancestral dragon was definitely a terrifying existence. The things left behind must be extremely extraordinary. Perhaps there was a great opportunity there. Although that place was extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng still planned to find time to go to that place to take a look. It would be even better if he could obtain the opportunity there. If he really obtained something good there, if he didn't say anything, the Dragon Emperor wouldn't know. At that time, he would just casually give him something and say that these things were treasures he obtained from there. That way, this matter could be covered up. So what if the Dragon Emperor was suspicious? He had no evidence. Then, he would be able to obtain 2 dragon saliva fruits. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Of course, even if Lin Feng wanted to go to the Broken Dragon Abyss, he would have to wait until the end of the gathering. After all, he had already promised the first princess to attend the gathering. After chatting with the first princess for a while, the first princess left. Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint did not follow Lin Feng to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Thus, they did not know what was going on there. Duzu asked, "Young master, did everything go well?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It went rather well, and I was even conferred the title of Earl." Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint curled their lips. They naturally did not think highly of the title of Earl. However, they knew that this was a special period, so Lin Feng had accepted the title of Earl. Lin Feng said, "Let's stay here for a few days, and then we'll leave." Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint nodded. In the next few days, Lin Feng basically did not go out, and he stayed in the courtyard to cultivate. When the day of the gathering arrived, the first princess sent someone to bring Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretic sovereign saint to attend the gathering. This time, the gathering was held in a high-class manner. This manner was different from the restaurants outside. It was a private gathering place, and it was not open to the public. The environment of the manor was very elegant and unique, and there were many beauties here. If one had a good time here, they could stay for the night. They could find beautiful women of all shapes and sizes, and they could enjoy themselves. Of course, a manor like this was extremely expensive, and the people who organized the gathering did not care how much you spent here. Everything you spent here would be counted as your own expenses. When they arrived, there were already many people here. Most of them were cultivators from the dragon race, but of course, there were also cultivators from other races. Those who could attend this gathering all had extraordinary statuses. There were cultivators from the younger generation, cultivators from the middle generation, and even cultivators from the older generation. It would appear that this gathering was not as simple as it seemed. After Lin Feng arrived, it naturally caused quite a stir. Because Lin Feng was conferred the title of Count, this matter was naturally spread like wildfire by the various major forces. Actually, given the power that Lin Feng currently wielded, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be conferred the title of Marquis. However, Lin Feng was a human cultivator. If a human cultivator was directly conferred the title of Marquis, it would cause dissatisfaction among many dragons. That was why Lin Feng was conferred the title of Earl. Because of the morning court session a few days ago, quite a few people had a verbal conflict with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's words were full of contempt for them. Therefore, many people here looked at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked indifferent. It wasn't that Lin Feng was arrogant, but these people together were no match for him. When the first princess saw Lin Feng, she walked towards Lin Feng. I didn't expect so many people to come today. It seems like this gathering isn't that simple. Lin Feng looked at the first princess and said. Of course, this gathering isn't simple. This gathering will be a small trade fair. The standards of this trade fair are extremely high, and it's said that many people will be bringing out many good things. The first princess said. Oh, there's such a thing? Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was because the cultivators gathered here were all cultivators from the various major forces of the ancient Dragon Alliance. These people were equivalent to the nobles of the dragon world. They often had many good things here. Perhaps some top-notch treasures would appear at this trade fair. It would be even better if an Immortal Sutra level inheritance appeared. When that time came, no matter how much he had to pay, Lin Feng would be able to obtain an Immortal Sutra level inheritance. No wonder there are so many people gathered here. I wonder if the first princess knows anything about the items being traded at this trade fair? Lin Feng asked. The first princess smiled and said, there is indeed some news. I heard that there are even ancient weapon-level treasures being traded. Someone actually brought out a treasure of that level to trade? Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Ancient weapon-level treasures were simply too precious. How could someone bring out a treasure of that level to trade? A supreme treasure of this level was simply priceless. The first princess said that ancient weapon seems to be damaged. The other party might not be able to repair it, so they brought it out to trade. I see. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. If it was a damaged ancient weapon, its value would be greatly reduced. After all, it was very difficult to repair ancient weapons. For example, Lin Feng actually had a damaged ancient weapon, but Lin Feng had been unable to repair it for a long time. The main reason was that the materials needed to repair it were hard to find. Furthermore, ancient weapons were refined in a special way. There were special runes on them, and it wasn't easy to study those runes. Of course. Even if the ancient weapon was damaged, the power of the ancient weapon was still there for all to see. Even if it was damaged, once it was activated, it could release an unimaginable amount of power. The first princess continued, perhaps there are some other top-tier treasures. You'll know about them when the trade fair begins. Lin Feng nodded. I'll bring you to meet some friends. The first princess said. Okay. Lin Feng replied. The first princess brought Lin Feng to meet a few experts from the dragon clan. They were all experts of the older generation. 2 of them were at the 6th heavenly layer, 1 was at the 7th heavenly layer, and 1 was at the 8th heavenly layer. Lin Feng guessed that these experts were all experts of the dragon clan who supported the first princess. After chatting with the experts for a while, Lin Feng and the first princess parted ways with them. After all, they were all young people, so they naturally didn't have much in common with the older cultivators. At that moment, a man walked over. The man put on a fake smile and said, "Fourth sister, I presume this must be Count Lin Feng, the one who was recently conferred the title of Count." The first princess nodded. "That's right. That's Count Lin." The man said, "Count Lin, you're quite fast. You're already so close to my fourth sister." However, Count Lin probably doesn't know much about the ancient dragon alliance. That's why I hope that Count Lin will think carefully about what kind of people he should get close to and what kind of people he should stay away from. The first princess's expression turned unsightly when she heard this. The man just smiled and left with his group. After the man left, Lin Feng asked, "Who's that?" "He's my eldest brother," the first princess said. The first princess replied. Lin Feng had heard about the first princess's brothers. It was said that they weren't very capable. The first prince was one of the more capable ones among his brothers. Even so, in terms of strength, he still couldn't compare to the first princess. However, the first prince's mother's branch was extremely powerful. That was why the first prince's status was extremely high, and he had always been hostile to the first princess. Big clans were filthy. Who knew how many things were going on in their private lives, and the things that were happening in front of him were just one of the countless things that were happening. Lin Feng naturally didn't place the crown prince in his eyes. To Lin Feng, the crown prince was just a nobody. Lin Feng's opponent was an expert like the Dragon Emperor. If he could suppress the Dragon Emperor, then Lin Feng would have a chance to become the ruler of the ancient Dragon Alliance. 2 hours later, the small trade fair began. The trade fair was held in the main hall. Everyone was gathered here. The experts of the older generation sat on the main seats, and some extraordinary characters could also sit on the main seats. The rest of the people could only stand around. Lin Feng and the crown princess sat together. At this moment, an old man stood up and said, "Everyone, the trade fair has officially begun. I will now take out the first item to be traded. The first item I will take out is called the Xianxia spiritual sword. The Xianxia spiritual sword is a mother-child pair of swords. They can form a connection. When the Xianxia spiritual sword is activated, the power of the two swords will be terrifying. This treasure is a saint artifact refined by a 7th heavenly layer sage. I'm sure everyone knows how valuable it is." After hearing the old man's words, the crowd burst into an uproar. Saint-level treasures were extremely valuable, and a treasure refined by a 7th heavenly layer sage was even more valuable. This treasure was simply priceless. There was no way to use immortal stones to measure its value. Probably, only top-tier treasures could be used to trade for it. At this moment, someone asked, "Senior, what do you want to trade for?" The old man said, "I need an epic magic stone." "Epic magic stone? What's that?" Many people were puzzled. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Even Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a thing before. After all, there were too many treasures in the world. A person's energy was limited. Being able to understand some of the treasures in the world was already an extremely difficult task. Wanting to know what all the treasures in the world were, this was obviously impossible. At this time, a cultivator said, "Epic magic stone is a special stone formed at the end of an epic. It absorbs demonic energy and transforms. Rumor has it that epic magic stone is a material used to create ancient weapons." What? Materials used to forge ancient weapons? Many people had shocked expressions on their faces. Everyone knew how heaven-defying an ancient weapon was. Perhaps he could see some sacred artifacts now. Ancient weapons, however, were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. As for the creation of ancient weapons, it was even more unimaginable. The ancient weapons that had been passed down were actually treasures that had been passed down from the previous era. It was not a treasure born in this era. As for the materials used to forge ancient weapons, they were also extremely rare. It was rumored that there were many top-notch experts in history who wanted to find materials to forge ancient weapons, but they couldn't find any. Then, in order to find materials for forging ancient weapons, some experts even risked their lives to cross the universe's crystal walls and travel to other universes to search for these materials. But in the end, he still ended up with nothing. From this, one could see how rare this material was. Perhaps in an epic, it was already quite good to have a few pieces of this material. Moreover, it must be known that these materials might not necessarily be found. They might be covered in dust in some corner. Even when the epic was destroyed, no one had found these materials. Does no one have this material? The old man asked. A middle-aged cultivator stood up and said, I don't have a pure epic magic stone, but I have an epic magic stone with a lot of impurities. If you use this epic magic stone to forge a magic treasure, you might be able to create a quasi-ancient weapon. In the future, if you have the opportunity to find other treasures and fuse them with it, you might be able to transform it into an ancient weapon. After hearing this, many people were extremely shocked. Although this cultivator's epic magic stone was not pure, he had really taken it out. They wondered how he had obtained it. Someone said, why didn't this cultivator forge a quasi-ancient weapon himself? This kind of treasure is much more powerful than a sacred artifact. Someone else said, it's not that easy to forge such a high-level magic treasure. The probability of failure is very high, and there's only one set of materials. If you succeed, then it's fine, but if you don't, then the materials will be destroyed and you won't even be able to cry to the other party. Many people nodded. It was indeed as the cultivator had said. If he succeeded, then everyone would be happy. If he failed, then wouldn't he die of regret? Therefore, even if someone obtained a few top-level materials, they wouldn't use them. They would leave them behind and wait until they participated in a top-level trade fair. Then, they would take them out and trade with others, such as this middle-aged cultivator. After obtaining the epic magic stone, he didn't forge his own magic treasure. Instead, he took out the epic magic stone to trade. The old man knew that it wasn't easy to find a pure epic magic stone. Being able to find one with impurities was already a great fortune. Thus, he nodded and said, all right. This old man will trade with you. Then, the two of them exchanged the items. Clearly, this was a situation where everyone was happy. Next, one after another, treasures were taken out and then traded. Some of the treasures even surprised Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't make a move. For the time being, there wasn't anything that could make him want to make a move. After about 30 or 40 treasures were traded, an old woman walked out. She said, this old woman also has something that I want to trade with everyone. Someone asked, Senior, what is it that you wish to exchange for? Then, the old woman took out an item. It was actually an ancient scroll. When Lin Feng saw that ancient scroll, he was stupefied. He had the feeling that that ancient scroll wasn't simple at all. The old woman replied, this treasure of mine contains an ancient demonic scripture. Oh? An ancient demonic scripture? What kind of demonic scripture is that? Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. The demonic scripture that the old woman was talking about was equivalent to an immortal scripture. It was very attractive to cultivators. Lin Feng also showed great interest because Lin Feng was currently collecting immortal and demonic scriptures. However, these things were very rare and sometimes required luck. They were not something that could be found just because one wanted to. The old woman said, this demonic scripture is called the Undying Demonic Scripture. Undying Demonic Scripture? That name sounds awesome. Could it be that it can make people immortal? Someone asked in shock. The name of this demonic scripture was too shocking. Anyone who heard this name would feel that this demonic scripture was definitely not simple. Moreover, it made people think of many things. For example, if this demonic scripture could really make a cultivator immortal, then it would be too powerful. Of course it can't make a cultivator immortal, the old woman said. After hearing the old woman's words, many people couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. Someone asked, if it can't make a cultivator immortal, then why is it called the Undying Demonic Scripture? The old woman said, if a person's physical body dies and their soul disintegrates, then they will die completely. They won't even have a chance to reincarnate. However, my Undying Demonic Scripture has a special characteristic. If someone cultivates my Undying Demonic Scripture and dies, then their soul can be reformed in a certain place in the world. At the beginning, it might just be a remnant soul. Then, it will slowly grow stronger and recover its memories. After that, it will be equivalent to an immortal being. Someone asked, is it really that incredible? Is there really such a demonic scripture in the world? Was there a witness to this? This was also a matter that many people were incomparably curious about because this immortal and indestructible demon scripture sounded a bit too bizarre. If a person's body and soul were truly destroyed, how could a soul be born in a certain place? It was very hard to believe. The old woman said, naturally, it has been tested. Oh? Senior, are you saying that someone really did cultivate the undying and indestructible demon scripture, then died and reincarnated somewhere? The old woman said, no, I meant that the contents of the immortal and indestructible demon scripture are really at the level of an immortal scripture. As for whether or not I can really return, I can't say for sure. I'm not someone who likes to lie, so I won't lie to you. Hearing the old woman's words, many people could not help but shake their heads. Actually, there were some Immortal Sutra level legacies. Although its level was very high, its effect was very weak. For example, there were some healing-type immortal scriptures. After cultivating them, cultivators would possess powerful healing abilities and could help others heal various injuries. However, the key point was that cultivators had to face all kinds of great tribulations. Cultivators should cultivate immortal sutras with powerful attacks to increase their combat strength. Instead of cultivating this kind of supplementary immortal sutra, if you exhaust all your energy to successfully cultivate this kind of auxiliary immortal sutra, it will be useless in the end. Don't you think this is a waste of time? Therefore, everyone was very interested in immortal sutras that had powerful attack power. As for supplementary immortal sutras, they were much less interested. However, Lin Feng was very interested in the immortal and indestructible demon scripture. Lin Feng asked, Senior, may I know what you want to exchange this immortal and indestructible demon scripture for? The old woman looked at Lin Feng, then let out a strange cry and said, Kid, do you want to exchange it for my immortal and indestructible demon scripture? Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, I do want to exchange it, but it depends on what you want. If I don't have what you want, then I won't be able to make this exchange with you. The old woman said, I want to exchange it for an immortal medicine of immortality. Do you have it? Immortal medicines of immortality were extremely rare and precious. They were indeed very difficult to find, but Lin Feng really did have some. He had obtained 2 stocks of immortality in the past. However, he had never used them and had kept them until now. Lin Feng nodded and said, I have an immortal medicine of immortality here. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the old woman's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng took out the 9 dragon fruit. Seeing Lin Feng take out the 9 dragon fruit, many people couldn't help but gasp. It really was an immortal medicine of immortality. This kid was really generous. He could even take out an immortal medicine of immortality. The old woman said, the immortal and indestructible demon scripture is yours, and your immortal medicine of immortality is mine. Lin Feng nodded, and the two of them made the exchange. Lin Feng checked the contents of the scroll. It was indeed a complete demonic scripture. Lin Feng immediately became very happy. Lin Feng was different from others. Others might only cultivate 1 or 2 immortal scriptures, but Lin Feng had cultivated many. Lin Feng wanted to comprehend the great Tao from various top-notch inheritances. That was why Lin Feng had been collecting top-notch inheritances all these years. Lin Feng put away the immortal and indestructible demon scripture. The trade fair continued. Top-notch treasures were taken out one after another. The trade fair was very lively. The eldest princess took action a few times and obtained several treasures. Duzu and the heretic diviner Saint each took action. They had had many fortuitous encounters over the years. That was why they had some good things on them. They could use this trade fair to exchange for some things they needed. Not long after, someone took out an item that attracted Lin Feng's attention. It was a special kind of spirit liquid that contained extremely powerful energy. After seeing the spirit liquid, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He felt that this spirit liquid was somewhat similar to the pet cultivation fluid he had obtained before. However, the effect seemed to be much better than pet cultivation. If it was really this type of treasure, then Lin Feng had to buy it. Because Lin Feng could give it to Bibi and the others to use. Bibi and the others were already very powerful. They were roughly equivalent to the true immortal realm. Bibi and the others had many unimaginable racial abilities. That was why their methods were very terrifying. If he could let Bibi and the others reach the Sage Realm, then Bibi and the others could become a powerful helper for Lin Feng. The middle-aged cultivator said, "This is a special spirit liquid. Although I don't know what it's called, I know its use. This spiritual liquid can be used to cultivate your pets. If your pets consume this spiritual medicine, their cultivation will increase greatly. Of course, it's not just for pets. It's also very useful for demons that haven't taken human form yet." After hearing the cultivator's words, the eyes of many could not help but light up slightly. This spiritual liquid was indeed an extremely attractive item. Suddenly, someone asked, "Brother, what do you want to exchange the spiritual liquid for?" The cultivator said, "I want to exchange the spirit liquid for a sacred treasure." "A sacred treasure? That's too much to ask." Many people shook their heads. Although the value of this spirit liquid was extraordinary, it clearly wasn't enough to exchange for a sacred treasure. Moreover, sacred treasures were so precious that they naturally couldn't take them out to exchange with this cultivator. Seeing that no one wanted to exchange with him, the cultivator shook his head slightly. At this time, Lin Feng said, "Okay, I'll exchange with you." Lin Feng then took out a sacred treasure. Lin Feng had collected several sacred treasures. Treasures of this level were basically useless to him. This was because Lin Feng was basically using ancient weapons, heaven-shaking tablets, natal treasures, and other treasures. It just so happened that he could use a sacred treasure to exchange for the spirit liquid with this cultivator. For Lin Feng, the most important thing was to help Bibi and the others quickly increase their cultivation. Lin Feng took out a sacred treasure and gave it to the cultivator. The cultivator immediately became very happy. He gave the spirit liquid to Lin Feng. Perhaps he felt that he had gained a little advantage, so he took out another item. After seeing what the cultivator took out, Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly raise his brows. The item the cultivator took out was actually a broken ancient seal. There were many mysterious runes carved on it. However, even Lin Feng didn't recognize these runes. However, Lin Feng felt that this ancient seal was extremely extraordinary. The middle-aged cultivator said, "Little brother, I won't take advantage of you. In addition to the spirit liquid, I'll give you another item. I obtained it by chance, and its origin is extremely ancient. However, I don't know what it's used for. I hope it can be of some help to you." Lin Feng didn't try to be polite and put the broken ancient seal away. He then smiled and said, "Thank you." The middle-aged cultivator smiled and nodded, then returned to his seat. "It looks like an epic rune." At that moment, the demon lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He transmitted his voice, "Demon Lord, do you recognize these runes?" The demon lord said, "It should be an epic rune, but I don't know what it means. Now that it's broken, it might not be able to display any special power. I feel that it's hiding some secrets. In the future, you can try your best to find the missing part. If you can complete it, you might be able to discover some of the secrets hidden in this item." Lin Feng nodded and put away the broken treasure. Then, all kinds of items were taken out. Lin Feng spent most of his time watching the fun. Although many of the items were valuable, Lin Feng wasn't interested in buying them. Moreover, he might not necessarily have something that others needed. Another 20 or so items were traded. At that moment, an old cultivator walked out and said, "Everyone, I also have something here that can increase your cultivation." The old man's words caused a commotion. All of a sudden, there were sounds of exclamations coming from the surroundings. Anything that could increase one's cultivation was a treasure that could make people go crazy. What exactly was this old man taking out? Then, someone impatiently asked, "Senior, what is that treasure you took out?" The old man didn't keep them in suspense and directly took out the item. Then, everyone looked at it and discovered that it was a mysterious beast egg. Everyone was extremely puzzled. Could a beast egg like that really increase their cultivation? The old man said, "Although it was a beast egg back then, because of the passage of time, the insides of the beast egg have been petrified. After the petrification, it fused with some special energy of the world and completed a transformation. This energy can help cultivators increase their cultivation." Lin Feng asked, "Can I take a look?" The old man nodded and handed the item over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed it, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The item indeed contained a surging amount of energy, and the energy was extremely pure. It could indeed increase a cultivator's cultivation. Lin Feng returned the petrified beast egg to the old man and asked, "Senior, what do you want to trade for?" The old man said, "I want to trade for an immortal scripture. If someone is willing to take out an immortal scripture to trade with me, this petrified beast egg will be his." After hearing the old man's words, many people frowned. The petrified beast egg was indeed very precious, but no matter how precious it couldn't be compared to an immortal scripture, right? After all, an immortal scripture could be used to establish a top-notch organization. Normally, I wouldn't dare to make such a request, but now that the epic is about to end, no immortal scripture or treasure can be compared to increasing one's cultivation, right? The old man said. Many people pondered the old man's words. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and said, "I'll trade with you. I'll trade with you as well. I'll trade with you as well." One after another, a few more people wanted to trade with the old man. The old man said, "Everyone, I can only choose one person to trade with." The others nodded and waited for the old man to make his choice. The old man said, "I plan to trade with the first person who offers an immortal scripture." Lin Feng smiled. Fortunately, he had made the first move, or this item would have been someone else's. The two of them made the trade. The old man carefully sensed the cultivation technique in the jade tube. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Both of them were very satisfied with the trade, and they returned to their seats. After completing the transaction, Lin Feng didn't participate in the following transactions. Although someone took out a broken ancient weapon, it wasn't very attractive to Lin Feng. After the trade fair ended, Lin Feng and the others left together. On the way back, they parted ways with the first princess. Lin Feng and the others returned to their residence. When Lin Feng and the others returned, someone came to visit Lin Feng. It was a middle-aged cultivator. Lin Feng didn't recognize this cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator said, "Count Lin, allow me to introduce myself. I am the first prince's aide. My surname is Zhang, and my name is Qingdong. I am here on behalf of the first prince in hopes that Lin Gongzi will pledge allegiance to the first prince in the future. When the time comes, the first prince will definitely treat Lin Gongzi well." After hearing Zhang Qingdong's words, Lin Feng sneered in his heart. How dare a mere first prince try to recruit him? Even if he was here to recruit him, the first prince didn't even appear personally. He had only sent an aide. Was he looking down on Lin Feng? In the future, the ancient dragon alliance would be under Lin Feng's command. Who did the first prince think he was? Lin Feng said indifferently, "Have you asked the first princess about this?" Hearing this, Zhang Qingdong knew what Lin Feng was trying to say. Zhang Qingdong's expression darkened as he said, "Count Lin, I'm sorry. The first prince sent me here to give you face. What we are discussing now has nothing to do with the first princess. I hope that Count Lin can understand this. I also hope that Count Lin can make the right choice. Because of one wrong step, there are too many things that can lead to eternal damnation. I see that Count Lin is still young and may make some mistakes, so I have to remind you here, Count Lin. Don't get close to people you shouldn't get close to. When the time comes, it will only lead to disaster. Count Lin, you should understand this principle." After hearing this, Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint's expressions darkened. This guy was too full of himself. Lin Feng smiled brightly and asked, "Were you threatening me?" Zhang Qingdong said, "It was a warning. However, if Count Lin thinks that it's a threat, you can treat it as a threat." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng kicked him. Lin Feng's kick was powerful, and it landed heavily on Zhang Qingdong's body. Zhang Qingdong was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Wah! Zhang Qingdong spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale. The guards he brought along hurriedly helped Zhang Qingdong up. "You dare to hit me?" said Zhang Qingdong while looking at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was one of the great prince's aides, he had an extremely high social status. Even some nobles had to treat him politely when they saw him. But now, Lin Feng had beaten him up. Of course, he couldn't take it lying down. Beating you is already a light punishment. take your people and get out of here. Otherwise, I'll take your dog life today. Lin Feng said coldly. Zhang Qingdong's expression changed. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to pieces. However, he also knew that although the cultivation levels of the guards around him were extraordinary, they were not ordinary. Compared to Lin Feng, there was still a big gap. Zhang Qingdong could only swallow his anger and say coldly, "Fine, fine, fine. We'll ride a donkey and read a book." Then, he led a dozen guards and left in a sorry state. What happened in Lin Feng's place couldn't be hidden from others. That was why Lin Feng slept soundly that night. However, many people couldn't sleep because of what had happened. For example, the first princess and the first prince. The next day, the first princess came to visit Lin Feng. However, the first princess didn't mention what had happened last night. There were some things that everyone knew, so there was no need to say. The first princess asked, "When do you plan on heading to the Broken Dragon Abyss?" Lin Feng replied, "I need to go into seclusion for a few days, but I can't give you an exact time. I'll tell you when I come out." The first princess nodded and said, "When you come out, you must inform me. I'll send you off then." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. In fact, Lin Feng had been interacting with the first princess a lot lately. Lin Feng felt that the first princess was a very charming woman. Putting aside her strength, just her petite figure and pitiful appearance were very attractive to men. They couldn't help but want to protect her. Taking her as a concubine would be a good thing. At this moment, the first prince was having breakfast in his palace. Zhang Qingdong came to the first prince's place. "Is he here?" the first prince asked. Zhang Qingdong replied, "Your Highness, he's here." The first prince said, "Let him in." "Yes." Zhang Qingdong replied. Then, he went outside and invited a middle-aged cultivator in. The middle-aged cultivator wore a black robe and emitted an extremely cold aura. The first prince looked at the middle-aged cultivator and said, "If I'm not wrong, you're from the 9 Provinces Pavilion, right?" "That's right, I'm from the 9 Provinces Pavilion." The middle-aged man nodded. Not many people had heard of the 9 Continents Pavilion. However, anyone who had heard of the 9 Continents Pavilion would be extremely fearful of this power. The 9 Provinces Pavilion was rumored to be an extremely ancient power in the 9 Provinces Great World. Back when the 9 Provinces Great World was still at its peak, the 9 Provinces Pavilion had already taken root there. However, when the 9 Provinces Great World started to decline, the 9 Provinces Pavilion left. This was what some cultivators in this epoch knew about the 9 Provinces Pavilion. However, in reality, the 9 Provinces Pavilion had an even more extraordinary origin. The 9 Provinces Pavilion's true origin was an organization that had transcended epochs. This organization was a notorious organization of assassins. In the previous epoch, it hadn't been called the 9 Provinces Pavilion. The name of the 9 Provinces Pavilion was also changed later on. Since then, it had always been called that. As for the 9 Provinces Pavilion, no one knew what it was called in the previous epoch. Now, the first prince had invited the 9 Provinces Pavilion's manager, who was in charge of various businesses, to discuss a business deal with him. The first prince had been scrutinizing the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator had an indifferent expression on his face. He did not fear the first prince at all, as the 9 Provinces Pavilion was indeed a terrifying power. Although he was only a deacon of the 9 Provinces Pavilion stationed in the Dragon Realm, his background was not to be underestimated. However, his identity was also not simple. He had the support of the 9 Provinces Pavilion. Naturally, he had nothing to fear. The first prince said, "It's like this. I would like to ask you to kill someone." The middle-aged cultivator replied, "No problem, but the price will depend on the person's identity." The first prince nodded and said, "Do you know that our ancient dragon alliance has recently crowned an earl?" The middle-aged cultivator replied, "I've heard of this matter. I think it's someone called Lin Feng?" The first prince said, "That's right. How much will it cost to kill him?" The middle-aged cultivator replied, "It'll cost 100 million high-grade immortal stones." Even with the first prince's status, he could not help but be shocked when he heard this price. 100 million high-grade immortal stones was simply too high. He felt that the middle-aged cultivator was asking for too much. The first prince could not help but frown and say, "Isn't this price a little too excessive?" The middle-aged cultivator replied, "This price is not excessive at all. This Lin Feng is not a simple person, and we will be taking a huge risk to deal with someone like him. However, the risk is proportional to the reward. Since our risk is so high, the price will naturally be higher. If the first prince trusts us, then we can make this deal. If the first prince does not trust us, then this deal cannot continue." The first prince frowned slightly and said, "Fine. Then let's make a deal. I hope that you can quickly deliver his head to the first princess. When the time comes, I want everyone to know the consequences of opposing me." The middle-aged cultivator said, "Sorry, but we don't have such a business. After we kill someone, we can bring the head back to you. However you want to deal with it, it has nothing to do with us." The first prince nodded and said, "All right, such a small matter does not matter." Lin Feng naturally didn't know that the first prince had hired assassins from the 9 States Pavilion to assassinate him. At this moment, Lin Feng was in seclusion. He planned to refine the petrified beast egg before leaving and see how much his cultivation could increase. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, and the petrified beast egg floated in front of him. Powerful energy gushed out from the egg in an unending stream. This energy was indeed very special. When Lin Feng absorbed the energy, he clearly felt that the spiritual power in his body had become purer, and more spiritual power was constantly being produced. These were all signs that one's cultivation base had improved. Lin Feng was actually looking forward to this treasure. He didn't know if it could help him break through his cultivation. Even if it could help him break through a realm, Lin Feng would be satisfied. After all, it was indeed very difficult for him to break through. After spending a day, Lin Feng devoured all the energy. After a day, Lin Feng's cultivation base finally broke through. He had broken through from the 2nd heavenly layer to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Saint Immortal realm. Lin Feng discovered that there was still a large amount of energy that had not been consumed. Lin Feng continued to refine the energy. When all the energy was refined by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's cultivation base had broken through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Saint Immortal realm. Lin Feng was extremely happy. He had actually broken through 2 realms in one go. This was even more ideal than he had expected. Previously, Lin Feng felt that breaking through one realm was already quite good. However, reality gave Lin Feng quite a pleasant surprise. Since Lin Feng had not entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace after breaking through to the Saint Immortal realm, he wanted to take this opportunity to enter and see what was inside. This was also the last hall of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng guessed that the things inside would be extraordinary. After Lin Feng entered, he immediately discovered a mysterious stone coffin in the last hall of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. The stone coffin was densely covered with ancient runes. When Lin Feng saw the stone coffin, he could not help but frown slightly. The stone coffin was sealed. He walked up to the stone coffin and carefully observed it. He could not help but mutter in his heart, "Is there something unclean in the stone coffin?" Lin Feng decided to open the stone coffin. Since there were many stone nails nailed to the stone coffin, Lin Feng pried them off one by one. When the last stone nail was pried off by Lin Feng, a terrifying aura surged out of the stone coffin. The aura sent Lin Feng flying. Bang! 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 At this moment, a series of violent collisions sounded. It seemed like something inside the stone coffin was hitting the lid of the stone coffin. That thing wanted to rush out of the stone coffin. At this moment, many of the runes on the stone coffin connected with the runes on the lid of the stone coffin, temporarily blocking the other party's attack. Otherwise, that thing might have already rushed out. However, those runes would not be able to hold on for long. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly rushed over. Then, he nailed the stone nails back onto the stone coffin one after another. When all the stone nails were nailed, the stone coffin returned to normal. Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too frightening. Lin Feng could not help but break out in a cold sweat. What exactly was that thing? Lin Feng could not help but frown. Since that thing could hit the stone coffin, it meant that it should still be alive, right? After so many years, it had been sealed in the stone coffin. Could it be that it still had not died? This was too strange. It was too unbelievable. But all of this was what he had experienced. All of this was real. What do you think could be inside the stone coffin? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the demon lord. The demon lord frowned slightly and said, "This is really hard to say. Just now, I felt that the aura inside was too evil. But as for what exactly it is, we can only find out after we open it. However, it's better not to open the stone coffin for now. If there's a chance in the future, we can open the stone coffin and see what's inside." Lin Feng nodded. The thing inside was too scary. He did not dare to open it now. He could only think about it when he was stronger in the future. The next day, Lin Feng set off for Broken Dragon Abyss. Before he set off, Lin Feng had already asked someone to inform the eldest princess that he was about to set off. Therefore, the eldest princess came early in the morning to send Lin Feng to the teleportation square. Lin Feng boarded the eldest princess's beast carriage. Duzu and the evil dominator saint rode their beasts and followed behind. Lin Feng and the eldest princess sat in the beast carriage and talked. The eldest princess said, "The eldest prince is ruthless and extremely narrow-minded. Therefore, I suspect that the eldest prince may not let this matter rest. This journey may not be particularly peaceful. Young master, you must be careful." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Princess, you don't have to worry about this at all." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the eldest princess was relieved. She knew that Lin Feng was not a simple person. There were some things that Lin Feng knew how to deal with. Lin Feng arrived at the teleportation square of Ancient Dragon City. Then, they took the teleportation array of Ancient Dragon City to Broken Dragon City. Broken Dragon City was also in the Ancient Dragon Alliance. Moreover, it was not particularly far from Broken Dragon Abyss. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others planned to go to Broken Dragon City first. After arriving at Broken Dragon City, they would go from Broken Dragon City to Broken Dragon Abyss. Lin Feng and the others entered the teleportation array. The teleportation array activated and sent Lin Feng and the others into the spacetime tunnel. For more than a month, Lin Feng and the others had been in the spacetime tunnel. It took them a month and a half to leave the spacetime tunnel and arrive at Broken Dragon City. The teleportation square of Broken Dragon City was bustling with people coming and going. Lin Feng and the others planned to rest for a few days and then inquire about the specific situation at Broken Dragon Abyss. After all, they did not know much about Broken Dragon Abyss. This place was so dangerous, so they naturally needed to understand it well and then see the specific situation. If they went there rashly, they might fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Lin Feng and the others were very clear about this. The three entered the ancient city. He looked for a place to rest. At this moment, a 15 or 16-year-old girl ran over from the distance. She looked behind her as she ran, and at this moment, a few cultivators quickly caught up. The young girl had a panicked expression on her face. When the girl turned around, she accidentally bumped into Lin Feng and sat on the ground. When she wanted to get up and run again, several cultivators had already caught up and surrounded the girl. The cultivators who chased after her looked at the young girl with a ferocious look. The cultivator in the lead scolded, "Little b****, do you think you can run away? Hurry up and come with us." After saying that, he reached out to grab the girl. Many people around them were pointing and whispering. The girl's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Although Lin Feng was not a compassionate person, seeing such a delicate young girl being chased by several fiendish people, he couldn't help but feel moved. Naturally, he couldn't help but feel compassion. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout in a low voice, "What's going on? Why are you chasing her?" Seeing that Lin Feng was protecting her, the girl seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw and said, "Big brother, I don't know them." The cultivator in the lead saw that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous and said, "Young master, don't listen to this little b****'s nonsense. Someone sold this little b****'tch to the Heavenly Fragrance Court." The girl hurriedly said, "Big brother, he's lying. I was just passing by the Heavenly Fragrance Court when I was looking for a doctor. They wanted to catch me. Big brother, please save me." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Lin Feng could roughly guess that this so-called heavenly fragrance court was a brothel. If this girl had been sold to them, Lin Feng wouldn't have cared about it. After all, there were too many things like this, and he didn't have the energy to care about them. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case. These people probably saw that this girl was pretty and came from a poor background, so they wanted to catch her and train her. The cultivator in the lead said, "Young master, don't believe her words. She's not telling the truth." Lin Feng said, "I think you people are the ones who aren't telling the truth. You actually dare to force a girl into prostitution in broad daylight? Who gave you the guts to do so? Now, get lost as far as you can." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivators' faces became extremely ugly. The cultivator in the lead said, "Young master, you might not know the background of the heavenly fragrance court. Our heavenly fragrance court is connected to the heavens. Young master should be an outsider, right? If young master is an outsider, then we advise young master not to meddle in other people's business. There are some things that young master can't meddle in. Moreover, young master should remember this saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts." It was obvious that this heavenly fragrance court had some background. Moreover, these people seemed to be very confident. If it were anyone else, they would probably not dare to meddle in this matter. However, to Lin Feng, this heavenly fragrance court did not have any deterrence. Since Lin Feng decided to meddle in this matter, Lin Feng would do it to the end. Lin Feng did not waste any more words with these people. He waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Bang! A ferocious sound of collision rang out and several of the cultivators were sent flying. They fell to the ground, their faces extremely pale. They naturally felt that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with. Therefore, they did not dare to stay and quickly left. After seeing those people leave, the girl revealed an expression of relief. Then, she looked at Lin Feng and was about to kneel on the ground and kowtow to Lin Feng to thank him. Lin Feng hurriedly supported her and said, "There's no need to be so polite." The girl said pitifully, "Big brother, I beg you, please help me. My grandfather is about to die, big brother, please save my grandfather." Lin Feng was surprised and immediately said, "Take us to have a look." The girl quickly nodded and then led Lin Feng and the others to the front. They came to a dilapidated courtyard in the northwest corner. This was obviously the slum of Broken Dragon City. The girl opened the door and led Lin Feng and the others into the room. Lin Feng saw a thin old man lying on the bed. What shocked Lin Feng was that the old man's body was actually emitting the power of divinity and devil. Demonic seed, the old man was actually demonic. Any cultivator who was qualified to be planted with a devil was a famous figure. They definitely had a glorious and dazzling life. But who was this old man? Lin Feng didn't know who the old man was, but he definitely had an extraordinary background. Perhaps the young girl didn't know about her grandfather's glorious past. Lin Feng looked at the young girl and asked, "You're not his biological granddaughter, are you?" Of course, Lin Feng was a bit more direct, but that was also Lin Feng's personality. He didn't like to beat around the bush. The young girl didn't feel embarrassed at all. She said, "I heard from my grandfather that he picked me up when I was very young." The young girl looked pitifully at Lin Feng and asked, "Big brother, I found many doctors, but they couldn't save my grandfather. Can you save him?" Lin Feng said, "I'll try my best. Go outside and wait for my news." Lin Feng gave Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint a look. Then, Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint brought the young girl outside. The poison ancestor closed the door behind him as he left. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the old man. Planting a devil was an extremely complicated situation. Even Lin Feng couldn't explain it. Because his father had been planted with a devil, Lin Feng was very concerned about it. Now, he had a chance to observe the situation of a cultivator who had been planted with a devil up close. Lin Feng tried to probe with his divine sense, but something terrifying happened. When Lin Feng's divine sense came into contact with the old man, his divine sense was instantly devoured by the old man's body. Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely shocked. The old man's ability was terrifying. He was still unconscious and hadn't used any divine ability, but his divine sense was already devoured. This was enough to show how powerful the old man had been back then. But thinking about it, if the culprit wasn't strong enough, the culprit wouldn't have used the demonic seed technique. It should be known that even the culprit couldn't use the demonic seed technique casually because the culprit had to pay a high price to use it. Lin Feng was quite clear about this. Lin Feng was a little worried that his divine sense couldn't penetrate the old man's body. What should he do next? Demon Lord, do you have any ideas? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. The Demon Lord thought for a moment and said, use some seals to seal the old man. Then, try again. Lin Feng nodded. He released many sealing talismans and used them to seal the old man. Lin Feng hoped that these sealing runes would be effective. When the numerous sealing runes imprinted themselves on the old man's body, the divine and demonic energies in the old man's body began to weaken. It seemed that Lin Feng's sealing runes were working. After seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This method seemed to be very effective. Lin Feng then tried to sense the old man's body. Lin Feng's divine sense flew towards the old man again. This time, although the old man's body was still trying to devour Lin Feng's divine sense, he didn't succeed this time. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the old man's body. Who dares to pry into the secrets of the heavens? At that moment, a cold voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. This voice contained demonic energy. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Was the devil planting technique so strange? It could actually form demonic thoughts. The powerful demonic energy rushed towards Lin Feng, instantly devouring Lin Feng's divine sense. What was even more frightening was that the demonic energy was eating away at the divine energy in the old man's body. There wasn't much divine energy left in the old man's body now. Lin Feng guessed. When the divine energy in the old man's body was completely eaten away, the old man would be completely lost. When that time came, he would be completely controlled by the other party. This was an extremely frightening thing. Lin Feng looked more and more solemn. Things were going to get really bad for them. Lin Feng was also a little anxious. He didn't know how to help the old man suppress the demonic energy in the old man's body. At that moment, the world tree in Lin Feng's dantian trembled slightly. Feeling the trembling of the world tree, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. At this moment, the world tree was acting strangely. Was it related to the demonic energy? Lin Feng wasn't particularly clear about this. However, Lin Feng felt that the world tree might really be trembling because of the demonic energy. The world tree was one of the most mysterious ancient trees in the 9 states world. It was incomparably terrifying in the past. Although the world tree was destroyed, the sapling of the world tree had now been cultivated by Lin Feng. As the world tree continued to grow, it would also reveal more extraordinary aspects of the world tree. Therefore, if the world tree could really suppress the demonic energy, Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised. Therefore, Lin Feng tried to use the world tree to devour the demonic energy in the old man's body. The demonic energy quickly surged out of the old man's body and all of it poured into Lin Feng's body. Then, it was devoured by the world tree. It really works? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely surprised expression. If the world tree could really devour the demonic energy, he could also use this method to help his father dissolve the demonic energy. However, Lin Feng's expression quickly became unsightly. This was because the demonic energy that was being devoured by the world tree quickly broke through the shackles of the world tree and quickly rushed into his mind. The demonic energy seemed to want to occupy Lin Feng's mind and enslave Lin Feng's soul. A sinister voice came from the demonic energy. Lowly ant, who do you think you are? You actually want to dissolve the demonic energy? Now, you will become my slave. As soon as the voice fell, the demonic energy poured into Lin Feng's mind and began to attack Lin Feng's soul. However, at this time, Lin Feng's soul had already hidden in the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then, the primal chaos ancient lamp emitted rays of holy light. The holy light bombarded the demonic energy that was pouring into Lin Feng's mind. Bang! Along with the violent sound of collision, holy light and demonic power bombarded each other. However, the holy light was shattered, unable to destroy the demonic energy. The demonic power was too terrifying. A sinister laugh came from the demonic power. It's useless. No matter how you resist or struggle, you won't be able to escape. Today, you will be enslaved by me. Obviously, the demonic energy was very confident in its own strength. At that moment, the demonic energy had already wrapped Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp. It wanted to break through the primal chaos ancient lamp's defense. Lin Feng's expression became extremely unsightly. The demonic energy was really terrifying. As expected of the demonic energy produced by the demonic seed technique, the demonic energy made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The current situation was somewhat troublesome. How should he deal with this demonic energy? Lin Feng thought of many methods, but they were all rejected by Lin Feng. It was too difficult to deal with this demonic energy. Right, maybe I can use the sky-shaking stone tablets to deal with this demonic energy? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of his own sky-shaking stone tablets, and his eyes lit up. The sky-shaking stone tablets were naturally powerful, and Lin Feng already had 4 of them. These sky-shaking stone tablets formed a yin and yang cycle, and their power was terrifying. After thinking about it, Lin Feng quickly summoned the sky-shaking stone tablets. They flew into Lin Feng's mind, and then directly bombarded the demonic energy. You actually have 4 sky-shaking stone tablets? The demonic energy shouted in disbelief. It was no wonder that it was so shocked. After all, after collecting all 18 sky-shaking stone tablets, some of the secrets contained in them were comparable to the secrets of the Supreme Celestial Court and the Door of Everlasting Life. Therefore, the value of the sky-shaking stone tablets was unimaginable. Moreover, the sky-shaking stone tablets had incredible offensive power. At that moment, the demonic energy surged wildly. Then, it bombarded the sky-shaking stone tablets. Bang, 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 the 2 sides collided fiercely. After dozens of collisions, no one could do anything to the other. At this time, Lin Feng summoned the 8 types of heavenly flames. The 8 types of heavenly flames worked together with the heaven-shaking stone steel to deal with this kind of demonic power. The might of the heavenly flames was also quite strong, and the heavenly flames itself could restrain all kinds of dark attribute power. This kind of demonic power naturally belonged to the dark attribute. Perhaps because this kind of demonic power was too strong, it was very difficult to deal with this kind of demonic power. However, when the heaven-shaking stone steel and the 8 heavenly flames were combined together, the heavenly flames were completely destroyed. The power of this demonic nature was also constantly weakening. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. Following this, Lin Feng started to chant the Great Fate Skills incantation, Grand Tao of Fate, please descend with Fate's power. I will use Fate's power to destroy this demonic power and restore justice to the world. After Lin Feng's voice fell, the powerful Fate's power surged, and the Fate's power ruthlessly bombarded the demonic power. After being attacked by the heaven-shaking stone tablets, the 8 heavenly flames, and the Fate's power, the demonic power finally couldn't withstand it. Bang, accompanied by a violent explosion, the demonic power of the demonic power was destroyed. The demonic power directly collapsed. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to completely destroy this demonic power. However, at this moment, the dark energy quickly surged out. Lin Feng wanted to stop this dark energy. However, this demonic power was too strange. Lin Feng couldn't stop this demonic power. In the end, all the demonic power entered the old man's body. Lin Feng frowned. How could the demonic power produced by the demonic seed technique be so strange? It was much stranger than he had imagined. Lin Feng planned to use the heaven-shaking stone tablets to suppress the demonic power in the old man's body. Lin Feng summoned the heaven-shaking stone tablets. Then, the 4 heaven-shaking stone tablets flew toward the old man. Then, the 4 heaven-shaking stone tablets quickly entered the old man's body. After the 4 heaven-shaking stone tablets entered the old man's body, the demonic power quickly fused with the old man's acupuncture points and hid there. Now, the demonic power was hidden. It was extremely unrealistic to want to destroy this demonic power. At most, it could only temporarily suppress it. However, as the demonic power was hidden, the divinity in the old man's body began to grow stronger. Lin Feng put away the heaven-shaking stone tablets. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Feng, he was somewhat surprised and puzzled. However, he was very calm. After all, he was too strong. No matter what kind of situation he faced, he was able to remain calm. Lin Feng said, "Senior, seeing that you've woken up, this junior is finally at ease. Did you help me suppress the demonic power in my body?" The old man asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. This junior helped you suppress the demonic power in your body. This demonic power is really strange. Just now, even I almost fell for it." The old man stood up and sighed. "I originally thought that I would not be able to escape this calamity. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to escape with my life. I really have to thank you, young friend." Lin Feng said, "Senior, you're too polite." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "However, the demonic power in your body has only been temporarily suppressed. This junior is unable to help you truly dispel this demonic power." The old man said, "Dispelling this demonic power is too difficult. I've been looking for a way to dispel this demonic power my entire life, but I still haven't been able to find a way. Perhaps I'll have to go to the mastermind's world to find a way." Lin Feng nodded solemnly. He thought of his father, Lin Beidian. Lin Feng was very worried that his father would be like the old man and almost be completely controlled by the demonic power. At that time, he would lose himself. Moreover, once he lost himself, it was very likely that he would not be able to recover. Thus, if he wanted to dispel the demonic seed technique, he had to do it before he lost himself. Otherwise, it would be too late. Lin Feng looked at the old man. He was very curious about this old man's identity. He did not know who this old man was for him to have been planted with a demonic seed by an expert from the mastermind's world. Thus, Lin Feng asked, "Senior, may I ask how I should address you?" The old man replied, "I'm the seventh thick earth god, ancient god Xianxia." After hearing the old man's introduction, Lin Feng was quite surprised. The old man's identity wasn't simple. He was actually the god of thick earth. The god of thick earth was one of the 5 godly kings. He was an over-god and was one of the strongest titled gods in the era of titled gods. Therefore, the old man was definitely a terrifying figure. It was no wonder that the creatures of the mastermind's world had used the demonic seed technique on the old man. An expert of his level was indeed qualified to make the creatures of the mastermind's world use the demonic seed technique on him. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Excuse me, I didn't expect you to be the god of thick earth. What happened back then? Why were you implanted with the demonic seed technique?" The old man said, "Actually, it's quite a bumpy story. Back then, a group of us went to the mastermind's world and wanted to join forces to eliminate the ruler of the mastermind's world. After losing a lot of people, we thought we would succeed. But who knew that the ruler of the mastermind's world was an immortal existence? Then, we suffered heavy losses and the survivors fled. In the process, I was implanted with the demonic seed technique. After a long time, I've been looking for a way to dispel the demonic seed technique, but I haven't been able to find a way." After hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel deep respect for the old man. He hadn't thought that such a thing would happen back then. Lin Feng was full of respect for a senior who was willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good. After all, this kind of thing was easy to say, but it was really too difficult to do. Lin Feng asked, "Is the ruler of the mastermind's world really immortal?" "As far as I know, even the members of the immortal clan can't be immortal, right?" The old man sighed and said, "Because the ruler of the mastermind's world can be resurrected after being killed. This ability is indeed very similar to an undying and indestructible ability. Even if it's not truly undying and indestructible, I feel that it's not much different from an undying and indestructible ability. That's why it's very difficult to kill him. Maybe that's why so many strong cultivators have tried to kill him but failed. Maybe his cultivation level isn't the strongest, but he's almost immortal. Nobody can compare to him. As long as he has this ability, he can defeat and kill any strong cultivator." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Forget about other epics, let's talk about this one. Indeed, there were many experts who had fallen while fighting against the masters of the mastermind's world, such as his ancestor, Xianxia. Back then, he had almost killed the ruler of the mastermind's world, but the ruler of the mastermind's world had an almost immortal ability. He could be resurrected after death, and in the end, it was his ancestor, Xianxia, who had suffered a calamity. This kind of thing had happened more than once. For example, the old man and a group of ancient titled gods had joined forces to deal with the ruler of the mastermind's world, but in the end they had suffered a calamity. Many people had died too miserably. Is there really no way to kill the ruler of the mastermind's world in this world? Lin Feng asked. The old man thought for a moment and said, maybe there is a way, but I don't know what it is for now. However, I believe that someone will be able to find a way. Actually, when the old man said that, he sounded very uncertain. After all, no one had been able to find a way to kill the ruler of the mastermind's world. Could the cultivators of their epoch find a way? If they could find a way, they might be able to prevent this epoch-ending war. If they couldn't find a way, who knew how many people would die in this calamity? Lin Feng's mood was very heavy. By the way, young friend, I want to show you something. What is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel curious. The old man waved his hand, and something flew out. Lin Feng discovered that it was a stone statue. The stone statue looked very ordinary, like a very ordinary stone sculpture. Lin Feng sensed it, but he couldn't find anything special about it. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. He didn't know why the old man had taken out such an ordinary-looking stone statue. Lin Feng asked. Senior, is there something special about this stone statue? The old man said. Don't underestimate this stone statue. Back then, when we entered the mastermind's world, we found this stone statue in the depths of the world. This stone statue was suppressed in the depths of the mastermind's world. What? It was suppressed in the depths of the mastermind's world? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. What kind of stone statue was qualified to be suppressed in the depths of the mastermind's world? This stone statue was clearly extraordinary. Lin Feng looked at the stone statue again, but it was the same as before. Lin Feng felt that this stone statue was still very ordinary. Perhaps it had returned to its original state. Was that why he couldn't find any clues? Lin Feng looked at the old man and asked, Senior, have you discovered the secret of this stone statue? The old man shook his head and said, I haven't discovered any secret of this stone statue, but I believe that this stone statue is absolutely extraordinary. However, my body's condition is a little bad right now. I don't know when I'll lose myself, so I plan to give this stone statue to you, young friend. I have a feeling that this statue is extremely important to us. If you can have it, that would be the best, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was heavy. He naturally didn't want this old man to suffer such a tragic fate, but there were some things that he couldn't control. He couldn't help but sigh and say, I'll take good care of this stone statue and explore its secrets. That's good, the old man said. Then, he handed the stone statue to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the stone statue away for now. Then, the old man said, let's go out and take a look. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Following this, they went outside. Seeing that the old man had woken up, the girl was very excited. She quickly ran to the old man's side and grabbed his withered arm, saying, Grandpa, you're finally awake. Ting was so worried. Don't worry, little girl. Grandpa is fine now, the old man comforted the girl. At that moment, a large group of people rushed in from outside. They directly kicked down the courtyard's door and fused into the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't particularly big to begin with, so with so many people suddenly rushing in, it suddenly became a little crowded. The people who entered the courtyard all had fierce looks on their faces as they coldly looked at Lin Feng and the others in the courtyard. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This was because he saw the cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance Court who were chasing the young girl. Obviously, they were very dissatisfied with the fact that Lin Feng had taken the young girl away, so they chased after him all the way here. It was no wonder that they would do this. These people had a very deep background in Broken Dragon City, so they didn't care about what they did. However, Lin Feng made them suffer a loss, so they naturally wouldn't let it go. Of course. In addition, there was another very important point. Although the young girl was still young, she had already grown into a slender and elegant woman with a very beautiful face. In a few years, when the young girl's body completely matured, who knew how much money she could make for the Heavenly Fragrance Court? Naturally, the Heavenly Fragrance Court wouldn't let the young girl go so easily. Therefore, these people from the Heavenly Fragrance Court came here. After seeing these people, the young girl was extremely afraid. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Big brother, these bad people are here again. What should we do?" Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, Big brother is here." "Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in the matters of our heavenly fragrance court?" At this time, a cultivator in his 30s looked coldly at Lin Feng. The leader of this group was this cultivator. This cultivator was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a deep aura. Lin Feng also noticed that the blood of the dragon race flowed in his body, which meant that this cultivator should be from the dragon race. However, Lin Feng didn't know which branch of the dragon race he belonged to. It seemed that the heavenly fragrance court had some relationship with the dragon race. No wonder the cultivator from before said that the heavenly fragrance court was connected to the sky. However, Lin Feng didn't care who the other party was. Daring to be so presumptuous in front of him, they were really reckless. Lin Feng said, "Kill him." "Yes. Young master." The evil dominator saint replied and quickly flew towards the dragon clan cultivator. "You are courting death. Tear him to pieces." The dragon race cultivator said coldly. A powerful cultivator beside him summoned his own Dharma treasure. Then, the Dharma treasure that was emitting powerful waves of energy charged towards the evil dominator saint. That magic treasure contained an extremely terrifying power. When it struck the evil dominator saint, it actually produced a clanging sound. It was as if it had struck the hardest metal. It couldn't do any harm to the evil dominator saint at all. The evil dominator saint had already forged his body into a powerful magical treasure. His body was very terrifying, and his body was not the same as Lin Feng's. Although Lin Feng's physical defense was extremely strong, Lin Feng mainly cultivated his physical strength. Lin Feng's physical strength was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, the evil dominator saint's body focused on defense. Therefore, ordinary treasures couldn't break the evil dominator saint's defense at all. This was also the main reason why Duzu couldn't defeat the evil dominator saint. After the evil dominator saint blocked the Dharma treasure's attack, he quickly arrived in front of the dragon race cultivator. He directly grabbed the dragon race cultivator's neck and lifted him up. The dragon clan cultivator's pupils contracted violently. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He was subdued in an instant under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and the one who did it seemed to be just a servant. It wasn't until now that he realized that he might have kicked an iron plate. But after thinking about his identity as a dragon race cultivator, he calmed down a lot and said, "This is Broken Dragon City, the territory of the Broken Dragon race. I'm a cultivator of the Broken Dragon race. If you dare to kill me, you won't have a good ending. Let me go now and I can consider sparing your lives." After all, Broken Dragon City was the territory of the Broken Dragon race. Therefore, he felt that Lin Feng wouldn't dare to kill him. If he did, he would completely offend the Broken Dragon race. This was a loss that outweighed the gains. That was why he dared to threaten Lin Feng. But in the face of his threat, Lin Feng sneered and didn't even bother to pay attention to him. The evil dominator saint revealed a sinister smile. His wrist suddenly exerted force, and with a crack, the dragon race cultivator's neck was immediately broken by the evil dominator saint. The dragon race cultivator's eyes bulged out. He died with grievances. Even when he died, he still couldn't believe that he had been killed just like that. The evil dominator saint directly threw the dragon race cultivator's corpse on the ground. At this time, the other cultivators reacted. After seeing that the dragon clan cultivator was killed, their faces became extremely ugly. "Catch these people," a cultivator said in a deep voice. Next, everyone attacked. Some people surrounded the evil dominator saint. Some people rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. They wanted to deal with Lin Feng and the others. At this time, Duzu couldn't hold back and rushed out. He was a person who liked to fight. When he saw such a big battle, he naturally couldn't stay idle. After Duzu joined the battle, these people were even more unbearable. It didn't take long for them to be killed by Duzu and the evil dominator. There were some people outside who were watching the show. When they saw the situation here, their faces couldn't help but change. They originally thought that the people inside were definitely going to be in big trouble. Who would have thought that something like this would happen, the old man still didn't know what had happened before. Thus, he asked, "What's wrong with these people?" Thus, Lin Feng told the old man what had happened. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the old man's face became extremely gloomy. These people actually dared to bully his granddaughter. Fortunately, they met Lin Feng. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The old man was, of course, extremely angry. The old man said angrily, "Good, good, good. It's true that kind people get bullied. How can I take this lying down?" Lin Feng looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" The old man said, "They have to pay the price in blood." Lin Feng could feel the terrifying killing intent emanating from the old man's body. The old man waved his hand. Powerful magic power surged out and wrapped around everyone. Then, he quickly flew in the direction of the Heavenly Fragrance Court. The girl had always thought that her grandfather was just an ordinary person. When she saw her grandfather bring everyone to the Heavenly Fragrance Court, she was extremely shocked. Her face was full of disbelief. Perhaps everything that was happening right now was subversive to her. However, she immediately became excited because her grandfather was actually so powerful. Of course, this was something that made her feel quite happy and honored. "Girl, do you still remember that when you were 6 years old, your grandfather taught you how to meditate?" The old man asked the girl. Of course, the girl remembered. Since she was 6 years old, she had been meditating for 6 hours every day. Of course, she didn't just meditate, because her grandfather had also taught her some special techniques to circulate her qi. In the beginning, her grandfather had only told her about a kind of qi cultivation technique that could improve the quality of one's body. Until now, she had been cultivating for about 8 or 9 years now. The girl said, "Of course I remember. Now, I meditate for 6 hours every day, and I've never stopped." The old man said, "When you've cultivated your qi for 10 years, your grandfather will teach you some supreme divine techniques. At that time, you can also be like your grandfather, flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground." After hearing the old man's words, the girl's eyes suddenly brightened. Of course, she was very much looking forward to having such a powerful divine ability. She asked, "Can I really be that powerful?" The old man nodded and said, "Of course you can." The girl became extremely happy. Lin Feng watched the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter from the side and couldn't help but smile. This kind of scene was really quite heartwarming. Not long after, the group arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance Court. The Heavenly Fragrance Court was the most prosperous brothel in Broken Dragon City. Every day, people came and went, and it was very lively. A place like this was a place to hide filth. Who knew how many filthy things happened there every day? Things like forcing women into prostitution happened every day in the Heavenly Fragrance Court. However, to be honest, this kind of thing happened in every brothel. However, it was relatively rare for people to do such things in broad daylight. After all, they had to take care of their own reputation. The Heavenly Fragrance Court didn't seem to care. He did not care about his reputation at all. Unrelated people, quickly leave the Heavenly Fragrance Court. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. The old man stood above the Heavenly Fragrance Court as his cold voice abruptly rang out. The Heavenly Fragrance Court was originally filled with an extremely charming atmosphere. After hearing the old man's voice, many people were almost scared to death. Then, many people began to put on their clothes while cursing. Many people went outside. One of the cultivators scolded angrily, "Old bastard, what are you shouting for? You're disturbing my business. Do you believe that I won't kill you?" Just as the cultivator finished speaking, the old man struck out with his palm across the void. With a bang, the cultivator's body exploded and he died on the spot. That cultivator's name is Wang Zhongtian, an expert at the true immortal stage. To think that he would be killed by a single palm strike from that old man. Just what level is that old man at? Someone recognized the identity of the dead cultivator. When that cultivator's identity was revealed, it instantly caused a huge uproar. After all, that cultivator's identity was too extraordinary. He was an expert at the true immortal stage, yet he was killed by a single palm strike from that old man. It was truly too shocking. Instantly, the surrounding people began to vent their anger. Everyone was discussing the old man's identity. The old man spoke again, "Unrelated people, why aren't you getting out of the heavenly fragrance court?" How could anyone dare to hesitate? Everyone fled outside. Including the prostitutes, they all fled the heavenly fragrance court. Over 100 experts stationed in the heavenly fragrance court appeared. Their leader was a woman. She looked to be in her 30s. Her figure was voluptuous and charming, and her face was extremely beautiful. The woman's expression was somewhat ugly. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in the heavenly fragrance court. This was a rather rare occurrence. Although the woman was furious, she did not dare to be too presumptuous at this moment. After all, the person who attacked her was indeed very powerful. The woman said, "Senior, my heavenly fragrance court has not offended you, right? Why are you targeting my heavenly fragrance court? Although my heavenly fragrance court is just a brothel, we still have some background. Regarding today's matter, if you cannot give me a satisfactory answer, my heavenly fragrance court will definitely not let this matter rest." After hearing the woman's threat, the old man immediately revealed a cold smile. "You people from the heavenly fragrance court actually dare to capture my granddaughter? You're even asking me why I'm here?" The old man said coldly. The woman's expression suddenly changed. Their heavenly fragrance court would indeed do such a thing. However, the targets they chose were all women of ordinary birth. Even if they captured them, what could their families do when they found out? She choked on her words. www. Because they were of ordinary birth, they did not have the ability to resist the heavenly fragrance court. Sometimes, they would escape to their own homes. When their families heard that they had been captured by the heavenly fragrance court, they would tie them up and send them back to the heavenly fragrance court. This was because they did not dare to offend the heavenly fragrance court. But today, the heavenly fragrance court had offended a powerful person. The woman secretly cursed her subordinates for being so clumsy. However, now was not the time to find out who was responsible. Instead, she had to think of a way to solve the current situation. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding. Why don't we come in and talk about it?" "Misunderstanding? I don't think this is a misunderstanding." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man slammed his palm towards the heavenly fragrance court. A loud rumble was heard. The heavenly fragrance court, which was dozens of meters tall, instantly collapsed, turning into ruins. The prosperous heavenly fragrance court was destroyed just like that. Many people could not help but sigh endlessly. The woman was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She coldly looked at the old man and cursed loudly, "Old bastard, I was giving you face just now. You actually don't know how to appreciate kindness. Today, you destroyed my heavenly fragrance court. You deserve to die 1,000 times for your crime." The woman waved her hand, and 2 cultivators walked out from the crowd. These 2 cultivators emitted extremely evil auras from their bodies. Their auras were actually able to link together. When their auras were linked together, their cultivation levels immediately rose by a large margin. "Xianxia elders." After seeing the 2 cultivators, someone immediately exclaimed. The identities of the 2 cultivators were not simple. They were famous experts in the Devil Tao. Back then, they were also existences that dominated the starry sky world. It was said that they cultivated a combination attack technique. Although they were only true immortals, when they worked together, it was said that they could fight against some Sage Realm cultivators. It was obvious how powerful these 2 cultivators were. It was said that 30,000 years ago, the 2 of them offended an extremely powerful figure. Since then, they had disappeared without a trace. Many people thought that they were dead. It turned out that they were not dead, but had joined the heavenly fragrance court. Of course, to be precise, they should not have joined the heavenly fragrance court, but the person behind the heavenly fragrance court. This was because the heavenly fragrance court alone would not be able to recruit such top-notch experts. After the 2 of them joined the heavenly fragrance court, they stayed in the heavenly fragrance court. The reason why they stayed in the heavenly fragrance court was because they were lustful. Every day, they would play with a few women. Otherwise, they would feel uncomfortable. There were all kinds of beauties in the heavenly fragrance court, so it was naturally their heaven. Now that the heavenly fragrance court was in trouble, It was time for the two of them to step in and protect the heavenly fragrance court. Actually, at this moment, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Previously, they were still enjoying themselves, but now, they were disrupted. Now, they only wanted to kill. The two of them looked extremely gloomy. Their eyes flashed with dense killing intent as they looked at the old man. Old thing, to be able to die in the hands of us two brothers, you can consider yourself lucky from your previous life. After saying that, a terrifying devil chi surged out from the two of them. The devil chi in their bodies fused together, and then the devil chi condensed into a huge 8 trigrams diagram. The 8 trigrams diagram formed by the devil chi flew towards the old man at high speed. After feeling the power of the 8 trigrams diagram, many of the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show trembled violently. The fluctuations emitted by the 8 trigrams diagram were too terrifying. That kind of aura made their hearts tremble. They were simply unable to resist that kind of terrifying aura. Some of the weaker cultivators could not even withstand that kind of terrifying aura and directly knelt on the ground. The woman from the heavenly fragrance court looked at the old man with an indifferent expression. As for Lin Feng and the others, she completely ignored them. In her opinion, among these people, only the old man was worthy of fighting. However, this old man's aura seemed to be very chaotic. Clearly, his body was not in good condition. It definitely wouldn't be too troublesome to deal with. Actually, the woman wasn't wrong. The old man had been tortured by the demonic seed technique, and his body was in a terrible condition. Even though Lin Feng had helped him suppress the demonic strength in his body, the old man was still far from reaching the peak of his cultivation. It was normal for the woman to look down on the old man's strength. At this moment, the old man made his move. He struck out with his palm across the void, instantly shattering the 8 trigrams diagram. Then, he charged towards the Xian and Yu elders. The Xian and Yu elders were both top-notch experts, so they could naturally sense just how terrifying that formless palm print was. Their expressions changed drastically. The old man was still in a relatively weak state, but he was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine what level his combat strength was at when he was at his peak. The Xian and Yu elders wanted to escape quickly, but it was already too late. The next moment. Bang, bang, their bodies were directly shattered. The Xian and Yu elders were killed on the spot by the old man's formless palm. When they saw this scene, the surrounding people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No one had expected something like this to happen. Wasn't the old man's strength a little too terrifying? It was simply unheard of. The female cultivator who had been very pleased with herself suddenly had a look of horror on her face. Her face was filled with shock. Her expression was a stark contrast to her previous arrogant demeanor. Her body trembled violently as she looked at the old man in terror. "Senior, please don't be angry. I'll apologize to you. Please don't kill me." She knew that she had caused a huge disaster and had angered the old man, so she begged for mercy. After all, she was a woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. At this moment, her tearful and pitiful appearance was very pitiful. If the old man's heart softened, he probably wouldn't be willing to kill her. However, the old man didn't have any intention of taking pity on her. He said coldly, "If I take pity on you, who will take pity on my granddaughter?" The woman hurriedly said, "Senior, I really didn't know about this. If I knew about this, I would have stopped them. Besides, I'm the woman of the Broken Dragon clan's eldest son. If you kill me, you will offend the Broken Dragon clan. The Broken Dragon clan has as many experts as the clouds, and their influence is huge. If you offend them, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. Why don't we both take a step back, and I will compensate you with many good things." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the old man struck out with his palm. Bang, the next moment. The woman's body directly exploded. "Run!" The cultivators of the heavenly fragrance court shouted in horror, and then scattered in all directions. However, the old man didn't give them a chance to escape. He struck out again across the void. The invisible palm energy enveloped everyone in it. The cultivators of the heavenly fragrance court didn't even have a chance to escape. Their bodies exploded, and they were directly killed by the old man. Dead, they're all dead. The Heavenly Fragrance Court has been destroyed, and the cultivators of the Heavenly Fragrance Court have been killed. This is really a big mess, a cultivator in the crowd said. What are you afraid of? This old man is too strong. I don't think he's afraid of the Broken Dragon clan at all, someone else said. Although the old man's cultivation is strong, his aura is chaotic and his physical condition is extremely bad. I estimate that he won't be able to hold on for long, and there are several Sage Realm experts in the Broken Dragon clan. If they want to deal with the old man, it won't be a difficult task. Another cultivator said. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of Broken Dragon City. There were experts rushing over. Obviously, the experts of the Broken Dragon clan were rushing over. Only the experts of the Broken Dragon clan had such a terrifying aura. The old man naturally had no intention of leaving. Even though his current cultivation was far from his peak, he had nothing to be afraid of. Not long after, the experts of the Broken Dragon clan flew over. There were more than 20 experts of the Broken Dragon clan, led by a rather young cultivator of the Dragon clan. Some people were discussing the identity of that cultivator. That cultivator's origin was not simple. That cultivator was the eldest young master of the Broken Dragon clan. The big boss behind the scenes of the Heavenly Fragrance Court. The Heavenly Fragrance Court was now completely destroyed. The eldest young master was extremely angry. His face was extremely gloomy. He looked at the old man and said coldly, "No one has ever dared to behave atrociously in my Broken Dragon City. No matter who it is, if they dare to look down on my Broken Dragon clan in my Broken Dragon City, they will have to pay the price in blood. I really don't know where you get the courage to say such words in front of me." The old man sneered. He was very strong. After all, he was the 7th generation Thick Earth Great God, an existence at the God King level in the era of titled gods. Back then, he had probably touched an existence beyond the realm. Naturally, he was not afraid of getting into trouble. The eldest young master of the Broken Dragon clan said coldly, "If I didn't have the confidence, I naturally wouldn't dare to say such words. But since I dare to say such words, I have a way to deal with you." As soon as his voice fell, he formed a series of mysterious hand seals. The incantations were integrated into Broken Dragon City, and the endless array restrictions were activated in an instant. It turned out that he wanted to use the array to deal with the old man. The power of the array was, of course, extremely terrifying. If a cultivator with ordinary strength knew how to control some top-level arrays, he could even use these top-level arrays to kill extremely powerful cultivators. This was the terror of arrays. Therefore, when a cultivator displayed a powerful array, it was absolutely not to be underestimated. What's more, this array was displayed by the eldest young master of the Broken Dragon clan. That was even more not to be underestimated. At this moment, dense array patterns intertwined in the void. The power of Broken Dragon City's array restrictions was incomparably terrifying. Now, the array restrictions of Broken Dragon City began to prepare a powerful attack. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng didn't care much about these restrictions. If he wanted to break these restrictions, it wouldn't be difficult. However, there was no need for him to do anything now. Even if the old man's strength dropped drastically, Lin Feng felt that the old man completely had no problem dissolving these array formations and restrictions. Along with the surge of terrifying fluctuations, the restriction formation instantly released a terrifying attack. Then, he charged toward the old man. Facing the terrifying attack, the old man revealed a sneer on his face. He lightly tapped the void of space a few times. Then, something unbelievable happened. The formations and restrictions were all paralyzed. After seeing this scene, even Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. Clearly, the old man had an extremely deep understanding of formations and restrictions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break the restrictions so easily. If not for the stone scripture, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to do this. But the old man did it. He was indeed worthy of being the 7th generation god of Thick Earth. After the old man had broken the formation and restrictions, the old man had broken them. All of the attacks disappeared. The young master's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Everything that happened in front of him. He was stunned. The old man didn't show any mercy to the young master and slapped at him. The young master recovered and quickly blocked the old man's attack. Bang, the two sides collided fiercely. The young master was directly sent flying by the old man. His cultivation was indeed quite good. Although he was sent flying by the old man, he didn't die. He just spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The old man wanted to take this opportunity to kill the young master. He slapped at the young master across the void again. But just at this moment, the void trembled slightly as a powerful being of the dragon race appeared. Then, he clashed with the old man with a palm strike. Both parties were evenly matched. "Sir, what do you mean by this? Do you really think our broken dragon clan is easy to bully?" The expert from the dragon race said coldly. The old man sneered. "You bullied my granddaughter, so I won't let you off. You've killed so many people. You should be appeased by now, right?" The old man's voice contained dense killing intent. "Kill the person behind this, and today's matter will be over. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest." The young girl had almost been kidnapped, which made the old man extremely angry. Therefore, he wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. The person behind the heavenly fragrance court was the young master, so he naturally wouldn't let him off so easily. The young master's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at the old man. "I'd like to have a taste of your divine ability," the dragon expert said coldly. He formed countless seals with both hands. Then, 9 dragons condensed. The 9 dragons all flew towards the old man. Although they were condensed from divine abilities, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They were very lifelike. They were extremely terrifying. After seeing the 9 giant dragons, many people revealed horrified expressions. Sure enough, it was worthy of being called a sage expert's attack. After all, it was too terrifying. The old man said coldly. "Today, I'll let you have a taste of the top divine ability of the human race." The old man then used an extremely terrifying divine ability. This divine ability surprised Lin Feng, because Lin Feng also knew this divine ability. The divine ability that the old man used was the Emperor's technique. When this divine ability was used, many ancient saint emperors of the human race appeared behind the old man. These ancient saint emperors seemed to have transcended the primordial world and traversed the river of time to gaze at the old man. The old man's comprehension of this divine ability had definitely reached the pinnacle. His cultivation of this divine ability had even surpassed Lin Feng's cultivation of this divine ability. After all, Lin Feng had only cultivated this divine ability to perfection. However, the old man had cultivated this divine ability to the pinnacle. The power of this divine ability was unimaginable. The divine ability unleashed by the saint from the Duan Dragon clan was instantly broken. The saint was also sent flying. In midair, he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. That old man is too strong. Even a saint from the Duan Dragon clan isn't a match for him. What's his cultivation level? He can't be a peak saint, can he? It's possible. Don't forget that he's still in a weak state, but he's still so terrifying. He's not someone we can provoke. The people of the heavenly fragrant garden are really blind this time. These people usually force women into prostitution, it's fine, but they didn't even look at the kind of people they kidnapped. This time, they only have themselves to blame for what happened. The heavenly fragrant garden has harmed so many innocent women. Isn't it all because of the eldest prince? I heard that the eldest prince isn't a good person. Back then, he fell in love with a pair of beautiful sisters. In order to offend them, he destroyed their entire clan. He's done too many immoral things. There's no end to it. He deserves to die. At that moment, many people were discussing spiritedly. As for the eldest prince, he was scared out of his wits. He originally thought that the Saint Realm experts of their clan would be able to defeat this old man, but the reality was not like that. Their clan's Saint Realm expert had been defeated so easily. He couldn't accept what was happening in front of him, but it was all true. He had to accept it even if he didn't want to. The eldest prince didn't dare to stay. He knew that if he tried to escape, he wouldn't be able to do so. So, he took out a teleportation talisman. As long as he crushed it, he would be able to teleport. He would be able to jump through the void and disappear instantly. This kind of void jump was extremely powerful. Moreover, this void jump was different from the void jump performed by using a sacred art. Casting a sacred art required time to brew. And during the brewing process, there was a chance that it would be intercepted by others. However, if one were to use a jade talisman to jump through space and time, it would be impossible. He could instantly teleport through time and space. The cultivator would be able to escape before his opponent could stop him. However, he had clearly underestimated the old man's ability. When he crushed the jade talisman, the void had already been confined. He had no chance to escape at all. His body had already been confined. The eldest prince looked at the eldest prince in horror, then shouted, "Don't kill me. I'm the eldest son of the Duan Dragon clan's patriarch. If you kill me, the 3 saints of the Duan Dragon clan won't let you go." The old man didn't take his threat to heart at all. The old man struck out with his palm, and the young master's body exploded. He died on the spot. When the saint from the Duan Dragon clan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be furious. At this moment, the void trembled slightly, and 2 more experts stepped out. One of them was a middle-aged cultivator, and the other was a white-haired old man. They were both Saint Realm experts. The 3 Saint Realm powerhouses of the Broken Dragon clan gathered. The middle-aged cultivator looked gloomy and said coldly, "In my Broken Dragon city. Killing a member of my Broken Dragon tribe. And no one can save you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 saints began to prepare their divine abilities, wanting to besiege the eldest prince. The 3 saints of the Duan Dragon clan all had their own powerful techniques. Each of them circulated their magic power crazily, obviously not intending to hold back. The eldest prince said indifferently, "If you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wishes." Both sides looked like they were about to draw their swords. But at that moment, a voice was heard, "Everyone, please listen to me." After this voice was heard, everyone turned their heads and saw a cultivator in a Taoist robe walking over. Huang Longzhenren. After seeing this cultivator in a Taoist robe, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Huang Longzhenren was a terrifying existence. He was at least one of the top 10 loose cultivators in the dragon world. It was rumored that his true body was a very rare yellow dragon. Therefore, in terms of talent, strength, and so on, he was definitely one of the top existences in the dragon clan. Although he was just a loose cultivator, no one dared to underestimate Huang Longzhenren. Many great powers wanted to recruit him. However, no great power could truly recruit him. Huang Longzhenren wandered among the great powers and was respected by others. Of course. The reason why Huang Longzhenren could achieve his current status was because he was too strong. The main reason was because Huang Long was too powerful. Once he had enough power, even these top forces had to be respectful to him. After seeing Huang Longzhenren, the 3 saints of the Duan Dragon clan's faces changed slightly. Since Huang Longzhenren had spoken, they naturally had to give him face. But today, it seemed like they would have to suffer in silence. The 3 of them felt extremely sullen. The middle-aged cultivator said, "Since Huang Longzhenren has spoken, we will give him face today. Today's matter will end here for the time being." The 3 Saint Realm experts then left. Huang Longzhenren took a deep look at the eldest prince before leaving as well. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. After today's incident, they couldn't stay in Broken Dragon City any longer. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to rest here for a few days and inquire about the Broken Dragon Abyss. But now, he needed to find another way to deal with it. Lin Feng looked at the eldest prince and asked, "Senior, what are your plans?" The eldest prince said, "I want to take little Tingting to see an old friend of mine while I'm still conscious. Then, I'll hand her over to him." Lin Feng sighed slightly. Obviously, the eldest prince knew that although the demonic power in his body had been temporarily suppressed, it was only temporary. If you can't get rid of the demonic energy in your body, the demonic energy in your body will recover sooner or later. At that time, the demonic energy in your body will be even more terrifying, and it will be even more difficult to suppress the demonic energy. Therefore, the eldest prince wanted to make plans for little Tingting's future. Lin Feng nodded. He felt sad for the eldest prince's fate, but there were many things that Lin Feng couldn't change. Lin Feng looked at the eldest prince and said, "Then I wish Senior a safe journey." The eldest prince nodded and said, "I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." The two of them chatted for a while before the eldest prince left with little Tingting. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint didn't continue to stay in Broken Dragon City and quickly left. After Lin Feng and the other two left Broken Dragon City, they came to a small town 100 miles away from Broken Dragon City to rest. The news in the small town was naturally not as well informed as in Broken Dragon City. However, they could still find out a lot of information here. Lin Feng and the other two first went to inquire about the news of Broken Dragon Abyss. They did find out a lot of information about Broken Dragon Abyss from here. That place was indeed very scary, and if one wanted to go to Broken Dragon Abyss, they needed to bring a special thing called Demon Dispelling Stone. The reason for bringing this thing was that there were many terrifying demon spirits in Broken Dragon Abyss, and those demon spirits were extremely difficult to deal with. It was impossible to guard against them. If one was not careful, they might be injured by those demon spirits. Therefore, they had to guard against those demon spirits. The Demon Dispelling Stone could dispel those demon spirits. There was a place in the small town that sold the Demon Dispelling Stone. There were many types of Demon Dispelling Stone. The purer the Demon Dispelling Stone, the more expensive it was. Lin Feng and the other two bought 3 pieces of the best Demon Dispelling Stone. Then they found a place to rest. They found an inn and booked 3 rooms. Back in the room, Lin Feng entered the time and space to study the stone statue he got. The stone statue was actually suppressed in the depths of the Mastermind's world. From this, it could be seen that the stone statue definitely hid many secrets. However, Lin Feng did not know what secrets the stone statue hid for the time being. Even the 7th generation god of thick earth did not explore the stone statue's secrets. It could be seen how difficult it was to explore the stone statue's secrets. Of course, the 7th generation god of thick earth could not explore the stone statue's secrets, but it did not necessarily mean that Lin Feng could not explore the stone statue's secrets. Perhaps Lin Feng could do this. Lin Feng's divine thought invaded the stone statue. However, as he had sensed before, this stone statue was indeed very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. There was not even a little bit of divine power inside the stone statue. This kind of stone statue was really strange to the extreme. However, Lin Feng was not surprised. After all, he had briefly sensed this stone statue before. When Lin Feng sensed the stone statue, he felt that the stone statue was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. The result of this exploration was the same as the last time. What was the problem? Why couldn't he find anything special about this stone statue even though it was clearly extraordinary? Lin Feng did not give up. He continued to use his spiritual force to explore the stone statue. While he was searching for the stone statue, he had been using his magic power to nourish the stone statue, hoping to trigger some changes in the stone statue. However, the stone statue did not change at all. This stone statue looked like the most ordinary stone sculpture. Even if the sea turned into mulberry fields and the world changed, it would not change at all. Just as Lin Feng was about to give up on exploring the secrets of this stone statue, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the stone statue seemed to move slightly. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. However, when Lin Feng carefully probed, he found that the stone statue did not move at all. What was going on? Could it be that he sensed wrongly before? Lin Feng did not give up. He continued to explore the secrets of the stone statue, but there was still no gain. He could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that it was not an easy task to explore the secrets of the stone statue. Therefore, Lin Feng decided not to explore the secrets of this stone statue for the time being. When there was time in the future, it would not be too late to explore the secrets of this stone statue. After coming out, Lin Feng rested for 2 days, and then the 3 of them set off for the Broken Dragon Abyss. Outside the Broken Dragon Abyss, dragon chi was rising. This place contained many dragon veins, but the dragon veins here were more heterogeneous. Most of them were evil dragon and demonic dragon veins. This kind of dragon vein was not suitable for cultivation. The reason why there were so many evil dragon demonic dragon veins was said to be because many top-level dragon race experts had died in this place. The blood of those experts that had died contained their wills, as well as their unwillingness before death. In the end, it formed the evil dragon veins. Many cultivators stood in the distance and watched the broken dragon abyss. Many people were talking about some legends of the broken dragon abyss. After Lin Feng and the other two came here, they did not rashly enter the broken dragon abyss. Lin Feng observed the broken dragon abyss for a while. He saw a large amount of death aura constantly gushing out from the broken dragon abyss. The death aura was very gloomy and terrifying. After feeling the death aura, Lin Feng's expression could not help but become dignified. The broken dragon abyss was indeed not a simple place. It was definitely a place of great danger. But this operation, it was imperative. So even if it was dangerous, Lin Feng would never give up. Lin Feng and the other two entered the area where the broken dragon abyss was located. Seeing someone enter the area where the broken dragon abyss was located, many people could not help but point out. Now, few cultivators here dared to enter the broken dragon abyss. After all, the broken dragon abyss was so dangerous. The last time they saw someone enter the broken dragon abyss, it was a matter of many years ago. Now that they saw someone enter the broken dragon abyss again, it naturally aroused the discussion of the crowd. After entering the broken dragon abyss, Lin Feng felt an extremely powerful spiritual power seemed to be recovering. The power of law was very terrifying, directly enveloping Lin Feng and the other two. It suppressed the spiritual power in their bodies. In this place, the strength would be greatly affected. Lin Feng and the other two carefully walked towards the depths. Soon after, they saw a few skeletons. Those skeletons, there were the skeletons of the Dragon Clan powerhouses, and there were also the skeletons of other powerful creatures. There were even the skeletons of human cultivators. Perhaps all the creatures who entered this place in the past had died in this place. The surrounding was filled with black gas, exuding a gloomy and cold aura. An extremely oppressive aura spread. The deeper they went, the stronger the oppressive feeling. The faces of Lin Feng and the other two could not help but become more and more dignified. Soon after, the cold wind whistled, the demonic chi rolled, and there was a faint gloomy laughter mixed in the cold wind and demonic chi. It was as if some terrifying existence was converging in this direction. "Hurry up and take out the demon-dispelling stone," Lin Feng said. He felt that it was very likely that some demonic spirits or other creatures had arrived. The three hurriedly took out the demon-dispelling stone. When they took out the demon-dispelling stone, their bodies were immediately enveloped by a special energy that surged out of the demon-dispelling stone. Then, the cold wind and demonic chi seemed to feel the power of the demon-dispelling stone and quickly retreated. After seeing those devil spirits leave, Lin Feng and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure that those devil spirits brought to them was still quite great, but now that those devil spirits had left, they could rest assured. Next, Lin Feng and the others continued to walk inside. They came to the entrance of the broken dragon abyss. The broken dragon abyss was a huge abyss, and a large amount of devil chi was constantly spewing out from the bottom of the abyss. Lin Feng looked down and saw that it was pitch black at the bottom of the broken dragon abyss, and nothing could be seen. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and he thought about it in his heart. Was there really something passed down from the second generation of the ancestral dragon, if there really were these things? Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. At this time, Lin Feng found that Xiaolong actually transmitted an extremely excited emotion. Lin Feng immediately became happy. Xiaolong transmitted an excited emotion. Did it mean that there really was something passed down from the second generation of the ancestral dragon, or else? Xiaolong didn't need to transmit such an excited emotion. Xiaolong directly flew out of the time and space. Previously, Lin Feng bought some special spiritual liquid for Xiaolong and the rest. Let Xiaolong and the rest swallow and refine it. At this time, Xiaolong had already refined his part of the spiritual liquid. Now, Xiaolong's body was almost 30 meters long. When its wings spread out, it was 30 to 40 meters long, and its body was already quite huge. Of course, Xiaolong's strength was also extremely terrifying now. It was just that Xiaolong's body looked a little strange. From the appearance, Xiaolong was somewhat like the Heavenly Dragon clan, but he had a pair of huge wings. And what made Lin Feng feel the most surprised was that Xiaolong also had a pair of tails. Generally speaking, the dragon race only had one tail, but Xiaolong had a pair of tails, one extra tail compared to other dragons. What was going on? It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a dragon like Xiaolong. In fact, at the very beginning, Xiaolong only had one tail. After Xiaolong completed several evolutions, he grew a second tail. And the current Xiaolong's strength was very terrifying. After the little dragon flew out, it rubbed its head against Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng looked at Xiaolong and asked, "Did you sense something?" Xiaolong replied, "I seem to sense something calling out to me, but I don't know what it is." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Since Xiaolong said so, it seemed like there really was something below calling out to Xiaolong. That thing should be able to help Xiaolong improve his cultivation or even evolve. Now, Xiaolong had evolved 5 times, if Xiaolong could continue to evolve. For Xiaolong, it would be a major transformation and breakthrough. In reality, Xiaolong's strength had truly grown. Although he was only in the true immortal realm, Xiaolong's talent was simply too great. Compared to Lin Feng, it didn't seem to be that far off. This was what shocked Lin Feng the most. This was because Lin Feng felt that even if the ancestral dragon's direct descendant was compared to his talent, there was still a certain gap. However, Xiaolong's talent was only a little bit worse than his. This was too terrifying. Lin Feng said, "Then let's go down and take a look." Following which, Lin Feng, Xiaolong, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign saint quickly flew down. The abyss contained an extremely eerie and terrifying aura. When Lin Feng and the others entered the abyss, they felt a strange energy surging into their bodies. That strange energy caused Lin Feng's soul to be affected to a certain extent. Many strange images seemed to appear in his mind. His head also became a little muddled. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. This kind of energy should be able to affect a cultivator's soul. If a cultivator's soul was affected, the situation would be extremely bad. So, Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated Luya's stargazing chart. Only then did his soul become more stable. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and Xiaolong's souls were obviously affected as well. However, they all had some special methods to resolve this effect. Du Zhu said, "This place is really strange. If we didn't have some powerful methods, we might have been lost here before we even reached the bottom of the abyss." The evil sovereign saint said, "There are indeed many things that are difficult to explain in a place like this." Lin Feng said, "Everyone, be careful. There might be some terrifying things down there." Du Zhu and the others nodded. It was indeed easy for some terrifying things to appear in this kind of place. For example, terrifying existences like the Yin God. Or some other things. Sometimes, there would even be things that were difficult to explain. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the bottom of the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, there were many corpses. However, these corpses were extremely weathered. Therefore, it looked like they couldn't bear the weight anymore. When Lin Feng and the others stepped on the bottom of the abyss, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Many of the corpses were directly crushed by their feet. Other than that, Lin Feng and the others also smelled a strong smell of blood. After smelling the strong smell of blood, Lin Feng frowned slightly. How could there be such a strong smell of blood in this place? They walked inside with a serious expression. Not long after, Lin Feng saw that there was actually a huge blood-colored flower growing at the bottom of the abyss. That blood-colored flower was constantly emitting blood-colored energy. That blood-colored energy was lingering around that blood-colored flower. That strong and somewhat pungent smell should be the smell released by that blood-colored flower. That blood-colored flower looked extremely demonic. Its roots were constantly swaying in the void. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others' bodies were attacked by an invisible force, and they were all sent flying. "It's that blood-colored flower." Lin Feng's expression became serious. That blood-colored flower was too strange. Lin Feng let Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and Xiaolong retreat, and then he quickly rushed towards the blood-colored flower. Lin Feng planned to cut off the blood-colored flower's roots. If he cut off its roots, it should be able to cut off its life force. However, Lin Feng couldn't get close to that blood-colored flower at all. Because when he was halfway there, the blood-colored flower's roots swayed slightly, and then Lin Feng was sent flying again by a terrifying invisible force. Shit! Why is this blood-red flower so strange? Lin Feng couldn't help but look grave and solemn. At that moment, the demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. This blood-red flower should be called Hell's Blood Flower. Hell's Blood Flower? When he heard that name, Lin Feng was astonished. It was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such a plant. Yao Jun said, it's a kind of plant that originally grew in hell. It's very special. It can continuously absorb all kinds of energy from the world for its own use. If you can kill this hell blood flower, you can take its flower pearl. Its flower pearl contains an incomparably vast amount of energy. If you can refine it, your cultivation will increase by quite a bit. When he heard the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng was currently worrying about how to increase his cultivation. If he could obtain the Hell's Blood Flower, it would be a great opportunity. But how could he cut off the Hell's Blood Flower's roots? Lin Feng was worried. After all, it was very difficult for them to get close to the Hell's Blood Flower. Lin Feng thought of a way. Perhaps he could use his heavenly fire to deal with the Hell's Blood Flower. When he thought of this, Lin Feng took out all 8 of his heavenly fire. The flames burned fiercely and quickly spread towards the Hell's Blood Flower. The Hell's Blood Flower was enveloped in flames. But at that moment, a large amount of blood-red fog gushed out of the Hell's Blood Flower and protected it. Even though the blood-red mist was constantly decreasing, it was still rapidly decreasing. However, before long, even more blood-red fog condensed. When he saw this, Lin Feng's expression became unsightly. Even his heavenly fire couldn't deal with the Hell's Blood Flower. This flower was really strange. For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know how to deal with the Hell's Blood Flower. At that moment, Xiaolong said, Big Brother Feng, maybe I can deal with the Netherworld Blood Flower. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Xiaolong's words. He asked, what idea do you have? Xiaolong chuckled and said, just watch me and you'll know. Xiaolong flew directly towards the Nether Blood Flower. At this moment, the Nether Blood Flower continued to vibrate with an invisible force and attacked Xiaolong. As for Xiaolong's 2 dragon horns, rays of holy light gushed out one after another. Those rays of holy light were extremely powerful. It protected Xiaolong's body. Meanwhile, a powerful devouring power gushed out from Xiaolong's dragon horn. Lin Feng sensed an invisible force flying towards the dragon's horn. Then, the dragon's horn devoured it. Lin Do was shocked. How could Xiaolong's horn be so powerful? Why was it so strange? Generally speaking, a dragon's horn usually had a powerful attack, but Lin Feng had never seen a dragon's horn that could devour other energy or attack. However, this situation made Lin Feng extremely happy. Xiaolong quickly approached the Nether Blood Flower. The Nether Blood Flower seemed to know that if it allowed Xiaolong to get close, the situation would be extremely dangerous for it. Thus, it released a large amount of blood-colored mist. The blood-colored mist condensed into many blood devils. These blood devils bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their roars shook the sky as they all pounced towards Xiaolong. Xiaolong began to chant an ancient incantation in the face of these blood devils' attacks. When the incantation was finished, Xiaolong opened its mouth and spat out a huge ball of energy. That energy ball was a dazzling golden ball of energy condensed from energy. The ball of energy quickly flew towards the blood devils. It collided with the blood devils. A loud bang rang out. The ball of energy that Xiaolong had spat out had actually turned all the blood devils into ashes. Lin Feng had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Xiaolong's attack power was really too strong. Duzu said, damn, how is this little guy so awesome? I wonder what race this little guy is from. Lin Feng said, I don't know what race he is from either. All these years, he has been bitterly cultivating in the space-time continuum. I know that his strength is already very strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Bibi, Blackie, and the others. Their talent wasn't inferior to Xiaolong's, and they had already completed several evolutions. Their current strength was extremely terrifying. However, Bibi and the others were still in seclusion. This time, only Xiaolong came out early. At this time, Xiaolong quickly arrived at the Nether Blood Flower. The nether blood flower rapidly expanded, wanting to devour Xiaolong. Xiaolong slapped out with its claw, directly slapping the nether blood flower to the side. Then, Xiaolong's claw grabbed the nether blood flower's roots and suddenly pulled. The nether blood flower's roots were torn apart by Xiaolong. Once the roots were torn apart, the nether blood flower lost all of its attacking power. Xiaolong looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, "Brother Feng, I killed the nether blood flower." In truth, although Xiaolong was strong, it still lacked battle experience. Therefore, Xiaolong might not be able to fully display its strength. Lin Feng thought that he should let Bibi and the others participate in more battles like this. This way, they could quickly sharpen their cultivation and increase their battle experience. Lin Feng looked at Xiaolong and smiled. "Well done." Xiaolong was even happier when it heard Lin Feng's praise. Lin Feng flew over. He arrived beside the nether blood flower. Then, he tore it apart. Sure enough, he found a blood-colored bead inside the nether blood flower. This should be the flower bead that the demon lord had told him about. After seeing the nether blood flower's flower bead, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a smile. The energy contained within the flower bead was extremely majestic and powerful. After he refined it, he didn't know what realm he could raise his cultivation to. He didn't dare to say much, but raising 1 or 2 realms wouldn't be a problem. After Lin Feng put away the flower bead, he continued to walk towards the depths of the broken dragon abyss with Xiaolong, Duzu, and the evil sovereign saint. The depths of broken dragon abyss were very large and deep. They walked for a long time but still couldn't reach the deepest part of broken dragon abyss. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others saw many man-eating devil flowers in front of them. These man-eating devil flowers were very strange. It was a very rare creature. It was rumored that they could devour powerful titled gods. From this, one could see how powerful these man-eating devil flowers were. However, since they were plant-type creatures, Lin Feng felt that these man-eating devil flowers would be restrained by the heavenly fire. This was because plant-type creatures belong to the wood element. And among the 5 elements, fire restrained wood. Therefore, Lin Feng summoned his heavenly fire. He wanted to burn all the man-eating devil flowers in front of them to death. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that when the heavenly fire burned, the man-eating devil flowers didn't burn to death. They actually resisted the heavenly fire's burning. This was something that Lin Feng didn't expect at all. What was going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Duzu said, "I saw some information about man-eating devil flowers in a Taoist scripture. It said that the man-eating devil flowers don't belong to the wood element, but to the metal element." Duzu said. "The metal element?" Lin Feng's face immediately showed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, the man-eating devil flowers should belong to the wood element. Why would they belong to the metal element? Lin Feng looked at Duzu and asked, "Why is the man-eating devil flowers of the metal element?" Duzu said, "According to the Taoist scripture, the man-eating devil flowers are a special kind of creature born from metal. Therefore, they aren't plant-type creatures of the wood element, but of the metal element." After hearing Duzu's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. It was very likely that the man-eating devil flowers of the metal element was a metal element creature. In that case, Lin Feng's heavenly fire couldn't restrain these man-eating devil flowers. He summoned all the heavenly flames back. Lin Feng and the others tried to force their way through. However, at this moment, a powerful devouring power gushed out from within the man-eating fiend flower. The devouring power of so many man-eating devil flowers fused together and formed an extremely terrifying confinement magnetic field. This confinement magnetic field could confine the magic power of a cultivator. Once trapped by the magnetic field, a cultivator's cultivation would be greatly affected. Therefore, the situation was quite bad. In the face of such a situation, one must be cautious and prudent. Or else, it was very likely that he would be devoured by the man-eating demon flower. Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated, opening up a certain distance. When they put some distance between themselves and the ogre king, the devouring power of the ogre demon flower could no longer affect Lin Feng and the others. "Do you have any way to deal with the man-eating demon flower?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. Duzu thought about it and said, perhaps we can use poison to deal with the man-eating demon flower. Oh? These man-eating demon flowers are afraid of poison? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Duzu said, perhaps there is nothing in this world that is not afraid of poison. Lin Feng nodded. Duzu released an extremely powerful poison. The poison all flew towards the man-eating demon flower. The poison enveloped the man-eating demon flower. Then, it began to seep into the insides of the man-eating demon flower. A large amount of black energy gushed out from the insides of the man-eating demon flower, and the black energy contained some poison. The poison was the poison that had entered the man-eating demon flower before. Now, it was expelled by the man-eating demon flower. It seemed that these man-eating demon flowers were indeed affected by the poison. However, Lin Feng found that the defense of these man-eating demon flowers was still very terrifying. It was not an easy task to kill these man-eating demon flowers with poison. However, Duzu's poison was able to suppress the man-eating demon flowers for the time being. This was a very good result. When the poison suppressed the man-eating demon flowers, Lin Feng and the others quickly went deeper. They came to the side of the man-eating demon flowers. At this moment, the man-eating demon flowers did not have the energy to deal with Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng took out the stone sword. The stone sword slashed towards the man-eating demon flowers. All the man-eating demon flowers had their roots cut off by Lin Feng. The man-eating demon flowers lost their vitality. After Lin Feng put away the treasured sword, he and the others continued to go deeper. An hour later, they arrived at the deepest part of the broken dragon abyss. In the deepest part of the broken dragon abyss, there was a pitch-black canyon. That pitch-black canyon emitted an extremely cold aura. Nothing could be seen inside. However, that pitch-black canyon gave off a very strange feeling. After arriving, Xiaolong said, the thing that called me is inside that pitch-black canyon. Lin Feng nodded, but they did not directly enter the pitch-black canyon. This was because Lin Feng felt that the pitch-black canyon was too dangerous. If they rashly entered it, they might encounter some extremely dangerous situations. Lin Feng thought about it, and decided to let Duzu and the evil sovereign saint meet them outside. And he and Xiaolong entered. After the few of them had finished their discussion, Lin Feng and Xiaolong entered the pitch-black canyon. When they entered the pitch-black canyon, a gloomy and terrifying aura immediately enveloped their bodies. However, they were powerful. That kind of aura was not able to affect them too much. They walked through the pitch-black canyon. Soon, they saw some skeletons. It was unknown when these creatures had died here. Lin Feng even saw some skeletons wearing storage rings on their fingers. However, this place was a bit strange. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. So, even if he saw those storage rings, Lin Feng did not collect those storage rings with Xiaolong. Lin Feng was worried that if they did such a thing, they would encounter a disaster halfway. That would not be worth the loss. Finding the things left behind by the second ancestor dragon was the most important thing. They continued to walk inside. After walking for about 1,000 meters, they saw a huge dragon corpse lying in front of them. The dragon corpse, the flesh and blood had already disappeared, leaving only a skeleton. After seeing the skeleton, Lin Feng's pupils could not help but shrink slightly. Could it be that the huge dragon skeleton was the skeleton of the second ancestor dragon? Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. Xiaolong nodded, then walked towards the huge skeleton with Lin Feng. Soon, they came to the side of the huge skeleton. It was a huge skeleton. Although it had been dead for an unknown number of years, the skeleton still contained an extremely powerful aura. The pressure contained within the dragon bones made people feel suffocated. Xiaolong looked at it and said, "This is not the skeleton of the ancestral dragon." Oh? If it's not the skeleton of the ancestral dragon, then what is it? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Xiaolong said, "If I'm not wrong, this skeleton should be the skeleton of the ancestral dragon's descendant." Lin Feng nodded. The possibility of this was very high. After all, what kind of terrifying existence was the ancestral dragon? It was impossible for his skeleton to appear so easily. "Have you found the thing that called you?" Lin Feng asked. Xiaolong said, "I've already sensed it." Then, they entered the skeleton. Inside the skeleton, Xiaolong found that thing. That thing was an unknown black stone. But what was the origin of the stone? Lin Feng did not know. The black stone emitted a gloomy and cold aura. When Xiaolong saw the stone, he was extremely excited. Lin Feng asked, "What is this thing?" Xiaolong said, "This thing is called the Black Soul Stone." Black Soul Stone? Does it have any special use? Lin Feng asked curiously. This was the first time he had heard of the Black Soul Stone. Xiaolong said, "Brother Feng, you also know that the strength and divine abilities of us dragon cultivators are relatively strong, but our souls are relatively weak. It's not easy for dragon cultivators to improve their souls. During the long years of cultivation, the improvement of the dragon cultivators' souls is very slow. Perhaps it's because the dragon race's soul grows more slowly that this has become a huge hindrance to the development of the dragon race. There are some special things in the world that can greatly increase the soul power of dragon cultivators. This Black Soul Stone is one of them." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. If Xiaolong's soul realm was greatly enhanced, then Xiaolong's talent and battle prowess would be greatly enhanced. Xiaolong replied, "But I feel that this Black Soul Stone is different from ordinary Black Soul Stones." "What's different?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "In my bloodline memories, the aura of an ordinary Black Soul Stone is far less pure than the aura of this one," Xiaolong said. Lin Feng said, "If this obsidian soul stone is able to call out to you, could it be that it has already given birth to its own consciousness?" Hearing Lin Feng say so, Xiaolong immediately became extremely happy. If the obsidian soul stone had given birth to its own consciousness, then it would be too extraordinary and could very well have transformed into a Black Soul Source Stone. Ordinary Black Soul Stones would be destroyed after absorbing the energy. However, the Black Soul Source Stone was different. After absorbing the energy of the Black Soul Source Stone, it could continue to condense the energy. After a period of time, it could once again absorb the energy of the Black Soul Source Stone to increase its soul power. Obsidian soul stones were already very rare, let alone the Black Soul Source Stone. The Black Soul Source Stone was almost invisible. Xiaolong hurriedly used his divine sense to sense the obsidian soul stone. Soon, he said excitedly, "It really is a Black Soul Source Stone. Looks like I've encountered a great opportunity this time." Seeing that Xiaolong had encountered such an opportunity, Lin Feng was naturally very happy. Then, Lin Feng began to search for other things. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a dragon pearl. Dragon pearls were also called dragon cores. They were very precious. Lin Feng looked at Xiaolong and asked, "Do you need a dragon pearl?" Xiaolong said, "I don't need this kind of thing anymore." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he kept the dragon pearl. Soon, Lin Feng found a few more saint bones. These were the saint bones passed down by the ancestral dragon. The value was unimaginable. They might contain some secrets of the dragon clan or some top-notch divine ability. These things were not particularly attractive to Lin Feng, but they were very attractive to the dragon clan. Lin Feng continued to search for a while and found a few more dragon clan treasures. What's that?" Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He saw something very special. He quickly walked over and came to the side of the item. He put the item away. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. It was actually a gem. However, it was not an ordinary gem. It contained powerful spatial energy. At that moment, Lin Feng's world-ending glove began to vibrate violently, resonating with the gem. Lin Feng was shocked. Could this spatial gem be one of the 5 gems that came with the world-ending glove? Lin Feng had only obtained the world-ending glove, but he had not obtained any gems. It seemed that he had obtained his first gem today. Moreover, it was an extraordinary spatial gem. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely excited expression. This was because the world-ending glove's origin was too extraordinary, and its power was too terrifying. If he could gather all 5 gems for the world-ending glove, when the time came, in the heavens, perhaps there would be very few people who could withstand the world-ending glove's attack. They searched for a while more, but they did not find anything else of value. They decided to leave this place. Lin Feng and Xiaolong quickly rushed outside. But at that moment, a dark energy appeared in the depths of the cave. The darkness was devouring the light. When Lin Feng saw that, his expression suddenly changed. Even though he didn't know what was going on in the depths of the cave, he was surprised. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that the darkness in the depths of the cave was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and Xiaolong quickly rushed forward. However, the darkness behind them was extremely fast. The light was constantly being devoured. Although Lin Feng and Xiaolong were very fast, they could not escape the darkness. Thus, Lin Feng thought of using spatial teleportation to leave this place. However, Lin Feng's heart sank. After using spatial teleportation, he was actually unable to leave this place with Xiaolong. This was because the space here had been sealed. The darkness had devoured all the light. Lin Feng and Xiaolong were also swallowed by the darkness. After being swallowed by the darkness, Lin Feng felt extremely depressed. He didn't know what was hidden in the darkness. He quickly activated the sovereign armor. Then, he took out the Phoenix shield. The Phoenix shield released a powerful energy, which condensed into a powerful defensive light cover. The powerful defensive barrier formed by the Phoenix shield enveloped Lin Feng and Xiaolong. Then, Lin Feng felt a powerful force ruthlessly collide with the defensive barrier formed by the Phoenix shield. Clearly, an unknown existence had launched an attack on Lin Feng and Xiaolong. Facing the attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of existence it was because it hadn't revealed itself yet. However, Lin Feng knew that an existence that could devour light was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. Xiaolong helped Lin Feng activate the Phoenix shield to block the attack. In the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes staring at Lin Feng and Xiaolong. Lin Feng couldn't see where the existence was hiding. However, he could feel that the existence was watching them from somewhere. It was a terrible feeling. Lin Feng and Xiaolong wanted to break out of the encirclement, but it was difficult to do so. An extremely powerful restrictive force formed in the darkness. That restrictive force was constantly exerting pressure on Lin Feng and Xiaolong. The defensive barrier formed by the Phoenix shield was about to collapse. This situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng and Xiaolong. If they waited until the defensive barrier was completely shattered, Lin Feng and Xiaolong would be in extreme danger. Lin Feng used the Great Art of Destiny. He hoped that the Great Art of Destiny could change the dangerous situation he was in. But this time, Lin Feng's Great Art of Destiny couldn't resolve the danger he was in. The main reason was that the existence hidden in the darkness was too terrifying. What kind of existence are you? Don't tell me you don't dare to show yourself? Lin Feng said coldly. The other party did not pay attention to Lin Feng's provocation. His attack power had once again increased by a lot. Cracking sounds could be heard. The defensive barrier formed by the Phoenix shield began to shatter. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Xiaolong's expressions changed greatly. The situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng planned to summon the Book of the Dead and fight to the death with the other party. However, Lin Feng wasn't too confident. After all, in the face of such a terrifying existence, numbers wouldn't be of much use. Right at this moment, a dazzling beam of holy light surged in from the outside and blasted into the darkness. In the middle of the holy light, a spacetime gate actually appeared. After seeing the spacetime gate, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He and Xiaolong quickly flew towards the spacetime gate. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng and the others reappeared, they were already outside the canyon. Duzu and the evil Dominator Saint were waiting for them outside. Obviously, Duzu and the evil Dominator Saint had used some kind of powerful magic treasure or used some kind of powerful method to rescue Lin Feng and Xiaolong at this critical moment. Lin Feng revealed an expression of relief. The situation just now was really too dangerous. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He waved his hand and a powerful magic power surged out, enveloping everyone and quickly rushing outside. And at this moment, darkness constantly surged out of the canyon. All the light was swallowed by the darkness. An incomparably dense killing intent was transmitted from the darkness. The unknown existence regarded Lin Feng and Xiaolong as his prey. He originally thought that his prey would never be able to escape, but Lin Feng and Xiaolong escaped. This completely infuriated the unknown existence. So, This unknown existence's killing intent was monstrous. Not only did he want to kill Lin Feng and Xiaolong, but he also wanted to kill Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint outside. Even though he was extremely fast, Lin Feng had started ahead of him, and the distance between them wasn't short. Lin Feng's speed was also fast enough. He took Xiaolong, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint and quickly rushed out of the broken dragon abyss. The unknown existence in the darkness let out a low roar of unwillingness. He did not fly out of the broken dragon abyss, and it was unknown if he was imprisoned here by the broken dragon abyss. Or perhaps there was some other reason. Lin Feng and the others let out a sigh of relief. They did not dare to stay here any longer. They quickly left this place. After coming out, everyone was completely relaxed. The situation just now was really dangerous. If they were any slower, they might not even be able to escape. Du Zhu asked, "That existence, what exactly is it?" "It's actually so terrifying." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I didn't see what kind of creature that existence was, but it's obviously not something good. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and Xiaolong nodded. Then, Lin Feng and the others quickly left this place. They returned to the town. Xiaolong entered the time and space to enter seclusion. Lin Feng also planned to enter seclusion. This was because Lin Feng had obtained the flower pearl and the space gem. He first wanted to refine the flower pearl and raise his cultivation level. At the same time, he also wanted to fuse the space gem and the world-extinguishing glove. Lin Feng was now at the second sky of the Saint Immortal realm. He wondered how much his cultivation level would increase after refining the flower pearl. After a big meal, Lin Feng also entered seclusion. He also entered the time and space to enter seclusion. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and took out the flower pearl. He began to refine the pure energy contained within the flower pearl. Lin Feng refined and absorbed the powerful energy, and Lin Feng's cultivation level began to rise. After a day, Lin Feng broke through to the third sky of the Saint Immortal realm. However, this breakthrough was not over yet because Lin Feng's body still contained a powerful energy. Lin Feng continued to cultivate. After another 2 days, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose from the third sky of the Saint Immortal realm to the fourth sky of the Saint Immortal realm. When Lin Feng's cultivation level rose to the fourth sky of the Saint Immortal realm, the energy contained within the Dragon Pearl was finally completely absorbed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng took out the space gem and the world-extinguishing glove. The two items could sense each other, so they emitted intense fluctuations. Lin Feng began to use his magic energy to refine the space gem and the world-extinguishing glove. Then, he tried to fuse the space gem and the world-extinguishing glove. In the previous chapter, it was written incorrectly that Lin Feng was already at the fourth heaven of the Saint Immortal realm after refining the petrified dragon egg. Therefore, he should have broken through to the sixth heaven of the Saint Immortal realm after breaking through 2 levels. It was written incorrectly that he had broken through from the second heaven of the Saint Immortal realm to the fourth heaven of the Saint Immortal realm. After refining it with his magic power, Lin Feng tried to fuse the space gem with the groove on the world-terminating glove. However, Lin Feng realized that the space gem could not fuse with the world-terminating glove. Lin Feng was extremely confused. He did not know what was going on. Could it be that there was a problem with one of the steps? However, Lin Feng felt that there was no problem at all. Why could it not fuse? Lin Feng could not help but frown deeply. However, he did not give up. He continued to refine the 2 treasures. However, Lin Feng still could not fuse them completely. Was the problem with the world-terminating glove or the space gem? Lin Feng carefully sensed the world-terminating glove in his hand. He realized that there seemed to be 5 types of energy within the world-terminating glove. These 5 types of energy corresponded to the abilities of the 5 gems. Was the reason why he could not fuse the space gem with the world-terminating glove because he had not activated the special energy within the world-terminating glove? After thinking about this, Lin Feng quickly tried to activate the special energy within the world-terminating glove. When the spatial energy within the world-terminating glove was activated, Lin Feng realized that there were some special changes to the world-terminating glove. Lin Feng tried to fuse the space gem with the world-terminating glove again. This time, Lin Feng succeeded in fusing the space gem with the world-terminating glove. After fusing with the space gem, the world-terminating glove's aura became more than 10 times stronger. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that he could shatter the void with a single punch. After sensing the power of the world-terminating glove, Lin Feng immediately revealed an excited expression. The increase in power of the world-terminating glove was extremely important to him. After resting for a day, Lin Feng and Du Zhu returned to ancient Dragon City. After returning to the ancient Dragon City, Lin Feng went to have an audience with the Dragon Emperor. He took out the sage bones, the dragon tribe's magical treasures, and the dragon pearl and gave them all to the Dragon Emperor. Lin Feng had no use for these things, so he could give them to the Dragon Emperor in exchange for the dragon saliva fruit that he needed. After seeing these items, the Dragon Emperor didn't ask whether Lin Feng had anything else. Because he knew that since Lin Feng had only taken out these 3 items, Lin Feng would definitely not take out anything else. He would never admit that there was anything else. The Dragon Emperor was a trustworthy person. After receiving these things from Lin Feng, he took out 2 dragon saliva fruits and gave them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also didn't stay for long at the Dragon Monarch's place. He immediately bid farewell and left. After Lin Feng left, an old man walked out. An old cultivator walked out and said, "It seems like he was greedy." The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "I had expected him to do this. How could someone take out everything they have? However, he's a talent. Since he wants those things, I'll just treat it as giving them to him." The old man nodded and stood in the middle of the hall like an immovable stone statue. The first princess also learned that Lin Feng had returned, so she came to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very happy to see the first princess. After all, anyone would be happy to see a beautiful woman. The first princess asked, "Did your journey go smoothly?" Lin Feng nodded. "Not bad," said Lin Feng. "By the way, Lin Gongzi, the true dragon secret realm created by the second true dragon emperor will open soon. Lin Gongzi, are you interested in cultivating there?" The first princess asked. "Oh? The true dragon secret realm created by the second true dragon emperor?" Lin Feng was surprised. The first princess nodded and said, "The true dragon secret realm created by the second true dragon emperor is no small matter. It's even more extraordinary than some other true dragon secret realms. There are many great opportunities in the true dragon secret realm. For example, the dragon saliva fruit can be found in the true dragon secret realm. Apart from the dragon saliva fruit, there are many other opportunities in the true dragon secret realm. The true dragon secret realm opens once every 10,000 years, and it will open again in a year or so. When the true dragon secret realm opens, the experts of the 5 regions will gather and enter the true dragon secret realm to search for opportunities to increase their cultivation." When Lin Feng heard the great princess, he was very interested in the mysterious dragon world. The true dragon secret realm was a great place to increase one's cultivation. Perhaps he could raise his cultivation to the saint stage in the true dragon secret realm. If Lin Feng could raise his cultivation to the saint stage, Lin Feng's battle prowess and even his life form would undergo an earth-shattering change. At that time, Lin Feng would be completely different. Lin Feng said, "I'll have to trouble you to inform me when the time comes." "All right." The first princess smiled. The 2 of them chatted about many other things. Lin Feng and the first princess hit it off quite well. The first princess stayed with Lin Feng for 2 hours before leaving. After the first princess left, Lin Feng planned to refine the 2 dragon saliva fruits to increase his cultivation. Lin Feng was already at the 6th heavenly layer of the Saint Immortal realm. It would be even more difficult for him to break through now. However, the 2 dragon saliva fruits were no small matter. Perhaps he could use them to break through again. Lin Feng went into seclusion to refine the dragon saliva fruits. Lin Feng refined the 2 dragon saliva fruits into pure energy. After absorbing the energy, his cultivation had indeed made another breakthrough. Lin Feng's cultivation broke through from the 6th heavenly layer of the Saint Immortal realm to the 7th heavenly layer of the Saint Immortal realm. Previously, Lin Feng had met the 9 sons of the 8th real dragon emperor in the 9 Beast Mountain in the southern fairy demon territory. At that time, Lin Feng had promised them that he would remove their curse when he had the ability. However, Lin Feng had not returned to the southern fairy demon territory, so he could not remove their curse. Lin Feng planned to go to the southern fairy demon territory to remove the curse when he went back to the 9 regions to collect the devil blade. But now, Lin Feng had one more thing to do. Lin Feng had promised them that he would go to their father's grave and pay respects to their father on their behalf. The 8th real dragon emperor was a pure-blooded real dragon, whose cultivation was beyond imagination. Lin Feng remembered that the grave of the 8th real dragon emperor was in the True Dragon Ridge. The True Dragon Ridge was at the border of the Ancient Dragon Alliance and the Evil Dragon Alliance. That place was filled with ancient primeval forests. It was said that there were some extremely ancient and terrifying races living in those ancient primeval forests. Even the dragon race would not easily provoke those ancient and powerful races. There was still some time before the opening of the True Dragon's secret realm, so Lin Feng planned to go to the True Dragon Ridge to find the grave of the 8th real dragon emperor and pay respects to him on behalf of the True Dragon Emperor. After resting for 3 days, Lin Feng and the others set off for the True Dragon Ridge. Because it was a long way, they took the transmission formation. After flying for 2 months in the transmission formation, they arrived at the True Dragon Ancient City, which was close to the True Dragon Ridge. It was said that the 8th real dragon emperor was born in the True Dragon Ancient City. After a long time, the True Dragon Ancient City was still very prosperous and lively. It was one of the most prosperous ancient cities in the dragon world and had been blessed by the 9th real dragon emperor. Therefore, the True Dragon City was equivalent to one of the holy lands in the dragon world. In the True Dragon City, even the practitioners of the 5 alliances would behave themselves. Even if they had great hatred, they would not be too presumptuous in the True Dragon City. After arriving at the True Dragon City, Lin Feng and the others found a place to rest. After a good rest in the inn, Lin Feng went to inquire about the tomb of the 8th True Dragon Emperor. After looking around, Lin Feng realized that this place was indeed rumored to be the tomb of the 8th True Dragon Emperor. However, no one knew the exact location. Every year, many experts would come to this place to search for the grave of the 8th True Dragon Supreme Emperor. But after so many years, no one had been able to find the tomb of the 8th True Dragon Great Emperor. However, this situation was quite normal. After all, the 8th True Dragon Emperor would not want to be disturbed after his death. Therefore, the burial ground must be hidden in an extremely secluded place. It was not an easy task to find them. Time passed quickly. Since they didn't get any specific information, Lin Feng wanted to go out and search in a few days to see if he could find any clues. Back then, the 9 sons of the True Dragon did not know the exact location of the tomb because when they were suppressed, the 8th True Dragon Emperor had not yet fallen. The news of their father's death. They only heard about it later. If the 9 sons of the True Dragon knew the exact location, it would save Lin Feng a lot of trouble. After coming out of the shop, a voice suddenly sounded. "Lin Feng, is that you?" When Lin Feng heard the familiar voice, he turned around and saw a handsome young man looking at him. The young man was pleasantly surprised. After seeing the young man, Lin Feng's face lit up. The young man was actually Long Xiu. He had not seen him for many years. But he had never forgotten his friend. If not for Long Xiu back then, it was very likely that he had already fallen. Then Long Xiu left. After that, Lin Feng had not seen him again. He did not expect to see Long Xiu here. This made Lin Feng very happy. It turned out that Long Xiu was a dragon cultivator. Before that, Lin Feng didn't know about it. Back then, Lin Feng's cultivation was not particularly strong, so Lin Feng could not sense Long Xiu's dragon bloodline. Now, he could obviously sense the dragon bloodline in Long Xiu's body. Long Xiu's dragon bloodline was very powerful, but he did not know which branch he belonged to. Lin Feng did not know. Lin Feng quickly walked over to Long Xiu. Long Xiu also quickly walked over to Lin Feng. The two of them gave each other a big bear hug. Long Xiu looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brother, we haven't seen each other in so many years. I really did not expect to see you here." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I did not expect to see you here either. Back then, you left in a hurry. I tried to find out more about you, but there was no news. Fortunately, we brothers have been reunited." Long Xiu smiled and nodded. He then asked, "Why have you come to the Dragon Realm?" Lin Feng said, "It's a long story. Why don't we find a place to eat and chat? What do you think? Long Xiyu nodded and said, no problem. Come with me. Lin Feng and the others followed Long Xiyu to a rather luxurious restaurant. The owner of this restaurant was a woman. Moreover, she was a woman with outstanding looks. Long Xiyu introduced the woman to Lin Feng. Her name was Xianxia. She was Long Xiyu's fiancée, which surprised Lin Feng. He had not expected Long Xiyu to already have a fiancée. Long Xiyu then introduced Lin Feng to Xianxia. The two sides could be considered to have gotten to know each other. After exchanging a few words, Xianxia brought everyone to a private room. Soon, the dishes were served. Everyone ate and chatted. Lin Feng and Long Xiyu talked about many things that had happened in the past few years. Lin Feng also asked about Long Xiyu's background. Long Xiyu was a cultivator from the Sacred Dragon tribe. This surprised Lin Feng. The Sacred Dragon tribe had an extremely high status in the Dragon tribe. They could be compared to the Divine Dragon tribe and the Heavenly Dragon tribe. Long Xiyu was the third son of the current Ancient Dragon clan's patriarch. He was also the youngest son of the Ancient Dragon clan's patriarch. However, he was born of a concubine because his mother was only a concubine. It was said that when his father was traveling outside, he encountered danger. In order to save his father, his mother died tragically. At that time, his father also suffered extremely serious injuries and was chased by his enemies. He could only let one of his guards escape with the young Long Xiyu. In the end, they came to the Tianwu continent. Long Xiyu spent 20 years in the Tianwu continent. When Long Xiyu grew up, his father had already returned to the dragon world and held the power of the ancient dragon clan. Therefore, he sent someone to pick up Long Xiyu. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. Perhaps it was because of the tragic death of Long Xiyu's mother. Long Xiyu's father doted on Long Xiyu very much. Although Long Xiyu was only born of a concubine, his status in the ancient dragon clan was very high. As for Long Xiyu's fiancée, her background was also not simple. Because his fiancée's grandfather was said to be a super rogue cultivator in the dragon world. He was very powerful. The two of them hit it off at a gathering. After that, they tried to date for a period of time and felt that they were very suitable for each other, so they set up a marriage contract. However, they were still young, so they did not hold a wedding for the time being. Long Xiyu's strength had also grown very quickly these years. Now, his cultivation was already at the Saint Immortal realm. Then, the two of them talked about Lin Feng's purpose in coming to the dragon world. Long Xiyu was Lin Feng's good brother, so Lin Feng did not intend to hide it from Long Xiyu. Therefore, Lin Feng told Long Xiyu his purpose in coming to the dragon world. When Long Xiyu heard that Lin Feng had obtained the true dragon token, he was immediately shocked. If Lin Feng had the true dragon token, then everything seemed to be logical. Lin Feng was thinking about subduing the ancient dragon clan. Of course, there was no harm in saying it in another way. In other words, it was about cooperating with the ancient dragon clan. This was an extremely important matter for Lin Feng. Because the ancient dragon clan was very powerful and had a very wide network, the ancient dragon clan was now a neutral force. Various forces were trying to rope in the ancient dragon clan. However, the ancient dragon clan did not intend to submit to any side. The ancient dragon clan was indeed powerful. Very few people dared to fall out with the ancient dragon clan. Therefore, even though the ancient dragon clan had no intention of pledging allegiance to any faction, no faction dared to provoke them. After asking some questions, Lin Feng learned that the ancient dragon clan had a cultivator who had surpassed the cultivation level. This quasi-transcendent level expert was an expert that had existed since the Immemorial era. 200 years broken the divine stone. Over the years, he had been searching for the possibility of transcendence, but it was not an easy thing to accomplish. So, he surnamed Suri, dragon, surnamed surpassing Sur's god, he surpassing dragon's Sura. Emperor's as emperor S emperors was long Suran god. Therefore, he knew some information that others might not know. Long Xiyu told Lin Feng everything he knew. He had indeed obtained a lot of useful information from Long Xiyu. For example, There were a few places that were suspected to be the tomb of the 8th true Dragon Emperor. They even started digging. Ancient tombs were found in some places. In some places, no ancient tombs were found. However, there were no remains of the true Dragon Emperor in the places where the ancient tombs were found. Therefore, they could not be sure if it was the tomb of the 8th true Dragon Emperor. This information was very useful to Lin Feng. Lin Feng planned to find time to visit a few places. Perhaps he could find some important clues. Lin Feng and Long Xiyu talked about cooperating with the ancient dragon clan. Long Xiyu also knew that it was not easy for Lin Feng to control the entire dragon world. If he could get the support of the ancient dragon clan, Lin Feng would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Long Xiyu said, "I can introduce my father to you. When the time comes, you can have a good talk." Hearing Long Xiyu's words, Lin Feng immediately nodded. With Long Xiyu's introduction, many things would be simple. Long Xiyu invited Lin Feng and the others to stay at the ancient dragon clan. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony with Long Xiyu. They did not return to the inn they had booked earlier. Instead, they followed Long Xiyu to the ancient dragon clan. The ancient dragon clan had a mansion that covered an area of tens of thousands of acres in True Dragon City. Most of the ancient dragon clan lived here. However, this was not the ancestral land of the ancient dragon clan. Where was the ancestral land of the ancient dragon clan, Lin Feng did not know. Lin Feng and the others followed Long Xiyu to the residence of the ancient dragon clan. As soon as they entered the mansion, they saw a group of people coming out. They were all cultivators of the ancient dragon clan. The nightlife was about to begin. These people were probably going to have fun. The leader of the group was a young-looking ancient dragon clan cultivator. "Third brother, who are these people?" the leader of the group asked. "My friends," Long Xiyu said indifferently. "Your friends? Friends of the human race? Remember your identity. Your every move and even the identity of your friends represent the dignity of the ancient dragon clan. So, don't associate with those lowly cultivators. If word gets out, it will damage the reputation of the ancient dragon clan," the leader of the group said. F***ck, what are you talking about? Du Zhu glanced at the person who spoke. This person was called Long Shurian. He was Long Shurian's elder brother. Of course, he was the son of the main wife. He had always been against Long Xiyu. This was mainly because Long Xiyu's talent and perception were very strong. If Long Xiyu was not the son of a concubine, it was hard to say who would be the first successor of the clan leader in the future. Jealousy. This made Long Shurian dislike Long Xiyu. In fact, Long Shurian's talent was also very strong because he had cultivated to the Saint Immortal realm. However, Long Shurian had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Long Xiyu had cultivated for more than 200 years. His talent was strong. However, compared to Long Xiyu, there was still a big gap. "You're a servant, right? How can a servant be so unruly?" Long Shurian looked mockingly at the poison ancestor. The disdain in his eyes wasn't deliberate. Instead, it was a kind of contempt and disdain that came from his bones. This infuriated the poison ancestor greatly. "Long Shurian, don't go overboard." Long Xiyu's expression turned extremely ugly. Long Shurian's targeting of Lin Feng and the others was a slap to his face. Long Shurian's words were indeed a little too much, which was why Long Xiyu was so angry. This was a matter of dignity. However, Long Shurian still had a sarcastic expression on his face. This guy came from a better background and had always been used to being high and mighty. His talent was not as good as Long Xiyu's, so he could only suppress Long Xiyu in other aspects. For example, he could make Long Xiyu lose face. This would make Long Shurian feel quite relieved. Long Shurian said, "Third brother, when did I go too far? I'm just telling the truth. I'm saying all this for your own good. Third brother, please don't be ungrateful." As soon as Long Shurian's voice fell, Lin Feng, who was beside him, directly kicked him. With a loud bang, a loud sound was heard. Before Long Shurian could react to what was going on, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. Long Shurian fell directly to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be a little dumbfounded. Everyone had a dumbfounded expression. No one thought that something like this would happen. Long Shurian was actually beaten up. He was the young master of the ancient dragon clan. How noble was his background, moreover, he was sent flying by a kick in the ancient dragon clan's mansion. He was even kicked to the point of vomiting blood. One could imagine what kind of uproar this matter would cause if it was spread out. Long Shiyu could not help but smile bitterly. He knew Lin Feng well and knew that Lin Feng was a person who would not tolerate his temper. However, he did not expect Lin Feng to send Long Shurian flying with a kick. This time, he would be in big trouble. However, no matter how things would turn out, Long Shiyu would try his best to protect Lin Feng. The rest of the people also came back to their senses. Duzu and the evil dominator saint all showed a gloating smile. The other cultivators of the ancient dragon clan quickly ran towards Long Shurian. They helped Long Shurian up. In Long Shurian's eyes, it was full of murderous intent. Today's matter was hard for him to accept. To him, this was an absolutely humiliating matter. He glared at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, I'm going to kill you." He then waved his hand and said, "Capture that brat. I'll make sure he dies a horrible death." As soon as Long Shurian's voice fell, the remaining ancient dragon cultivators all rushed towards Lin Feng. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces. Lin Feng replied, "Teach them a lesson." Duzu and the evil dominator saint rushed over after receiving Lin Feng's order. Poison Ancestor, Evil Sovereign Saint, and Evil Sovereign Saint were too powerful. However, they were already able to compete with some Saint Realm experts. How could these people be a match for Duzu and the Evil Dominator Saint? Duzu and the Heretic Dominator Saint quickly took care of the 7 to 8 opponents. The ancient dragon cultivators wailed in agony as they lay on the ground. One by one, they were almost beaten to death by Duzu and the Evil Dominator Saint. They were already being merciful. If it wasn't for the fact that they were giving face to the ancient dragon race, these people would have already been dead. As for Lin Feng, he was naturally not afraid of causing trouble. There was a saying that went, "The strong are bold." Lin Feng was powerful, so what if he was from the ancient dragon race? Moreover, even if he was facing an expert from the ancient dragon race who had surpassed his realm, Lin Feng was not afraid. Because even if he couldn't defeat the other party, he definitely couldn't make Lin Feng stay. "You guys are really lawless. This is the ancient dragon race." Long Shurian's expression became extremely gloomy. He had indeed misjudged them before. He originally thought that Lin Feng and the others were very ordinary cultivators, but now he knew how powerful Lin Feng and the others were. But so what? This was the ancient dragon race's territory. The ancient dragon race's territory was filled with experts. There were several experts of the Saint Realm. No matter how strong Lin Feng and the others were, could they fight against the ancient dragon race? The commotion here did not escape the ancient dragon race's notice. Many ancient dragon race's cultivators sensed the commotion and rushed over. Long Shiyu looked at Lin Feng and smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid today's matter will be a little troublesome. Leave it to me later." Lin Feng smiled. "Was I a little impulsive just now?" Long Shiyu replied. "No, that guy was just asking for a beating." Lin Feng said, "Don't worry about me. Leave it to me later." "But..." Long Shiyu frowned. He knew that this matter would be difficult to deal with. Letting him handle it was the best choice. Lin Feng said, "He's just a young cultivator from the ancient dragon race. So what if he's the clan leader's son? I believe that the upper echelons of the ancient dragon race will know what to do." When he heard Lin Feng's words, Long Shiyu could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He felt that the current Lin Feng was indeed different from before. He knew that Lin Feng was a very talented person, and Lin Feng was also very strong. However, he did not expect Lin Feng to become so powerful. There was a reason why he thought that Lin Feng was so powerful. Long Shurian was not a simple person. He was a saint immortal and was very strong. Even in the entire dragon realm, he could be considered a top expert. However, a powerful expert like Long Shurian had been sent flying by Lin Feng. This was easier said than done. It was impossible for an ordinary person to send Long Shurian flying with a kick. However, Lin Feng had done it. Moreover, Long Shiyan did not react at all. Even Long Shiyu did not react at all. This was enough to explain a lot. Lin Feng came to the dragon realm with the true dragon token and wanted to take control of the entire dragon realm. Without enough strength, who would dare to do such a thing? After cultivating to this realm, no one was a fool. Even if some people looked arrogant on the surface, they were actually very careful. Therefore, Long Shiyu knew that Lin Feng was not to be underestimated. Perhaps Lin Feng could really have a fair conversation with the upper echelons of the ancient dragon race. At this time, the only role he could play was to act as a bridge and promote cooperation between the two sides. If Lin Feng really became the master of the dragon realm in the future, the ancient dragon race would cooperate with Lin Feng. Or rather, they would join Lin Feng. When the time came, Lin Feng would definitely put the ancient dragon race in an important position. When that time came, the ancient dragon race could even suppress the other top dragon races and become the #1 dragon race in the dragon realm. What's going on? A middle-aged cultivator asked with a gloomy face. The middle-aged cultivator was a Saint Realm expert and looked very dignified. The middle-aged cultivator was the leader of the ancient dragon race, Long Guyue. Long Shiyan, Long Shiyu's father. Father, you have to seek justice for me. That brat committed a crime in our ancient dragon clan. Not only did he injure me, but he also injured Long Shikuan and the others. He doesn't put our ancient dragon clan in his eyes at all. After seeing Long Guyue arrive, Long Shiyan hurriedly complained to Long Guyue. Lin Feng revealed a mocking expression. This guy was really a flower raised in a greenhouse. Was this kind of thing worth complaining about? Didn't he find it embarrassing? After hearing Long Shiyan's words, Long Guyue fiercely glared at Long Shiyan. Obviously, Long Guyue was extremely dissatisfied with Long Shiyan's complaint. For some things, it would be fine to just tell them the whole story. There was no need to complain. Once he complained, the situation would be small. And Long Shiyan was of the younger generation that the ancient dragon clan focused on nurturing. With such a small situation, how could he lead the ancient dragon clan to glory in the future? So, as for Long Shiyan, Long Guyue was more disappointed. Long Guyue looked at Long Shiyu and said, "Third brother, what happened today? Tell me the whole story." Long Shiyu said, "Father, this is what happened. I brought a few friends back to the clan and happened to meet Big Brother. Big Brother saw that my friends were human cultivators, so he said that my friends were of low birth. He insulted my friends like this, so my friends were angry and attacked him. It's just that Big Brother doesn't have the strength, but he still did those things to humiliate others. There's a saying that goes asking for humiliation. Perhaps it's used to describe people like Big Brother." Long Shiyu was naturally not a simple person. Otherwise, his status in the ancient dragon clan wouldn't have risen so much over the years. This was because if you wanted to have a high status in a big clan like the ancient dragon clan, it was not enough to be doted on by the elders. You had to have the means, the ability, and the strength, and Long Shiyu happened to lack all three. Although his words were full of mockery and ridicule towards Long Shiyan, they were all true. It was impossible to refute. It was really killing without spilling blood. After hearing Long Shiyu's words, Long Shiyan's expression became extremely gloomy. He coldly looked at Long Shiyu and said, "Third brother, what do you mean by that? I did it all for you, for the sake of the ancient dragon clan. I advised you not to associate with such a lowly person. I had good intentions, but you spoke ill of me in front of my father. You disappoint me." Long Shiyu sneered and said, "In this world, the strong are respected. You have been beaten to this state and you still have the nerve to talk about others? It's fine if you say such things in our family, but if you say it outside, you'll lose the face of our family." Long Shiyu's words were like a slap to his face. Furthermore, he had done so in front of so many high-ranking members of the ancient dragon tribe. Many people couldn't help but mutter. Usually, Long Shiyu was relatively low-key, but today, Long Shiyu appeared to be so high-profile, which made everyone somewhat puzzled. He didn't know why Long Shiyu suddenly became so high-profile. However, everyone felt that the reason why Long Shiyu had become so high-profile was because of Long Shiyu. Perhaps it had something to do with his friends. Because his friends had been humiliated, he was very angry. That was why he was so high-profile. Actually, their guess was not wrong. Long Xiyu was being so high-profile. First, it was because he was angry that Lin Feng and the others were being targeted. Second, Long Xiyu felt that now that Lin Feng was here, even if he didn't have any powerful backing, as long as Lin Feng was here, he would dare to compete with the power behind Long Shurian. Long Shurian said in a deep voice, "Third brother, you've gone too far today. Father has told us brothers to be united all these years, but you're here to target your elder brother. Have you ignored father's teachings all these years?" Long Xiyu said indifferently, "I naturally remember father's teachings very clearly. However, I feel that you've forgotten father's teachings, so I need to remind you so that you don't go astray. If that happens, not only will you harm yourself, but also the entire ancient dragon tribe." Long Shurian was so angry that his whole body trembled. His face was extremely gloomy. He looked at Long Guyue. He was still thinking about what to say. Long Guyue said, "Alright, you can leave for now." Seeing his father's ugly expression, Long Shurian quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. Long Guyue looked at Lin Feng and said in a deep voice, "You're Yuer's friend?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I'm from the 9 States Great World." Long Guyue was shocked because he knew how extraordinary the 9 States Great World was. Any cultivator who came from the 9 States Great World. They were different from the cultivators of other worlds. Since ancient times, the 9 States Great World had been in an extremely special position. Perhaps it was because of this special position. It made the cultivators of the 9 States Great World stand out from the masses. Lin Feng gave him the impression that he was different from others. After all, he was able to beat Long Shurian so badly. From this, one could see how powerful Lin Feng's cultivation was. There was a saying that heroes came from the young. This was especially true in the current era, which had become a golden age for cultivation. All kinds of opportunities were emerging one after another. This was the final frenzy before the Armageddon War. Many people would ride the wind and break through the waves, defying the heavens. Perhaps Lin Feng was such a person. Long Xiyu said, "Father, Lin Feng is my sworn brother in the great world of the 9 provinces. He came to see me, and he also wants to talk to you about something." "Oh? He wants to talk to me about something?" Long Guyue gave Lin Feng a deep look. He nodded and said, "Come with me." Lin Feng, Long Xiyu, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint followed Long Guyue inside. And this matter ended in such a dramatic way. Obviously, Long Shurian and the others could only suffer in silence. Long Shurian's fists were tightly clenched together. He naturally knew that his father was obviously biased towards Long Xiyu in this matter. Otherwise, how could he not deal with Lin Feng? So, right now, Long Shurian was extremely angry and aggrieved. At the same time, he was extremely jealous. Long Shurian's expression was unsettled. He did not continue to stay. Instead, he quickly walked towards the backyard where his mother lived. The surrounding ancient dragon clan cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Because from today's events, they discovered that the clan leader's attitude towards his 2 sons had undergone a great change. Perhaps the structure of the ancient dragon clan would change. End of chapter. There was a mistake at the beginning. Long Xiyu was from the sacred dragon tribe, not the ancient dragon tribe. Some parts had been written as the ancient dragon tribe, but that had been corrected. Everyone arrived at the guest hall and took their seats. A maidservant served Lin Feng and the others some spirit tea. After everyone took a sip, Long Guyue smiled and asked, "May I know what you wish to discuss with me, young friend Lin?" Lin Feng said, "I brought hope to the sacred dragon tribe." "What hope?" Long Guyue's face immediately revealed a puzzled expression. Lin Feng said, "The hope of making the sacred dragon tribe the #1 tribe in the dragon realm." Long Guyue was slightly taken aback when he heard Lin Feng's words. He could not help but shake his head. Lin Feng's words were indeed hard to believe. After all, Lin Feng was a human cultivator, yet he had said that he could make the sacred dragon tribe the #1 tribe in the dragon realm. How was that possible? In fact, the sacred dragon tribe had been extremely powerful in the past. They had even ruled the dragon realm for a time. But in the end, the sacred dragon tribe had declined. Their former glory had long since ceased to exist. The current sacred dragon tribe could not be compared to the 5 great dragon tribes. Of course. It was not to say that the sacred dragon tribe's bloodline was inferior to theirs. In fact, the sacred dragon tribe's bloodline was not weaker than theirs. The main reason was that their foundation could not compare to the 5 great dragon tribes. Said Lin Feng. I know that you don't believe me when I tell you that, but it will definitely become a reality, said Lin Feng. Long Guiyue asked, how are you going to make this a reality? Lin Feng said, Uncle, do you know who I am? Long Guiyue's face immediately revealed a puzzled expression. He did not know what Lin Feng meant by this. He asked, aren't you Yuer's friend? Lin Feng replied, that's right, I'm Long Shiyu's friend, but I have other identities. For example, I'm the ruler of the 9 provinces Great World. Truth be told, there was nothing wrong with Lin Feng's words. At any rate, the most powerful force in 9 provinces world was Lin Feng's army of cultivators. More than half of 9 provinces world was under Lin Feng's control. It was reasonable to say that Lin Feng was the lord of the 9 prefectures world. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Guiyue was shocked. Lin Feng was the overlord of the 9 provinces world. This matter was truly inconceivable to him. Lin Feng then continued, not only am I the ruler of the 9 continents Great World, but I'm also the ruler of the Undying Realm. What? Are you also the master of the Undying World? This time, Long Guiyue could no longer remain calm. The 9 continents world was now in decline. If Lin Feng was really the master of the 9 continents world, then he would be the master of the 9 continents world. It could really be true. However, if Lin Feng was the master of the Undying Realm, that would be too inconceivable. After all, the Undying Realm was a half higher plane. A plane that was even more powerful than the Dragon Realm. Moreover, there were many experts there. Although the current Undying Realm was not as strong as before, it was definitely not to be underestimated. Although Lin Feng was extremely extraordinary, it was impossible for him to become the master of the Undying Realm, right? Even Long Shiyu could not help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. However, Long Shiyu did not doubt Lin Feng's words at all. He had never doubted Lin Feng. It was just that Long Shiyu did not know what had happened in the past few years that had turned Lin Feng into such an extraordinary person. Long Shiyu asked, Lin Feng, how did you become the master of the Undying Realm? Lin Feng then told him about the turmoil that had happened in the Undying Realm in the past few years, including the final battle with the Heavenly Court, killing the Celestial Emperor. He told them about how he had taken control of the Heavenly Court. If he were to really talk about these things, he would not be able to finish talking even if he talked about it for many days. Therefore, Lin Feng only picked the important points and summarized them in a few sentences. However, even if Lin Feng described it very simply, they could feel how shocking the whole process was. Lin Feng was able to control the Undying Realm and form such a powerful cultivator army. It was clear how terrifying Lin Feng's ability was. Even Long Guiyue had to re-evaluate Lin Feng at this moment. Such a heaven-defying figure had come to their sacred dragon tribe and told them that he could make the sacred dragon tribe the #1 tribe in the dragon realm in the future. If it was just an ordinary young man who had said such words, Long Guiyue would naturally laugh it off and not believe it at all. But Lin Feng was the one who had said those words. Lin Feng was the one who had said those words, so it was worth thinking about. Because he felt that a person like Lin Feng would definitely not speak without thinking. Long Guiyue asked, just now, you said that you could make our sacred dragon tribe the #1 force in the dragon realm in the future. I want to hear your plan. Lin Feng took out the True Dragon token. When he saw the True Dragon token, Long Guiyue suddenly stood up, his face was filled with disbelief. Although he had never seen the real True Dragon token before. He had seen the image of the True Dragon token before, so when he saw the True Dragon token, he was extremely shocked. He never thought that Lin Feng would actually control the True Dragon token. And the words left behind by the 9th generation True Dragon Emperor. Whoever could control the True Dragon token could become the Lord of the Dragon Realm. All these years, the 5 great forces had been fighting to the death. They wanted to become the Lord of the Dragon Realm, but no one could successfully control the Dragon Realm. It was because they lacked the True Dragon token. And Lin Feng had brought the True Dragon token. In other words, Lin Feng was already the lord of the dragon realm in name. Lin Feng said, I believe uncle has heard of the rumors about the true dragon token. Now that I have the true dragon token, I am the lord of the dragon realm. It's just that the dragon realm is very chaotic right now. It won't be easy for me to take control of the dragon realm. However, it's only a matter of time for me. When I break through to the next realm, even experts who surpass my realm will be completely suppressed by me. At that time, it will be the time for me to unify the dragon realm. Long Xiyu and I are life and death brothers, and now that the sacred dragon tribe needs an opportunity to rise again and become the top race, I will provide the sacred dragon tribe with such an opportunity. If the sacred dragon tribe chooses to cooperate with me, the sacred dragon tribe's status will definitely rise. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Guyue's heart was extremely unsettled. Because he really felt that this might be a huge turning point for the sacred dragon tribe to rise again. If he could seize this opportunity, the sacred dragon tribe would very likely be able to recreate the glory of his ancestors. Tomorrow, I'll update 6 chapters. Recommended Old Mantu's new book, Devouring the Heavens. 600,000 words, I can slaughter it now. Problem with the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art update. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Long Guyue looked at Lin Feng and said, this matter is of great importance, and I can't make the decision alone. After all, although I'm the patriarch of the sacred dragon tribe, there are still a few sage realm experts in the tribe, and one of them is a quasi-transcendence expert. I need to communicate with them about this matter. Lin Feng nodded and said, of course, that's not a problem. Where are those experts? Long Guyue said, they are currently in the ancestral land of the sacred dragon tribe. I'll send someone to invite them over, but the ancestral land of the sacred dragon tribe is quite a distance from here. It will take some time for them to arrive. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Gongzi, wait for my news. Long Guyue said. Lin Feng nodded. Long Guyue's attitude pleased him. From the looks of it, Long Guyue had already made up his mind to cooperate with him. Long Guyue was not only a sage realm expert, but also the patriarch of the sacred dragon tribe. His status in the sacred dragon tribe was even higher than those sage realm experts. In the sacred dragon tribe, perhaps only an expert who had transcended cultivation level could suppress him. The remaining people's status could not surpass his. It was because of this. He could decide many things. As long as he wanted to facilitate the cooperation between the two sides, there was a high chance of success. Both sides chatted for a while. Lin Feng and the others left. After Lin Feng and the others left, Long Guyue found his trusted aides and asked them to gather some information about the undying world. After all, he could not completely trust Lin Feng's words. However, deep in his heart, he believed 90% of Lin Feng's words. After his trusted aides confirmed what Lin Feng said, he believed that he could persuade the quasi-transcendence expert and the other sage realm experts to agree to this cooperation. At this time, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign saint followed Long Xiyu to his residence. The sacred dragon tribe naturally had many courtyards for guests to stay in. However, Long Xiyu didn't arrange for Lin Feng and the others to stay in the guests' quarters. Instead, he brought Lin Feng and the others to his own courtyard. This was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. Meanwhile, Long Shiyan was discussing the day's events with his mother. Long Shiyan's mother's background was not ordinary. His mother came from the demonic dragon clan. The monster dragon clan was an extremely powerful clan of the dragon clan. It was also one of the top races of the dragon clan. This clan. He had always been mysterious. He rarely paid attention to the matters of the outside world. However, everyone knew how powerful this race was. The monstrous dragon race had an important position in the dragon race, mainly because the monstrous dragon race had a strong foundation. It was said that there were 7 or 8 Saint Realm experts. And there were 2 Transcendental Realm experts. This was too frightening. Long Shiyan's mother was the descendant of a Transcendental Realm expert of the monstrous dragon clan. Therefore, Long Shiyan's mother's status in the monstrous dragon clan was very high. Long Shiyan said in a deep voice, "Mother, Although I don't know who that young human cultivator is or where he came from, he's obviously not simple. He's very strong. His arrival seems to have boosted Long Shiyu's confidence. It's very likely that he's supporting Long Shiyu from behind. That's why Long Shiyu is so confident that he even wants to arm wrestle with me. Long Shiyan's mother sneered and said, he's just a concubine's son. He doesn't have any power. What qualifications does he have to arm wrestle with you? And so what if that brat is supporting Long Shiyu? After all, he's an outsider. You don't have to worry about that. Long Shiyan said, Mother, there's one thing you shouldn't forget. Father has always been biased towards Long Shiyu. Long Shiyan's mother naturally knew that. In fact, she was extremely angry because Long Shiyan was the legitimate son, and Long Shiyu was just a concubine's son. Why was he biased towards Long Shiyu? Was it because Long Shiyu's mother had died a tragic death that year? Was that why he was biased towards Long Shiyu? In fact, they also knew that there was another important reason: Long Shiyu was too outstanding. Whether it was talent, character, or the way he handled things, he was too outstanding. He surpassed Long Shiyan by too much. Long Shiyan, on the other hand, was more of a hedonistic son. However, neither Long Shiyan nor his mother would admit to this. No one would admit that they were incapable. No parent would admit that their child was incapable. Long Shiyan was jealous of Long Shiyu. He would never admit that he was inferior to Long Shiyu. Long Shiyan's mother would never admit that her son was inferior to Long Shiyu. It's not that easy for Long Shiyu to jump around like that. However, he has your father's protection. It's not easy to touch him. Then let's touch the people around him. Think of a way to kill that human cultivator. This can also be considered as a warning to Long Shiyu not to jump around like that. Long Shiyan's mother sneered. She was not a simple woman. She had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. And she was ruthless. We need at least a Saint Realm expert to kill that brat. Long Shiyan said. His eyes were full of killing intent. When he thought of how Lin Feng had kicked him and made him spit out blood, Long Shiyan felt like gnashing his teeth. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into 10,000 pieces. Then I'll write a letter and invite a saint from my family to kill him, said Lin Feng. Long Shiyan's mother said. In fact, she wanted to deal with Lin Feng not only to warn Long Shiyu. There was another very important reason. A cultivator as young as Lin Feng. His cultivation was actually so powerful. Lin Feng might have many unimaginable secrets on him. If they killed Lin Feng, they would be able to obtain these secrets. Sometimes, killing a top-notch Heaven's Chosen One was equivalent to obtaining several great opportunities. Therefore, in the world of cultivators, there was no lack of top experts who liked to hunt down the top geniuses. This was because the benefits of killing those top geniuses were too great. That's great. Long Shiyan immediately revealed a happy expression. When he thought of the scene where Lin Feng was about to be killed, he immediately trembled with excitement. Long Shiyan's mother said, during this period of time, you should be more obedient. Also, don't provoke Long Shiyu. Also, don't have any conflicts with that human brat. Long Shiyan nodded and said, no problem. After that human brat dies, I want to see how that little bastard Long Shiyu can still jump around. Lin Feng was naturally unaware of Long Shiyan and his mother's sinister plan. After arriving at his residence, he chatted with Long Shiyu for a while before returning to rest. Next, Lin Feng planned to head to the ruins mentioned by Long Shiyu. He wanted to see if he could find any clues about the tomb of the 8th true Dragon Emperor. After all, it would take some time for the experts of the Sacred Dragon tribe to arrive. Lin Feng could make use of this time. The next day, Lin Feng told Long Shiyu about this matter. Long Shiyu happened to have nothing to do, so he led Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint to the ruins. The true Dragon Ridge was very large, spanning hundreds of kilometers. There were many resources in this place. There were even people who had mined divine stones here. About 3 years ago, it was said that someone had dug out a special divine stone here. Sealed within the god stone was a broken ancient weapon. This matter caused a huge uproar. In recent years, more and more cultivators had entered the true Dragon Ridge to search for divine stones. Not to mention the ancient weapon obtained from the divine stone. But if they could mine something else, they might be able to make a fortune. There were too many people with this idea. However, this place was also dangerous. Some places had powerful restrictions. If one was not careful, they might die under the attacks of the restrictions. Some places had powerful fierce beasts. So sometimes, one had to be on guard against all kinds of dangers. Otherwise, it was very likely that one would die here. Lin Feng and the others also arrived at the first ruin. There was no ancient tomb here. Lin Feng did not find any special clues here. Then, he followed Long Xiyu to a few other places. Some of the other places had ancient tombs, but they had all been mined. The places where the ancient tombs were found might really be related to the True Dragon tribe. This was because there were many True Dragon tribe characters in those ancient tombs. This piqued Lin Feng's interest. After looking at all the places, Long Xiyu looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Do you have any clues?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Burial grounds are often more particular, especially some large tombs. Not only do they have a main chamber, but they also have some side chambers. The tombs in front of us all have the characters of the Dragon Clan. There are so many characters of the Dragon Clan in these places, which means that these tombs are probably related to the Dragon Clan. This place is rumored to be the burial place of the 8th True Dragon Emperor, so it's easy to imagine." Of course, ordinary people might not know much about tombs, so they would not be able to discover these special places. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had known each other for such a long time. Lin Feng heard a lot about the burial grounds from Taoist Wu Liang. Therefore, Lin Feng had some understanding of the layout of some burial grounds. It was just as Lin Feng had said. Lin Feng had the impression that those tombs were actually some of the smaller chambers of the tombs. Since he could find a side chamber, then the burial place of the 8th True Dragon Emperor was very likely nearby. But how to find it, where exactly was it buried, that was not clear. This was because the burial ground might not be buried underground. It might be in a certain space. It was not difficult to build a small space and turn it into a burial ground. And this space might be hidden in a small amount of sand. And if the burial ground was inside, it would be very difficult to find. This was also one of the reasons why it was so difficult to find the burial ground of the 8th True Dragon Emperor. Of course, it was also possible that the burial ground was buried underground. However, because the 8th True Dragon Emperor was too powerful, his burial ground might have formed a relatively strong magnetic field. When such a strong magnetic field was formed, it would change the surrounding laws of heaven and earth. And the magnetic field had a great effect on cultivators. Even if some cultivators could reach the outside of the burial ground, they would be disturbed by the magnetic field. It was very likely that they would form some illusions. When this illusion was formed, even if the burial ground was right in front of their eyes, it was also possible that they could not see the burial ground. Lin Feng continued to investigate the burial ground of the 8th True Dragon Emperor, but he was unable to find any clues. Thus, Lin Feng stopped to think. He felt that perhaps he still needed to find some clues from these side chambers. Thus, Lin Feng once again went to a few side chambers. So far, he had discovered a total of 4 side chambers. Lin Feng searched carefully for a long time. He had indeed found some shocking clues from the 4 side chambers. He found the 5 elemental spirit stones in the 4 side chambers. For example, part of the rocks used to build the burial ground were made of 5 element spirit stones. These side chambers actually followed the rules of the 5 elements cycle. The 5 elements cycle was the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lin Feng discovered. Right now, the 4 side chambers belong to the 4 elements of metal, wood, water, and fire. The only missing chamber was the earth element side chamber. If he could find the 5th tomb chamber, he would be able to find it. Then, perhaps he could use these 5 side chambers as clues and deduce the location of the 8th True Dragon Emperor's burial ground. Thus, Lin Feng began to search for the 5th side chamber. While he was searching for this side chamber, in fact, many people were also searching for the True Dragon Emperor's burial ground. Although all these years, no one had been able to find the burial ground of the 8th True Dragon Emperor. But these people had not given up. About 3 days later, Lin Feng heard a piece of news that someone had found an ancient burial ground. Some people suspected that the burial ground was the true Dragon Emperor's burial ground. After hearing this news, Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed to that place. When they arrived at this place, a large number of cultivators had already gathered here. That place was in a huge mountain range. Lin Feng felt that the earth element aura here was extremely tyrannical. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. Such a powerful earth element aura. This meant that this place should be the fifth side chamber. If they could open this side chamber, they would be able to form the 5 elements cycle. But now, the burial ground had not been opened yet. Because this place contained an extremely powerful formation restriction. Previously, someone had tried to attack the formation restriction here, but suffered heavy losses. Thus, everyone withdrew and did not dare to continue attacking the formation restriction here. Instead, they waited for the formation restriction here to dissipate. Then they entered the burial ground. End of this chapter. While everyone was waiting, a cultivator quickly flew over from afar. The cultivator was wearing a loose black robe and a bamboo hat on his head, so no one could see what he looked like. He was also a Dragon Clan cultivator, but Mo Wuji didn't know which Dragon Clan he belonged to. After the cultivator arrived here, he quickly flew over. They quickly flew towards the area covered by the formation. After seeing this scene, many people sneered. Previously, everyone had attacked the formation here and suffered heavy losses. They knew how powerful the restrictive formation here was. Therefore, when they saw that the cultivator seemed to want to break through the formation here, they were all shocked. Everyone naturally thought that he was indulging in fantasy. But when he came to the side of the formation, something shocking happened. Those powerful formations and restrictions were actually unable to cause any harm to him. Everyone was shocked at this point. He quickly rushed into the array formation. Then, he disappeared without a trace. This caused many people in the surroundings to be extremely anxious. Because this cultivator had rushed into the formation, wouldn't he be able to take away all the opportunities? Many people were waiting here to get the opportunities inside. Now that they saw that the opportunities inside were about to be taken away by someone else, they were naturally very anxious. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked calm. This was because Lin Feng didn't want the opportunities here from the beginning. He was only looking for the burial place of the 8th true Dragon Emperor. Then, he would pay respects to the 8th true Dragon Emperor on behalf of the 9 true Dragon Sons. Other than that, Lin Feng didn't have any other thoughts. Of course, it would be better if he could get some opportunities. If he couldn't, Lin Feng also didn't care. However, the others couldn't do the same. They were all filled with killing intent. The world was bustling, and everyone was here for benefits. Of course, they wouldn't easily let go of the cultivator who had obtained the opportunities. However, they couldn't enter now, so they could only wait outside. After about a day, the cultivator finally flew out. As soon as he flew out, he was surrounded by many people. What did you get in there? Hurry up and hand over what you got, or you'll die. Someone said coldly. The cultivator didn't hand over what he got. He glanced coldly at the surrounding cultivators, then began to break out of the encirclement. Since he wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish. A cultivator said coldly. Then, a large group of cultivators surrounded the cultivator and began to attack him. The group of people used all kinds of attacks. For example, some people used divine ability attacks, while others took out powerful magic treasures. All sorts of attacks were launched at the cultivator. However, at this moment, the cultivator took out a powerful treasure. The treasure he took out was a metal ball-like treasure. The metal ball-like treasure was engraved with many dragon patterns. The dragon patterns were vivid and lifelike, just like real dragons. When the treasure was activated, it immediately let out a series of dragon roars. Then, the treasure manifested one true dragon after another. A total of 9 true dragons appeared. 9 true dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Then, they pounced on the surrounding cultivators. After seeing this scene, many people's faces suddenly changed. What kind of magic treasure is this? It's actually so powerful. They wanted to dodge, but they had already dodged. The 9 true dragons killed many of the cultivators. Then, the mysterious cultivator took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. He quickly disappeared into the forest. Chase, many cultivators roared in exasperation. They quickly chased after the escaping cultivator. Most of them chased after the escaping cultivator. There were still some people who didn't leave. Those who didn't leave felt that there was something else in the burial ground. They wanted to stay and wait for the formation to completely disperse before entering the burial ground. It was unknown whether or not it was because the cultivator had entered the tomb, but the restrictive arrays around the tomb quickly dissipated. It only took a little more than an hour. Then, the array formation here completely dissipated. After the restrictions on the array formation dissipated, the cultivators waiting outside quickly rushed into the depths of the tomb. Lin Feng, Long Xiu, Du Zhu, and the heretical sovereign saint also quickly rushed into the burial ground. The entrance to the burial ground was a huge cave. After everyone entered the cave, they went straight into the depths. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a huge mountain belly. The mountain belly should be the burial ground. Lin Feng found that this place was indeed an earth attribute burial ground. In this way, they had found the 5 main burial chambers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. After finding the 5 main burial chambers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of a smile. He carefully studied this earth-attributed side tomb, and then the locations of the other 4 side tombs appeared in his mind. He deduced. Lin Feng felt that the place where the 5 chambers met should be where the main burial chamber was. After thinking up to this point, Lin Feng, Long Xiu, Du Zhu, and the heretical sovereign saint hurriedly left the burial chamber. After coming out, Long Xiu looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously, "Did you find anything special?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Perhaps I found the burial ground of the 8th true Dragon Emperor." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Xiu's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. So many people had searched for so many years without finding anything. In such a short time, Lin Feng had very likely found the burial ground of the 8th true Dragon Emperor. It was truly a shocking thing. Lin Feng floated in the air and looked in the direction of the 5 side burial chambers. Then, an image appeared in his mind. In Lin Feng's mind, 5 side burial chambers appeared. These 5 side burial chambers were located in 5 different directions. Each of the 5 side burial chambers emitted a beam of light that gathered in one place. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He roughly determined the location, then quickly flew in that direction. Long Xiu, Du Zhu, and the heretical sovereign saint followed Lin Feng and quickly flew in that direction. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the place Lin Feng had predicted. It was actually a gigantic lake. From afar, the lake was filled with draconic qi. It exuded a terrifying aura of coercion. After carefully observing the lake for a moment, Chen Feng saw that there were also some cultivators looking at the lake. After seeing the lake, Long Xiu's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. "Lin Feng, is the burial ground of the 8th true Dragon Great Emperor here?" Lin Feng nodded. "Is there a problem?" Long Xiu said, "This lake is called the Cloud Dragon Lake. It's said that it's a cursed lake. Once a cultivator enters it, it's very likely that they'll be cursed. If they're cursed, it'll be very terrifying. In the past, there were still people who went in to explore, but they didn't find anything. Not only did they not find anything, but they also encountered calamities. The dangers of Cloud Dragon Lake gradually became known, and now, very few people enter it." After hearing Long Xiu's words, Lin Feng realized that the lake was not simple. Such a dangerous lake naturally had to be treated with caution. Lin Feng said, "How about this? You guys wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look myself." Long Xiu said, "How can that be? Let's go in together. If we encounter any danger, we can take care of each other." "That's right. Let's go in together." Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the evil dominator saint all agreed. Seeing that they were insistent, Lin Feng said, "All right, let's go in together and take a look." Following that, they flew towards Cloud Dragon Lake. This place was indeed a little strange, and Lin Feng felt that Cloud Dragon Lake was too quiet. Such a huge lake would usually have huge waves. However, there were no waves in this place. There were no fish either. It was so quiet that it was hard to believe. This was very difficult to understand. Why would something like this happen? However, this was the real situation in front of their eyes. It was precisely because it was so strange that they had to be even more cautious. There could be some terrifying unknown situations here. He had to be extremely alert. Lin Feng had been trying to locate the burial ground of the 8th True Dragon Supreme Emperor. However, it would not be easy to quickly find the burial ground of the 8th True Dragon Emperor in such a large lake. This was not something that could be rushed. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary. After searching for a few hours in the lake, Lin Feng found some suspicious places. They entered the bottom of the lake and saw a huge abyss at the bottom of the lake. It was an abyss at the bottom of the lake. Around the abyss, there were many terrifying ultimate killing formations. This place also exuded a chilling and terrifying aura. After feeling this chilling aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly frown. There seemed to be something hidden in this place. If I'm not wrong, the 8th True Dragon Emperor's tomb might be at the bottom of this abyss. Lin Feng said. Long Xiyu said excitedly, I wonder if we'll be able to find some opportunities here. It would be great if we could find some. He was from the dragon race, so he naturally cared about the opportunities in the True Dragon Supreme Emperor's tomb. Lin Feng said, let's hope we can find some opportunities. Then, Lin Feng led Long Xiyu forward. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the others walked inside. Although the formations and restrictions here were terrifying, they were not difficult for Lin Feng. Lin Feng led everyone through the layers of restrictions. They arrived at the entrance of the abyss. Originally, Lin Feng thought that they might encounter some danger. After all, he felt that there might be some terrifying existences hibernating in this place. However, Lin Feng did not expect that they would reach this place so smoothly. This made him extremely surprised. We can't stay here for long. Let's go down quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Lin Feng said. The other three nodded, and then everyone quickly flew towards the bottom of the abyss. They quickly traversed through the abyss. When they were about halfway through the abyss, Du Zhu's body suddenly exploded. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Long Xiyu and the evil sovereign saint's expressions also changed. This was something that no one expected. However, although Du Zhu's body exploded, he did not die. This was because Du Zhu's body was condensed from 10,000 poisons. Therefore, even if his body exploded, as long as there was a trace of poison gas that was not eliminated, then Du Zhu would be an immortal existence. Just now. Clearly, some unknown existence had launched an attack on Du Zhu. Now, Du Zhu's cultivation was enough to compete with some Saint Realm experts. Even with such a powerful cultivation, he did not notice anything. This was the most worrisome part. Lin Feng and the others did not know what was hiding in the dark. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and released his powerful magic power. It wrapped around Long Xiyu, the evil sovereign saint, and a part of Du Zhu's body. Then, they quickly flew down. Du Zhu reformed his body, but it looked a little illusory. He cursed angrily, what the hell is this? How dare he destroy my body? Fuck him. Yi Zichen shouted. Du Zhu was very angry now, mainly because Du Zhu's body was destroyed. He did not even know what kind of existence the other party was. It was too sullen. Lin Feng did not say anything, because he felt that the unknown existence was quickly chasing after them. Lin Feng's energy was all focused on getting rid of that terrifying existence. He increased his speed and finally rushed to the bottom of the abyss. He quickly flew towards the depths of the abyss. However, Lin Feng kept feeling that there was a shadow shrouding his body. This feeling was too terrible. Lin Feng's expression became more and more gloomy. Right now, there was no way to get rid of the existence in the dark. Lin Feng could only continue to fly deeper. Not long after, he saw an incomparably huge ancient tomb. After seeing the ancient tomb, Lin Feng knew that ancient tomb should be the tomb of the 8th generation True Dragon Supreme Emperor. He had finally found this ancient tomb. However, right now, Lin Feng did not feel the slightest bit excited. This was because they had been targeted by an extremely terrifying and unknown existence. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. End of chapter. Lin Feng and the others weren't able to get rid of this terrifying existence. In fact, Lin Feng also knew that it would be very difficult to get rid of this existence. Lin Feng didn't think that he would be able to do so before. His main goal was to put some distance between him and this terrifying existence. Then, he would be able to attack. But now, they had already put some distance between them. Lin Feng then used the Great Art of Destiny. Great Tao of Destiny, please descend with the power of destiny and let this unknown existence appear. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the Great Art of Destiny immediately formed a powerful power of destiny. This was because the Great Art of Destiny itself was a divine ability that could change the fate of all living things. Originally, this unknown existence was in a state of concealment. But now, it was changed by the Great Art of Destiny, so it was now visible. It was a faint shadow, and it was impossible to see what kind of existence it was. However, its aura was extremely terrifying. This terrifying existence let out a burst of sinister laughter. Its laughter sounded like the laughter of a malicious spirit, and it made people's hair stand on end. This existence was simply too powerful. However, Lin Feng and the others' methods were also extremely extraordinary. Facing this terrifying existence, it wasn't that they didn't have the strength to fight. This terrifying existence directly rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng summoned his 5 ancient weapons and said in a deep voice, "Activate the 5 ancient weapons with me." Long Xiu, Duzu, and the evil sovereign saint didn't dare to hesitate. Their magic power poured into the 5 ancient weapons, helping Lin Feng activate the 5 ancient weapons. At the same time, with their help, Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapons became even more powerful. The 5 ancient weapons released energies which could destroy the earth and sky. Every time the void shook, it made people's hearts tremble. The power unleashed by the 5 ancient weapons was absolutely shocking. Under Lin Feng's control, the 5 ancient weapons quickly flew towards this terrifying existence. It looked like they were about to explode on this terrifying existence's body. However, at this moment, a very strange energy surged out of this terrifying existence's body. It was unknown what kind of energy it was. However, it contained an extremely powerful attack power. That energy fiercely collided with Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapons. Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapons were actually sent flying. What a powerful cultivation! Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This existence was definitely a quasi-surpassing realm existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a powerful cultivation. In fact, Lin Feng now had a certain understanding of quasi-surpassing realm experts. Because it was extremely difficult to break through to surpassing realm, many people, they would break through to the quasi-surpassing realm, then, to consolidate their cultivation. Because there were many cultivators who broke through to the quasi-transcendence realm and had been consolidating their cultivation for a long time, the gap in strength between quasi-transcendence realm cultivators was huge. The strength of a quasi-transcendent realm was divided into 7 levels. These 7 levels were called the 7-level immortal foundation. Every T2. Moreover, every time one ascended to the next level, their strength would greatly increase. When one ascended to the 7th level, they would be extremely close to surpassing realm. However, even at the 7th level, there was no way to break through to surpassing realm. Although the 7th immortal foundation was enough to touch the threshold of surpassing realm, in order to truly break through to surpassing realm, a huge opportunity was needed to help a cultivator complete this breakthrough. And this kind of opportunity wasn't easy to obtain. This was the most difficult thing a cultivator had to face. Therefore, in this epic, there were so many amazing characters, such as Pengu, Nuwa, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and so on. What kind of tyrannical existences were they? However, none of them were able to break through to surpassing realm. From this, one could see how difficult it was to break through to surpassing realm. Lin Feng's current strength should be able to fight against quasi-surpassing realm cultivators with the first immortal foundation. But if he faced a quasi-surpassing realm expert even stronger, Lin Feng didn't have many ways to deal with them. After all, they were simply too tyrannical, far surpassing Lin Feng. If Lin Feng could break through to the sage realm, he might be able to fight against some high-level quasi-surpassing realm cultivators. At this time, the terrifying existence said eerily, "Your methods are quite powerful, and you have a lot of treasures. But it's useless. None of you are a Sage Realm cultivator, and you still want to fight against me? You're still far from it. After saying that, the terrifying existence once again charged towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile, and he quickly summoned the Book of the Dead. The Sage Realm undead inside the Book of the Dead flew out. These Sage Realm undead began to help Lin Feng activate the 5 ancient weapons. After receiving the support of these Sage Realm undead, the power of the 5 ancient weapons began to increase greatly. Seeing so many Sage Realm undead flying out, the terrifying existence's expression couldn't help but change. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to summon so many terrifying undead. After feeling the power of the 5 ancient weapons, the terrifying existence's expression became solemn. His expression was extremely gloomy, and he hurriedly summoned that powerful strange energy, bombarding the 5 ancient weapons. But this time, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and 56 undead together activated the ancient weapons. The power was too strong. The 5 ancient weapons directly broke the terrifying existence's attack. Then, under the control of Lin Feng, the 5 ancient weapons quickly bombarded the terrifying existence. End of chapter. Damn it. After seeing the 5 ancient weapons break his attack, the terrifying existence's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He couldn't help but curse angrily. Facing the attack of the 5 ancient weapons, he didn't take the 5 ancient weapons head-on. Instead, he quickly retreated. But Lin Feng didn't want to let this terrifying existence go. If he could kill this guy and devour his origin, Lin Feng felt that he should be able to increase his strength by a lot. So Lin Feng really wanted to kill this guy. Lin Feng continued to control the ancient weapons to attack this terrifying existence. This terrifying existence wanted to increase the distance between the two sides. But Lin Feng didn't give him the chance at all. The 5 ancient weapons had already locked onto this terrifying existence. These 5 ancient weapons once again fiercely bombarded this terrifying existence. This terrifying existence had no choice but to block the attacks of Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapons. Bang bang bang, this terrifying existence slapped out palm after palm. Every palm strike, it would fiercely collide with the attacks of these 5 ancient weapons. The violent collision sounds were simply earth-shattering. This terrifying existence was indeed powerful. He was actually able to fight to a draw with Lin Feng and the others. After all, Lin Feng and the others had so many people. And they even used 5 ancient weapons. Lin Feng and the others' fighting strength was extremely terrifying. It was still difficult to defeat this guy. Lin Feng and the others were also quite depressed. The two sides entered a stalemate for a short period of time. But at this moment, a cultivator flew in from outside. That cultivator was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat. After seeing that cultivator, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Because Lin Feng had seen this cultivator before. It was the Dragon Clan cultivator who had entered the Earth Attribute tomb before. He should have obtained something good, but what exactly did he get, Lin Feng didn't know. This cultivator's methods were very extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight his way out of the encirclement of hundreds of people. Lin Feng didn't expect him to appear in this place. He didn't know how he came here. Could it be that he followed them here? Lin Feng felt that this person shouldn't have come with them. It was very likely that he had found this burial ground himself. If that was the case, then this person's methods were truly terrifying. At this very moment, after flying over, he immediately launched an attack on that terrifying existence. He took out the magic treasure that looked like a metal ball, and 9 true dragons appeared. The 9 dragons lunged at the terrifying existence. That terrifying existence was being attacked from both sides, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Such a situation was too disadvantageous for him. Of course, he wouldn't put himself in such a disadvantageous situation, so he wanted to get rid of Lin Feng and the others and quickly leave this place. As long as he could leave this place, he could still hide in the dark and find an opportunity to sneak attack Lin Feng and the others. With his tyrannical cultivation, if he sneak attacked Lin Feng and the others, the probability of success was still very high. But Lin Feng didn't give him this opportunity at all. Because Lin Feng knew that now that the Dragon Clan cultivator had joined in, it was the best opportunity to get rid of this terrifying existence in front of him. If he missed this opportunity, he would definitely regret it. It would be extremely difficult to get rid of this terrifying existence. So Lin Feng had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng and the others were now using all their methods, without holding back. The power of the 5 ancient weapons grew stronger and stronger under the control of Lin Feng and the others. It wasn't easy for this terrifying existence to get rid of Lin Feng and the others. The pressure brought by the 5 ancient weapons was too great. He tried several times, but in the end, he failed. And at this moment, the 9 true dragons had already arrived in front of this terrifying existence. The 9 true dragons were like real true dragons. Terrifying to the extreme. He had no choice but to block the attacks of the 9 true dragons. He blocked the attacks of the 5 ancient weapons while blocking the attacks of the 9 true dragons. This was, of course, an extremely terrible thing for him. Even a terrifying existence as powerful as this was suppressed to a great extent. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! All of you besieged me together, and even used so many powerful magic treasures to besiege me. You won with an unfair advantage. This terrifying existence roared angrily. Lin Feng sneered. So what if they won with an unfair advantage? In this world, people would only remember those who had won, not those who had died. No matter how strong one's individual combat power was, if you were killed by a group of people, you would still die in the end and be forgotten by everyone. But those who survived might become even stronger in the future, and might be remembered by everyone. So, in the world of cultivators, there was no such thing as an unfair advantage. There was only life and death. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. This kind of battle lasted for about half an hour, and this terrifying existence was about to be unable to hold on. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others' faces suddenly revealed a look of incomparable surprise. And this terrifying existence was a little flustered and exasperated. He had such a powerful cultivation, but he was suppressed to such a degree. Naturally, this made him extremely angry. At this time, Lin Feng was observing the mysterious cultivator. That mysterious cultivator's magic treasure was able to condense 9 true dragons. Just who was he? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Could this cultivator be a cultivator of the true dragon clan? Lin Feng didn't know if his guess was right. But there seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him that this mysterious Dragon Clan cultivator was a true Dragon Clan cultivator. Now was not the time to ask him. It wouldn't be too late to ask him after killing this terrifying existence. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to kill this terrifying existence in one go, a cultivator shrouded in darkness walked out of the void. The cultivator shrouded in darkness held a sword in his hand and directly stabbed at Lin Feng. This cultivator was really good at hiding. Even Lin Feng didn't notice his existence. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others were at the most critical moment of the battle. He suddenly appeared, wanting to catch Lin Feng off guard. After sensing the aura emitted by this cultivator, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. He was too familiar with the aura emitted by this cultivator because this aura was unique to assassins. This person was actually an assassin. End of chapter. After the killer restrained Lin Feng, the terrifying existence began to struggle violently. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of Lin Feng and the other siege. Now that Lin Feng needed to deal with this killer, the power of the 5 ancient weapons was greatly reduced. And this terrifying existence struggled more and more violently. It seemed to be about to break free. At this moment, the Dragon Tribe cultivator performed thousands of hand seals in a row. Those hand seals all poured into the metal ball-like magic weapon, and a special kind of energy suddenly gushed out of the metal ball-like magic weapon. Then all the energy gathered into the 9-headed true dragon's body. The 9-headed true dragon's strength greatly increased. That terrifying existence was immediately suppressed by the 9-headed true dragon. There was no way to escape. And at this time, the killer's sword had already arrived in front of Lin Feng, wanting to stab Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng's face was full of an incomparably cold expression. Dense runes appeared on the surface of Lin Feng's body. Those runes were all defensive runes. When the killer's sword was about to stab Lin Feng, it was all blocked by those defensive runes on Lin Feng's body. The current Lin Feng was really too powerful. Even for these killers, it was extremely difficult to assassinate Lin Feng. Because as long as Lin Feng was given a breath's time, Lin Feng could condense some extremely powerful attacks. Or some powerful defensive means. Then attack or defend. Like now. Lin Feng chose to defend because this killer's attack was too powerful. Lin Feng was worried that if he attacked this killer, he didn't know if this killer would use some other powerful means. If he defended, then he would be able to resolve this killer's attack. After resolving this killer's attack, then he would launch a counterattack. In this way, Lin Feng would be in an invincible position. When the assassin saw that his sword had been blocked, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that in such a short time, Lin Feng could condense defensive runes to deal with him. This gave him a huge shock. Therefore, when Lin Feng used these means, the killer was directly caught off guard. Lin Feng slapped towards the killer. Powerful magic power gushed out continuously. The power of Lin Feng's palm was quite powerful. But this killer's means were also extremely extraordinary. Facing Lin Feng's terrifying palm, the killer's illusory body became illusory. The assassin's body suddenly became illusory. That kind of attack was really powerful. He dodged Lin Feng's punch. Then he wanted to escape through the void. Lin Feng's face revealed a sneer. He used the space Dao to imprison the void, so the killer's idea of escaping through the void was immediately shattered. The killer's illusory body returned to normal. That strange method of his was probably used a few times. It was very similar to Lin Feng's heaven patching technique. After using it once, it would probably take a while to recover before it could be used again. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold expression. He threw a punch at the assassin. At such a close distance, he began to fight with the assassin. This killer had to resist Lin Feng's attack. He slapped towards Lin Feng. Boom, accompanied by the violent collision, this killer and Lin Feng fiercely collided. This killer's most powerful means were not one-on-one fights. His most powerful means were actually assassination techniques. Now that Lin Feng had broken his assassination technique and then began to fight him at close range, this killer naturally could not resist Lin Feng's tyrannical attack. Although this killer's strength was extremely extraordinary, compared to Lin Feng, there was still a certain gap. Therefore, this killer was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. His arm was broken, and he was unable to resist Lin Feng's attack at all. This killer directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were very serious. His combat strength had also dropped significantly. Lin Feng raised his right hand and directly slashed out a beam of sword qi. That beam of sword qi locked onto this killer. This made it impossible for this killer to dodge or escape. He had no choice but to resist this beam of sword qi that Lin Feng slashed out. He held the sword in his hand in front of him to block the attack of this beam of sword qi. Along with the sound of a collision, a sonorous sound was heard. The beam of sword qi that Lin Feng slashed out collided with the sword in the killer's hand. The sword in the killer's hand was directly broken by the beam of sword qi that Lin Feng had slashed out. Then this beam of sword qi. In an instant, the killer's head was beheaded. After the assassin was killed, Yi Zichen looked at the sky. Lin Feng continued to urge the 5 ancient weapons to join forces with the Dragon Clan expert to deal with this terrifying existence. That terrifying cultivator hadn't been able to escape when Lin Feng had been attacked by the assassins, so now he was even more powerful. He also knew that his situation was quite bad. Therefore, this terrifying existence said loudly, "There is no need for us to fight to the death, right? What's more, I still have powerful means that I haven't used yet. I don't want to fight with you to the point where both of us suffer. And I think that we don't have an endless hatred. I can tell you a big secret, but you have to let me go." After hearing this terrifying existence's words, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a sneer. He naturally wouldn't negotiate with this terrifying existence, because letting the tiger return to the mountain would cause endless trouble in the future. Moreover, there were so many secrets in the world, he didn't have to know all of them. Therefore, regarding the secret that this terrifying existence was talking about, Lin Feng wasn't very interested in it. Lin Feng and the others continued controlling the ancient weapons. They all joined hands and controlled the ancient weapons. The power was still increasing. This terrifying existence also knew that Lin Feng and the others didn't intend to let him go. Therefore, he also began to fight with all his might. His body was burning fiercely. He was burning his own origin to increase his battle strength. However, Lin Feng and the others were also crazily urging several supreme treasures to increase their battle strength. Finally, after a fierce battle between the two sides, Lin Feng seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His Pangu axe fiercely chopped the body of this terrifying existence. Pooh! A tearing sound was heard. The body of this terrifying existence was split in half by Lin Feng's Pangu axe. Although his body had been split in half, he didn't die immediately. This was because this terrifying existence's life force was extremely tenacious. How could a powerful and terrifying existence like him die so easily? His body still wanted to reassemble. However, Lin Feng didn't give him the chance to do so. Lin Feng waved his hand. The heavenly fire flew out continuously and wrapped around the body of this terrifying existence. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. Lin Feng's heavenly fire was extremely terrifying. This terrifying existence didn't have a real body of flesh and blood. His body was formed from a type of energy that fused with his divine sense. This existence's body was rather strange. It felt like a Yin spirit. Therefore, it was easier to deal with this existence. Under the burning of the heavenly fire, his body was slowly being refined. Of course, he wasn't willing to accept this. He roared loudly, "Let me go. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you won't have a good ending either." Lin Feng sneered, "I don't care who you are. I just want your life." Lin Feng continued to control the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire grew stronger and stronger, becoming more and more terrifying. The existence's body was slowly being refined into a ball of origin energy. He wanted to reveal his identity, but Lin Feng didn't give him the chance to do so. Before he could say anything, Lin Feng punched him. There was a loud bang. The remnant of the existence's body exploded. He would never be able to say the words he wanted to say. Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire and completely refined the existence's body into a ball of origin energy. This ball of origin energy was extremely powerful. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely happy expression. Lin Feng divided the ball of origin energy into 5 parts. One for each person. The dragon cultivator naturally had one as well. Lin Feng handed the ball of origin energy to him, and he put it away. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "I am Lin Feng. May I know how to address you?" The dragon cultivator replied, "Long Chenying." Long Chenying? Long Xiyu tried to recall this name. He tried his best to find a cultivator called Long Chenying in his mind. However, he was unable to find such a person. Lin Feng looked at Long Chenying and asked, "Brother, are you a cultivator from the true dragon race?" Long Chenying asked, "Why do you think so?" Lin Feng replied, "Based on my instincts, I can sense that you're a cultivator from the true dragon race." Long Chenying nodded. "That's right, I'm a cultivator of the true dragon tribe. I'm a descendant of the 7th true dragon emperor." Hearing Long Chenying admit his identity, Long Xiyu was extremely shocked. He knew that all the major forces had been searching for the descendant of the true dragon great emperor. However, no one had ever been able to find the descendants of the true dragon great emperor. And now, this cultivator was actually a descendant of the true dragon great emperor. The descendant of the true dragon great emperor must have known that someone was looking for them. However, that person didn't appear. It seemed that he didn't want to participate in the struggles of the dragon realm. Lin Feng said, "I really didn't expect to see a cultivator from the true dragon race here. I have to thank Brother Long for today's matter." Long Chenying replied, "I only helped you because I sensed the aura of the true dragon token on your body." Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. As a cultivator from the true dragon race, Long Chenying should have been able to sense the true dragon token on his body. This wasn't particularly surprising for Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was surprised by Long Chenying's attitude towards him. It seemed that Long Chenying didn't intend to take his real token. If he did, he wouldn't have helped him in the first place. Lin Feng replied, that's right. I have the true dragon token, and I will become the master of the dragon realm. Long Qianying nodded and said, the true dragon race does have such a rule. The person who has the true dragon token can become the master of the dragon realm. You do indeed have the qualifications. Lin Feng asked, are you interested in joining forces with me to do something big? Long Qianying replied, I'm used to being alone, and I have no intention of joining forces with others. Lin Feng was able to glean a lot of information from Long Qianying's words. Since Long Qianying said that he was alone and was used to being alone, did that mean that he was the only one in his bloodline? Lin Feng said, how lonely is a person's life? How boring is that? How nice would it be to have a few more friends by your side? Don't you think I'm right? Long Qianying didn't say anything. Lin Feng continued, we're now at the end of the epic, and this is a great era. Although this great era is accompanied by endless dangers, and the slightest carelessness can lead to eternal damnation, it's precisely because of this great era that we have so many opportunities, such as the opportunity to surpass the Saint Realm. It's not easy for one person to seize these opportunities at the end of the epic. If we join forces, our chances will be greater, Long Qianying said. Your reasons won't move me. I'm used to being alone, and life and death are like floating clouds to me. Some people might think that they were indifferent to life and death. However, when they were faced with death, they would feel fear. They wouldn't want to die, and they wouldn't be willing to accept it. Perhaps Long Qianying was someone who thought that he had seen through life and death. Because he didn't have any friends, relatives, lovers, or friends, he thought that way. Moreover, he was very strong. Perhaps he had never faced death directly before. However, when he truly faced death, he wouldn't think that way anymore. When the time came, he would understand that living was the most important thing. Lin Feng said, I hope you can consider what I said. If you and I become friends, we can join forces and do something great. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to leave our names in the history of this epic. Is reputation that important? Long Qianying asked. What's so bad about being able to make your name go down in history while making some contributions? After all, people live for a breath, and Buddha fights for an incense stick, Lin Feng said. Long Qianying fell silent again. Then, he changed the topic and said, you're quite capable. You actually found the tomb of the 8th true dragon great emperor. Did you come here to steal the treasures of the true dragon great emperor? Long Qianying said this because there were many people in the world of cultivators who liked to find the tombs of top-tier experts and rob them of everything. For example, Taoist Wu Liang liked to do this. Long Qianying didn't understand why Lin Feng and the others had come. Lin Feng said, we didn't come here because we wanted to get something from the 8th true dragon emperor's tomb. The reason why we're here is because I was asked by the 9 sons of the true dragon to help them pay their respects to their father. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qianying was surprised. Long Qianying revealed an extremely shocked expression. The 9 sons of the true dragon? You're saying that the 8th true dragon emperor's 9 sons are still alive? Lin Feng nodded. That's right. They're still alive. Long Qianying frowned. That can't be right. Based on what I know, aren't the 9 sons of the true dragon already dead? Lin Feng shook his head. They aren't dead. They've been cursed and are currently trapped in the southern immortal and devil region. I see. Long Qianying nodded and couldn't help but sigh. Because if you think about it carefully, he was related to the 9 sons of the true dragon by blood. Of course, whether it was his or the 9 sons of the true dragon bloodline in their bodies wasn't pure. There was a reason why they weren't pure-blooded. The 9 sons of the true dragon emperor were different because of the bloodline of the true dragon clan. Why were there so few true dragons? The main reason was that it was very difficult for a true dragon to give birth to a pure-blooded true dragon. But in reality, none of the 9 true dragons that had appeared in the world had given birth to a pure-blooded true dragon. If they weren't pure-blooded true dragons, then they were in other forms. These 9 forms were the famous 9 great races. They were Qianxia, Yazi, Chaofeng, Puleo, Baiyan, Taotai, Baiyan, and Qian. Only the true dragon heirs would have the chance to evolve into a pure-blooded true dragon. Long Qinying wasn't in his true dragon form. If Long Qinying wanted to transform into a true dragon, unless his true dragon bloodline could continue to grow stronger, then his true dragon bloodline would gradually replace the other true dragon bloodlines. Once all of his true dragon bloodlines became true dragon bloodlines, he would be able to transform into a true dragon. This was an extremely long process, as well as an extremely difficult one. Only after a long period of time did the 9 true dragon emperors appear. It could be seen from this. How difficult was it to complete such a transformation? At that moment, Long Qinying continued, since you've come to pay respects to the 8th great emperor on behalf of the 9 sons of the true dragon, you can pay respects to him now. Lin Feng nodded. Of course, he still had some things to say to Long Qinying. However, the most important thing right now was to pay respects to the true dragon emperor. Lin Feng took out a lot of offerings and placed them in front of the tomb. Then, he began the ritual. Actually, the sacrificial ceremony wasn't that formal. It was just a simple sacrificial ceremony. After completing the ritual, Lin Feng knelt in front of the grave and said, "Senior True Dragon Emperor, the True Dragon's 9 sons are cursed and can't come in person. They asked me to come and pay respects to you in their place. I was moved by their filial piety, so I came to pay respects to you in their place. Once I help them get rid of the curse, they'll be able to pay respects to you." After he finished speaking, Lin Feng knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in front of the True Dragon Emperor's grave. After Lin Feng finished paying his respects, suddenly, a shocking thing happened. Hundreds of millions of runes flew out of the True Dragon Emperor's grave. The densely packed runes were mysterious and unfathomable. Each rune contained enough power to destroy the heavens and the earth. When they sensed the terrifying power contained within the runes, even Lin Feng had a shocked expression on his face. Long Qinying's face immediately revealed a moved expression. These are true dragon runes. Long Shiyu's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Duzu and the heretical diviner saint didn't know much about these runes either. Duzu asked, "What's so special about these true dragon runes?" Long Shiyu said, "Ordinary true dragon runes don't have anything special about them, but these true dragon runes are very special. If I'm not wrong, these true dragon runes should be the true dragon emperor's life runes condensed in the past. Logically speaking, these runes should have dissipated after the true dragon emperor's death, but they haven't. This means that they're extremely terrifying. These runes contain a terrifying amount of energy. If you can refine them, your battle prowess will increase tremendously." Long Shiyu's words, Duzu and the heretical diviner saint were shocked. They naturally knew what Long Shiyu was trying to say. In other words, if Lin Feng refined these runes, in the future, when he fought against others, he would be able to use the power of these runes to increase his battle prowess. In truth, these runes were very similar to Pengu's imprint, the ruler's armor, the sacred bone, the magic lotus, the tiny golden humanoid, and the stone clone. When Lin Feng saw those talismans flying towards him, he smiled. He hadn't expected to receive such benefits from representing the 9 sons of the true dragon to pay respects to the true dragon emperor. This was truly something to be happy about. However, Lin Feng knew that he hadn't refined these runes yet. It seemed a little too early to be happy now. Whether or not he could refine these runes was still unknown. The true dragon runes hovered around Lin Feng. Each rune looked like a miniature true dragon. The true dragon runes let out a series of dragon roars. These dragon roars echoed throughout the world. They resonated with the laws of the world. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Next, the true dragon runes quickly flew towards Lin Feng's right hand. All the runes flew into Lin Feng's palm. Then, they drilled into Lin Feng's body. The true dragon runes finally entered Lin Feng's dantian. All the true dragon runes gathered together. These true dragon runes contained extremely powerful energy fluctuations. They eventually turned into a green true dragon, entrenched in Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the true dragon runes in his dantian. Soon, Lin Feng succeeded in establishing contact with the true dragon runes in his dantian. When the two sides established contact, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Because at this time, he had already controlled the true dragon runes in his dantian. In other words, now, Lin Feng could mobilize the powerful energy contained in the true dragon runes to increase his battle prowess. Congratulations, young master, for obtaining the runes of the true dragon. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint walked up and congratulated Lin Feng. Congratulations, Lin Feng, for obtaining the runes of the true dragon. Long Xiu also congratulated Lin Feng. They were truly happy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. That's a pleasant surprise, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Long Chenying and said, Brother Long, what do you think of what I said earlier? Long Chenying looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, I will think about it carefully, but I can't give you an answer right now. Tell me your address. If I really want to, I will look for you when the time comes. Lin Feng told Long Chenying his address. Long Chenying didn't seem to want to leave for the time being. Lin Feng knew. Long Chenying must have his own reasons for staying. So Lin Feng and the others decided to leave first and leave Long Chenying alone. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Brother Long, we will take our leave first. See you again. Okay. Long Chenying replied. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay any longer and directly left. They soon left. When Lin Feng and the others came out, they directly flew in the direction of Shenlong City. After returning to the Sacred Dragon Clan's residence, Lin Feng learned that the top experts of the Sacred Dragon Clan had arrived. Even the quasi-transcendence expert of the Sacred Dragon Clan had arrived. The next step was to discuss the matter of cooperation with these experts. Long Guyue was the middleman in this matter. Lin Feng felt that the chances of cooperation were relatively high. After all, Long Guyue was the second strongest person of the Sacred Dragon Clan. After he agreed, the next step was to see how the quasi-transcendence expert of the Sacred Dragon Clan would react. The news of Lin Feng and the others' return naturally reached the ears of the higher-ups of the Sacred Dragon Clan. Long Guyue personally came to visit Lin Feng. Then, he told Lin Feng about the negotiations that would take place tomorrow. He had a good night's rest. The next day, after breakfast, Long Xiu brought Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint to the living room to discuss the matter of cooperation with the Sacred Dragon tribe's upper echelons. When Lin Feng arrived, he saw Lin Feng. There were already 5 people sitting in the living room. Lin Feng recognized Long Guyue. Lin Feng didn't recognize the other 4. Among the 4 people, the old man sitting on the main seat should be the Sacred Dragon tribe's expert who had surpassed the realm. The other 3 should be the Sacred Dragon tribe's sage realm experts. Although not all the top powerhouses of the Dragon Clan had arrived. However, these people could already represent the Sacred Dragon tribe. After seeing Lin Feng, several experts from the Sacred Dragon tribe were astonished. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng was too young, which made them feel that it was a little inconceivable. Long Guyue stood up and said with a smile, Ancestor, elders, let me introduce you. This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. Then, Long Guyue introduced these experts to Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, that old man was the Sacred Dragon tribe's ancestor, an expert who had surpassed the realm. The other 3. The strongest cultivator was an 8th heavenly layer sage realm cultivator. This cultivator was extremely powerful, and his cultivation was simply unfathomable. The other 2 experts. One was at the 5th level of the sage realm, while the other was at the 3rd level of the sage realm. They were both very powerful. After the 2 sides got to know each other, they greeted each other, and Lin Feng and the others took their seats. Long Guyue said, Since everyone is here, let's discuss the matter of cooperation. It was at this moment that a voice came from outside. Everyone, I came uninvited. You won't blame me, right? After this voice sounded, a group of people walked in from outside. The cultivator in the lead looked to be in his 50s. This cultivator's strength was also quite tyrannical. He was actually an 8th level sage realm expert. However, this cultivator clearly wasn't from the Sacred Dragon tribe. In addition to this cultivator, Lin Feng also saw Long Shiyan. Long Shiyu's expression was somewhat unsightly. Long Shiyu whispered, This person is an expert from Long Shiyan's mother's clan. He's an 8th level sage realm expert. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that this person was probably someone Long Shiyan had hired to deal with him. Lin Feng originally thought that this assassin was someone Long Shiyan had hired, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Logically speaking, this person should have made the best decision to deal with him outside. Why didn't he make a move? Could it be because of Long Shiyu? Lin Feng's guess was correct. Originally, they had planned to kill Lin Feng on the way, but since Long Shiyu was with Lin Feng, they had no choice but to give up. Therefore, they gave up on this plan. However, they already knew that the Sacred Dragon tribe wanted to cooperate with Lin Feng. Although they didn't know much, they still didn't know much. They didn't know what the Sacred Dragon tribe and Lin Feng were cooperating in. But as long as they knew that they were going to cooperate, it was enough. What they needed to do now was to destroy the cooperation between the two sides. Therefore, this group of people came here. When they saw the newcomers, Long Guyue couldn't help but frown slightly. This negotiation was a relatively private one. Although the newcomers were related to them by marriage, in fact, the relationship between the two clans was relatively ordinary. This was because it was too common for large factions to form alliances through marriage. Marriage didn't necessarily mean that they had a good relationship. Moreover, these people had come uninvited. Moreover, they didn't seem to have good intentions. However, in consideration of both parties' faces, Long Guyue didn't express the dissatisfaction in his heart. Long Guyue said, "I didn't expect Brother Wu to come. May I know why Brother Wu is here?" The cultivator that Long Guyue addressed as Brother Wu was called Wu Dingtian. He was a cultivator from the Tyrant Dragon tribe. The Tyrant Dragon tribe was an extremely ancient dragon tribe. This tribe was very powerful and had many top-notch experts. It was said that this tribe also had a kind of expert that surpassed the realm of cultivation. It was precisely because this tribe was too powerful. Therefore, Long Shiyan's status in the Sacred Dragon tribe was so high. Wu Dingtian said, "I'm indeed here for a matter." After a pause, he continued, "I heard that recently, the Sacred Dragon tribe seems to want to cooperate with a human kid. Although I don't know what you want to cooperate with, you can cooperate with our Tyrant Dragon tribe. After all, we are related by marriage. There's no need to cooperate with a weak human. What do you think of my suggestion, Brother Long?" Wu Dingtian had a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was certain that he had Lin Feng. Wu Dingtian's words left Lin Feng speechless. This guy didn't even know what kind of cooperation he wanted to discuss with the Sacred Dragon tribe. He actually came here to boast shamelessly. He really didn't have any self-awareness. He really overestimated himself. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who despised Wu Dingtian. Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, and Long Shiyu also despised Wu Dingtian. Even at this moment, Long Guyue and the others also despised Wu Dingtian. He really thought too highly of himself and the Tyrant Dragon tribe. Although the Tyrant Dragon tribe was very powerful, they were still lacking when compared to the declining Sacred Dragon tribe. Moreover, did the Tyrant Dragon tribe have the ability to help the Sacred Dragon tribe rise again? Of course not. Long Guyue said, "Brother Wu, you don't know what we want to discuss. Therefore, you were a little reckless today. Now, take your people and leave this place quickly. Don't hurt the harmony between us." Hearing Long Guyue's words, Wu Dingtian's expression turned slightly gloomy. He had already made it so clear. Long Guyue still didn't choose to cooperate with the Tyrant Dragon tribe. He was naturally furious. Because in his opinion, Long Guyue didn't give him any face. He thought so because he felt that a young cultivator like Lin Feng could discuss something important with the Sacred Dragon tribe. The matter to be discussed. It probably wouldn't be anything too important. But no matter what it was, the Tyrant Dragon tribe would definitely be able to discuss this matter with the Sacred Dragon tribe. Since that was the case, they should choose to cooperate with the Tyrant Dragon tribe. And not continue to cooperate with Lin Feng. Actually, this guy misunderstood Long Guyue. Because only Lin Feng could help the Sacred Dragon tribe rise again. The others simply didn't have this ability. Wu Dingtian saw that Long Guyue's attitude was firm and said with a gloomy expression, "Brother Long, since you've already made it so clear, I still have some matters to attend to today. I hope Brother Long won't stop me from handling these matters." "What matters?" Long Guyue asked. Our tyrant dragon tribe has some grudges with this kid, Wu Dingtian said. Long Guyue's expression sank slightly as he asked, "What grudge does he have with your clan?" Wu Dingtian replied, "It's not convenient for me to talk about the grudges between you and my family." Actually, the reason why he didn't say anything was because Lin Feng didn't have any grudges with them. Of course, he didn't know how to lie. The reason why he said that he had a grudge with Lin Feng was to find an excuse to make a move. None of them were fools. Naturally, he knew. What he said was true. What the hell was he planning? At this moment, Long Dingtian continued, "But if everyone allows me to resolve the grudges between us, my tyrant dragon tribe will definitely not treat your sacred dragon tribe unfairly." Wu Dingtian was obviously too arrogant. The quasi-transcendent realm expert from the sacred dragon race said coldly, "Wu Dingtian, if you have any grudges, then leave them for the future. Today is not the time for you to settle your grudges. Today, we need to discuss some important matters with Lin Gongzi. Therefore, you should bring your men and leave quickly." Seeing that the quasi-transcendent realm expert from the sacred dragon tribe had already spoken, Wu Dingtian naturally didn't dare to continue being impudent here. What he had experienced today was completely different from what he had expected. Therefore, Wu Dingtian was rather sullen. But now, he had no choice but to leave temporarily. Just as Wu Dingtian was about to leave with the others, Lin Feng spoke, "Don't you have some grudges to settle? I think it's better to settle it here, so that you won't find trouble with me in the future." Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was shocked. Wu Dingtian's cultivation was so powerful, but Lin Feng actually dared to settle the so-called grudges with Wu Dingtian here. Wasn't he afraid of Wu Dingtian? This was indeed out of everyone's expectations. Even the quasi-transcendent realm expert from the sacred dragon tribe couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't know where Lin Feng got the courage to say such words. "Kid, you have some guts." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Not only do I have guts, but I also have sufficient strength." As his voice faded, Lin Feng immediately sent out a palm strike towards Wu Dingtian. An energy palm print condensed in the air and blasted towards Wu Dingtian. Facing such a tyrannical palm strike, Wu Dingtian's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect a young cultivator like Lin Feng to have such powerful strength. Not only did Wu Dingtian's expression change, the rest of the people's expressions also changed. The strength that Lin Feng displayed was too powerful, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even withstand the pressure emitted from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's pressure was naturally emitted and wasn't deliberately emitted. The pressure that was naturally emitted was already so powerful. Therefore, it was hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Feng's strength was. Of course, Wu Dingtian was a top expert after all. Therefore, facing Lin Feng's attack, he didn't just sit there and wait for death. He was actually quite confident in his own strength. He sent out a palm strike and collided with the energy palm strike that Lin Feng had sent out. When their attacks collided, Li Tianlan's eyes lit up. Everyone saw that Wu Dingtian, an expert at the 8th heaven of the Sage Realm, was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's palm strike. Wah! Wu Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Plop, he then fell to the ground. His face was even paler. The surroundings suddenly became completely silent. Wu Dingtian was a top expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Feng. It was hard to imagine how powerful Lin Feng was. And the most important thing was, how old was Lin Feng? He was only 200 years old. So young, he actually had such terrifying combat strength. It was impossible to imagine how terrifying Lin Feng would become in the future. Could it be that he would become an existence that surpassed the realm in the future? Thinking of this, many people's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Everyone felt that perhaps Lin Feng could really become such an expert. After all, Lin Feng's current performance was simply too heaven-defying. Long Shiyan and the others revealed an extremely terrified expression, especially Long Shiyan. He had a grudge with Lin Feng. It was only now that he knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Now, he was already regretting provoking Lin Feng. If such an existence wanted to kill him, it was simply a matter of a flick of a finger. Even if Lin Feng killed him, the sacred dragon tribe wouldn't say anything. Because the sacred dragon tribe would never offend a powerful figure like Lin Feng for a junior like him. End of this chapter. Wu Dingtian looked at Lin Feng with eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he was already riding a tiger and had no way to back down. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. If Lin Feng wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Right now, his entire body was shivering. This was an expert at the 8th layer of the Sage Realm. To be able to scare an expert at this level to the point of shivering, it could be seen how powerful Lin Feng's deterrence was. Today, I will give the Sacred Dragon tribe some face. Hurry up and scram. Don't let me see you again. If I see you again, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Lin Feng's cold voice echoed. But his words. To this group of people, it was like the sound of nature. The group of people didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left. When they came, they were arrogant. But when they left, they were like stray dogs. It was truly a great irony. However, Lin Feng had handled this matter beautifully. This was because the cultivators in the world of cultivators cared more about their face. Furthermore, the Tyrant Dragon tribe and the Sacred Dragon tribe were related by marriage. If Lin Feng were to kill the 8th layer Sage Realm expert of the Tyrant Dragon tribe here, then it might even cause the Tyrant Dragon tribe and the Sacred Dragon tribe to break off completely. The Sacred Dragon tribe was naturally unwilling to see such a thing happen. After all, the Tyrant Dragon tribe was rather powerful. Furthermore, the Tyrant Dragon tribe also had a quasi-transcendence expert overseeing it. They weren't willing to offend such a colossus for no reason. Lin Feng had just said that he would give the Sacred Dragon tribe some face and let these people go. This made the upper echelons of the Sacred Dragon tribe feel honored. After these people left, the quasi-transcendence expert of the Sacred Dragon tribe stood up. He cupped his fists and said, I really didn't expect Lin Gongzi to be so powerful. In the future, our Sacred Dragon tribe is willing to follow Lin Gongzi's lead. We will listen to all of Lin Gongzi's orders. Long Guyue and the rest also stood up. Long Guyue had already made the decision to cooperate with Lin Feng. Now, the old ancestor had expressed his stance. The other 3 higher-ups naturally had no objections. Initially, they wanted to talk to Lin Feng about all kinds of conditions. But now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, they no longer intended to discuss these conditions with Lin Feng. Because they knew that as long as they could follow Lin Feng's footsteps closely, they would not be able to escape. In the future, would the Sacred Dragon tribe still be afraid of not obtaining any benefits? There was no need to worry about this at all. Good. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will definitely not treat your Sacred Dragon tribe unfairly in the future. However, I will say the ugly words first. Although I have a relationship with your Sacred Dragon tribe, if anyone betrays me, I will not show mercy, Lin Feng said. The Sacred Dragon tribe's expert, who had surpassed his cultivation level, said, Don't worry, young master. We definitely won't betray you. Lin Feng nodded. Next, he discussed the cooperation with the Sacred Dragon tribe's upper echelons. Actually, Lin Feng didn't plan on fighting for territory with the 5 major forces yet. This was because Lin Feng felt that the 5 major forces were in the limelight right now. Although he had the support of the Sacred Dragon tribe, there was still a big gap between his strength and the 5 great forces. Lin Feng had been waiting for an opportunity. Wait until the 5 great forces started fighting again. Wait until the 5 great forces were weakened. It wouldn't be too late to make a move then. Right now, Lin Feng's focus was mainly on breaking through to the Sage Realm. After Lin Feng became a Sage Realm expert. At that time, Lin Feng would be powerful. It was absolutely unimaginable. However, Lin Feng also knew that breaking through to the Sage Realm was not an easy task. Lin Feng felt that if he wanted to break through to the Sage Realm, he would need to go to the True Dragon's secret realm to search for opportunities. Of course. Whether or not he could find the opportunity to break through was still unknown. However, this was still an opportunity to break through to the Sage Realm. Lin Feng hoped that in the mysterious dragon world, he would be able to find some incredible opportunities to break through to the next cultivation layer. After discussing the specific matters, Lin Feng returned to his residence. After a short rest, Lin Feng entered the time-space. He began to refine the origin he had obtained earlier. That origin was extremely powerful. After refining the origin, Lin Feng's cultivation broke through from the 7th heaven of the Saint Immortal Realm to the 8th heaven of the Saint Immortal Realm. It was quite good to be able to raise one level. Now, he was only 2 levels away from the 10th heaven of the Saint Immortal Realm. If he could break through to the 4th heaven of the Saint Immortal Realm, he could make preparations to break through to the Sage Realm. After settling down for a period of time and finding a powerful opportunity, he could try to break through to the Sage Realm. Lin Feng was looking forward to breaking through to the Sage Realm. However, Lin Feng also knew that he had to do it step by step. He couldn't rush it. It wouldn't be long before the True Dragon Mystery Realm opened. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't plan to stay in the True Dragon City. He planned to return to the Ancient Dragon City and wait for the opening of the True Dragon's Secret Realm. Lin Feng asked Long Xiyu if he would go to the True Dragon's Secret Realm. Long Xiyu said he would go to the Ancestral Land to awaken his bloodline. He wouldn't go to the True Dragon's Secret Realm. Lin Feng wished Long Xiyu success in awakening his bloodline. After greeting the higher-ups of the Sacred Dragon clan, he left the True Dragon City with Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint. They didn't waste any time and returned to the Ancient Dragon City. After returning, Lin Feng entered the time-space to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng mainly wanted to comprehend the Immortal Sutras. Recently, Lin Feng had obtained some top Immortal Sutras. He needed time to comprehend them. He could use this time to comprehend these Immortal Sutras. Time passed quickly. Lin Feng didn't come out until the True Dragon's Secret Realm was about to open. After Lin Feng came out, he learned that the True Dragon's Secret Realm would open in more than a month. It was said that many people had gone to the True Dragon's Secret Realm. After the first princess learned that Lin Feng had come out of seclusion, she came to visit Lin Feng and told Lin Feng about going to the True Dragon's Secret Realm. She invited Lin Feng to go to the True Dragon's Secret Realm. Lin Feng didn't have any objections and agreed to the first princess's invitation. 3 days later, everyone gathered. On Lin Feng's side, other than Lin Feng, there were Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint. On the first princess's side, there were 2 maids of the first princess. The first princess's 2 maids were called Qingyu and Lan Xing. Not only were the 2 maids beautiful, but they were also very powerful. Qingyu belonged to the category of women who were extremely tall and slender. Her pair of long legs were especially alluring. Lan Xing, on the other hand, was of voluptuous beauty. When the 3 of them walked together, they really attracted the attention of many. Going to the True Dragon's Secret Realm with 3 top-quality beauties was, of course, a happy thing. The 6 of them took Lin Feng's Xianyuan Ancient Star ship and headed to the True Dragon's Secret Realm. Because the True Dragon's Secret Realm was in the overseas world. Therefore, they had to head to the overseas world. The Xianyuan Ancient Star ship was flying rapidly in the void. 10 days later, they arrived at the overseas world. End of this chapter, end of chapter 57-54. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.